I'm going to be rebuilding every single team in NHL 24. That is right. I have gone across the entire league rebuilding every single franchise, some for 5 years, some for 3, some for 10 full seasons, and it will all be combined into one very long video. Here we are, all in alphabetical order, starting off with the Anaheim Ducks and working our way through the entire league. So let's go ahead and see how many Stanley Cups I can win rebuilding every single franchise in the league. Now, we do know the Anaheim Ducks have a lot of young, nice pieces like Trevor Zegras, who's still only 22 years old, 85 overall, Leo Carlsson, who's an 18-year-old himself. Also, a guy like Mason McTavish usually grows to a pretty high overall. Now, we only have 5 years to win them a cup, which honestly makes this way more challenging, but I think I can get the job done. I mean, their depth isn't honestly terrible, and we do have the updated rosters. Ratko Gudas is on the squad with Cam Fowler. Brian Dumoulin is there. Mintyukov, who I will throw on the first-line pair. He could grow to like a 90+. And in goal, we have a pretty older John Gibson, who is 30 years old, but a young Lucas Dostal, who's only 23, and he can grow to mid-80s, maybe even a 90 if we develop him nicely. But I mean, the fact that we only have 5 years to do so, probably not going to happen, so I might make some moves. Might just let my young players develop and hopefully become a Stanley Cup contender in year 2 or 3. For the contracts, I believe we are good. Not too many players, if anybody, needs to be re-signed. Lacombe does, but he's an RFA at 81 overall, only 22, so he should be easy to get back. Everybody else is locked up here for the Anaheim Ducks, including our goalies and Lucas Dostal and John Gibson. The first order of business is to align some players, go out and get players that are on the same timeline that our team is. So Jack Quinn and Bowen Byram from the Buffalo Sabres. For Troy Terry, 2 seconds, and Frank Vetrano. The trade has been accepted from Buffalo. It is a done deal. So GM Pasta already is wheeling and dealing. I mean, the older players, I don't think by year number 5, they'll be like 31, 32 years old. They're not on our timeline. Might as well go young. And by year 3, 4, and 5, we can compete for a Stanley Cup. Next up on the agenda is grabbing a nice defenseman, Nika Shin, I believe his name is. We picked him up in one of my other rebuilds. He signed for 4 years on a rookie contract, so that is just perfect. That means we don't have to sign him until the very last season. So we're giving him Gudas, Fowler, and 2 second-round picks. Trade has been rejected. Totally unwilling, so I think I will have to slot in a 2029 first-rounder, which we will not even be able to use. We are saving salary to re-sign our pending free agents. Okay. Instead, I'm going to throw in a guy who makes the minimum league salary to see if this trade will go through, and they are not comfortable dealing, so I'm going to move on to a new team. I'm going to go after Alex Vlasic from the Chicago Blackhawks. 85 overall, medium elite defender for pretty much the same package that I was going to give Carolina. And Chicago, of course, and their dumb management accepted that offer. So we got a bright young defenseman who already is really good and also very, very young. Next up is to go out and get Dustin Wolf, who is extremely cheap to get. He has basically no trade value for John Gibson and a few picks to make the deal go through, and luckily it has. Now, after the moves I made, we got Carlson, Zegras, and Quinn on the first line, a +5. Then we have Killorn, McTavish, and Gauthier. Our third line's pretty good with Lundstrom, Strome, and Fabry. This is where we shine, though. Defensively, Mintyukov and Vlasic, a +5. Then we have Lacombe and Byram, Zellweger and Leno, and then finally in goal, 2 young goalies in Dustin Wolf and Lucas Dostal, who are both very young in overall and in age. Now, at the end of season 1, obviously we were not a great team. 31, 37, and 14. We were over 500 at one point, but then we fell off as the season went on. 76 points, second last in the division for the entire NHL. The Oilers, I mean, they damn near won 60 games on the year. New York, 158. Colorado was up there, the Devils, and Dallas. Surprisingly, Alex Killorn was our leading scorer. 32 goals and 73 points. McTavish had 59. Zegras had a good season. Carlson was okay, 25 goals. Jack Quinn was pretty good as well. Cutter Gauthier was kind of disappointing, but I mean, we're not a great team, so I'm not expecting too much. And Dustin Wolf, I mean, he had a horrible season, and Lucas Dostal wasn't that much better. Only played 19 games, though. Nathan MacKinnon will end up leading the entire NHL in goals with 53 and points with 116, followed by Zach Hyman, who had 104. Leon Draisaitl was up there. Mikko Rantanen had a good season, as well as Connor McDavid and Austin Matthews, who, I mean, did score 50 goals and 97 points on the year. And the Edmonton Oilers will go on and beat the Toronto Maple Leafs in 5 games in the Stanley Cup Finals here in year number 1 to win the Stanley Cup. Matthews would finally wake up in the postseason, 18 goals, 37 points. Nylander had 33, Morgan Riley 30, Jack Hughes was up there, Marner had a good postseason. McDavid, surprisingly, was almost a little too quiet. He only played 17 games, but had 10 goals and 21 points. I guess the Edmonton Oilers were just that dominant. Nathan McKinnon will win the Ted Lindsay, Maurice Richard, Art Ross, and Hart Trophy. Makar the Norris, the Conn Smythe will go to Philip Broberg. In what planet is Philip Broberg the Conn Smythe winner? Holy hell. Igor will take home the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Ryan O'Reilly. Unfortunately, we will not select first overall in the NHL draft. We moved down, actually, from 5th to 6th, so that's not great. I think I'm going to take Berkeley Catton. I'm not too sure how the other guys grow in this game, so I'm going to go with the safe pick, which is Berkeley Catton, a centerman who does have medium elite potential at a 75 overall. We'll take a defenseman with our 32nd pick, Henry Muse. Welcome to the Anaheim Ducks. It was an easy decision to sign Dustin Wolf to a $5 million 3-year contract, which honestly leads us up to the second last season of the video. We went out in the offseason and free agency and signed a 45 goal scorer in Daniel Sprong to a massive contract for 5 years at $7.5 million. He's only 27, so we can maybe grow to like an 87, 88 overall. I think it is time to reunite the best friends in Anaheim, Caulfield and Philip Jackeye. I believe it's Philip, but it's Jackeye's brother for Jack Quinn Reinstrom, a first, second, and a third. And the Montreal Canadiens have no problem making that deal. And there we go. We got our first line sniper to pair alongside Leo Carlsson and Trevor Zegras. Now, heading into season number 2, we got McTavish, Carlson, and Caulfield in the first line, a +5. Also, Daniel Sprong, who is a sniper, scored 45 last season, alongside Cutter Gauthier and Trevor Zegras. Our top 6 is filthy. Defensively, Vlasic is up to a 90 with Mintyukov 85, Zellweger and Byram, and then finally Lacombe and Leno. And in goal, we have an 87 overall Dustin Wolf with an 85 Lucas Dostal. So we can pretty confidently rotate the goalies as we wish. And we got Mason McTavish to renew his contract. We locked him up long-term for the rest of the video, as well as Bowen Byram on pretty cheap deals. So we got our young core ready. We are ready to compete in year 3, 4, and 5. That is the plan here. So in year number 2, the Anaheim Ducks have made the postseason. 46, 31, and 5, 97 points. Calgary was not very good, so they were below us. But we finally made the postseason in only year number 2. So our rebuild is getting quicker than I thought, honestly. The Oilers, again, defending champs, 51 wins, President's Trophy. They're the best team in the NHL right now. Winnipeg had 50 wins. New York was up there. Vancouver and Ottawa as well. Cole Caulfield was our leading scorer. 46 goals, 92 points. I mean, he is statistically our best player at a 90. Leo Carlsson at 69. McTavish, 67. Zegras was pretty good, not going to lie, on that second line. Sprong only scored 22 goals. But, I mean, his shooting was around the same. His shot percentage was down in the dirt, though, to be honest. Mintyukov had a pretty good season. Oh, my God. Cutter Gauthier, 15 goals, 48 points. We might have to get rid of Cutter. He doesn't simulate too well. He probably has some trade value. I need guys that simulate well. And there it is. Dustin Wolf, 910 save percentage, 4 shutouts, and 31 victories. A very solid season by him. Sidney Crosby at 37 years of age will tie for the most goals with Zach Hyman at 53, but have the most points at 111, followed by Bedard, who had 110, Hyman 108, Clayton Keller was up there at 99, Ranton at 99. Holy hell, Crosby. Did you ever have yourself a season? Brady Tkachuk scored 53 goals. Bedard had 51. Clayton Keller had 50. What is going on in the simulation right now? Brady Tkachuk scored more goals than Austin Matthews. What? And here we go. The Ducks are back in the postseason up against the Winnipeg Jets in round number 1. Unfortunately, we did get swept in the first round by the Winnipeg Jets, but we did gain some playoff experience. So we should be able to head into year number 3, make the postseason, and then hopefully go on a deep playoff run. Edmonton would make the finals yet again, but lose to the Carolina Hurricanes in 6 games in the Stanley Cup final. So Edmonton, man, do they ever simulate well in this game. Cutter Gauthier was the only point per game player on our team in the postseason. He did have 3 goals, but in the season, he didn't really simulate that well. So maybe we do have to move off of him. Zegras had 3 points, McTavish 3, Mintyukov 2. So we were just not that good in the playoffs. First playoff run ever. I expected us to have some struggles. Zach Hyman will take on the Ted Lindsay, Maurice Richard, and the Hart Trophy, while Crosby will win the Art Ross. I don't know how Crosby did not win the other awards. Quinn Hughes, the Norris, the Conn Smythe will go to Marty Natchez, Connor Hellebuyck, the Vezina, and Crosby will take home the Selke Trophy. I think I might have found a gem here in the draft. Jakub Kubina from, I have no idea, maybe the Czech Republic. We scouted him. He's got A pluses or A's across the board, NHL ready, and his similar style is Vladimir Tarasenko. He's medium elite potential, and there we go, 79 overall. What an absolute steal of a pick for Anaheim here at 22. So we got Robbie Fabry back for one more season. We signed our young guys, all of our prospects now. Some of them might start, some of them might not, but we did need to sign them regardless. So I saw in free agency that Mikko Rantanen is available. I'm going after him. Fowler and Killorn both are leaving our team to go to Chicago for Lucas Reichel and a second-round pick. We did it. We went out in free agency, signed Rantanen to a 16.8 one-year deal. So then in the re-sign phase, we can lowball offer him. He accepted. So welcome a 95 overall to the Anaheim Ducks. We also went out and got a depth forward in Yanni Gourde, who only wanted $3.5 million for 3 years. So that is a steal of a deal for an 85 overall third line forward that we just grabbed up out of nowhere. Now, as we go into year number 3, I mean, I think our rebuild is going to be sped up with picking up Mikko Rantanen, 95 overall alongside McTavish and Caulfield. And then we have Zegras, Karlsson, and Gauthier. Robbie Fabry alongside Yanni Gourde and Daniel Sprong. Defensively, Vlasic and Zellweger on that first line deep here, an offensive defenseman with a defensive defenseman. And then we have Leno, Mintikov, Byram, and Lacombe. And then finally, an 88 overall Dustin Wolf with an 85 backup in Lucas Dostel. We locked up Leno on a long contract extension. We also got back Olin Zellweger, Pavel Mintikov renewed, Leo Carlsson renewed. We literally got everybody back that I offered. Trevor Zegras is the only guy I didn't offer, because honestly, I might end up trading him. Finally, the Anaheim Ducks are improving at the top of the Pacific. 45, 26, and 11, 101 points, the best team in our division. And we were a top 6 team in the entire league behind Florida, Chicago, Winnipeg, New Jersey, and Pittsburgh. How are the Penguins this good like 3 years in? They should be all old and retired by now. Cole Caulfield yet again will lead our team. 45 goals, 94 points. Rantanen had 43 and 84 points, so a solid season. I expected a little more, honestly, out of a 95 overall franchise player, but I guess it is what it is. McTavish, he had 78. Zegras, 63. Zellweger had a good season. Sprong was very good, 27 goals. Kurt Gauthier might be the guy to go, and Leo Carlsson had a massive regress now that he's on the second line. And for Dustin Wolf, only a 908, did have 3 shutouts and 35 victories. Somehow, some way, Josh Morrissey will have the most points out of any player. 110 on the season at a 95 overall. Hyman had 106, McDavid 106, Matthews was up there. The Winnipeg Jets must have been very good. And if we take a look at the goal side, we got Ovi, who had 56 on the year. Hyman had 51 goals, McKinnon 46, and Forsberg had 46 himself at a 94 overall. And now in the first round of the postseason, we do have to go up against the Colorado Avalanche, who are a very good team in this game and do sim very well. Somehow, some way, we literally dominated Colorado, sweeping them in the process, and now we face the Vancouver Poverty Canucks in round number 2. We got rid of Vancouver in 5 games, and now we have reached the conference finals, playing the Chicago Blackhawks, who by this time are a very good team with Connor Bedard, who's almost at his prime. Not almost at his prime, but he's probably like a 90 plus overall at this point. All right, so here we are, game 7 of the conference finals. In overtime, we were leading 2-1 in the third period, but we cannot hold on to the lead. Mikko Rantanen waiting in middle. Somebody, please. I wanted somebody to shoot that puck. We are trying to go to the Stanley Cup Finals for the first time since when? 2007 was the last time Anaheim was here. What a save by Dustin Wolf. Vlasic up to Zellweger, up to Lacombe. Is that Lacombe? No, this is Cole Caulfield. In the middle, Rantanen, what a save by the Blackhawks netminder. Back to Rantanen, another, it's Igor Shesterkin. No way the Blackhawks have Igor. I mean, no wonder the Blackhawks are so good. They have Igor Shesterkin, who's probably like a 95 overall in this game. Win that drop. Bedard wins it clean. Absolutely clean by Bedsy. Oh no, Kurashev coming in. Kurashev over. There we go. We're headed to the power play. Go to the net. Go to the net. Dustin Wolf wide. There we go. Skate. You were almost as slow as Pekka Pasta. Cole Caulfield coming in. The cock. Looking. Caulfield. Why? This is a massive power play. Is that Leo Carlsson? It is. Zegras, Carlsson, and I don't even know who the other guy is. There it is. Fabry. Why? Why Robbie Fabry, a floaty backhander? Come on, Carlson. Oh, no. I should have thrown PP1 out there. I don't know what I'm doing, to be honest. I think I'm going to do that. PP1, get out there. How did that puck go the entire length of the ice? Oh, my God. Cutter Gauthier. Here we go. Gauthier. Over to McTavish. Mason. Body of Mason. Come on, McTavish. What are you doing? Dickinson. Nice. Gauthier. Rantanen. There it is! Mason McTavish will score in overtime to send the Anaheim Ducks back to the Stanley Cup Finals for the first time in the GM Pasta era, as in year number 3, the Ducks will play for Lord Stanley. Captain Mason McTavish. I didn't even name him the captain, but honestly, I'm keeping with it after what he's just done. He punched our ticket to the Stanley Cup Finals. And in the Stanley Cup Finals, the Ducks will face an older 40-year-old Sidney Crosby and the Pittsburgh Penguins, trying to win one more with Sid before he retires. Or will the new age Ducks, with all their young talent, take over and get the job done? And here we go, 37 seconds away from winning the Stanley Cup. Our defenseman Vlasic scored to take the lead after losing it. Caulfield coming in. What a save by Blomqvist. After losing the lead multiple times, Alex Vlasic took the lead in the third period. My defenseman that I traded for in year number 1. And there it is, the Stanley Cup, waiting to be presented to the Anaheim Ducks. 22 seconds to go in the third period. A 1-goal lead for the Anaheim Ducks. Oh, no. Come on. Play in their zone, please. Gauthier. Over to McTavish. Back to Rantanen. Shooting. We got full pressure. We are all over the Pens right now. Come on, win the draw. There we go. Mason. Zellweger shooting. Great rebound. Oh, no. One final rush for Pittsburgh. 9 seconds to go. McTavish wins it. Back to Zellweger. Rantanen. We're all over them. And GM Pasta will not need the 5 years, as the Anaheim Ducks in year number 3 will get the job done. It only took GM Pasta 3 seasons to build a Stanley Cup champion here in Anaheim. We did have a lot of young pieces, so I don't want to take too much credit. We still have young guys that I drafted that literally did not even play a lick in the NHL. Defenseman, obviously we drafted a forward as well, but it doesn't matter, as in 4 games, the Anaheim Ducks will sweep the Pittsburgh Penguins as Captain Mason McTavish, 6 goals, 24 points, a Conn Smythe Trophy winner. Definitely well-deserved, as he has been our best player in the playoff run. He sent us to the Stanley Cup Finals in overtime as well. We cannot forget about that, as there it is, the Stanley Cup waiting to be presented to the Ducks here in Anaheim for the first time since, I believe, 2007, as Captain Mason McTavish will come collect the Stanley Cup, as the Anaheim Ducks in year number 3 with GM Pasta in charge have got the job done. For the playoff round, McTavish, we know, had 6 goals, 24 points. Mikko Rantanen, and there it is, a 95 overall pickup, 13 goals and 23 points. Cutter Gauthier stepped up when we needed him the most, as well as Cole Caulfield. Mintyukov was pretty good, and if we take a look at Dustin Wolf, he had a .925 save percentage and a 16-4 record. We were just the best team in the postseason. Absolutely dominated our way through the entire playoffs. Zach Hyman will take home the Ted Lindsay and Hart Trophy. Art Ross to Josh Morrissey, and Ovi the Maurice Richard. That is very weird. Morrissey will also win the Norris Trophy. The Conn Smythe, obviously, to McTavish. Blomqvist will win the Vezina on Pittsburgh. And the Selke will go to Nick Suzuki of the Montreal Canadiens. I went in and made sure that we got the Sergachev trade done, so he is now a member of Utah, up to a 91 overall at 26 years of age. We got rid of Geeky and Moser, also threw in that second-round pick, I believe it was. But, I mean, everybody else pretty much is going to be the same. I went ahead and drafted Tej Aginla in the draft, just to make sure things were more accurate to real life, and now we are in the re-sign phase. We got to get some guys back, re-sign them, and try to actually win a Stanley Cup here in Utah. We did the Utah Icemen, but obviously we only won 1 Stanley Cup in 10 years. A lot of the times making the conference finals, but losing. But I mean, hopefully things can be different here in this video. I made sure to qualify all my RFAs to get that done. There are some UFAs like Boyd and Dermott, but I don't think I'm going to bring them back. Instead, I'll look for an upgrade in free agency. We do have Harabel, who we know gets up to a 90 overall. but for some reason has like 0 trade value. So he's a 73 at 19 years of age. Now in free agency, I went out and got Brady Shea on a 4-year deal, and also Vladimir Tarasenko for $10 million. Yes, the cap is steep, but it's only 2 seasons. So after 2 years, he'll be gone and we don't have to pay him any longer. But just so that we can compete right out of the bat here in year number 1, I picked up a defenseman and a forward that I think we do desperately need. And here is the first blockbuster trade I want to make. I want to go after Askarov. He can get up to like a 92 overall in this game. For Harabel, a first 2 second-round picks. And the Nashville Predators have totally rejected it, so we're probably going to have to sweeten the deal a little bit. Maybe I throw in another first-round pick. They will accept the offer, and they have. It is a no-brainer for them to say yes, as we have our starting goaltender of the future, who grows pretty quickly in this game. And I decided on giving Barrett Hayton the $11 million 3-year contract, because honestly, I want to have him back. I want to have him locked up. We had the cap space to do it, so if I don't think he's performing well, I'll honestly just trade him and get rid of that $11 million. He usually does not simulate that well in this game anyways, so, and I mean, for an 86 overall to ask $11 million is kind of wild. I definitely did not expect that right out of the gate. Now, heading in the inaugural season of the Utah Hockey Club, this is what our roster currently looks like. We got Keller, Cooley, Tarasenko on that first line, Gunther, Hayton, Maselli, who is an 85 at 23 years old. Our third line's also pretty decent. We got the son of Shane Doan there centering the third line defensively. Sergachev, no doubt, is our best defender, 91 overall. Brady Shea, I could throw him up on that first line. And then we have a +5 there. The rest of our D-core isn't great, but Dmitry Simashev will grow high to like an 87, 90. I've seen that happen before. And in the goal, we have an 85 overall Yaroslav Askarov, already at 22 years old. This dude is a medium elite, or actually high elite potential, 85 overall goaltender. Also, we will not be naming a captain in Utah yet. We gotta wait for a guy who is worthy enough of that honor. And also, TJ Ginla, he will be playing in the WHL or the CHL, wherever the hell he played, as he is not ready. He's only like a 75 overall, so I elected not to start him on the team this season. If you guys do enjoy videos like this, make sure you leave a like, subscribe to the channel, all that good jazz. Turn on notifications so you get notified when I go live or post a video. And now it is time to go ahead, simulate, and try to win the Utah Hockey Club a Stanley Cup here in NHL 24. Now, overall, my plan is to get a bunch of young players, sign them long-term on cheap-ass contracts, draft very well, and build a juggernaut of a team here in Utah. I know now that I got to start lowballing young guys and signing them very long-term so they are locked up and I do not have to worry about them. And in year number 1, it looks like the Utah Hockey Club have actually made the postseason. 44 wins, 34 losses, 4 in overtime, 92 points, 3rd in our division behind Dallas and Colorado. Honestly, was not expecting a 44-win season, but my God, will I ever take it. Colorado was the best team in the league, winning 52 games. Boston was up there, Calgary, New York, Edmonton, Florida. How far down were we? We were 13th in the entire league, so it wasn't like we were one of the best teams in the NHL. But at the end of the day, a 44-win season is pretty damn impressive for the first season in our franchise's history. Clayton Keller is going to lead our team with 32 goals and 84 points. Maselli had 59. Tarasenko had 58 and 28 goals, so that was a pretty goddamn good pickup. Sergachev had a big season, 56 points. Barrett Hayton was up there, as well as Logan Cooley and Dylan Gunther. And if we take a look at Askarov, 1 shutout, 35 wins, and a .911 save percentage at 22 years of age. This dude is going to be a monster in his prime. Now for the entire league, Austin Matthews will lead in goals with 75 and points with 118, followed by Cale Makar, who had 108. Kucherov was up there. Nylander had a good season. McDavid, only 40 goals and 103 points. Draisaitl also didn't have a great season. I mean, scoring-wise, he did with 56. Brayden Point was up there. Stammer had 99, and shout out Ovi. Our first ever playoff series will consist up against the Dallas Stars, who we know have a very good team, a very experienced team, so I'm not really expecting to win here, just to gain some experience and hopefully be better for next season. Somehow this Utah team just swept the Dallas Stars in round number 1. I mean, we pretty much dominated them as well. 5-1 wins, 6-4 victory, 3-2, and 2-1. As now we face the Colorado Avalanche, who are another great team, the President's Trophy winners in the sim. Absolutely destroy the Colorado Avalanche in 6 games. And now in the conference finals, we have the Calgary Flames. Can we actually go on in year number 1 and take home the Stanley Cup. Are you serious? Somehow, some way, the Utah Hockey Club are going to play in the Stanley Cup Finals up against the Rangers. Honest to God, I have no idea how we got here. I mean, our D-core honestly is pretty rough, but somehow we dominated Dallas, dominated Colorado, had our toughest series against the Calgary Flames, and now we face the New York Rangers, who we know simulate very well. Can Utah go on in their very first season in the NHL and take home the Stanley Cup? And in season number 1, somehow the Utah Hockey Club will go all the way, beating the Rangers in Game 7 in Madison Square Garden. Somehow we got the job done. I honestly have no idea how. I mean, our goalie is decent with an 85 overall. Our offense is pretty good, but our defense is surely lacking. But I guess it did not matter. GM passed it in his very first season as a general manager in Utah. And their very first season as a team, as a franchise, will get the job done as Mikhail Sergachev will win the Conn Smythe. 4 goals, 24 points. He's our captain as well. Okay, I did not name him the captain, but you know what? I'll run with it. Conn Smythe winner. You can be the first ever captain to raise the Stanley Cup here in Utah. As we got the job done, doing what the Vegas Golden Knights could not do in real life, as they did get dominated by Washington back in 2018. But there it is, the Stanley Cup awaiting Mikhail Sergachev, who got traded from Tampa Bay, thought it was going to be a bad season he'd have here in Utah. Instead, he's going home with the 3rd Stanley Cup in his career, as the Utah Hockey Club have gone all the way in their inaugural season. Now, taking a look at the playoff points, we got Clayton Keller, who scored 11 goals and 29 points. How did he not win the Conn Smythe? Logan Cooley at 28. Sergachev was up there. Obviously, his defense definitely helped us out. Barrett Hayton at $11 million. He should be producing. I mean, that's a big-ass contract. Nick Schmaltz at 21. Tarasenko, 19. Our offense was just out of this world, dude. And Yaroslav Askarov, look at that. Allowed 3.2 goals a game, but he did have a .911 save percentage, 1 shutout. And of course, the most important stat of all, 16 wins. Austin Matthews is going to take home all the awards. The Norris will go to Cale Makar. Obviously, Sergachev, the Conn Smythe. Linus Ullmark, the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Sasha Barkov. Shout out to the Anaheim Ducks getting the 1st overall pick, moving up from 2nd to 1st place, while San Jose moved down and St. Louis moved down to 3rd. Yeah, with the 32nd pick, I want to lock up Gabriel Diego. I know I just had him in one of my videos, but at the end of the day, I mean, the dude is an elite medium overall goaltender. Pretty high trade value, can get up to like an 87, 88 overall. We know he grows. We know he can be a solid backup goalie, or maybe trade bait if we want to upgrade our team in some way or fashion. All right, now this move could be honestly very risky, but Leon Draisaitl is in free agency as an unrestricted free agent, a 97 overall, and I want to go for him. So I'm moving Barrett Hayton for a 1st round pick, $11 million off the book that we can clear here. And I mean, Seattle, I probably could have got another 1st round pick from them, but I don't even care right now. I'm just locked in on getting Leon. Now, if this trade doesn't go through, I have no idea how I'm going to get rid of... Oh my God, there's no possible way I'm going to be able to get a 1st round pick for Nick Schmaltz. A 2027 from Montreal, and the trade has been accepted. Thank the good Lord. Now, we should have up to $18 million in cap space to spend. I might offload one more contract because I'm going to be signing Leon to a very massive deal. Now, the last contract I'm offloading is Loston Krause, who makes $4.8 million for Smith, who is a depth forward and a 2nd round pick from Nashville, and they are totally rejecting my offer. I might have to throw in a 5th, a 6th, and a 7th to sweeten the deal just a tad. And there we go. Nashville considers it a done deal. So I would like to point out that Evan Bouchard is an unrestricted free agent with franchise medium potential at a 91 overall, 25 years of age. Instead, we're going after Draisaitl, who is an unrestricted free agent. Now, a lot of you guys are going to say overpay, but I mean, we're not going to go 7 years with this sim. $17 million, 17 and a half for a 97 overall Leon Draisaitl. Book it in. Hopefully he does end up accepting our offer. I mean, we literally just won the Stanley Cup. I'm giving him way more money than he probably will get offered. And Leon was extremely happy to accept my offer. We just got a bona fide superstar for the rest of this simulation. One of the best players in the world at a 97 also. So the back-to-back is not out of the question just yet. With the remaining money, I went out and got Jamie Benn and Pius Suter, 2 depth forwards that will definitely help us out because we did trade a lot of forwards, a lot of value from our forward core for Leon Draisaitl. So hopefully, oh my God, Dylan Guenther's been tendered an $8 million deal. We don't have the necessary cap. Oh my God. Minnesota is actually screwing us right now. Either we can free up the cap space, which I mean, that's a lot of cap space, or we can take the first, second, and a third round pick. I think I'll take the compensation. As I mean, we are going to lose Dylan Guenther, who can grow to like an 87, but we do have TJ Ginla, who gets up to a pretty high overall. Should be ready by either this season or next season to start in the league. What a crazy-ass offseason for the Utah Hockey Club, man. From Stanley Cup champions to signing one of the best players in the world to losing a lot of their forward core. Now heading into our second season as a franchise, honestly, our offensive core has taken a slight step back, but we'll recover at the end of this season, and we'll have a ton of cap space considering Tarasenko's deal is up. But we do have Keller, Cooley, and Draisaitl on the first line. Jamie Benn with Pius Suter and Vladimir Tarasenko. And then our bottom six, we don't really have the greatest depth. I will put Maselli on the second line. Defensively, though, we are pretty good. Sergachev and Shea, Soderstrom, Simashev, Valimaki, and Dursey, all above an 83 overall and above. And then we got Yaroslav Askarov, a 90 overall goaltender, with Connor Ingram as our backup. So defensively and goalies, we are very strong. Offensively, we might struggle to put the puck in the back of the net a little bit this year. And luckily, we did lock up Logan Cooley long-term. I sent him a contract extension of $8 million for 5 seasons, and he was happily able to accept that deal. So he's locked up long-term. We got to start drafting well with the draft picks that we did pick up from the other teams. Make sure that we have a competitive season and just, regroup in the offseason. Get rid of Tarasenko, sign some better forwards to make our forward core deeper. Now, despite all the moves in the offseason, we really did not miss a beat. 47 wins, 23 losses, 12 in overtime, 106 points at the top of our division, and we were 4th in the entire NHL behind Montreal, Vancouver, and Edmonton, who did lose Draisaitl. I guess they had the money to re-sign Bouchard after losing Dry. 54 wins on the season, so a very good year by Utah yet again. There it is. There is exactly what I was looking for. Draisaitl had 49 goals and 125 points. Clayton Keller had 30 goals and 107 points himself. Tarasenko had a good season. Logan Cooley has been growing very nicely. Sergachev's going to be good. Maselli, Ben, all those good players. And then Yaroslav Askarov, dude, a .921 save percentage, 6 shutouts and 42 wins. Yeah, we can definitely create a dynasty here in Utah, no doubt about it. Now, for the entire NHL, Draisaitl will lead in scoring with 125, followed by Keller's 107. Braden Point, nobody else even scored 100 points. That's kind of wild. Bedard was up there, though, 43 goals and 93 points as a 20-year-old. On the goal side, though, Matthews will lead with 55 on the season, followed by Matthew Tkachuk, who had 52. Draisaitl was up there at 49. Kaprizov had a good year. Tage Thompson is back. And David Pasternak. Now for goalies, Yaroslav Askarov would have 1 win less than Thatcher Demko, who led all goaltenders. But for shutouts, it will go to Igor Shesterkin, who did have 8. Askarov again was up there with 6 and a .921 save percentage. So I will never, I mean never complain about that. That is awesome goaltending from my 90 overall 23-year-old. As now in the first round of the playoffs, we are going to be playing the Winnipeg Jets, the whiteout in Winnipeg. Obviously, last season going all the way, winning the Cup. I'm hoping to go back-to-back here and honestly create a dynasty in Utah right off the bat. And there it is, EA Sports balancing it all out. I mean, we had a way better team this season, and somehow we lost 9-2 in a playoff game to the Winnipeg Jets. 3-0 in the elimination game. I mean, there's not really much I can do. EA decided that they don't want to allow me just to win every single season, so that is why we lost in 5 games in the first round to the Jets. And shout out to the Vancouver Canucks for getting it done for the first time in their franchise's history, beating Toronto in 6 games. You mean to tell me Toronto made it all the way there just to lose? Yeah, the streets in Toronto are definitely not safe after that loss. Draisaitl will take home the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross, and Hart Trophy. The Maurice Richard will go to Matthews, the Norris to Evan Bouchard, Pedersen, the Conn Smythe, Askarov will take home the Vezina, and the Selke will go to your mom's a hoe, Sebastian Aho. And there it is, the Utah Hockey Club get the first overall pick from the trade that we gave to Minnesota. Who do we send to Minnesota? I can't even remember if it was Barrett Hayton, if it was maybe Nick Schmaltz. but it does not matter. Not only do we got the first pick, but we also have the 10th pick in the draft. Oh my God, I am cooking. And I mean, taking a look at the players available, Joe Iginla is there, so we could team up Tej and Joe, but I think I have to go with Gavin McKenna. Franchise high potential, playmaker, centerman. I mean, literally the future of our franchise. Similar style as Nathan McKinnon, and he's NHL ready. Welcome, Gavin McKenna, to Utah. An 84 overall right off the jump. Unfortunately, Joe Iginla went 5th overall to the Vegas Golden Knights, so with the 10th pick, we're not going to be able to select him. But who is available here? Honestly, I think we go with Ivar Stenberg. He's a medium elite potential, NHL ready in 1 season, and he's got a similar style of Joe Thornton, a two-way forward who has great playmaking abilities. Only had oh my God, 5 goals and 6 assists in 48 games played. That's not great, but we're going to select him 10th overall. And there it is, top 6 medium potential. I'll take that as a centerman, also a playmaker. Now, I think we go with a defenseman here. We could go with Baldwin, McConan, or even Benson, but I want to go with Lombardi, Tim Lombardi, defensive defenseman. I don't know what his potential is, but he's NHL ready in 3 seasons. So he's a bit of a work in progress. Welcome to the Utah Hockey Club, brother. And you are a top 6 medium potential. So that is not great at a 61 overall. Now, the only free agent acquisition that we got was Mason Marchment for a depth forward. He was an 84 overall, only asking for 3.5 mil on a 2-year deal. So it was pretty easy to go after him, as we did not have a lot of cap space. We re-signed everybody in the free agency, or not free agency, the re-sign phase. And now we head into year number 3, hopefully having more success in the playoffs. We do got to get Soderstrom back. He's an RFA. I qualified him. Hopefully he will return to the team. There we go. We got Soderstrom back for 1 more season. And Josh Doan is back, as I qualified him. We also lost Vladimir Tarasenko. I let him walk in free agency because he was a 34-year-old at 87, going to be asking for way too much money. Now, as we head into season number 3, we got a very loaded and very young forward core. Gavin McKenna beyond that first line, 84 overall, alongside a 97 Draisaitl and 92 Clayton Keller. We also got Butt alongside Cooley and Maselli, and then Marchment, Doan, Fetnoff. Defensively, I mean, Sergachev and Shea, maybe the best D pair in the entire league. We also have Simashev, who now is up to an 86 with Soderstrom, Dursey, and Valimaki, and in goal, a 90 overall. I can't believe he hasn't grown higher than a 90. He should be honestly up to like a 92 at this point. Fresh off of his first ever Vezina. 24 years old, Yaroslav Askarov. And for anyone wondering on Tej Iginla, he will probably be ready next season. He's a 78 overall. I'll leave him in the minors for 1 more season and then maybe bring him up at the end of the year. Maybe he could be on the 4th line right now, but I do not want to stunt his development. Yet again, Utah will go ahead and have a great season. 46 wins, 29 losses, 7 in overtime, 99 points. 3rd in our division, as the Boston Bruins won 55 games on the season. Followed by the New York Rangers, who also won 55, 1 less point than them. Vancouver was up there, Winnipeg, Colorado. Utah was top 8, so that's a plus. I mean, for 3 goals a game we were scoring. Offensively, we're good. Defensively also. Wow, offensively, we definitely took a step back. Clayton Keller, 30 goals, 94 points. Draisaitl still had 42 goals, but only 89 points, so not the same season he had last year. Logan Cooley had a good year. Gavin McKenna as a rookie was, I cannot ask for anything better. 22 goals and 64 points. Sergachev was good. Maselli. And if we take a look at Askarov, 29, 23, and 6, and honestly, his worst stats of his career. So maybe that was the reason why we did not have a 50-plus win year. Jack Hughes is going to end up leading everybody in scoring with only 99 points. So as a whole in the NHL, scoring was down. For the goal side, the leader will be with McDavid with 51. So yeah, the NHL was much more defensive this season than the prior years of the simulation, as we are going to have to play the Colorado Avalanche in round number 1, who are an offensive juggernaut. Luckily, we did sweep Colorado in the first round, as we now face the Winnipeg Jets in round number 2. Got rid of the Jets in 6 games, and now in the conference finals, we face the LA Kings. And yet again, for the 2nd time in 3 seasons, Utah has made the Stanley Cup Finals. This time up against the New Jersey Devils. We faced the Rangers the first time around, and now New Jersey, as we did defeat LA in Game 7. So can we go on and create a mini dynasty, winning our 2nd Stanley Cup in 3 seasons? The Utah Hockey Club have done it. 2 Stanley Cups in 3 seasons here in Utah. This is only our 3rd season in the state of Utah, and we already are multiple time Stanley Cup champions, as we are going to go down as a mini dynasty. Not done yet. Obviously, if we win another one, we definitely are a dynasty, but I mean, come on, Utah. How on earth are we pulling this off year after year as our free agent acquisition? Draisaitl, 12 goals, 39 points, led our team. Yes, he's also the captain. Sorry, Sergachev, you were never meant to be the captain. As soon as I signed Leon here, I knew I was going to put the C on his sweater. And there it is, the Stanley Cup yet again for the second time in 3 years, coming back to Utah, finally winning it in Utah as well, which honestly makes this way more sweeter, as here comes Leon Draisaitl coming to collect the Stanley Cup for the first time in his career, as the Utah Hockey Club are at the top of the hockey world. That was honestly a little bit of a tongue twister, but it's all right. We're at the top of the hockey world. We're dominating, and let's keep this mojo going. Now, obviously, in the playoffs, Draisaitl was our best player, 12 goals, 39 points. Clayton Keller was good. Gavin McKenna, as a rookie, was almost point per game, 6 goals, 21 points. Sergachev had 14, and for Askarov, oh my god, a .939 save percentage, 3 shutouts and 16 victories. Maybe the Conn Smythe honestly could have gone to him. He was probably the second or first best, you could argue, on our roster. But at the end of the day, we honestly are probably just beginning. We could create a dynasty here in Utah. Jack Hughes is going to take home the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross, and Hart Trophy. The Maurice Richard will go to McDavid. Evan Bouchard, back-to-back Norrises. Obviously, the Conn Smythe to Leon. The Vezina to Ullmark, and the Selke will go to Matty Beniers. So here we are in the offseason trying to clear up some cap space, giving away Brady Shea, who makes $6.5 million for Lacombe. Also threw in some draft picks to make this trade work, and luckily it was accepted by Anaheim. And luckily we got Dmitry Simashev locked up long-term for 5 seasons at only $6.2 million. Now moving along, we do have a very good roster. Gavin McKenna, 87 overall. I thought he would grow a little bit better, but I mean, he only had 60 points on the season. Logan Cooley up to an 88 as our second-line center. We also have Maselli with Fedotov. Our third line is very lethal. TJ Ginla making his NHL debut at 21 years old. Defensively, still very good. I would put Simashev on the first D pair, but then we get a -2 on our top 6. So I'm just going to leave Simashev and Sergachev on different pairings. And in goal, an 89 overall Yaroslav Askarov. So he actually fell down 1 more overall after a pretty rough season. Hopefully he can bounce back. Only 25 years old, so he's still pretty young. He is not old by any means. He can still grow up to like a 91, 92, and this roster can still compete for Stanley Cups. What a very weird record to start off the season. We are 18-5-8, or actually 18-5-9 now, so 9 overtime losses in the month of December. We still got like half the season to go here. So moving along, Utah is going to have another great season. 46 wins, 24 losses, 12 in overtime, 104 points, first in the Central Division. And if we take a look at the entire NHL, we would end up being the 5th best team behind Edmonton, Florida, New Jersey, and Toronto, winning 57 games on the season. New Jersey obviously had a good team, as well as Florida and Edmonton. Leon Draisaitl is going to be the leader of this team. 53 goals, 126 points, followed by Keller, who had a great season himself. 37 goals, 104 points. Gavin McKenna, 43 goals, 98 points. Only 20 years old, so he's still very young in his career. Logan Cooley at 75. Sergachev, 52. Fedotov had 51. I mean, overall, we just have a very, very good team. Askarov, 40, 18, 11. 1 shutout and a 9-12 save percentage. Austin Matthews will go ahead and lead the entire NHL in goals with 88 and points with 132, followed by Draisaitl. He was up there. Nylander had a good season, as well as Clayton Keller. And Cole Perfetti, 25 goals, 104 points. Definitely did not expect that. Also, our young gun in Gavin McKenna was up there for points with 98. And for goals, I mean, Matthews had 88, over a goal per game. Draisaitl, 53. Thompson, 52. This Calcio guy had 58. Very young, 21 years old. Sam Reinhart was up there. Braun, who's a young guy himself. And now in the first round of the playoffs, we are going to be playing the San Jose Sharks. We would end up sweeping San Jose in the first round, and then we move on to face the Winnipeg Jets in round number 2. Somehow we did sneak by a Game 7 overtime victory against the Jets, and then we face the LA Kings in the conference finals. So 4 more wins, and then we get back to the Stanley Cup finals for back-to-back seasons. And unfortunately, it looks like our playoff run will end to the LA Kings in 6 games in the conference finals. As we were down 0-3, we tried to claw our way back, but it was just unsuccessful. I mean, you fall down 0-3 in a series, you're almost guaranteed to lose, as the LA Kings would eventually go on and win the Stanley Cup, dominating Tampa Bay in 5 games in the finals. If we take a look at the postseason, Draisaitl was our best player, only had 20 points in 17 games, 9 goals. I mean, point per game, but I expected a little more out of a 97 overall. Logan Cooley was okay. I mean, Gavin McKenna was all right. Clayton Keller okay. And what about Askarov? He had a 915, so he did his job. Austin Matthews is going to dominate all the awards. Quinn Hughes is going to take home the Norris. Kaliev will win the Conn Smythe. The Vezina to Schmidt, and the Selke will go to Timmy Stützle. All right, so here is our lineup in the 5th and final season of the video. That is right. 1 more year to try to win our 3rd Stanley Cup of the video and cement ourselves as a dynasty in the NHL. We got Draisaitl, McKenna, and Keller on that first line. McKenna is up to a 93 now. We also have Logan Cooley with Fedotov and Tej, Iginla, Maselli, Doan, and Butt. And then our 4th line is pretty decent. Defensively, we're not as good as we used to be. We still got Sergachev and Simashev, but Valimaki with Dursey, our bottom pair isn't great. And in goal, a 91 overall Yaroslav Askarov, which I mean should be good enough to win another Stanley Cup. Hopefully we can get it done and ride off into the sunset with one of, if not the best team in the entire league. Now we are just barely going to sneak into the playoffs in our final season. 41 wins, 33 losses, 8 in overtime, 90 points on the season. 4th in the Central, so we did make it outside of the Blackhawks, who were like 2 points back. Things got a little bit hairy for the entire league. Washington was the best team, winning 56 games. Finally, Gavin McKenna is taking over, leading our team in scoring with 101 points, followed by Leon Draisaitl, who had 52 goals and 100 points. Logan Cooley had 80. Iginla, 75 and 42 goals in what, his 3rd season in the league, I believe? His 2nd season in the NHL already. He's a 40-goal scorer. Absolutely insane. Clayton Keller had a bad year. If I did continue this simulation, I probably would end up trading him. Fedotov was okay. Maselli was all right. And what did Askarov do here? 30 wins, 1 shutout, and not a great season. Elias Pettersson is going to end up leading everybody in scoring with 102 points. And for goals, it will go to Austin Matthews, who put up 65 on the season, as we are going to play the Colorado Avalanche in round number 1 of the playoffs. Well, it seems like our luck has run out here in Utah. Another first round exit in overtime in Game 7 to the Colorado Avalanche. I probably should have hopped in for it, considering it was the ending of this entire video, but I mean, hey, we got 2 Stanley Cups, and the Edmonton Oilers would end up going all the way, beating Philly in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. And for the playoffs, I mean, Draisaitl was our best player, 15 points in 7 games, 4 goals. McKenna had 10, Clayton Keller 8, did have 5 goals, but I mean, offensively, we really were not all there. And in goal, what did Askarov do? He had a 906, which I mean is kind of low for him. Yeah, he allowed 3 goals against per game. We can't do that if we want to expect a Stanley Cup in return. Now, the Boston Bruins roster honestly is pretty good. A 95 overall David Pastrnak on the first line with Pavel Zacha and Brad Marchand. We also have Trent Frederick there with Morgan Geekie and Elias Lindholm. The roster should be updated. Also, Charlie Coyle as our 3rd line center. So our center depth is honestly not bad. We don't have like that next level superstar, but a guy like Matthew Poitras could definitely slot up on that 2nd line, and maybe Lindholm on the 1st line. But we really do got to fill out our forward core defensively. Outside of McAvoy, we do have Lindholm, Zadorov, Brendan Carlo, Andrew Peck or Peaky, and Lorhe as our defensemen. So our decor is not terrible. We did pick up the big Z and Nikita Zadorov in goal. We have an 89 overall Jeremy Swayman with a 79 overall Jonas Korpisalo as our backup. So we got Swayman, who's going to be our starter of the future. We just got to pretty much round out our forward core and maybe help improve the D-core a tad bit. And it also looks like we don't have anybody that we have to sign to a contract extension except this guy right here, Jeremy Swayman. He's an RFA at the end of the year. We do got to re-sign him. Since I do not believe we are a Stanley Cup contender in year number 1, I'm just going to simulate the first season, see how we do. We're 10-6-1 to start off, so we're not bad. I don't think we're going to be tanking, but like I don't think we're going to go on a deep playoff run, and then we can try to make some moves see where we were hurting, see where we need to improve, and that makes my job a lot easier. So at the end of the first season, we actually surprisingly had a very good year, 46, 29, and 7, 99 points, second in the Atlantic, only behind the Florida Panthers. So we're not that far behind, to be honest, from a Stanley Cup. We just need to really improve our forward core, in my opinion. Colorado was the best team. Goddamn, they won 62 games, followed by the Vancouver Canucks. The Islanders were up there. Edmonton is good, as well as the Florida Panthers. Charlie McAvoy will have a career season, only 8 goals, but 97 apples for 105 points, leading our team. Followed by David Pastrnak, who put up another 60-goal season. He also had 99 points. Marchand had 92. So our first line really, they went off this season. Potter had a good rookie year, 62 points. Lindholm had 47 and 23 goals. And if we take a look at Swayman, 915 save percentage, 4 shutouts, and 38 victories. Cale Makar will have probably the best defenseman season in a long time. 40 goals and 111 points. What is going on with the D-man in this sim? Mikko Rantanen had 108. McDavid was up there. Nick Suzuki somehow put up 105 points. Charlie McAvoy was there, obviously. Leon Draisaitl had a good season, as well as Zachary Hyman. Now for the goals, David Pastrnak will lead with 60 tucks on the season. Zach Hyman at 59, Matthews 57, Rantanen, of course, was up there, and Philip Forsberg, 51 goals on the sim. He's 29 years old, a 92 overall, and he has franchise potential. Alexander Georgiev will win 55 games as a goalie, which is the most in NHL history, as Cam Talbot will lead in shutouts with 9 on the season, also rocked a 920 save percentage. Now, in the first round of the playoffs, we are meeting a familiar foe in the Toronto Maple Leafs. That equals a Game 7 victory guaranteed. We really shouldn't have any issue with Toronto. If we do, it is just EA Sports screwing me yet again. I mean, it was destiny. There we go. Charlie Coyle gets us up by 3. Tavares gets them back to within 2, but this is Game 7 of the first round. It was always destined to go this way. A 3-1 lead for the Boston Bruins. Can we hold on and head to the second round of the postseason, yet again beating the Toronto Maple Leafs in Game 7 of round number 1. I told you guys, it was literally destiny. Obviously, we did our thing against the Leafs in Game 7, and now we have to face our bitter foes in the Florida Panthers, who have beaten us 2 straight times in a row in the playoffs. Maybe this time can be different. Who knows? Absolutely destroyed the Panthers in 5 games, getting a revenge, and now we face off against the New York Islanders in the conference finals. Unfortunately, the Islanders would just be the better team, beating us in 6 games in the conference finals. And yet again, Vancouver will lose a Game 7 defeat in the Stanley Cup Finals. You already know that city is on fire right now. They are rioting in the streets of Vancouver. Now for the postseason, Pasta was absolutely electric. 14 goals, 23 points. McAvoy had 19. Marchand produced, as well as Trent Frederick. Matthew Poitras kind of struggled, only 1 goal and 11 points in 18 games. And for Jeremy Swayman, he was good. A 916 save percentage, 10-5-3 record. I can't really complain about that. Charlie McAvoy will take home the Ted Lindsay and the Hart Trophy, as well as a Norris Trophy. Somehow, the Art Ross will go to Cale Makar, the Maurice Richard to David Pastrnak. How did Makar, who had more goals, more assists, and more points than Charlie McAvoy, not win the Norris? What is going on? Matthew Poitras will win the Calder, Brock Nelson the Conn Smythe, Alexander Georgiev the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Sid the Kid Crosby. We got Jeremy Swayman signed for 4 more years, the rest of the video at $7.5 million. He's a 91 overall, so already he's one of the best goaltenders in the entire world, and he's only 25, so he's not even technically in his prime yet. The 2024 free agency UFA list is not that hot. I mean, there's nobody here that I would even consider go after, honestly. I mean, D'Angelo's only an 82 overall. I don't even want him, so I'm just gonna not go after anybody. The goalies, Linus Ullmark, is available, so technically we could go ahead and sign him and bring him back after trading him to the Ottawa Senators. So here we are, trying to make my first trade of the video. Brad Marchand, sorry, but the captain has to go for Matthew Barzal. Signed long-term, makes more than him, but he's also a better player than him at this point, I believe. Also throwing in a first, second, and a third-round pick. And the New York Islanders, it sounded like a sweet proposal on their end, so the trade has gone through. Next up, with the young potential of David Reinbacher, we got 4 more years left. He's already an 80 overall, and Hampus Lindholm, I mean, he's 30. He's probably not going to get any better. We'll give up him a prospect, a third, and a second-round pick. And there we go. Le Montreal considers it a done deal. Esti da Tabernac. Now, I want to round out that first line with Pasta, Barzal, and Tom Wilson, a power forward playmaker sniper. So we're giving up Charlie Coyle, a second, 2/3, and a 4th round pick, and it is a gift horse in the mouth, whatever the hell that means, from the Washington Capitals. But the trade, luckily, did go through. Now, as we head into year number 2, we have a great first line with Wilson, Barzal, and Pasta, and then followed by a great second line with Morgan Geekie, who's an 85 overall, Matthew Patra, and Elias Lindholm. Our third line, not bad either. Defensively, Ryan Backer already is the same overall as Lindholm was, so he's an 86 with McAvoy, who's a 95, and then we have Carlo Witherspoon, Lorhi Zadorov, and then in goal, a 92 overall Jeremy Swayman, who should be able to lead us to a Stanley Cup within the next 4 seasons. So hopefully the moves that I made in the offseason will help us or propel us to make the Stanley Cup Finals and finally go on and win the Bruins a Stanley Cup for the first time since 2011. So we are at the trade deadline, and the St. Louis Blues surprisingly only want a first-round pick for Pavel Buchnevich, who is signed for 7 long seasons. So I'm going to give them a first and a second-round pick, and the trade, okay, they're okay with it. I just need to sweeten the deal just a little bit, adding in more draft picks to make this trade go through. And there we go. They accept my proposal, and we just picked up Pavel Buchnevich for the playoff run, and now we have zero salary cap space available. So it came down to the final game of the season, but luckily the Boston Bruins did defeat the Ottawa Senators and take that final playoff spot. 44 victories, 31 defeats, 7 in overtime, 95 points, just barely making the postseason, as the Colorado Avalanche yet again was the best team, winning 50 games. Tampa Bay also had 50 wins. Montreal was up there. Edmonton and Dallas. Matthew Barzal had a great season, 34 goals, 101 points. Pasta only had 84, but did have a damn near 50-goal season. McAvoy had a massive regress. More goals, but less assists. Buchnevich chipped in very nicely, 23 goals on the season. How many did he have with us? So he only had 11 points in 21 games and was a -3. So he did not play very well. Matthew Patra had 31 goals and 64 points. He was a -24 though. I mean, you got to be some bad defensively. Lindholm was okay. Geekie was all right. And if we take a look at our goalie, Swayman, a .914 save percentage, 4 shutouts, and 35 wins. Connor Bedard, in only his second season in the NHL, will lead in goals with 54 and points with 109, followed by Scheifele, who had 107, Barzal 101, Ovi at 39 years old had 99, Nathan McKinnon was good, Crosby, who's the ageless wonder, was up there, and on the goal side, other than Bedsy, we have Pasta at 49, Crosby at 48, that's wild, Ovi 48, Caulfield at a massive season, and Matthews being overrated yet again, only 47 tucks and 95 points. Absolute bum. Samuel Montembeault and Connor Hellebuck, as well as Vasi and Stuart Skinner, are all going to tie for the most wins at 38, and for the most shutouts, it will go to Montembeault with 7, as the Boston Bruins will face the Tampa Bay Lightning in round number 1 of the playoffs. Unfortunately, we would end up losing in Game 7 in the very first round to the Tampa Bay Lightning, 5-3, and Boston goes out early in the playoffs. Not really what I was expecting after loading up last season, picking up some players through trades. And I mean, we just got to continue to get better. We still have 3 more years to cook with, so we got some time to win this Bruins squad a Stanley Cup here in NHL 24. And the Vancouver Canucks would go on and beat the Florida Panthers in 5 games in the Stanley Cup Finals to get the revenge over that Game 7 defeat last season. Pasternak did his thing. I mean, 6 goals, 8 points in the first round. Barzal was okay. They were both a -6 and -7 though. Patra had 7 points. Buchnevich was all right. And for Jeremy Swayman, he was absolutely horrible. Mark Scheifele will win the Ted Lindsay and the Hart Trophy. The Art Ross and Maurice Richard to Bedsy. The Norris to Rasmus Dahlin. Connor Bedard will win the Calder. JT Miller the Conn Smythe. Georgiev will end up winning the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Sidney Crosby. Luckily, it was an easy decision for Morgan Geekie to re-sign his contract, and Lorhi rejected it because I basically lowball offered him. We don't have any cap space to sign him, but luckily he is an RFA, and I did qualify him. Straight up 1-for-1, Nikita Zadorov for Lacombe, who's younger, signed long-term, and makes less dollars, and the Anaheim Ducks accepted that trade offer. Now, Pavel Buchnevich is a two-way forward, so most likely he's not going to simulate well. We got him a first, fourth, and a third for Shane Pinto and Drake Batherson from the Ottawa Senators. And Ottawa clearly had no problem accepting that offer as we are loading up our forward core. We also cleared up some cap space in the process as well. so we should be able to maybe sign a depth forward here in free agency. Now, heading into the third season, we got Patra, Barzell, and Pasternak on that first line, a +3, and then we're following up with Drake Batherson, Elias Lindholm, and Morgan Geekie. We have the best third line in the league with Tom Wilson, Shane Pinto, Pavel Zacha. So our forward core got a lot deeper. Ryan Backer's up to an 89 overall with McAvoy, and then we got Brendan Carlo and Lacombe, and then finally Andrew Peak with Lorhe and a 93 overall. Franchise medium potential, Jeremy Swayman, 26 years old as well. He has to have a monster season. I'm going to give Matthew Barzell an A, as well as David Pasternak, and name Charlie McAvoy the brand new captain of the Boston Bruins. I thought about giving it to Pasta, but I don't feel like Pasta's really captain material. He locked up Shane Pinto to a nice contract, and what about Matthew Patra? There we go. He renewed as well on very cheap deals for both of those players, which should help out our salary cap situation. So at the end of the year, the Boston Bruins will go 47, 28, and 7, 101 points. Fourth in the Atlantic for the entire NHL. The Florida Panthers were the best team, winning 55 games, followed by the Oilers, who won 53. Montreal was up there. Toronto, 147. The Islanders, 48. And Nashville, 46. Charlie McAvoy was their leading scorer, 86 points in the season. Passed at 47 goals and 83 points. Barzell dropped down to only 81. Pacha was okay. He had a rough season himself. After scoring like 30 goals last season, he only had 17 this year. Lindholm didn't do good. Geekie was okay, I guess. And for Jeremy Swayman, he did his thing, 913 save percentage with 5 shutouts and 36 victories on the season. Austin Matthews will go off in the Sims, 72 goals and 119 points, leading in both categories. Bouchard had 116, McDavid had 109, Bedard 106, Jake Gensel had a hell of a year on Tampa Bay. Barkov was good. If we take a look at the goals, obviously Matthews led, but Cole Caulfield, 53 tucks in the season. Barkov had 50, Bo Horvat had 50, and Connor Bedard, 48. For goalies, Stuart Skinner had the most wins at 41, and for the most shutouts, it will go to Montembeault, having 6. And now in the first round of the postseason, we are up against the New York Islanders, who we did trade. If you guys do remember, we got Matthew Barzell from them, so they're going to want the revenge. They already beat us in the conference finals in year number 1, so let's see what we can do. All right, here we go. Game 7 overtime. I have no idea how we even made it here. We were down twice in the third period with not a lot of time left to go. But somehow, some way, absolutely zero quit in this Boston Bruins squad. Pasternak moving up. Here we go. 2-on-1 with Pasta. Matthew Patra coming in. Doesn't get a shot on net. Patra, steal it. Okay, Horvat up to Anthony Duclair. Let me plug in my headphones. Let me listen to the game. Good save by Swayman. Do we call him Swaygoat? What do we call? Is there a nickname for Jeremy Swayman? I don't think I've heard one yet. Pasternak coming in. Pasta shooting. Rebound is there. But Ilya Sorokin will make the save. Let's see what we can do. Hopefully, I mean, I'm only going to stay for one overtime period. Charlie Coyle, right? We also shipped him out. Oh, no, Duclair. Ooh, if there's no score after one overtime period, I'm hopping the hell out of here. Come on. Pasternak gets bodied. Absolutely bodied. Dump and chase for the New York Islanders, playing that Barry Trotz style of hockey. That Lou Lamoriello, no beard, have an ass. Drake Batherson, what can you do? Oh my God. And the computers just turned the puck over way more than they did in NHL 17. Duclair, a shot on the ice. That's nice. In the middle, Horvat, what a save by Jeremy Swayman. Back to the point. Oh no, Adam Pelech. Nice shot block. No, again, rebound. Swayman is stepping up for the Boston Bruins. All right, 11:23 to go. What can we do? Oh no, back to the point. Full pressure for the Islanders. This has a recipe for disaster. Engvall shooting. Swayman is up to the challenge yet again. Nielsen. They are just blasting everything on net. They're finishing off. No edging at all for the New York Islanders. Dear God. Jeremy Swayman is the best goalie of all time. Back to the point. Tip in front. Swayman. Holy hell. We take a penalty after all of that. Drake Batherson. 2 minutes for slashing. I wouldn't claim to be the tallest person. Shoot that out, Lorhe. What are you doing? All right, moves it up to Tom Wilson, the goon. Tom Wilson coming in. Wilson shooting. Great save by Ilya Sorokin, and he'll play that puck. All right, 8:45 remaining for the... Oh, my God. Oh, no. Over. Engvall. Great save by Swayman again. The Sway Stoppa has really pulled out all the stops here. Shane Pinto finding the middle. There it is. Wilson. Backhander couldn't really go. Oh, no. This is real time. Oh, go. Tom Wilson. No, it could have been a breakaway for Mr. Wilson. He's in the forecheck, though. Oh, Tom Wilson out in front. Oh, my God. Brendan Carlo. How did you not bury that back to the point? Lorhe blasting it. And Ilya Sorokin will make the save. Kyle Palmieri is going to move it out. Who's the best NHL YouTuber? I have no idea. Oh no, Duclair coming in. I don't really watch a lot of... Oh my God. Nelson. What a save by Swayman. All right, Lorhe, move that puck up to Peak. Is it Adam Peak, I believe? Pasternak. Spinning, wristing it. Oh my God, what a play by Pasternak. Barzal doesn't get a shot off. Matthew Barzal's a bum. Literally a bum, Lorhe. Take it back, brother. There we go. Regroup, Pasternak. Move. Okay, Pasta, what are you doing? What are you doing? 3:35 to go. Come on, Lorhe. Skating over. Pasta, why? Why? Why on earth would he do that? All right, here we go. Duclair. No. Anthony Duclair coming in. Peak moves it up. We got to do something here, man. I don't want to just leave it to chance and hop out of the game. Pasternak, good steal. Here it is. David. Pasternak shooting. Oh my God, we couldn't get a shot on net. The computers are literally allergic to shooting the puck on net. I swear to God. Lindholm, one final rush. There we go. We're headed to the power play. Dear God. All right, 25 seconds to go. We got to kill this out. Or no, we're on the power play. What are we doing? We lose the draw. We have no offensive pressure whatsoever. We just let the Islanders skate out and just wind the clock down. Oh my God. We're going to get scored on the PK, aren't we? Man advantage, and we're getting ripped in our own zone. What is going on with the Boston Bruins in the playoffs? They're not a playoff team any longer. Reinbacker to Matthew Poch. Matthew Potcher's a bum, and that's going to do it. And there we go. We win in overtime, a 6-5 victory, and now we face the Carolina Hurricanes in round number 2. And unfortunately, Carolina was the better team in round number 2, beating us in 6 games. As our playoff run yet again falls short of even making it back to the conference finals. And the Colorado Avalanche would go on and defeat Carolina in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals, as Charlie McAvoy was their leading scorer. Only 2 goals, but 15 points. Wilson actually had 9 in 13 games played. Morgan Geekie was bad, as well as Pacha. Where is David Pasternak? David Pasternak, oh my God. Pasta had 5 points in 13 games in the postseason as a 96 overall. Jeremy Swayman did his thing, a .929 save percentage. I literally cannot get mad at that. He was great. He was absolutely great. Matthews will take home all of the major individual awards. Evan Bouchard will win the Norris, the Conn Smythe, the Cale Makar, Spencer Knight, the Vezina, and the Selke to Sidney Crosby, who now is on the Carolina Hurricanes. So you're telling me Crosby picked up another cup, his 4th of his career? Andrew Peak will re-sign with their team. We got Lorhe back. Oh, we do not have the cap space to afford him. Fabian Lysell is back. Logan Stewart, we signed him. He was a rookie that we drafted. And everybody else is qualified as an RFA, so we should be able to get them back on our team for at least one more season. Now, we went out in the offseason after trading Tom Wilson away to Anaheim for a 7th rounder. We got Patrick Fortnite Laine to a massive $6.6 million extension. Luckily, he was very happy to accept my offer, so he picked up a second-line winger who is a sniper, who can put the puck in the back of the net. Now, as we head into year number 4, we got Laine, Barzal, and Pasta on that first line. Also, Drake Batherson alongside Matthew Pacha and Elias Lindholm. And then our 3rd and 4th lines are not bad either. Defensively, Reinbacker's a 90, McAvoy 96. The rest of our D-core, honestly, it's decent. It's not terrible, but it's not great either. But we do have a 93 overall. Absolute stud of a goaltender in goal, saving our bacon pretty much every game. We locked up Drake Batherson for the rest of the video. We also got back David Reinbacker, re-signed him, so we all should be good. We got 2 more years to go. This honestly might be our best and last shot at winning a Stanley Cup. A lot of players need to be re-signed in the offseason, so let's see if the Boston Bruins under GM Pasta can finally get the job done. For the first time in the video, the Boston Bruins will miss the playoffs. 42, 35, and 5, 89 points. Toronto made it in with 91, so we were 2 points back of making it. Tampa Bay was the best team in our division, and for the entire NHL, it was the Edmonton Oilers, winning 54 games. David Pasternak was really our only good player, 40 goals, 76 points. Barzal only had 70. He's kind of fallen off. McAvoy has been terrible. Matthew Pacha has really never recovered since scoring 31 goals a few seasons ago. He's gone down to 17 and 16. Why was he so good that year? I literally have no idea why he was that goddamn good. Elias Lindholm at 53, Geekie 50, Laine, oh my God. Patrick Laine, 16 goals, 48 points. Absolutely horrible. And Swayman, despite having 6 shutouts, probably had his worst season of the Sim so far. Braden Point will lead the entire league in scoring with 114 points, and Connor Bedard in goals with 64 on the season. And the Colorado Avalanche will go back-to-back, winning another Stanley Cup, beating the Panthers in Game Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. McDavid will take home the Ted Lindsay and the Hart Trophy. Art Ross to Braden Point, and Connor Bedard the Maurice Richard. Quinn Hughes and Norris. The Conn Smythe will go to Valerie Nichushkin and his nose beers. Rodrigue will win the Vezina on the Edmonton Oilers, and the Selke will go to Logan Cooley from Arizona. Luckily, Brendan Carlo did renew his contract, as well as Pavel Zacha. We got both of them back, and we also qualified all of our RFAs as well. Now, I'm going to go after either Noah Dobson or Quinn Hughes in free agency, so we got to get rid of Matthew Barzal, a first, second, another second for Valerie Nichushkin, who makes $1.1 million and is already a better player than Barzal. We got Malkin and Wood. We are going to cap dump both of those guys after this trade. But luckily, the trade did go through with Colorado, and now it's time to flip those guys to clear up some cap space. We went out in the offseason, got Noah Dobson on a massive contract for only one more season because the video is done after this year, so hopefully a 92 overall Dobson will put us over the hump defensively and finally go on and win a Stanley Cup for the Boston Bruins. Now we have entered the 5th and final season of the video. Pastrnak, Patra, and Nichushkin on the first line. Then we have Batherson, Zacha, Laine. Our third line is pretty good with Danton Heinen, Shane Pinto, and Morgan Geekie. And then defensively, we did get an upgrade. Reinbacher, McAvoy still, but a 92 overall Noah Dobson and Brendan Carlo. And then we have Buin alongside Lorhe and a 92 Jeremy Swayman as our starting goalie. Yet again, for the second season in a row, Boston will miss the playoffs. 42, 34, and 6. 90 points, 5 back of Tampa Bay, who made it in the final spot in the Atlantic. For the entire NHL, Nashville was the best team, winning 55 games. Surprisingly, Patrick Fortnite Laine was our best player, 33 goals, 78 points. Nichushkin was good. Pastrnak was okay, I guess, 43 goals. McAvoy was all right. And I mean, everybody else wasn't that good. If we take a look at Jeremy Swayman, he only had a .906 save percentage and 32 wins, so definitely the last 2 years, Swayman has not been the same. Brandon Hagel will go off and lead the NHL in scoring with 116 points. And for goals, it will go to Austin Matthews, who had 66 on the season. And the Colorado Avalanche, I believe, have just three-peated in the video, absolutely dominating, beating Ottawa in 6 games in the Stanley Cup Finals. 3 straight Stanley Cup victories for Colorado. They are definitely a dynasty. Brandon Hagel will win the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross, and Hart Trophy. Matthews, the Maurice Richard. Evan Bouchard, the Norris. Cale Makar will take home the Conn Smythe. Spencer Knight, the Vezina. And the Selke will go to Ryan O'Reilly. Looking at our roster, honestly, it's not that bad. Tage Thompson is our best forward, 87 overall, alongside an 87 Alex Tuck. We got Zach Benson, who's only 18 years old, already an 82. The workhorse from Whitehorse is there, alongside JJ and Jack Quinn. The Sabres did trade away Matthew Savoie for Ryan McLeod, who's a decent third-line center, but I think the Oilers pretty much fleeced them there. I think, honestly, for year number 1, we're just going to develop our young players. Maybe throw Dylan Cousins up there, although he's a centerman. I'll probably leave him on the second line. Defensively, Dahlin is our big gun. Dahlin and Owen Power. They don't really fit, but hopefully they can grow into each other. Pause. We also have Joka Harju with Bowen Byram, and then finally Clifton and Samuelson. And in goal, we have Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, who's still very young at 24, and a 79 overall 21-year-old Devin Levi. So goalies are young, defense is young, forwards are young as well. Within 5 seasons, this squad honestly should win a Stanley Cup. I might have to make moves here and there just to help improve them. But for year number 1, I think I'll just let our young guys develop. We won't really have a shot at a Stanley Cup regardless. Now, I am pretty confident that I can build a Stanley Cup contender around this team. They got a lot of young pieces who can grow and get to a very high overall. I just need to surround them with the right talent at the right time. 2-8 to start the season. Honestly, probably just going to tank year number 1, maybe get a draft pick as well. And that can help us build towards a Stanley Cup in years 3, 4, and 5. Now, at the end of the first season, honestly, we were not too much skibbity-riz, but we did end up finishing 7th in the Pacific Division. 36 wins, 40 losses, 6 overtime losses. What am I even saying? We did not make the playoffs, obviously. Not a great team. I did tank for year number 1. Boston was the best team of registered sex offenders in the NHL, followed by the Arizona Coyotes. How did Arizona win 52 games on the season? They only had 24 losses as well. Keep in mind, this is year 1 rosters. They should not be simulating this well. Regardless, Edmonton was behind them, followed by the Winnipeg Jets. New Jersey was pretty good. Boston was up there, as well as Minnesota. And at the bottom, it looks like the LA Kings are going to have Agent 47 come and absolutely fist them up the ass. in order to win the draft lottery. Alex Tuck is our leading scorer, 36 goals, 68 points, followed by Tage Thompson, who did have 65. Zach Benson, 56. Dahlin, he was okay, I guess. Not a great season by Dahlin. Jack Quinn was okay. Did have 24 goals, which is a very big positive. And if we take a look at our goalies, Luukkonen started most of the season, a .909 save percentage, 3 shutouts, and 30 victories on the season. Maybe Devin Levi, if he can grow, he's only 79 overall, so we'll see what happens there. Austin Matthews will lead the NHL in goals with 58 and points with 106. Charlie McAvoy had 106 as well. In the Buffalo rebuild, he did very well also. I believe he had over 100 points in year number 1. McDavid only had 99. Clayton Keller had a hell of a season, 41 goals. Also 97 points on the season. If we take a look at the goalies here, Connor Hellebuyck will lead in wins of 44, and for shutouts, it will go to Jeremy Swayman, who had 8 on the season. Also a .921 save percentage, 41 victories. He's going to be like a top 3 goalie for basically the entire video. And somehow the Boston Bruins would go on and sweep the Edmonton Oilers in the Stanley Cup Finals. 4 straight games, dominated them. I mean, Arizona somehow made the conference finals, and of course, when I took control of Boston, this did not happen for me, so of course, classic EA Sports back at it again. Austin Matthews will take home all the awards. The Norris will go to Charlie McAvoy. Logan Cooley will win the Calder pass to the Conn Smythe. Swayman will win the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Anze Kopitar. Now, since we did miss the playoffs, where are we going to select? Do we? Oh my god, we stayed at 12th in the draft lottery results, which is not great, but I mean, we still can get a very good player at 12th overall in the draft. Out of everybody here, I think I might want to go with Aaron Kiva-Harju. I have picked him before, and I know he can be a pretty good defensive defenseman. He's 2-way, so he's probably got good defensive stats. He is ranked 21st in the scouting rank, but we are going to select him here in the year number 1 draft. Top 4 media potential. Let's see if I absolutely busted on that pick. Top 6 high potential. Okay, that's not bad. Top 4, no. The picks so far have been going pretty good. I don't think we busted with the 12th overall pick in the draft. That's a very solid pickup for the Buffalo Sabres. Luckily, the only guy we had to get back in the re-sign phase was Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen. He decided to renew his contract. I think I'm going to go with a strategy of keeping a lot of salary cap available in case a big free agent name does come up, and then we can absolutely max them out on a 1-year contract so they can help me win a Stanley Cup. Let's see who is available in the year 1 offseason free agency. Absolutely nobody. We could get Alex Nylander, not a bad pickup. Is he a UFA? He is not. I'm just going to simulate to next season, not take a shot at anybody. Nobody here really piques my interest that much outside of Alex Nylander, but he's an RFA, so we would have to give up probably a first rounder, which I'm not comfortable doing. I decided not to make a move over the course of the offseason. Our top 6 pretty much is set. We got Tuck, Thompson, Benson, followed by JJ Cousins and Jack Quinn. We could clear up our bottom 6 a little better. I mean, our third line's not bad. Our fourth line isn't that great, but defensively, we have Power, who's up to a 90, alongside Rasmus Dahlin, who's a 95. We got Byram and Jokiharju, then finally Clifton and Samuelson, and again, Devin Levi's up to an 84, and Luukkonen is stayed at an 81. So we did this with the Anaheim Ducks. Vlasic has been an absolute monster in that sim, and he's a 90 overall, signed for 6 seasons at a cheap deal. So how can I not go out there and grab him, honestly? For 2 young prospects who might not even make our roster throughout the entire video, a first and a second round pick. Instead, I'll go after a smaller fish in the sea, and Gulev, who is from the Colorado Avalanche, a 79 overall for Kiva-Harju, who he did draft, but honestly, he might not even make the roster the entire way through. And there we go. Colorado picked up our young prospect, and we took their prospect to the Buffalo Sabres. Next up is Mateychuk from the Columbus Blue Jackets. He's medium elite potential. He's already in the 80s for a prospect, another prospect, another prospect, and a 3rd round pick from the Buffalo Sabres. They have rejected, so we're probably going to have to sweeten it just a tad. Throw in a 2026 second rounder, and they are still unwilling, so we're probably going to have to put in a first. So a 2031st, no, that is a 7th round pick, a 2031st round pick to the Columbus Blue Jackets. Here we go. I guess I gotta absolutely load up any trade offer if I want to make this go through. This is my last offer to Columbus. Do they want to do it? There we go. They say yes. Oh my god, EA Sports. Why is it extremely hard? You guys always say in the comments, oh, you overpay for this guy, you overpay for that guy. What you guys don't fucking see is me getting declined over and over again like my card has no goddamn money. Mateychuk fits perfectly alongside Rasmus Dahlin, and then we got Owen Power Samuelson. Yoka Harju alongside Bowen Byram. Our offensive core is identical. Now, I did go out and make sure I extended Jack Quinn. He is back for the rest of the video. We also re-signed Ryan McLeod. Bowen Byram is back as well as Devin Levi. So everybody that I wanted to get back here, JJ, we signed him to a 3-year deal. Everybody's locked up for the rest of the video, so we should be good with our young players here in Buffalo. So at the end of the second season, yet again, we were very bad. Dead last in the Atlantic, just like the Titanic, 37, 35, and 10. A horrible season, 84 points, as the Pittsburgh Penguins were the best team in the league, winning 53 games, followed by Edmonton. Florida was up there, the Devils, Montreal, and Ottawa. And at the bottom, we do have the San Jose Sharks. And I'm surprised that we're not down there, to be honest. We only had, like, 37 wins, I believe, on the season. Rasmus Dahlin was our leading scorer. He had a good season, 20 goals, 76 points. JJ had 31 goals, also 62 points. Jack Quinn was up there with 60. Tage Thompson has been horrible. I'm probably going to move him in the offseason. He's not simulating well. Zach Benson was all right. Tuck was okay. And for Devin Levi, who now is our starter, only a 905. That's usually what he has pretty much in all of my simulations. No shutouts and 32 victories, while Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen only played 15 games. Zachary effing Hyman will lead the entire NHL in scoring, 119 points, followed by Crosby's 118. Quinn Hughes had 110. Nico Hischier 107. McDavid had a good season, as well as Wyatt Johnston, who really broke out. He's a 91 overall. Dear God. If we take a look at the goal side, Crosby will lead at 37 years old, 57 goals on the season. Matthews had 56. Hyman 56, Jack Hughes 53. So a lot of goal scoring going on in the NHL, just not for the Buffalo Sabres, as we really do have to make some moves in the offseason. Tristan Jarry will have the most wins by a goalie with 42, and for the most shutouts, it will go to Connor Hellebuck and Jacob Markstrom, tied at 7 apiece. The New Jersey Devils would end up beating the Winnipeg Jets in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals to go on and win their first cup in the Jack Hughes era. Zach Hyman will take home the Ted Lindsay and Hart Trophy, also the Art Ross, while the Maurice Richard will go to Sid the Kid. Quinn Hughes will take home the Norris. Timo Meier, the Conn Smythe. Markstrom, the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Sid the Kid. Very similar situation to last season, this time selecting 13th overall in the NHL Draft Lottery. I mean, we fell only down one spot, so I guess that's not terrible, but it's not great either. I think in the draft, we're going to take a centerman in Cole McKinney from the USNA, a two-way forward, medium elite potential, and he's got medium elite 77 overall, so he's probably going to start in the NHL next season. All right, so we are gearing up to try to go after Evan Bouchard in free agency, so Tage Thompson is getting the hell out of here for Jimmy. Is it Jimmy Snuggerud? I believe it's Jimmy Snuggerud, but regardless, a medium elite potential. He's already in the 80s. They're throwing in some picks to make this trade go through. And luckily, the St. Louis Blues have accepted my offer. Everything is going according to plan. We got Evan Bouchard on a 1-year deal. He accepted my offer, but Edmonton could theoretically match the offer, but I don't think they're going to do that considering they don't really have any cap space. They can't afford an $18 million contract. We also went out in free agency, picked up some depth forwards like Alexander Kerfoot on a 1-year deal, and we also got back, I believe, let's see if he will sign, Ilya Mikheyev. Also was extremely happy to accept my offer. The Edmonton Oilers did not decide to match my offer. We did have to give up 4 first-rounders, which is a little bit tough, but for a 96 overall D-man, I will take that offer any day of the week. Now, as we head into year number 3, our forward core definitely took a hit, but we still got Cousins, Benson, and Snuggerud on the first line, Jack Quinn alongside Ryan McLeod and JJ Pekturka. Then our third line with our young prospect in Cole McKinney, Alex Kerfoot, and Ilya Mikheyev. Now, this is where we shine. 296 overall D-man as our first defensive pair. And then we have Owen Power with Danton Mateychuk, 86 overall. And then Bowen Byram alongside Guliev, who is a young prospect. And Devin Levi has catapulted to an 89 overall as our starting goalie. We also locked up Zach Benson on a pretty cheap contract, 6.7 mil for the rest of the video. So he's good. But, I mean, we really got to have an improvement here if we want to actually contend for a Stanley Cup. I don't think we're going to get it. And finally, in my 3rd season, I will lead the Buffalo Sabres to a playoff spot, 46, 28, and 8, 100 points on the season. 3rd in our division, the New Jersey Devils were the best team in the entire league, winning 56 games. Followed by the Montreal Canadiens. Toronto was good. Montreal, actually, holy hell, 53 wins for the Canadiens. Edmonton was up there, Vancouver, and Nashville. Our free agent pickup, Evan Bouchard, led our team, 25 goals, 86 points. Dahlin had 81, so that top line pair was absolutely lethal. Zachary Benson had 70, Cousins 67, Jack Quinn had 53. Snuggerud honestly was not great, only 20 goals as a sniper. And if we take a look at Devin Levi, 41 wins, 5 shutouts, and a .912 save percentage. Austin Matthews yet again will lead in goals with 57, points with 110, followed by Hughes' 106. Kucherov was up there. Rantanen had 101, McDavid 100. And if we take a look at the goal side, other than Matthews, Rantanen had 55, Hyman 53, Caulfield 53, and Nikita Kucherov 50. Devin Levi I don't think was up there for wins. Actually, he kind of was. Ville Husso led with 57, a big gap there. And for shutouts, it will go to Stuart Skinner, Skin Daddy, having 8 on the season and a .922 save percentage. And now in the first round of the postseason, we have the Toronto Maple Leafs. Easy Game 7 victory as per usual. It is a goddamn miracle that the Toronto Maple Leafs finally win a Game 7 against, unfortunately, my Buffalo Sabres here in the first round of the playoffs. Colorado would go all the way, winning the Stanley Cup, beating the Leafs in 6 games in the Stanley Cup Finals. Haha, Toronto, you guys suck. Zach Benson was their leading scorer in the first round, 5 goals and 8 points. Dylan Cousins had 7, Dahlin 6, Snuggerud 5, Evan Bouchard didn't have a single goal. And for Devin Levi, only a .901 save percentage. He wasn't great either, to be honest. Austin Matthews will take home all the awards. The Norris will go to Quinn Hughes, the Conn Smythe to the Dog, Nathan McKinnon. Skinner the Vezina, as the Selke will go to yet again Crosby for the 2nd straight season. Luckily, we did get Evan Bouchard back for another year. I qualified him, but I also offered him a contract, so I don't know how that works, to be honest. And we went out in the offseason and we picked up a free agent by the name of Patrick Fortnite Laine. He was extremely happy to accept my offer. $5 million deal, which is not bad for a guy who can't put up 40. Heading into year number 4, we got Laine up on that first line with Cousins and Snuggerud, and then JJ alongside Zach Benson and Jack Quinn. Our third line, not bad. I did throw Cole McKinney on the first line power play just to make sure that he does get a lot of ice time. Defensively, we're still absolutely stacked. Dahlin, Bouchard, Matejchuk, Power, Guliev, and then finally Bowen Byram. And in goal, a 90 overall starter in the name of Devin Levi. So I went ahead and made sure Dahlin was the captain. Owen Power gets an A, as well as the workhorse from Whitehorse and Dylan Cousins. And we locked up Denton Matejchuk to a 1-year contract, because after the season, there is only 1 more year left for this video or for this simulation. So I got to go all in these last 2 seasons and try to win the Buffalo Sabres a Stanley Cup. Will I do it? I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see how the simulation pans out. Yet again, the Buffalo Sabres will make the postseason. 45 wins, 27 losses, 10 in overtime, 100 points on the season. For the entire NHL, San Jose was somehow the best team, only winning 46 games, but I mean, they did have 13 overtime losses, followed by Edmonton, Ottawa, New Jersey, and Vancouver. Bouchard again had a great season, 34 goals, 81 points. Dahlin had 73, Cousins 67, Benson at 64, Jack Quinn 60, and for Devin Levi, 4 shutouts, a .915 save percentage, which is not bad. Brady Tkachuk is going to have himself a season leading in goals with 59 and points with 109, followed by Hughes' 109. Draisaitl was up there, as well as Zach Hyman and Connor McDavid, as we are going to play the Boston Bruins in round number 1 of the postseason. Boston was just clearly the better team, beating us in 6 games in the first round. Not a lot of success here in Buffalo. Honestly, I think they might be cursed, I'm not going to lie. Shout out to the Devils, yet again winning the Stanley Cup as they dominate the Avs in 5 games in the Stanley Cup Finals. Zach Benson would be our leading scorer. Only 1 goal, but 7 apples for 8 points. Bouchard had 3 and 3 for 6. Laine had 6 assists, not a single goal. Snuggerud was okay, I guess. Byram not very good. And Devin Levi did have a .918 save percentage, so I cannot really hold the first round exit on him. Brady Tkachuk will take home the Ted Lindsay, Maurice Richard, Art Ross, and Hart Trophy. I believe that is the first time I have ever said those words. Quinn Hughes will win the Norris, the Conn Smythe, or will go to Luke Hughes, the Vezina, the Linus Allmark on San Jose, and Nick Suzuki will take home the Selke Trophy. We locked up Evan Bouchard long-term on a $13 million contract, and I believe Ryan McLeod is the only other guy that we do have to re-sign here. If we do have, 2.8, I don't think is going to be enough to sign an 83 overall. He only wanted $1.8 million, so I will give him that, and we'll see if he does sign. Let's head to free agency. see, we don't really have a lot of cap space to sign anybody. Ryan McLeod luckily is back, but the bad news is we're probably going to have to go into the 5th and final season with the same exact roster. Now in the 5th and final season, we pretty much are going to roll out the same exact forward core with the same exact lines. Defensively, we're pretty much the same as well. Also, this might be the best D-core I've ever built in my entire life. 492 plus overall defensemen. Absolutely unheard of. Our bottom line pair is not bad with a 90 overall goalie in net. Now, Buffalo will have their best season of the video, being the best team in the Atlantic from the bottom to the top. We started from the bottom. Now we're here. Shout out to the pedophile. 49 wins, 25 losses, 8 in overtime. Best in our division. And we would end up being top 4 in the entire NHL behind Colorado, Edmonton, and New Jersey. So this is the final season. It is cup or bust. What can we do? Evan Bouchard, another great season. 32 goals, 96 points. Dahlin had 74. Benson, 65. Cousins, only 60. He really has not done that great at an 89 overall. JJ's had 42, and Patrick Laine was an absolute bust this season. Devin Levi had a great year. 38 victories, 5 shutouts, and a 925 save percentage. He might honestly win the Vezina Trophy. I'd be shocked if he does not. Luke Hughes will end up leading the NHL in scoring with 114 points, as Austin Matthews will lead in goals with 65, as the Buffalo Sabres will end up playing Le Montreal in round number 1 of the postseason. We got rid of Montreal in 6 games in the first round, as we now face the Ottawa Senators in round number 2. We dumped off the Ottawa Senators also in 6 games, and now in the conference finals, we got to face the 60-win New Jersey Devils. Also 2 Stanley Cups in the simulation already. Unfortunately, New Jersey was just the better team and dominated us in 5 games in the conference finals. And the Devils will go on yet again, winning their 3rd Stanley Cup of the video after sweeping the Chicago Blackhawks in absolute dominating fashion. Rasmus Dahlin had 14 points in the playoff run, Cousins 13, Bouchard only 12. So yeah, I mean, we didn't really produce that well offensively. Defensively, a 925 save percentage out of Devin Levi, who was very good. Luke Hughes will take home the Ted Lindsay, the Hart Trophy, and the Norris. Also the Art Ross, the Maurice Richard will go to Matthews, the Conn Smythe will go to Nico Hischier. Devin Levi will take home the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Kent Johnson. As we move on to the next Canadian team, which will be the Calgary Flames. In all honesty, this might be the hardest or one of the hardest to rebuild in 3 seasons. They don't have a great roster. Jonathan Huberdeau at an 86 is making like $10 million, $10.5 million for 8 years. So I'm not really expecting to win a Stanley Cup here. I will try my best to upgrade the roster as much as I can. And then I guess I'm just going to have to let the simulation do the talking. Hopefully we have Anderson and Uyghur as our top line pair. The rest of our D isn't great. And we do have an 87 overall Jacob Markstrom. And Dustin Wolf, I know, grows to a high overall, but that'll probably take like 4 years, which we do not have. Now I'm going to be going after Logan Cooley and Maselli from the Arizona Coyotes, getting rid of Jonathan Huberdeau's awful contract. Also slotted in Coronado, a 2nd and a 1st round pick. And Arizona's totally unwilling, so I'm probably going to have to add in another 1st here just to make sure this deal goes through. I don't want to give them this year's 1st round pick. Luckily, I didn't have to. And now we have 2 young guys who do grow very quickly in this game. Next up, I'm going after Lizelle from the Boston Bruins. We have a ton of cap space, so I threw a bunch of picks at them and a prospect. And luckily, Boston did accept. Next up is Shane Gostisbehere and JT Compher from the Detroit Red Wings for a 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 2 prospects. And we got that deal done as well. So we definitely have upgraded our roster a little bit. We had a ton of cap space to work with. So that is why I'm going after a ton of these guys who are matching the block. Moving along here, we're going after Corey Perry and Evander Kane from the Oilers. Threw in a bunch of picks and some prospects. And that deal also will go through. So we have greatly overhauled the Calgary Flames squad here at NHL 24. Now let's see how well we will simulate. Now this is what our forward core looks like now. Logan Cooley slots in nicely as our 2nd line center. Defensively, we're very good too. Gostisbehere, Uyghur, also Rasmus Anderson. And we have a pretty good goalie in an 87 overall, Jacob Markstrom. Now, I guess somewhat predictably, we were not very good. 7th in the Pacific, going 36, 39, and 7. 79 points. The Oilers were the best team in our division. And for the entire NHL, it was the Florida Panthers. Kadri is going to lead our team. He had a big season, 35 goals, 80 points. Kuzmenko had 73. Kane had 60, also 27 goals, so that was a good pickup. Gostisbehere only had 53. Cooley was okay, but was a minus 21. And if we take a look at Markstrom, 27, 31, and 6, and an 897 save percentage. That is not great, brother. As Barkov is going to lead all players in scoring with 104 points, and for goals, it will go to Austin Matthews, who had 64. And the New York Islanders surprisingly went on and won the Stanley Cup, beating Colorado, actually sweeping them in the finals. As Barkov is going to take home the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross, and Hart Trophy. Matthews, of course, the Maurice Richard. Hughes, the Norris. The Conn Smythe will go to Noah Dobson. Bobrovsky, the Vezina, and the Selke to Sidney Crosby. I love how Quinn Hughes never won the Norris, not even once when I was the GM of Vancouver. So now in free agency, we do have $10 million in cap space to spend, so I want to go out, get a player that can help us maybe make the playoffs next season. A guy like Tarasenko, a sniper, he is asking for 8.4, which is a lot of money, but I mean, we're going to have to pay these guys if we want them to come and live in Calgary. My apologies for anybody who does live in Calgary. It's not a great place to live. Alberta in general is not great, at least in the wintertime. And luckily, we did snag Vladimir Tarasenko on an $8.4 million deal so he can be our number one line center. Or not center, number one line sniper is what I meant to say. As, of course, he can't put up 40 in this sim if you have him on a good line. Now, heading into our second season, we got Kadri, Tarasenko, and Kane on the first line. Kuzmenko, Cooley, and Comfort. And our third line also is pretty good. Fourth line, we got pretty good depth as well. Gostisbehere, Weegar, Anderson, Poirier, and then our bottom pair honestly isn't great. And if we take a look at our goalies, Dustin Wolf's up to an 87, so I will be moving Markstrom and trying to get back a defenseman in the process. So we got Markstrom now getting traded to the Anaheim Ducks for Cam Fowler and Lucas Dostal. We also are giving up Mikael Backlund, who's making a lot of money. Also a 5th and a 6th round pick. You were a bit off with value, so we're probably going to have to give them a 1st round pick. And honestly, I'm not mad at that. 2030 1st round pick. We won't be here anyways. And Anaheim has no problem taking that 1st round pick. Now, despite actually winning 40 games, we were 5 points back of the last playoff spot that actually went to the Anaheim Ducks. We were 40, 37, and 5, 85 points for the entire NHL. The Edmonton Oilers damn near won 60 games. Logan Cooley was our best player, 25 goals, 64 points. Kadri had 62, but he was a minus 30. That's insane. Tarasenko had 61, Dubé 56, Kuzmenko 53, Anderson 46. Not a lot of offense. And Dustin Wolf wasn't very good either. David Pastrnak is going to lead in goals with 60 and points with 111. And the Dallas Stars would end up beating New York in Game 7 to capture their 2nd Stanley Cup in their franchise's history. And in the offseason, we went out and got Mikko Rantanen on a monster $14 million deal. Obviously, things didn't go well with Draisaitl, so I was not making that mistake again. Now, heading into our final season, our first line is well improved. Cooley, Rantanen, and Tarasenko, plus 5 there. Our second line, Peltier, Kadri, and Dubé. Our third line, not bad. And our fourth line, honestly, we got a lot of depth, at least forward-wise. And defensively, one of our D-men are not great. But outside of that, we're very good with Gostisbehere, Weegar, Anderson, and Cam Fowler. And in the net, we have a 90 overall Dustin Wolf with an 84 Dostal backup. So we should be able to at least make the postseason, hopefully. And in our final season with the Flames, we are going to finish first in the Pacific, going 46, 28, and 8, 100 points. Now for the entire NHL, it was the Buffalo Sabres winning 50 games. We were top 4. So we were one of the better teams in the league this season. Mikko Rantanen, probably the biggest reason why. 32 goals, 87 points. Tarasenko at 37 goals. Cooley, 66 points. Kadri, 55. Anderson, 50. And for Dustin Wolf, he had 3 shutouts and a 911 save percentage. And in the first round of the playoffs, we have the San Jose Sharks, who are a bit of an easier matchup. I mean, they haven't made the playoffs in a while. This is their first time back. We would deal with the Sharks in 6 games, and now we have the Battle of Alberta in round number 2. And unfortunately, we would end up losing in Game 7, 2-1 to the Oilers, as the Devils would go on, sweeping the Ducks in the finals, winning another Stanley Cup in this video. Now, Carolina, we know, does have a very good roster. Svechnikov, Aho, and Jarvis on the first line. Marty Necas does need to be re-signed after this season. Jordan Staal is still kicking it at 35 years old, captain of the team. Martin Hook is there. Their bottom 6 isn't great. Obviously, Kuznetsov did leave to the KHL in real life, so after this season, I will not be bringing him back defensively. I mean, we still have Slavin, Orlov, Burns, and Gostisbehere. Pretty good decor, not going to lie. And in goal, we have Freddie Anderson, who's an 87, and Kochekov, who's an 85. Well, Kochekov is probably the starter of the future. I mean, Freddie Anderson probably has 1, maybe 2 more years left on this team before I ship his ass out of here. And yeah, we just got to improve this team. They're already pretty much, I mean, I wouldn't call them a Stanley Cup contender, but they're a very good regular season team that comes playoff time, tends to usually struggle facing good competition. First trade I'm going to be making, I'm going after Claude Giroux, who's still an 85 overall. He's a bit on the older side, but we are in a win now mode right now. We got a prospect, 2 seconds, a third, and Kuznetsov. And luckily, Ottawa fans were cheering on the streets when they heard about the trade of getting Kuznetsov, a prospect, and really not really the greatest picks for Claude Giroux. Next up, I'm going after Brendan Montour. Does need to be re-signed, but luckily leaving or getting rid of Orlov, that contract, that horrible contract will be gone. We're also picking up Adam Larson, so 2 defensemen for 2 defensemen and some picks, and luckily the trade has gone through. For some odd reason, the Toronto Maple Leafs do want to get rid of Chris Tanev, so we got Morrow on there, a first, second, and another second. Also Sean Walker. I would like to go after John Tavares and add him to the Carolina Hurricanes. They would probably have to retain some salary, but maybe if we throw in Brent Burns, this trade can go through. Let me cook here. Throwing Brent Burns into the trade will make sure that we do get John Tavares. So let's see if this trade will go through. And it has been accepted from the Toronto Maple Leafs. So we have made a massive amount of changes here before we even simulated a single game. I think we did upgrade our forward core, especially our second line center. Now we have Johnny T, who can put up like 30 goals defensively. We got Tanev, Slavin, Gostisbehere, Montour, Larson, and then D'Angelo. Maybe I'll go out and actually get a 6th defenseman. We could throw in, we could call up, what's his name? Anika Shin, but I don't think I'm going to do that. And then we got Freddie Anderson and Pyotr Kochetkov. We are at the trade deadline, 35, 24, and 3, and Patrick Kane is going for a first-round pick, so I'm going to throw in a third, another third, and Jordan Martinhook from the Carolina Hurricanes to pick up Showtime Patty Kane for the playoff run. Hopefully, he can score many big-time goals because we will definitely be needing that come postseason time. So, at the end of the season, we did sneak into the playoffs, 44, 33, and 5, 93 points as the final spot in the Metro for the entire NHL. The Oilers won 60 games, holy hell, followed by the Toronto Maple Leafs. Boston was very good. The Rangers were up there as well as Dallas. At the bottom of the NHL, we have the sad and lonely San Jose Sharks. 28 wins, only 61 points. Seattle is bad. Chicago, Detroit, and Calgary, who is straight poverty. Your mom is a hoe. Sebastian Aho will lead our team. 35 goals, 79 points. Giroux, wow, at 36, had a great season. Patty Kane put up numbers. Let's see how many put up with us. I mean, he only played 20 games. He was over a point per game with us, so he played very well on that second line. John Tavares was okay. Jarvis was all right. Marty Necas had a rough-ass season. And Freddie Anderson, a .921 save percentage with 3 shutouts and 33 victories. He had a great year at 34. Kyle Connor will lead the league in scoring with 108 points. Bo Horvat had 105. McDavid 103. So the scoring was down despite the fact we had a lot of 100-point scores. Matthew Barzal got his first of his career. On the goal side, Pasternak and Matthews will tie at 50 apiece. Zach Hyman at 45, Kopitar 43, Bradman 43, as well as Bo Horvat. And for goalie, Stuart Skinner, most wins at 47. And also the most shutouts will go to Ilya Sorokin with 9. And in round number 1, we will face the the choke artist Toronto Maple Leafs. Should be an easy Game 7 victory, obviously. Of course, it was always going to be a Game 7 between Carolina and Toronto. A 1-1 tie here in the third period. There we go. Tyson Jost will take the lead for the Canes. 5-on-3, another 5-on-4. We did not get a single power play goal, but there it is. Dury will score on Joseph, the absolute Swiss cheese wall, as the Carolina Hurricanes will beat the Toronto Maple Leafs, as Toronto loses yet again another Game 7 in round number 1. All right, in round number 2, we got the Beantown Boston Bruins. Let's see what we can do. Can the Carolina Hurricanes force a Game 7 against Boston? Back in Boston as well. 1-1 tie here in Game 6. We were down 3-1 in the series. Can we complete the not just complete the comeback, but force a Game 7? I mean, it's 5 minutes to go in the third. Things are getting hairy here in Carolina, in Raleigh, North Carolina. There it is. William Carrier will score late, and the Carolina Hurricanes are headed to 7 for back-to-back series. We are now 1 period away from making the conference finals. A 5-2 lead for the Hurricanes. Now Pasternak puts them back to within 2. Boston's not out of it yet. I mean, a 5-2 lead was nice here in Game 7, but power play, can we not cook? Carolina is incapable of cooking, I guess. 7 minutes to go. Third period. Come on, Carolina. Freddie Anderson, shut that goddamn door. And we are headed to the conference finals. And unfortunately for Carolina Hurricanes fans, not only do we have the conference finals curse, but we have the New York Rangers who dominated them in real life here in 2024. And thankfully, we dominated the New York Rangers in 5 games in the conference finals, and now we have made the Stanley Cup Finals for the first time since '06, as we are facing the Dallas Stars, who do have a pretty good roster, a very good roster at that. Let's see if we can get the job done in year number 1 here in NHL 24. The Stanley Cup is in the building. Marty Necas will tie it up. We are up, what, 3-1 over the Dallas Stars here in the Stanley Cup Finals. Can we close the show on home ice here and win the Stanley Cup in front of our fans? We got a 1-1 tie with 5 minutes to go. Come on, Carolina. Patty Kane, if this was a time for you to show up, it would be now. All right, here we go. We have overtime in game number 5. The Stanley Cup is in the building. Let's see if the Carolina Hurricanes can, in fact, cook. Aho in the middle. What a save by Jake Ottinger. Carolina trying to win their first cup since '06. Svechnikov back to Slavin, blasting it, and Jake Ottinger will cover that puck up. Aho loses the draw. Of course he does. Back to Heiskanen. What can Lemiro do? He's going to skate it up the ice. Chris Tanev is wearing number 8, right? I for some reason thought it was Brent Burns. Tanev over to Jarvis. Jarvis, what a save by Jake Ottinger. If he had an X factor, Tanev blast it. No, we wanted that. We need to put on full pressure here in overtime. Rope Hintz coming down. This is a good time to change for the Carolina Hurricanes. Dallas is just trapping it up here in overtime. Over to Tavares. Tavares, does he have some magic on his stick? Marty Necas back to Tanev. Over to Kame. Showtime. Slavin. Yeah, shot gets blocked. Okay, Slavin, I would probably recommend you hit the net. That would be a good thing. And he just gets, oh my God, Jacob Slavin, the defensive defenseman, just gets walked like an absolute cone. I swear to God, none of my overalls matter. Oh no, Freddie Anderson makes the nice save. Move it up, move it up. Necas, you're gone. Marty Necas on the breakaway. Shooting, there it is! The overtime winner as the Carolina Hurricanes in year number 1 will go all the way, winning the Stanley Cup as we dominated the Dallas Stars in 5 games. And it was Martin Necas who scored the overtime winner, the golden goal for Carolina, just like Patty Kane did back in 2010. Here in 2024, it was in fact Mr. Marty Necas from the Carolina Hurricanes. Seth Jarvis is actually going to win the Conn Smythe, 8 goals and 26 points. A hell of a postseason run by the 21-year-old who does need to be re-signed in the offseason, and he does not even have a face scan, but yet he won the Conn Smythe as our best player in the postseason. And there it is, the Stanley Cup about to be raised for the first time in Carolina since 2006 when they beat my Edmonton Oilers in Game 7. What a happy moment for the people of Raleigh, North Carolina, I believe, as Jordan Stahl will come collect another Stanley Cup. I believe his second of his career, as the Carolina Hurricanes in year number 1 have gone all the way, flaming out all of the competition, and our Stanley Cup champions, as GM Pasta was absolutely cooking with this one. Patrick Showtime Kane becomes a, 4-time Stanley Cup champion now, his 4th of his career, 3 with Chicago, and now 1 with the Carolina Hurricanes, as he had to wear number 87. There's no way, there's no scenario where Marty Necas does not give up his number to Showtime Patty Kane. Jacob Slavin, he's been here for a while on Carolina, I believe. He's the best defenseman on that team, assistant captain, the backbone of that D-core. And he finally gets his first Stanley Cup of his career. And Freddie Anderson, the backbone of this team, finally gets his Stanley Cup after multiple failed attempts in the postseason. Not only with Toronto, but also with the Carolina Hurricanes. Since he went over, not a lot of playoff success. But at the end of the day, none of that matters now, as the Carolina Hurricanes are Stanley Cup champions yet again. Sorry for my mistake, but in fact, we did beat the Dallas Stars in 6 games, not 5, as Carolina in year number 1. GM Pasta has done it all. Seth Jarvis, obviously our Conn Smythe winner, had 26 points, leading our team. Aho at 24, Svechnikov 20, also 10 goals by Svech. Marty Necas with the golden goal had 15 points, Montour 14, Kane 13, and for Freddie Anderson, he had a pretty good postseason run, 912 save percentage, while also having 3 shutouts and 16 victories. Marchand will take home the Ted Lindsay and the Hart Trophy. Art Ross to Kyle Connor, Pasternak the Maurice Richard. Evan Bouchard will take home the Norris, the Conn Smythe, of course, to Jarvis. Ilya Sorokin will win the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Sasha Barkov. The Calgary Flames moved up from 5th place to 1st to win the draft lottery and ultimately select, I believe, Macklin Celebrini. The free agency pool here in year number 1 is not the greatest. I mean, we have some cap space to spend, so I might go after a older guy, a vet like maybe JVR, Pavelski, Pacioretty. I mean, Valimaki's young and somehow is a UFA at an 80 overall. We did go out in the offseason, get JVR on a cheap 1-year contract as we're loading up to go back-to-back. I got one more season with me, or with the Carolina Hurricanes, I should say. And then if we go back-to-back, maybe we'll do another season and try to three-peat. But if we don't, we're probably going to end up ending the video there, as we have had all the success here in the very first season as the GM of the team. Now, I do realize this is an overpay, but Jarvis and both Marty Natchez do not want to come back for one more season. I qualified both of them. I don't have the salary cap to sign them, so instead, I will be trading them. Pavel Mintyukov from the Anaheim Ducks, loaded up trade value, and luckily Anaheim accepted that. That was a legit no-brainer for them. The other guy I'm going after is Nikolai Ehlers from the Winnipeg Jets, a playmaker who does put up a lot of points in the simulation. For Marty Natchez, Kotkaniemi, 2 firsts and a second-round pick, and obviously that trade would go through. Now, as we try to go back-to-back, we got Svechnikov, Aho, and Kane on the first line, a +5, followed by Giroux, Tavares, and Ehlers. Third line is pretty good with Roslovic, Stahl, and JVR, and our fourth line is pretty good also. I'm not even mad at it. Now, defensively, this is where we shine. Slavin, Tanev, Montour, Gostisbehere, Nika Shin, who's making his NHL debut at 23, and Adam Larson. And of course, the same goalie tandem with a 90 overall starter and an 88 backup. Here we are at the trade deadline, and we are going all in. Frank Vetrano. McGinn is just going to be there to make sure the salary works. We got Nadeau, Roslovic, and a first-round pick. And the Anaheim Ducks, it's an absolute no-brainer for them as the Hurricanes are loading up to go back-to-back here in the postseason. Now, thank God we made the postseason. I was a little bit worried about that, but 43, 31, and 8, 94 points. I believe we were at 93 last season, so relatively the same, as Colorado was the best team, winning 55 games. Tampa Bay had 52 wins. The Islanders were up there, LA and Edmonton. Patrick Kane at 36 years old will lead our team in scoring with 80 points, also at 28 goals. Aho at 78, 33 goals in the season. Claude Giroux had 77, Svechnikov 68, Tavares had an okay season, I guess, was a -8. Ehlers only put up 59 points, slightly disappointing. Montour was okay, and for Freddie Anderson, he had a .911 save percentage, 4 shutouts, and 37 wins on the season. How do we even make the postseason if everybody was a minus? Look at this, -3, -8, -8. So that second line with Giroux, Tavares, and Ehlers was absolutely horrible this season. Zach Hyman will lead the league in scoring with 108 points, followed by McDavid with 107. Braden Point had 103. Makar 103. Brad Marchand was up there. If we take a look at the goal side, Hyman will also lead there with 57. Hyman had himself a season at 32. Matthews 48. Braden Point 47. McDavid 45. Connor Bedard, as a 19-year-old, put up 44 goals and 86 points. And if we take a look at the goalies, Darcy Kemper had 47 wins on the Kings. That's absolutely crazy. And if we take a look at the shutouts, Georgiev will put up 10 on the season. How on earth is Alexander Georgiev putting up 10 shutouts in 63 games? And now in the first round of the playoffs, we're going to face the very talented and very good New York Rangers. Unfortunately, we got absolutely dominated. Well, I shouldn't say dominated, but we did lose in 6 games in the first round to the New York Rangers. And the New York Rangers would go on and dominate the Oilers in 5 games to capture the Stanley Cup. Obviously, that makes me feel a little better that we did lose to the eventual Stanley Cup winning team, but at the end of the day, it does not really matter as we lost nonetheless. Patty Kane was our leader in the playoffs, 3 goals and 4 assists for 7 points. Aho at 7, Giroux 6, Montour 5, John Tavares only 5 apples. And Freddie Anderson was not very good, only a .901 save percentage. Now, despite the fact that Zach Hyman led in goals and points, Cale Makar will take home the Ted Lindsay, the Hart, and the Norris, while Hyman will take home the Art Ross and Maurice Richard. Vinny Trocheck will win the Conn Smythe, the Vezina to Sergei Bobrovsky, and the Selke will go to Ryan O'Reilly of the Nashville Predators. So I did end up simulating to the end of the season, and the Colorado Avalanche were the team to go on and win the Stanley Cup. Also, Connor Bedard, in his rookie season, put up 60 goals and 111 points. But we are now about to head into the re-sign phase, and we do have to re-sign a few guys. Obviously, the draft is coming up, so we'll head into that. Most likely, we're going to get a top pick. So, San Jose, just like they did in real life, we're going to select first overall, most likely Macklin Celebrini. Now, for Chicago, we were all the way down to 12th. Funny enough, somehow San Jose failed on their pick and they took this Kadri guy instead of Macklin Celebrini. I mean, he does have franchise medium potential, so who knows? Maybe he's a better player. Cole Yzerman went to the Montreal Canadiens that we can select here. TJ Ginla could be somebody that we go with. I know he does grow to a pretty high overall. Yeah, I think I am going to go with TJ Ginla, 12th overall. He's a centerman. Select him. And we get Jerome Iginla's son, 70 overall, but medium elite potential. Now we are picking 21st overall. I have no idea what the star means. I mean, scout recommendation. So maybe this Boys Avert guy is a very good player. We also have Adam Juracek, who I believe is Columbus's prospect's brother, or he's got to be at least related to him. Zetterberg is here. Lindstrom, Caswell. I know he can grow. Honestly, I'm going to take the scouting recommendation, select this guy as our 22nd overall pick. Only top 6 high potential at 68 overall. So going ahead, this is our year number 1 NHL entry draft results. Obviously, Iginla is our high-end prospect of the future. Hopefully in like 3 to 4 years, he will be a very good NHL player. So luckily in the re-sign phase, we do have $34 million in cap space, and we do got to re-sign Tyler Johnson. I honestly might let him walk. He's probably going to ask for too much money. Radish and Lucas Reichel are both RFAs, so I'll be able to qualify them. Honestly, we have a lot of cap space to work with. Hopefully we do have some solid free agents. Hopefully in free agency, there are some good players we can go after to speed up our rebuild. So I did take back Tyler Johnson on a 2-year, I believe, $3 million deal. And now here we are in free agency. Sam Reinhart is a good player to go after. 89 overall, 28 years of age. He can be our second line center, although he's asking for almost $11 million. Tarasenko's a little bit on the older side. Teuvo Teravainen would be a nice player. I would like to go after a goalie, although I could always trade for a young guy. Samsonov is the only really great starter available. So we ended up signing Valimaki. He was extremely happy to accept my offer. Teuvo Teravainen, we got signed. Ilya Samsonov also signed. Chandler Stevenson was extremely happy to accept my offer. So we got everybody that I pretty much offered contracts. How much cap space do we have now? Still up to $10 million in cap space. So Chicago is balling at the moment. We also ended up signing Victor Olofsson, and we have one more offer. I think that was Blake Wheeler. I have no idea if he accepted it or not. I clicked off it by accident. All right, so the first trade that I'm going to be making is getting rid of Seth Jones's awful contract for a guy who's making less dollars, much more valuable, and simulates very well in Patrick Laine. He does only have 2 years left on his deal, but I'll give up Jones and 2 second-round picks. So let's see if this will go through, and the Columbus Blue Jackets have accepted my offer. Now we got a winger that can play alongside Bedard, who is a sniper himself. The next thing I'm going to do is lock up our goalie of the future in Askarov. He does only have 1 year left, but I'm going to give up the guy we literally just signed. I wanted to get some assets in free agency like Samsonov, who I could eventually trade. We also have a third, a fourth, and another second. Also threw in Joe Pavelski to make the trade work. And the trade has been rejected, so we're probably going to have to offer a first-round pick for Askarov. I'm definitely going to have to sweeten the deal just a tad. Add in a first-round pick and see. And there you go. We picked up Yaroslav Askarov from the Nashville Predators. So now technically heading into our first season as a GM, our first line is stacked. We got Teuvo Teravainen, Patrick Laine, and Connor Bedard, a +5. We also have Kurashev, Olofsson, and Chandler Stevenson. Our third line consists of Dickinson, Pavelski, and Reichel. And honestly, our fourth line is not that bad either. Now, defensively, this is where we struggle. We are very, very bad. We traded away Seth Jones, who was our best defenseman. I'm hoping that Kevin Korchinski can grow to like an 88, 90 overall, and I will slowly build a competent decor around him. And in goal, of course, we have Samsonov at an 85 and Askarov also 85. So most likely they are going to end up splitting the games here in season number 1. So the next order of business is to make Connor Bedard the captain of the Chicago Blackhawks. In only his second season, just like Connor McDavid, he's now the face of the franchise. We also have Patrick Laine as an assistant and also Kevin Korchinski as well. So our leadership core is kind of young outside of Laine, who hasn't really had much playoff success. Now, obviously, I do have up to 10 full seasons to win a Stanley Cup with Chicago. If I don't get it done, I fail a challenge. But also, if I win a few before or under 10 years, and obviously I don't have to go the full 10 if we create a dynasty, let's say in like 7 years. Now, at the end of the season, predictably, we were not very good because of our defense. 36, 40, and 6, dead last in the Central. Dallas was the best team for our division, and for the entire NHL, it was the New York Rangers. Now, Connor Bedard is going to take a slight step back. 42 goals, 98 points compared to last season, where he probably had one of, if not the greatest rookie season in NHL history. Teuvo Teravainen was okay okay with 74 points. Line A only had 29 goals, which is kind of concerning. 73 points. Kurashev had 60. Pavelski 58 and was a minus 29. Chandler Stevenson was okay. Olofsson and in goal, Samsonov and Askarov basically split, and both of them were not very good whatsoever. But Askarov does grow up to a 90 overall, so he should be elite very shortly here. Leon Draisaitl is going to end up leading the NHL in scoring with 114 points, and for goals, it will be none other than Austin Matthews, who had 61. Draisaitl also had 60, so we had two 60-goal scorers in the NHL this season. And the Edmonton Oilers would end up going on and winning the Stanley Cup, beating New York in 6 games in the finals. Also, shout out to Nashville. They made the conference finals, giving them Taylor Hall, who was an 88 overall. Draisaitl is going to take home the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross and Hart Trophy. Matthews, the Maurice Richard, the Norris to Evan Bouchard, the Conn Smythe to McDavid. Igor will win the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Sidney Crosby. And unfortunately, yet again, we're not going to have a high pick, as we are going to be selecting 16th overall in the draft, even though we were one of the worst teams in the entire league. So in the first round, we are going to be taking James Haggins from USA Hockey, I guess the developmental program. He's got A+ shooting, A+ puck skills, NHL ready already. So hopefully he can become a impact player for us right off the rip here. So we will be selecting him. And he turns out to be a 77 overall, medium elite potential already. A very good pick by the Blackhawks and GM Pasta, of course. Now, in the re-sign phase, we only have 24 million cap space to spend. We do got to get back Lucas Reichel, hopefully sign him to a long-term deal. Joe Pavelski, probably going to let him walk. Kurashev, I definitely want to get back. He had a rough year himself, though. Blake Wheeler, probably going to let him go to free agency. And we got to re-sign Yaroslav Askarov. Luckily, we got Lucas Reichel re-signed. Yaroslav Askarov, we got him on a long-term contract. So here we are now in free agency with up to $14 million in cap space to spend. I'm 100% going to be going after some defense to fill out our decor. Hopefully be a lot better than last season, because that was our weak point. So we ended up signing Travis Hamonic, Adam Larson. And Ivan Provorov is on our team as well. So we bolstered our defense. How much cap space do we have to spend now? Only 2.4 mil. I might go after another depth defenseman here. Now, heading into year number 3, our roster offensively is pretty much the same. I mean, we did lose a few guys, but we have Bedard, who's up to a 96 now at line A, and Teravainen. Stevenson, Dickinson, and Reichel on that second line. We also have our young rookie and James Haggins, third line center. Now, defensively, we are much improved. +4, +4, and +1 with Korchinski, Provorov, Hamonic, Larson, Valimaki, and Murphy. And then in goal, a 89 overall Yaroslav Askarov, 23 years old. If he does have a good season, he can get up to like a 92, 93 possibly. So hopefully we do contend. So here at the trade deadline, we are 35, 27, and 2, a pretty decent record. And I want to go after Noah Hannafin, who's got 3 years left on his deal, only making 4.8, and he's an 86 overall defenseman. For Kurashev, who is not even playing, he's an RFA at a second, another second, and Nick Foligno to make the cap work. Let's see. Trade has been rejected. Worries about that. I'm just going to have to throw in another second round pick most likely to make this deal work. Let's see if Vegas will accept, and they have. We picked up Noah Hannafin, who can definitely help out our decor a ton, and it would only end up taking GM Pasta 2 years to make the playoffs with Chicago, as we went 46, 34, and 2, 94 points, third in our division. We got the last playoff spot. Minnesota was the best, and for the entire NHL, it was the Vancouver Canucks, winning 51 games. Connor Bedard is not really going to have that great of a season. 36 goals, 97 points, followed by Teravainen, who had 72. Line A had 33 goals and 67 points. Stevenson, 58. Dickinson, 55. And if we take a look at our goalies, Askarov 40, 25, and 2, 5 shutouts, and a .913 save percentage, which is very good, especially for a 23-year-old. Now, I kid you not, JT Miller is going to lead the league in scoring with 110 points, followed by Pettersson, who had 105, and Kaprizov, 103. And if we take a look at the goal side, Matthews is going to lead with 63 on the season, followed by Kaprizov, who had 59, and Leon Draisaitl, who had 51. Also, Philip Kadri, 49 goals already as a 20-year-old in the NHL. So I guess San Jose did not mess up not taking Celebrini. And in the first round of the playoffs, we are up against the Dallas Stars, who do have a very good roster, so I'm not expecting to win this. I'm just here for the experience and for our team to grow. And in Game 7, we are going to shut out the Dallas Stars and advance to the second round. I have no idea how we won this series. We We were actually also up 3-2 in it, and we clutched up Game 7 in Dallas with a 31-save shutout. And now in the second round, we are up against the Minnesota Wild. And now back-to-back Game 7s, we absolutely dominate 5-2 over the Minnesota Wild. And in our very first playoff run, we have made the conference finals, and we are going to end up playing the Vancouver Canucks to see who goes on and makes the Stanley Cup Finals. Obviously, they have a good roster, and unfortunately, our Cinderella run has been ended by the Vancouver Canucks in 6 games in the conference finals. That was a good run, especially for our very first playoff run, as the Rangers would go on and get the revenge, beating Vancouver in 6 games in the Stanley Cup Finals. Now, for the playoff run, Connor Bedard was electric, 13 goals, 29 points. Teravainen had 23. Stevenson had 20. Korchinski, 19. Laine did have 7 goals and 17 points. And if we take a look at Askarov, he was okay. He wasn't great, allowing 3 goals against per game. Miller is going to take home the Ted Lindsay, Art Austin Hart Trophy, then Maurice Richard to Matthews, the Norris to Quinn Hughes. Adam Fox is going to win the Conn Smythe. Spencer Knight the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Crosby yet again. So luckily in the re-sign phase, we re-signed Connor Bedard on a long deal. Kevin Korchinski is back, and we do not have the cap space to sign Patrick Laine. And Patrick Laine decided to snake us for the Seattle Kraken. Are you kidding me? You simply have not offered me the dollars I feel I am deserved. Bro, I offered you more than what you were asking for. And instead, we're going to be replacing Laine with the greatest goal scorer of all time in Alexander Ovechkin on a 2-year deal. He is 40 years old. But he was the only sniper that was really on the board in free agency. Now going into our 3rd season, of course, our first line is shaken up just a little bit. Teravainen, Bedard, and now Alexander Ovechkin at an 85. We also have Reichel, Kurashev, and Hagens on that second line. Stevenson, Pajot, and Olofsson. And then TJ Ginla is going to make his NHL debut alongside Nazar and Radish. Now defensively, we still have Hanifin and Korchinski. Larson, Provorov, Zellweger now on that bottom line pair, and in goal, a 90 overall Yaroslav Askarov with an 85 overall backup in Samsonov, who has 3 years left on his deal at $5 million, so maybe we end up moving him and getting an actual backup, considering Askarov's probably going to start most of the season. Now, at the end of the 3rd season, Chicago is going to have a very good year, 52, 25, and 5 at the top of the Central. And for the entire NHL, we were the 2nd best team, only behind Vancouver, who we did lose to last season in the conference finals. I have no idea how Connor Bedard literally had his best season of his career in his rookie year, 60 and 111 points. I wasn't even simulating. I wasn't messing with the lines. I just simulated through the first year so we could get up to current day, and he's literally has not even cracked 100 points. Chandler Stevenson had 76, Teravainen 69, Korchinski 69 as well. Ovi only had 14 goals but 60 points. Hagens had a decent rookie season, I guess, 20 goals, 54 points, and in goal, Askarov 39, 20, and 4, 2 shutouts, and only a 909 save percentage. So I have no idea why we were such a good team this year. We weren't. Maybe our defense really took care of everything else. Askarov had a subpar season according to his standards. Leon Draisaitl is going to lead the NHL in scoring with 106 points. And for goals, it will go to David Pastrnak, who had 54. Shout out to Matthews and Caulfield, also having 53 and 52 apiece. And in the first round of the playoffs, we are up against the Winnipeg Jets. We would end up sweeping them in the first round, and now we have the Arizona Coyotes in the second round. And luckily, we did come back down 3-1 in the series to Arizona. I don't even know how we were down, honestly, but now we face the LA Kings in the conference finals. And of course, we would end up getting swept by LA in the conference finals as they went on and won the Stanley Cup, dominating Philly in 5 games. Draisaitl is going to win the Ted Lindsay, Art Austin Hart Trophy, the Maurice Richard to Pasta, Quinn Hughes the Norris, Alex Turcotte, the Conn Smythe, the Vezina to Harabel, and the Selke will go to Robert Thomas. So now heading into season number 4, we're pretty much going to run back the exact same roster. This time on the first line, we got Teravainen, Bedard, and Hagens. The Bedard's actually down to a 95 now. That's not good. We also picked up Sidney Crosby in the offseason as a free agent. 85 overall, also 40 years old. We got Ovi and Sid on the same exact line, hopefully giving us some leadership. Now, defensively, we're very good. Larson, Zellweger, Provorov, Hanifin, Korchinski, and in the net, Askarov now is only an 89 overall. I'm hoping for a very big season out of him. So here we are at the trade deadline. We are 43, 17, and and 3, we're going after Kempe and Nedeljkovic for Samsonov, and 2nd and a 3rd round pick. Let's see if the LA Kings will accept, and they have rejected. I will add in a 4th and another 2nd, and luckily LA has accepted my offer. Kempe also is signed for multiple seasons. Now Chicago will have their best season yet of the video, going 57, 21, and 4, 118 points. The best team in the entire NHL. So the pressure is on for us to win a Stanley Cup here in Chicago. Connor Bedard is finally going to have a comeback season, 55 goals, 113 points, followed by Teravainen, who had 33 and 79 points. Hagens had 76, Crosby 67, Kurashev was good, as well as Korchinski. And for goalies, Askarov 43, 18, and 4, 2 shutouts, and a 913 save percentage. So very decent stats from our 90, or actually 89 overall goaltender. I would like him to get up to like a 90, 91 perhaps. Matthews is going to end up leading the NHL in goals with 67 and points with 120. Bedard was not far behind though. He had 113, McDavid 104. And we are going to play the Vegas LTIR Cheaters in round number 1. Most likely Mark Stone will be coming back for the first game of the series, like he does pretty much every single season. We dominated Vegas in 5 games, and now we have the Colorado Avalanche in the 2nd round. We also got rid of them in 5 games, and now we have McDavid and the Oilers in the conference finals. A very good team. They won the Stanley Cup, I believe, in year number 1. And finally, Bedard and the Blackhawks have made the Stanley Cup finals up against the Montreal Canadiens, who by this point probably have a pretty good overall team. I mean, obviously, if they made the finals, so we are up against them. Can Bedard go on and finally capture his first Stanley Cup of his NHL career? And in only 4 seasons, GM Pasta has turned around the Blackhawks and made them Stanley Cup champions. Obviously, we made back-to-back conference finals the last 2 seasons, and now finally we got over the hump, and we are going to be taking home the Stanley Cup after beating Montreal in 6 games in the Stanley Cup finals. I believe Sidney Crosby actually ended up scoring the game-winning goal in this game also, so that was a massive pickup. I was going to say major, but massive fits as well, as Connor Bedard is going to take home the Conn Smythe. 12 goals and 31 points, an absolutely monster postseason run, as that Conn Smythe was definitely well-deserved. And here it is, baby, the Stanley Cup being presented to Chicago for the first time since 2015. As here comes the captain, Bedard, coming to lift the Stanley Cup for the first time in his career, as the Chicago Blackhawks in year number 4 have won it all. And we got the job done, completing the challenge, but we're not done yet. I'm going to try to go back-to-back and also three-peat, maybe win 2 and 3 seasons, and create a mini dynasty in Chicago. Now, in the playoffs, obviously, Bedard was very good. Teuvo Teravainen had 26 points. Crosby, 12 goals and 21 points. He was a -6, but at 40 years old and an 83 overall, that playoff experience definitely helped us out. And for Yaroslav Askarov, he wasn't honestly that great, allowing 3 goals against per game, but we still somehow managed to win the Stanley Cup. Dart is going to take home the Ted Lindsay and Hart Trophy, the Art Ross and Maurice Richard to Matthews and Norris to Evan Bouchard. Obviously, Bedsy the Conn Smythe. Askarov will win the Vezina somehow. He did have a pretty good season, and for the Selke, it will go to Tim Stützle of the Ottawa Senators. Now, in the re-sign phase, we do got to get a couple of our big guns back, like Hagens, Teravainen, Hanifin also. But we do have 32 mil in cap space to spend. Luckily, we got back Teravainen. Provorov renewed his contract. Crosby, we don't have the cap space to get him back, although I really want to sign him. Ovi re-signed as well. Noah Hanifin, we got him back. Frank Nazar, we don't have the cap space to get him. James Hagens, we got him on a monster deal, like $10.5 million for 8 years. I mean, our 1-2 punch with Bedard and now Hagens down the middle should be lethal. So we are going to run back the Stanley Cup winning roster. Bedard's back up to a 96. We got Kurashev and Teravainen. Hagens is an 89 with Kempe and Reichel. We got Iginla, Crosby, and Stevenson. And our fourth line is okay also defensively. We pretty much have the same exact decor. And in goal, we are rocking with a 91 Yaroslav Askarov, finally reaching his full potential. Now, at the end of the season, we are going to end up finishing first in our division, going 58, 19, and 5, 121 points. Yet again, we would be the best team in the entire NHL, followed by Tampa Bay, Toronto, Montreal was up there, as well as Ottawa. Bedard, again, is going to have a great season, 54 goals, 112 points, followed by Teravainen, who had 87. Hagens had 86. Korchinski had a career year, 21 goals, 73 points. Kempe was good, good. Crosby as well. And Askarov won 50 games, lost 14, 5 in overtime, 3 shutouts, and a .915 save percentage. He's probably going to win the Vezina Trophy yet again. He's in the prime of his career now at a 91 overall. Connor Bedard is going to end up leading the NHL in goals with 54 and points with 112. So he has finally arrived, 23 years old, already has a Stanley Cup. And now a Maurice Richard and an Art Ross to his trophy case. As Chicago will end up playing the Minnesota Wild, a team that we absolutely owned in the 2010s, so hopefully that trend will continue here in the 2020s. We would beat Minnesota in 6 games in the first round, and now we have Colorado in the second round. Yet again, we did last season as well. And we are going to end up coming back down 3-1 to Colorado, and we are headed back to the conference finals for the 3rd straight season. And we are going to be playing the Anaheim Ducks, another young team by this time now, are probably very good. I mean, Zegers is probably up to like a 90 plus overall. They have a lot of young guys like McTavish as well. And we have made the Stanley Cup Finals in back-to-back seasons. Now we're up against the New York Rangers, who did beat Montreal, so we know the Rangers simulate well in this game. But can Connor Bedard and the Blackhawks go on and go back-to-back? And the Chicago Blackhawks are going to go back-to-back, defeating the Rangers in 5 games in the finals, pretty much dominating them, honestly. And now Bedard at only, 23, 24 years old, has 2 Stanley Cups to his resume. We got Ovi, another Stanley Cup. Sidney Crosby, another Stanley Cup. So he has, 5 now? And Yaroslav Askarov, the backbone of the Blackhawks. Back-to-back Stanley Cups and back-to-back Conn Smythes for Connor Bedard. 21 goals and 41 points. One of the greatest playoff runs in NHL history. And there it is, the Stanley Cup awaiting to be presented to the Blackhawks for the 2nd straight season in a row. Here's your time to shine, buddy. Your 2nd year in a row doing this, lifting another Stanley Cup. And now it is time, boys. It's time to go for a 3-peat, completing the dynasty here in Chicago. Can we do it? Now in the playoffs, obviously Bedard was by far our best player. He was almost goal per game. Kurashev had 31 points himself. Crosby, 22 at 41 years old, is crazy. And if we take a look at Askarov, a .918 save percentage, he was very good. Bedard is going to take home the Ted Lindsay, Maurice Richard, Art Ross, and Hart Trophy. The Norris will go to Kevin Korchinski, the Conn Smythe to Bedsy. Askarov back-to-back Vezinas, and the Selke will go to Lundell. And this is going to be it, boys. We're going to do one more season, regardless of if we lose or win, trying to go for the 3-peat here in Chicago and trying to finally be labeled a dynasty in the 2010s and now in the 2020s. In the 29-2030 NHL season. So we pretty much are going to get everybody back that I wanted to re-sign here in the re-sign phase. And now we head into free agency, hopefully with some money to spend. Maybe we can upgrade our roster a little bit just to make sure that we do end up winning our 3rd Stanley Cup in a row. And we lucked out in free agency, signing Alex Lafreniere on a $12.5 million deal. Turns out we had a ton of cap space to spend, and since this is our last season, I'm going all in, bringing in a 90 overall player, 90 overall winger in Lafreniere, which is going to bolster our offense. So here we are in the final season of the video. We have Lafreniere, Bedard, and Teravainen on the first line, absolutely lethal. We also have Reichel, Hagens, who's up to a 90 with Kurashev. Our third line is a little bit weak, but we can move Chandler Stevenson up there if we want to, alongside Aginla and Kempe. Now defensively, we still have Hanifin and Korchinski, who now is a 90 overall. Zellweger's grown. Provorov is still pretty decent. And in goal, we have a 91 overall. Yaroslav Askarov, the back-to-back Vezina Trophy winner. It has not happened since the Islanders in the 80s, somebody winning 3 straight Stanley Cups. Can the Blackhawks do it? Now in the final season, we again are going to be very good, finishing first in the Central, going 50, 25, and 7, 107 points. Buffalo was the best team in the regular season, but we came in second, so Connor Bedard is actually going to take a slight step back. 46 goals, 98 points. Lafreniere had 82 and 28 goals. Teravainen, 66. Hagens, only 63. Kurashev had 54, Korchinski 54. So offensively, we were not as good as prior seasons. Askarov 38, 20, and 5, 8 shutouts and a .915 save percentage. I really cannot ask him to be any better, in all honesty. McDavid going to lead everybody in scoring with 101 points. And for goals, it will go to Austin Matthews, who had 52. As we are going to play the Vancouver Canucks in the very first round, we would end up beating Vancouver in 6 games in the first round, and then we have the Winnipeg Jets in the second round. We would deal with them in 6 games also, and now we have a rematch against the Anaheim Ducks, who are a young team. We did beat them last year, but they are coming for their revenge. Pause, no diddy. And for the 3rd season in a row, we have made the Stanley Cup Finals up against the Philadelphia Flyers, who do have Matvei Mishkov, who's like a 95, 94 overall. So it's Bedard versus Mishkov in the Stanley Cup Finals. Can we go on and three-peat, ending or creating a dynasty here in Chicago? And the Chicago Blackhawks have done it, winning their 3rd Stanley Cup in a row, becoming the first team to do so since the Islanders way back in the 80s. And we have officially solidified ourselves as a dynasty here in the 2020s. As Bedard is only like 25 years old, already has 3 Stanley Cups to his resume. Kind of funny. It's very similar to Patrick Kane and Jonathan Toews. They won a lot when they were younger, and then as they aged, they didn't do as well. And Bedard, 3 straight Conn Smythe trophies, 18 goals, 27 points for the kid. A very good postseason run by him, as the Blackhawks are back to their glory days, all thanks to GM Pasta. I got 3 Stanley Cups in 6 seasons. Obviously, 3 of those years we were still rebuilding, and we were very successful in the postseason. We have made the Stanley Cup Finals 3 years in a row, and for the past 5 years, we have also made the Conference Finals, as Connor Bedard lifting the Stanley Cup for the 3rd time in his NHL career, as the Blackhawks are now a dynasty yet again. So, taking a look at the Colorado Avalanche, I mean, we got a lethal first line with Nichushkin, McKinnon, and Rantanen. I mean, McKinnon's a 97 overall. We got a second line center in Middlestat Landy, who's not injured like he is in real life, alongside Jonathan Drouin. And even our depth isn't that bad. We have a pretty good third line with Lehkonen, Ross Colton, and Logan O'Connor. If we take a look defensively, probably the best D pair outside of maybe Bouchard, Ekholm in the entire league. We got Cale Makar, who is a 97 overall. Josh Manson and Samuel Girard's an okay D pair, and our bottom 6 is not very good. So we do need to fill up that hole defensively, and we need to get a better goalie. Alexander Georgiev at an 83 will not really help us that much come postseason time. To be honest, it's been really hard trying to find a trade here with Colorado. Their cap situation is an absolute nightmare, so I'm giving up a 1st and a 2nd for Philip Broberg from the Edmonton Oilers. The trade has been rejected, so I am going to have to slot in that 2nd round pick again. You guys always love to say that I overpay, but if I don't overpay, the trade literally will not go through. So there we go. Trade still rejected. So let's add in another 2nd and a 3rd round pick in there just to make sure this will go through. And Edmonton does not want to give up Philip Broberg. That's tragic. Absolutely tragic. Instead, we're going to be moving on to Brock Faber from the Minnesota Wild. He's only got top 4 high potential in this game. He is like an 86, so that is good. We're going to give up 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and Olofsson to make sure this trade will go through. And there we go. The Minnesota Wild accept, and we upgraded our D-core, got rid of Josh Manson, and essentially replaced him with Brock Faber. Now for this season, I want to get rid of Alexander Georgiev. Not a great goalie, doesn't play well through the Avs whatsoever, so we're giving up him a 2nd, 3rd, another 3rd for Kochekov from the Carolina Hurricanes, and they have rejected, so we're going to have to sweeten the deal a bit. Maybe throw in another 2nd round pick to make this trade go through, and let's see. There we go. On the behalf of Carolina Hurricanes, they have accepted my trade offer. I always go after Patty Kane, but how could you not? I mean, the Detroit wants to get rid of him. He's got a low cap hit for 1 year. He's easy to get, and he also simulates like he's a 90+ overall. So we got a 1st, 2 thirds, 4th, and Ross Colton. And the Red Wings, the fans are going to be cheering on the streets when we announce this deal. I don't think so, buddy. I mean, a 1st round pick is nice, but outside of that, you guys didn't really get anything too nice back. So at the end of the season, no surprises, Colorado won 57 games, losing 17, 8 in overtime for 122 points. The President's Trophy winning team, followed by the Nashville Predators, who had a good season with Stammer on their squad. Toronto was up there, Edmonton, Carolina, and Vegas. If we take a look at the bottom, we do have the Blue Jackets alongside the Flames and the poverty St. Louis Blues, the murder capital of the USA. Nathan McKinnon had a hell of a season, 42 goals, 106 points. Makar had 103, Mikko Rantanen 92, Patrick Kane was up there with 63. How many did he have on our team? He wasn't point per game and only 3 goals, so he had a little bit of a rough time on that second line. Maybe for the playoffs, I can't throw him up on line 1. Girard had 52, Landy only 50 and 22 goals. Lehkonen had a good season, and if we take a look at Kochekov, he rocked a 922, 8 shutouts, and 44 wins. That is what I'm talking about, brother. The dog will lead the league in scoring with 106 points, followed by All Hail Cale McCarr with 103. So the Colorado Avalanche squad is dominating. Zach Hyman at 96, Aho 93, Draisaitl 93, and on the goal side, Zachary Hyman will lead with 54 tucks on the season. Kyle Connor had 46, Matthews only 44. Wow, Matthews is back to being overrated. That's nice. Nathan MacKinnon had 42. Connor McDavid had 42. Pasternak 42. Brock Nelson put up 41. Hellebuck and Kochekov will tie for the most wins at 44, and for the most shutouts, it will go to our own Pyotr Kochekov from the Colorado Avalanche. Most likely will probably end up winning the Vezina Trophy this season. And in the first round of the postseason, we're going to be facing the absolute mid-LA Kings, who we should be able to breeze by in round number 1. We would end up sweeping the LA Kings in round number 1, just like we should, and then we move on to face the Winnipeg Jets in round number 2. Just like in real life, we got rid of the Jets in 5, and now in the conference finals, we face the Vancouver Canucks. Here we are in Game 7 of the conference finals. We get a tie game between the Avs and the Nucks, all tied up at 1 apiece. There we go. The cokehead himself, Valery Nichushkin, will score and take the lead for the Avs. Give us a 2-1 lead. 5 to go. 4 minutes left. Are the Avs headed back to the Stanley Cup final? They are, for the second time within 4 seasons. And now in the Stanley Cup finals, we go 1-on-1, not with the Undertaker, but instead the Boston Bruins, as we're going to face them in the Cup finals to see if we can go on in GM Pass's very first season as the GM of the Avs and try to win the Stanley Cup. Here we go. We got 5 minutes. Oh no, Marchand over to Lindholm. We got 5 minutes left in Game 6 of the Cup finals. We are leading in the game 4-3 and leading in the series 3-2. The Stanley Cup is in Boston. Oh my God, Pasternak back to the point. Boston's all over us right now. Pasta over to McAvoy. What a save by Kochekov. He's got no energy. He's got no energy. He's going to let it go in. We got it. Oh no, we got to get the puck out, dude. We have to get the puck out here. Makar, what are you doing? Move it up. Thank God. Up to Valerie. There's strippers waiting, Valerie. Just win the Stanley Cup. They're waiting. Rantanen. Shoot it. Nichushkin. Great save by Swayman. We're on that forecheck. Less than a minute remaining in the third. Can GM Pasta in his very first season bring the Colorado Avalanche a Stanley Cup? Oh no, Pasta in the middle. McAvoy, what a save by Kochekov. All right, this is a massive draw. There we go. Casey Middlestat wins it. We don't even need Captain Landy to take the draw, although Landy is a winger. Regardless, doesn't matter. Girard behind the net. 15 seconds to go. Can the Avs hold on and win their second Stanley Cup in 4 years? He went for the empty net. Unfortunately, he missed it. 4 seconds left to go. And the Colorado Avalanche in season number 1 will take home Lord Stanley as they defeat the Boston Bruins in 6 games in the Stanley Cup Finals. Kochekov made a hell of a save to get the job done there at the end. I honestly didn't think we were going to go all the way in year number 1, but making the small trades that I made, getting a better goalie, bringing him in, also bringing in Brock Faber and Patrick Kane, a guy who point produces like none other, 86 overall in this entire game. And Showtime definitely helped us out in the postseason. As the dog, Nathan MacKinnon, will win the Conn Smythe. Only 3 goals, but he did have 25 points. Absolutely dynamic by the dog, as he's going to win his very first Conn Smythe trophy of his entire career. Makar got the first one, and now it has gone to Nathan MacKinnon. As there it is, the Stanley Cup about to be raised to the Colorado Avalanche for the second time in 4 seasons. As they are not a dynasty yet, they probably need one more Stanley Cup to be considered a dynasty. As here comes Captain Landy coming to lift the cup for the second time in his career. As GM Pasta in year number 1 made a few trades and has led the Avalanche back to the top of the National Hockey League. Obviously, Mac Daddy would lead our team in scoring for the postseason, 25 points. Cale Makar had 23. Mikko Rantanen, 21. Valery Nichushkin had 12 goals. I mean, this guy can get in some off-ice troubles, but in the postseason, that is a goal scorer. Patty Kane at 17 points, very good as well. Samuel Girard. And if we take a look at Kochekov, a 9-16 with 2 shutouts and 16 wins. Cale Makar will take home the Ted Lindsay, the Hart, and the Norris Trophy, while the Art Ross will go to McKinnon and Maurice Richard to Zachary Effin Hyman. McKinnon obviously won the Conn Smythe, the Vezina to Kochekov as his first season as a starter, and the Selke will go to Sasha Barkov from the Florida Panthers. Here we are in the offseason. We didn't didn't have to re-sign anybody, and we're only going to be doing one more year considering we already won the Stanley Cup. So Nabokov, sorry, you got to go. I didn't even get to relive your potential. We got Nabokov, Landy, a first, second, and a third for Braden Point from the Tampa Bay Lightning. He simulates very well in this game, and they are totally unwilling to do that. Instead, I'm going to be shifting my focus to Zach Hyman, who puts up consistently 50, 60 goals, especially if he's going to be playing alongside Nathan MacKinnon, who is a 97. So we get Nabokov, our franchise guy, a second, third, and a fourth for Zachary Hyman, and the Edmonton Oilers clearly love that deal as they had no problem accepting it. Cam Pasta is making moves in the offseason. Captain Landy, you are out of here for Miles Wood, or actually including Miles Wood, a first, third, and a fourth for Pavel Zacha and Brendan Carlo from the Boston Bruins. And there we go. On the behalf of the Bruins, they are happy to accept that trade offer. W or L? I mean, maybe we could have sold, considering the fact that Landy is our captain and helped us win another Stanley Cup. But at the end of the day, I'm trying to revamp our D-core and add in some forward depth at the same time. Heading into season number 2, our team is even better. We got Rantanen, McKinnon, and Hyman on that first line. Kane, Middlestat, Nichushkin, followed by Lehkonen, Zacha, and Drouin. Even our fourth line isn't that bad, to be honest. Defensively, we are a lot better. Carlo and Makar, Taves and Girard, and then finally Brandstrom and Brock Faber on that bottom line pair. And if we take a look at Kochekov, he's up to a 91 overall already. Dear God, look out, NHL. Pyotr Kochekov is on his way to becoming the GOAT. Now, just to go all in here, I'm going after Braden McNabb from the Vegas Golden Knights. He's an 87 overall on his rookie deal. I'll be giving up Richie 2 first, a 5th, and a 4th round pick. And obviously, Vegas was going to accept that offer. Why would they not? Take a look at this defense core. +5s on every single line. We got Carlo Makar, Taves, Girard, McNabb, and Faber. Dear God, that is literally overpowered. Yet again, Colorado will go ahead and be the best team in our division, 51, 24, and 7, 109 points. And the Edmonton Oilers would be the best team in the league, winning 59 games, obviously followed by us. And then the Tampa Bay Lightning, the Buffalo Sabres, and the Boston Bruins. At the bottom, we have the Ottawa Senators, who for some reason just cannot make the postseason. San Jose was bad as well. Montreal was down there, Anaheim and Calgary. Nathan MacKinnon will put up 45 goals and 116 points, followed by Makar, who had 101 and 23 goals. These guys are the best players on our team and maybe the best in the league at this point. Mikko Rantanen had 78. Hyman only had 39 goals, so maybe if we do remove him from McDavid, he's really not anything. Patrick Kane at 63, Middlestat 52, and for Kochekov, 7 shutouts after having 8 last season, a .916 save percentage, and 44 wins. Look at this guy's record. First 2 seasons as a starter, 44 wins in both years, 8 shutouts, and then 7 shutouts. And I mean, god damn, he might win the Vezina again. He literally might do it. Connor McDavid is going to lead the entire NHL, not in goals. That would go to Igor Sharangovich, who had 55 on the season as an 86 overall, followed by McDavid, who had 53, Draisaitl 52, and passed to 50. And for the point side, McDavid will lead with 118. Nathan MacKinnon was up there. Draisaitl had 110. Makar and Jonathan Huberdeau made a comeback. 20 goals and 100 points. Stuart Skinner will have the most wins by a goalie with 51, followed by Kochekov, who had 44. And for the shutouts, Kochekov will lead yet again with 7. And now in the first round of the postseason, we are going up against the Winnipeg Jets. We got rid of the Jets in 6 games in the first round. Now we face Dallas in round number 2, so that should be a much tougher test. We're down 0-2 in the series, and Zach Hyman has a third period hat trick to win the game. He scores with 37 seconds left. Absolute W. We are down by 1 in game 7 of the second round. What can the Avs do? We were up by 1 after 1, but Dallas rallied 2 straight in the second period. Come on, Colorado. No, Wyatt Johnston will give them an insurance marker. Here we go. We'll call timeout. No, I don't want a timeout. We're down by 2. Shaq Hyman coming in. Gets poked off of him. We need full pressure by the Avs right now, as we are down by 2 with 4:35 to go in the third period. Come on, can we cook Colorado? We're not going to lose with the greatest hockey team of all time. I mean, why are we giving up so many goals? We have a +5 on every defensive pairing. MacKinnon. Why would MacKinnon do that? Oh, dear God. Zach Hyman. MacKinnon. Shooting. Great save by Jake Ottinger. He's going to cover that up. No, he's going to play it. MacKinnon. Hyman. That's not that. Shaq Hyman. Shooting from the Rockstar zone. What is Hyman doing behind the net? Come on, Mikko Rantanen. We're all over them. We were all over them. We just could not score. We literally could not score. Harley moves up to Johnston. Over to Ratko Gudis. Rope Hintz. Oh no, Hintz is coming in. Over. RoboCop. Get out of here. All right, we're headed to the power play. Only 21 seconds to go, though. Not great. All right, we only got 21 seconds to go. I probably should have pulled my goalie. Empty net for Colorado. Oh no, we lose it. Get back in the net. Get back in the net. Stay. Okay, never mind. We're going for broke here. We're down by 2. Oh my God. 10 seconds left. After building the greatest team of all time, the greatest decor I've ever had in my franchise mode history, the Colorado Avalanche are not going to get it done. 2.9. Of course, there's another whistle. Why not, EA? Why not have as many whistles as possible? I hate the fact. What's the point of rebuilding? If you rebuild and the simulation is completely random, well, there's really no point. It doesn't matter what type of team you have. It just matters if the simulation engine is in fact on your side. And it was not on ours, as we are going to lose to Dallas in Game 7 of round number 2. And we ultimately will not go back-to-back. Now, yet again, McKinnon will lead our team. He only had 19 points in 13 games, so he didn't really go nuclear. I mean, Hyman had 10 goals. Can't really complain about that. Rantanen only 14. Makar only 13. Not going to be good enough. And Valery Nichushkin wasn't great. And for Kochekov, there it is. He fell down to a 9.02. Nathan McKinnon will take home the Ted Lindsay and the Hart Trophy. The Art Ross to McDavid, Maurice Richard to Sharangovich. The Norris will go to Cale Makar. The Conn Smythe to Miro Heiskanen. Kochekov will go back-to-back with the Vezinas, and the Selke again to Alexander Barkov. So these rosters are updated. So Sean Monahan is a signing on the team. He's our first-line center at an 84 overall. Line A is an 84 as well as Johnny Hockey. So yeah, this is not good whatsoever. We also got Kent Johnson, Bruce Jenner, who is related to obviously Kim K. Marchenko is there. I mean, basically, I think I'm just going to tank for the first, 2 seasons and try to pick up some draft picks or, franchise potential. And then by, year 3, 4, and 5, go all in and try to win the Stanley Cup because we're nowhere close to winning a Stanley Cup, let alone making the playoffs. First trade up here, we got Zellweger, Mintyukov, and Ryan Strome from the Anaheim Ducks for Werenski, Severson, Monahan, a second, and a first-round pick. And luckily, that trade has gone through as we are just going to be tanking in the first 2 seasons here, trying to pick up as much assets as we can to build a Stanley Cup contender by years 3, 4, and 5. Now, we don't have any assets to spend, so we're going to have to give up later first-round picks like a 27 and 28, also a 29 and 27 second-rounder, just to get the Blackhawks first-rounder from this season, trying to get Macklin Celebrini, and they do not want to do that. So, now, predictably, the Columbus Blue Jackets were the worst team in the Metro, 29, 46, and 7, only 65 points if we take a look at the entire NHL. Were we the worst team? No! We were the 3rd worst team above the Buffalo Sabres and the Chicago Blackhawks at the top of the NHL. Colorado won 57 games, but that's not important, as we are going to be rebuilding and tanking for the first 2 seasons of the sim. Johnny Hockey was our leading scorer, only 63 points and 21 goals. Ken Johnson had 60. Patrick Fortnite Laine, only 22 goals. I mean, not a bad season for Fortnite Laine. Bruce Jenner had 47. If we take a look at Adam Fantilli, he did not even play until the trade deadline. So going way down the list here, Adam Fantilli in 19 games had 4 points as a rookie. That's got to be the worst rookie season of all time. I'm sorry, Adam. I don't know what I was doing, just scratching you for the first 8 months of the season. If we take a look at our goalie here, Merzlinkins, he wasn't honestly not that bad. A 908 save percentage isn't horrible. Cale Makar will lead the NHL in scoring with 113 points, followed by Crosby's 103. Kyle Connor had 102. Your mom's a hoe is up there. I mean, Zach Hyman had a good season, as well as Matthew Barzal having a career high at 26. 25 goals, 100 points. If you remember, as a rookie, he had his best season of his career. And then since then, I mean, I don't know what has happened to him, to be honest. Now, on the goal side, Shaq Hyman, I should say, led the league in scoring with 51 goals. Matthews only had 48. What a bum, and he's overrated. Tommy Yake. Nikita Kucherov, 45. Kyle Connor, 44. Crosby had a good season with 43 goals, as well as Pastas, 42. And just like in real life, the Florida Panthers will go on and win the Stanley Cup, instead beating the Winnipeg Jets in 6 games. Somehow, the Jets actually made it to the Cup Finals. That is miraculous. Cale Makar will take home the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross, Hart Trophy, and the Norris, while Shaq Hyman will win the Maurice Richard. The Conn Smythe will go to Carter Verhaeghe. The Vezina to Georgiev, and the Selke will go to Sid the Kid Crosby for the first time in his career. By the luck of the draw, Columbus will move up from 3-1 and win the draft lottery, meaning that we're going to have the abilities to select a Macklin Celebrini first overall. Now, obviously, I am going to take Macklin Celebrini first overall in the draft. He's got franchise potential in this game, and he's already an 82 overall. Now, the thing is, we could go after somebody else here if we want to take a chance and try to trade some pieces pieces. Let's see if we can make this trade go through, trying to get the 7th overall pick from Calgary. We got Jenner, a third, and a 4th round pick, and they are totally unwilling, so we're not going to be able to get another first rounder here. We basically just got to go ahead and move on. We locked up Kent Johnson for the rest of the video, which is good. Also, Kirill Marchenko, Macklin Celebrini, we signed him. He's going to start on our team. He's basically our cornerstone moving in for the next 4 years, as we do have a very young core. Everybody's like 20 or 22 years old with elite potential, so we should be able to be a good team by like year 3, I think. Heading into our second season, we got Adam Fantilli, Celebrini, and Kent Johnson on that first line. A +5 across the board, followed by Marchenko, Line, and Goodrow. Our bottom 6 isn't great. I do want to trade Boone Jenner and try to get something back for him defensively. We got Mintyukov and Matejchuk, Zellweger, Juracek, and then finally Provorov and Goodbranson. And I called up Sergei Ivanov, who does have elite low potential, 77 overall. He could possibly be our starter in a few seasons, who knows. We are trying to get rid of Bruce Jenner for Rutger McGroarty and Cole Perfetti from the Winnipeg Jets. I threw in a 1st, 2nd, and another 2nd round pick to make this trade go through, and the Jets fans will be cheering on the streets for Boone Jenner and a 1st round pick. You guys are going to be cheering? I mean, that's very questionable. We are going to get our goalie for the video, which is Lucas Dostal, medium elite potential. Does need to be re-signed, but we can get that done for Tarasov, a 4th, 5th, and a 6th round pick. And luckily, the trade did go through. I mean, why would it not? Lucas Dostal had literally no trade value whatsoever. Now, in season number 2, somehow Columbus is actually going to make the postseason. 44, 33, and 5, 93 points on the year. The final wildcard spot in the Metro, as the Rangers were the best team in our division. And for the entire NHL, it was the Edmonton Oilers winning 55 games, followed by Vancouver, Toronto, New York was up there, as well as Colorado and Minnesota. Now, in Adam Fantilli's first full season, he's going to put up 40 goals and 86 points, over point per game as a 20-year-old, which is crazy. Celebrini had 71 points as a rookie. Mintyukov had 70 as a D-man. Dear God. Ken Johnson was good. Perfetti was pretty good. Marchenko, Line had 21 goals. And if we take a look at Dostal, he rocked a 913 as well as 2 shutouts and 28 wins. Connor McDavid will lead the league in scoring with 112 points. For the goals, it will go to Shaq Hyman, who had 59 on the season, followed by McKinnon's 48. Aho at 47, Breadman 45. Austin Matthews not really simulating well in this game, only 44 goals, 90 points in this video. Even last season, he didn't put up a lot of numbers. I think I actually reduced him a little bit, so hopefully he doesn't go nuclear every single year. Thatcher Demko will have the most wins by a goalie with 45, and for the most shutouts, it will go to Aiden Hill from the Vegas Golden Knights, having 8 on the season. And in the first round of the postseason, unfortunately for us, we're up against the New York Rangers, who do have a very good team that usually simulates pretty well in this game. They regularly go on and win the Stanley Cup, so we got to be on our P's and Q's. I'm just here for the experience, honestly. The Columbus Blue Jackets trying to force a Game 7 here in round number 1. We're down by 2. We got some work to do. If they score 1 goal, I will hop into the game, but we need Columbus to get back into a 1-goal game. There it is. Johnny Hockey will score. All right, here we go. 5:20 left to go in Game 6, trying to force 7 back in Madison Square Garden. We did get back to within 1, so I mean, that is the reason why we hopped into this game, but honestly, not a lot of time to work here. Breadman back to Fox, over to Lindgren. We're getting dominated right now. Get it out, Columbus. There we go. Nylander, move that puck up. Cole Sillinger. Let's get our first line out on the ice. Sillinger wristed on that. There we go. Go get a change. One final shift here for the Blue Jackets. Lafreniere is deking back and forth. I cannot stop hiccuping as well. I don't know why. Zellweger over to Matejchuk. Here we go. 1:30 left to go. Adam Fantilli, why are you doing a one-touch D? Kent Johnson doesn't get a shot on net. Less than a minute to go. I probably should have maybe pulled the goalie. Trocheck. Oh no. Vinny Trocheck to Lafreniere. Lafreniere. Over. Fantilli. Beautiful one-touch deke. Celebrini over to Johnson, and a great save by Igor Shesterkin. Why didn't I not pull my goalie? I'm not going to get a chance to do so as Chris Kreider walking in. Move it over. Here we go. One final rush, pulling the goalie. 6 seconds left to go. Celebrini over Fantilli, and there will be no rebound as Shesty will cover that puck up. All right, we got to win it. No, we don't. All right. I mean, it was a good learning experience. as the Columbus Blue Jackets will fall to the New York Rangers in round number 1 in 6 games in the playoffs. I really wasn't expecting to win this series anyways, but I'm glad we got some playoff experience. We got to witness what playoff hockey looks like, and now we can move on to next season and become even better of a team. Why is Chris Carter the captain, by the way? That's messed up. The Edmonton Oilers would end up going on and winning the Stanley Cup, sweeping the New York Islanders in the finals. Pavel Mintyukov led our team in scoring. He had 3 goals and 5 points. Johnny Hockey had 5. Ken Johnson, no goals but 4 points. A lot of our young talent really didn't show up, especially Celebrini, no goals. So yeah, this was definitely a learning experience. Dostal was pretty good. He rocked a .910 save percentage. I can't be mad at that. The Ted Lindsay will go to Connor McDavid, as well as the Art Ross and Hart Trophy. Shaq Hyman, the Maurice Richard, Evan Bouchard, the Norris, McDavid, the Conn Smythe, Demko, the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Sasha Barkov. This might be the biggest jump I've ever seen a team do. Detroit was literally 12th place, and they move all the way up to 2nd overall, while Chicago literally stays in the same place, winning the draft lottery. Everybody from Columbus, welcome in Luka Radodovic from the Czech Republic, as he has top 4 media potential, and he's a 73 overall two-way D-man. Canadian teams. Now, Lucas Dostal, we got him signed for the rest of the video, as well as Cole Perfetti. He decided to renew, and now we head into the free agency and see if we can build. I mean, I would like 2 top 6 defensemen to add to our roster. Forward-wise, I don't think we need too much to touch. We got our start of the future. Most of our young talent are just going to continue to get better and better as the years go on. So we went out in the offseason. We got Vladislav Gavrikov from, I don't even know where he played, but he's a nice defenseman that we needed. Riley Lindgren accepted our offer, as well as Igor Shesterkin, a 94 overall goalie, $11 million for 7 years for the best goalie in the world for the rest of the video, and our rebuild just got sped up financially. We also decided to go after an 86 overall Jamie Benn for 2 years, 35 years old, can be a great 2nd or 3rd line winger onto our team, as we now basically have to go in win now mode for the rest of the video. We got a 94 overall goalie. Now, as we head into year number 3, we got a much different roster. We still have the same first line, that is a +5 across the board. We got line A, Perfetti, Ben, followed by Johnny Hockey, Sillinger, Marchenko, pluses all across the board. In our forward core defensively, Mintyukov's up to a 92 with Matejchuk, who's an 85. They also have a +5 on the board. Then we got Lindgren, Gavrikov, Zellweger, and Juracek. And then finally in goal, we have a 94 overall Igor Shesterkin with an 85 overall Lucas Dostal as our backup. Being rejected. Okay, Anaheim, you guys are being a little bit difficult here, but luckily I loaded up with picks, and they are happy to accept that proposal. Now, I believe for the first time in Columbus Blue Jackets history, we have won 50 games, finishing at the top of the Metro, 50, 24, and 8. We had 108 points on the season, as we would end up being the 2nd best team in the league, only behind the Edmonton Oilers, who did have 56 wins. Rangers were up there, Colorado was good, Florida, and Vegas. So Columbus moving on up in that NHL world. Macklin Celebrini had 40 goals and 116 points, a monster season as a 19-year-old. Ken Johnson at 79. Fantilli, despite the fact he's a 95 overall, only had 33 goals and 67 points. Line A produced. Jamie Benn was good, as well as Pavel Mintyukov. Cole Perfetti, I meant to say. Mintyukov had a big step backwards, I'm not going to lie. And Igor Shesterkin, a 915, 4 shutouts, and 39 wins. Doesn't get any sweeter than that. Nathan MacKinnon is going to dominate the NHL, leading in goals with 52 and points with 132. Celebrini was up there, 116. Fox had a good season. McDavid, Cale Makar. Leon Draisaitl was there. And for goalies, Skinner will have the most wins at 42, and the most shutouts will go to Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, who played for the Buffalo Sabres of all teams. And now in the first round of the postseason, we get a bit of an easier matchup with the New Jersey Devils compared to the New York Rangers, so we definitely now are expected to win and go on a very deep playoff run. Now, after our 2nd series win in franchise history, we got to face New York Rangers in round number 2, a very tough team to go up against. We got rid of the Rangers in 5 games, straight up dominating them, and then we face the Tampa Bay Lightning in the conference finals. And in year number 3, the Columbus Blue Jackets will make the Stanley Cup Finals up against the poverty Vancouver Canucks, who we know are going to sit in the corner and watch their cheeks get absolutely clapped. Well, unfortunately, we're not going to win the Stanley Cup. Vancouver's going to dominate us in Game 6. 7, what is going on here? Can somebody stop a goddamn beach ball? Goddamn, Igor. And now it's Lucas Dostal in the net, just straight up shitting the bed as we're just getting dominated And we're going to lose in 6 games to the Vancouver Canucks in the Stanley Cup Finals. Celebrini was our leading point man. He had 9 goals, 28 points. Fantilli had 21. Jamie Benn, 18 and 10 goals. Kent Johnson was okay, I guess. Matejchuk. What about Igor? How was Igor? Oh my God. I have a 94 overall franchise goalie, and he can only put up 1 shutout and a .907 save percentage. I went ahead and took a look at the gems. We got Charlie Engel, top 4 medium potential defensive defenseman. He's NHL ready, and he's similar style to Mark-Edward Vlasic, who was a great defensive defenseman in his prime. 77 overall. There we go. We are in the offseason, and we are trying to clear some cap space. So Ryan Strome, a first, 2/3, and a second for Coronado from the Calgary Flames. Let's see. It is a gift horse in the mouth as Calgary accepted. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. As we move along here, we still have Celebrini, Fantilli, and Kent Johnson in the first line. Cole Perfetti alongside Rutger McGroarty and Matt Coronado, Marchenko, Monahan, Ben. And their fourth line is not bad either. We finally have pluses across the board defensively. Matejchuk, Mintyukov, Zellweger, Juracek, Lindgren, and Strathman. And then in goal, a 94 overall Igor Shesterkin with an 86 overall backup. Now, the Blue Jackets are going to take a step back, but actually, we came alive very good after the trade deadline. 39, 30, and 12, 90 points. Second in our division with making 90 points is crazy. I guess we just had a weak division as Toronto was the best team, winning 47 games. Calgary was up there, Colorado, Edmonton, and Florida. Adam Fantilli will put up 31 goals and 69 points. Celebrini, oh my God. Celebrini went from like what? 113 points to 56. That's absolutely down bad. Kent Johnson, yeah, our offense was not great this season whatsoever. And for goalies, Igor Shesterkin was basically carrying us with a .918 save percentage, 2 shutouts, and 29 wins. Nathan MacKinnon is going to continue to dominate, leading in scoring with 111 points. Jack Eichel had 99. Cale Makar was up there. Bedard finally putting up numbers, 47 goals, 94 points. Bouchard had 94 as well. If we take a look at the goal side, Nathan MacKinnon will tie Connor Bedard for the most goals in the league with 47. Matthews had 45. Bo Horvat, 43. And for goalies, Vasi will have the most wins at 42, and the most shutouts will go to Connor Hellebuck with 7. And now for our first round matchup, we got the Carolina Hurricanes, who do like to feast on inferior teams, but unlucky for them, we are a team hungry for a Stanley Cup, making the Cup Finals last year. We didn't get the job done. Hopefully this can be the season. We got rid of the Canes in 5 games in the first round as we now face the New York Rangers in round number 2. The Colorado Avalanche would eventually go on and defeat New York in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Now, as we enter the final season, offensively, we definitely are worse than prior seasons. We still have a lethal first line, but the rest of our forward core isn't that great. Defensively, absolutely loaded. And in goal, if we take a look, Igor is still a 94 overall at 31 years of age, and we got Tarasov as our backup. Now, Columbus will luckily make the postseason, 43, 32, and 7, 93 points, the second best team in the Metro, as the Devils were the best team, and the Edmonton Oilers were the best team in the entire league, winning 54 games. Followed by Colorado, Toronto was up there, Boston, and Vancouver. Celebrini will only have 32 goals and 66 points. Kent Johnson at 60. Fantilli, oh my God. Literally everybody just capped off after that amazing year number 3, and they're back to being absolutely mid. What about Igor? A 906 for a 94 overall goalie. Connor McDavid will go ahead and lead the NHL in scoring yet again, 112 points. Matthews had 109. David Pastrnak, 109. And Draisaitl, 108. And now on the goal side, Austin Matthews will have 56 tucks on the season, past the 53, and McDavid 51. Now in the first round of the postseason, we are going up against the Washington Capitals. Oh, we got absolutely dominated by Washington in 5 games. Lost the first 3, won 4, and then lost 5. Columbus, it was just never meant to be. What can I say? And somehow, some way, the Toronto Tummy Aches will go on and win the Stanley Cup, beating Minnesota in Game 7 of the finals. That is how you know this is NHL 24 and not, in fact, real life. Going ahead, looking at the Stars roster, they are very well built. They got Hintz, Pavelski, Robertson down on the first line. Obviously, Joe Pavelski did retire in real life, so he's only going to be here for 1 year. Sagan, Johnston, Marshman. Honestly, I might throw Wyatt Johnston up on that first line just to make sure he has a great season and he can grow to a higher overall. And then we still get a young guy in Stankoven. Matt Duchene is here. Jamie Benn. I mean, this forward core is really deep. This is all I heard about when the Oilers were facing the Stars, of how deep their team was and how Edmonton did not stand a chance. Defensively, Lindell and Heiskanen, very good deep pair. Thomas Harley, who's only 22, he can grow with Labushkin. And then we got Matt Dumma and Brendan Smith. And in goal, we have a 90 overall Jake Ottinger, who is only 24 24 years old and still can continue to grow and be a higher overall in a few seasons. First up is we're going out there and grabbing a defenseman in Rasmus Andersson and also Connor Zary from the Calgary Flames for Bichelle, 2 seconds, a third, and Brendan Smith. And luckily the Flames had no issue doing that trade, and we got that to go through right immediately, honestly. There is a blockbuster trade awaiting to happen. We got Sagan, 2 firsts and 2 seconds for Mason McTavish and Troy Terry from the Anaheim Ducks. Will they accept? Totally unwilling, so we're not going to be able to get them. I mean, we're giving you 2. What if we add in another first rounder? Do you think another first rounder will make this trade go through? Let's see. We'll add in a 2029 first round pick, 3 firsts and a second, and they're still rejected. We have the same exact trade package, but instead for Tage Thompson and JJ Peterka from Buffalo, and it has gone through. The Buffalo Sabres accepted my trade offer. We moved off of Tyler Seguin's awful contract for Tage Thompson's instead. This is the new look Dallas Stars. We are so deep, it is absolutely unimaginable. We got Robertson, Hintz, Johnston, Stankoven alongside Tage Thompson and JJ Peterka. Then we have Ben, Pavelski, Duchesne as our third line, Dadonov, Zary, and Marchman to round up our forward core. And defensively, we got even better. Still Heiskanen, Lindell, Harley alongside Rasmus Andersson. And then we got Ilya Lyubushkin alongside Niels Lundqvist. And of course, still the same goalie in Jake Ottinger with Casey DeSmith as our backup. So I'm not going to get fleeced again for Brayden McNabb. I know Vancouver stole him from me last time. We get a first, second, and a third for Brayden McNabb. Trade's been rejected. Okay, so we're going to have to add in that second first round pick that I really did not want to add in, but at 2028, I guess we'll throw that into the deal. And it has gone through. We have bolstered our defense core. Brayden McNabb, welcome to Dallas. Now, at the end of the season, we are going to finish second in the Central, 48, 30, and 4, 100 points on the season. Colorado is at the top of our division, and the Edmonton Oilers for the entire NHL, followed by Carolina, who had 54 wins. Florida was up there, Colorado, Vancouver, and Dallas. So we were a top 6 team in the entire league. We should be a perennial Stanley Cup contender. Wyatt Johnston will have a great season. 49 goals and 99 points as a 20-year-old in the NHL is crazy. Outscoring Jason Robertson, who had 35 goals and 95 points. Rope Hintz had 74. Tage Thompson, a 35-goal season. Stankoven as a rookie was good. Heiskanen was good. And if we take a look at Jake Ottinger, 3 shutouts, a .913 save percentage, and 36 wins. Connor McDavid will lead the NHL in scoring with 126 points, followed by Mac Daddy's 120. Mikko Rantanen was up there. Zach Hyman had 111. Brayden Point 106, and Draisaitl as well. And if we take a look at the goals, Zach Hyman, or should I say Shaq Hyman, had 59 on the season, followed by Nathan McKinnon's 58. Matthews had 52. Brayden Point was up there. He simulates very well with this roster update. And of course, Wyatt Johnston, as a 20-year-old in the NHL, breaking out as one of the best goal scorers in the entire league. And for the first round matchup in the playoffs, we got to face the St. Louis Blues, who we should be able to absolutely breeze by. And of course, if you get an easy matchup in round number 1, usually that means they're going to dominate us. We're on the brink of elimination here in Game 5 as Brendan Saad in 2024 is going to score the insurance marker, as the Dallas Stars are going to lose to St. Louis in the first round of the playoffs after being absolutely loaded up. It doesn't matter. We scored 1. It really does not matter. And of course, the Oilers will avenge 2006, sweeping the Carolina Hurricanes in the Stanley Cup Finals. He only played 5 games. Jason Robertson didn't score a single goal, but had 7 apples. Rope Hintz had 5 goals, goal per game. Damn, did he ever step up? Dear God. Stankoven 4, Johnston only 4, no goals though, which is not great. And for Jake Ottinger, he was absolutely horrible. Connor McDavid will take home the Ted Lindsay, the Art Ross and Hart Trophy. Shaq Hyman, the Maurice Richard, the Norris will go to Cale Makar. McDavid, the Conn Smythe. Freddie Anderson, the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Alexander Barkov. And there we go. We got back Thomas Harley for the rest of the video. 4-year deal at $4.4 million. And conveniently enough, he was our only player that we actually had to re-sign in the re-sign phase. Everybody else is locked up. We lost Joe Pavelski. He's off to Cancun. 1, 2, 3 Cancun in the chat. But besides him, we went out and we got Evander Kane, who could be a third line scoring forward for us on this stacked Dallas Stars squad. As we head into year number 2, Wyatt Johnston has grown to a 91 overall. Stankoven up to an 85 alongside Thompson and Matt Duchesne. Our third line has a -1, which isn't great, but I mean, their overalls are still pretty high with an 84, 84, and 86. And defensively, nothing really has changed. We got the same exact decor and the same exact starting goalie, except he's up to a 93 overall now. Now, we're at the deadline, and honestly, I'm not too happy with Jason Robertson. He's been sneaking into my office and banging Sophie Rain. So in honor of that, or not in honor, but the disrespect that he has caused me and the other staff here in the Dallas Stars organization, he is on the trading block. We're giving him to the Toronto Maple Leafs for Mitch Marner and Matthew Knies. I also have a first-round pick added in there. Let's see. It's an absolute no-brainer here in Toronto. So there it is, our best player at the deadline after being 38, 19, and 4. Now, taking a look after the trade deadline, we still have a very good first line. Marner is a 91, and we got a +5 there. Then we got Stankoven, Thompson, JJ, Jamie Benn, Duchesne, and Matthew Knies on our third line. And then our fourth line, honestly, our forward depth is unmatchable in the entire league. All right, so at the end of the season, despite the fact that at the trade deadline, we literally traded our best player, we got 51 wins on the season, followed by the Avs, who had 47. St. Louis is up there in our division. For the entire NHL, we were a top 4 team. Only Ottawa, Vancouver, and Edmonton were, but man, Edmonton, 60 wins on the year. There is almost a 0% chance that we're going to end up beating them. If we take a look at the bottom, we have the Washington Capitals, Anaheim Ducks, and the Columbus Blue Jackets. Wyatt Johnston, another great season, 36 goals, 88 points. Rope Hintz was up there with 84. Marner had 73. How many did he have on the Dallas Stars? He had 14 points in 21 games and was a -5. Paige Thompson had 71, Stankoven 62, Duchesne 61. He had a .919 save percentage, 5 shutouts, and 42 wins. A very good season by our 93 overall goalie. Leon Draisaitl will win the Art Ross with 109 points. Kachuk and McDavid both had 108 apiece. Claude Giroux had 106 at 37 years old. Also, Shaq Hyman, shout out to him for having the most goals at 58. Matthews had 52. Kyle Connor, 50. Crosby had 48 at 37. So, Sid the Kid putting up numbers yet again. Skin Daddy will have the most wins by any goalie with 49. And for the most shutouts, it will be a tie between Arthur Sheloffs and Andrei Vasilevsky, both having 7 apiece. And in the first round of the postseason, we are going up against the Steven Stamkos-led Nashville Predators. EA Sports does not want to see me win. I understand I traded my best player, but at the end of the day, the Nashville Predators really should not stand a chance to the Dallas Stars. But unfortunately, here in Game 7, we are going to choke it away and lose 5-2. 6-3 L in Game 7 as Dallas has failed back-to-back seasons to even get out of round number 1. Now, the Tampa Bay Lightning would go on and get the revenge over 2022, dominating the Avs in 5 games in the finals. Wyatt Johnston was good in the first round, 4 goals, 9 points. Mitch Marner had 8, so we can't really blame that loss on Mitch the Bitch. Rope Hintz had 5. Matthew Knies 4. Jamie Benn, not really a lot of depth scoring, to be honest. And Jake Onger, a .915 save percentage. It was not his fault. Leon Draisaitl will win the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross, and Hart Trophy. Shaq Hyman again, the Maurice Richard. The Norris will go to Evan Bouchard. The Conn Smythe to Nikita Kucherov. And the Selke again will go to Barkov. Esa Lindell we re-signed, luckily, with the limited cap space that we had. And Brady McNabb also. The problem is, we got a lot of guys we got to get back here, and we only have $3.8 million to spend. Jamie Benn needs to be re-signed, as well as Connor Zary, Matt Duchesne, JJ, even Lundqvist needs to get back. I'll qualify him. Evgeny Dadonov. So a lot of these guys are most likely going to walk to free agency. But next up on the list to get is Matthew Knies. I got to re-sign him. He's only 22, 86 overall, power forward that we need on our squad. We will trade Lyubushkin and Kane. Also some picks for Ayoka Harju from the Buffalo Sabres. Clearing cap space up. And also getting back a defenseman that we need. Now, because of the fact that Marchment and Rasmus Anderson both only have 1 year left on their deal, I'm going to be trading them for Silky, who's a young forward in the NHL, a sniper as well, medium elite potential, and Jake Middleton for Rasmus Anderson, so we get a defenseman back. Pretty similar contracts to throw in picks to make the trade go through, and they are totally unwilling, so we're not going to get Middleton. We might as well throw him out of the trade and go 1-for-1. They're still... Instead, I'm going to be going after Philip Broberg for Rasmus Anderson. Pretty similar contracts. One is signed for 2 years instead of 1, and also is the younger player. We're throwing a first, second, and another second. I'm going to throw out the first-round pick. I don't want to use that unless I absolutely have to, but I will add in 2/3 to make this trade go through for Philip Broberg. And it looks like a sweet proposal on our end, so Edmonton Oilers did accept. Hold up, I'm not done with the Edmonton Oilers. We got Dylan Holloway signed 5 years at 4.7, which is more than Marchment, but he's also signed long-term. I'll add in a 3rd and 4th round pick to make sure this trade goes through, and there's not too much deliberate about this deal. Now entering year number 3, we got Marner, Hintz, Johnston on the first line, followed by Tage Thompson, Logan Stankoven, and Matthew Nyes developing very nicely. Third line consists of Zari, Holloway, and Kapanen. And then defensively, we're actually very good. Harley, Jokiharju, Broberg, McNabb, Lindell, and Heiskanen. And then finally in goal, Jake Ottinger up to a 91. Can you finally perform like one in the playoffs? Now it is time to name a new captain for the Dallas Stars. Roope Hintz, no. Get out of here, Wyatt Johnston, no. Honestly, I thought about giving it to Miro Heiskanen. He has been here the longest, I believe, and he's a very good defenseman. But I'm going to finish off him with an assistant captain. The new captain of the team will be none other than Wyatt Johnston, and Logan Stankoven will grab an A. Now, at the end of year number 3, we will finish at the top of the Central, 46, 25, and 11, 103 points. As Edmonton yet again won the President's Trophy. The Rangers are up there, Florida, Toronto, Tampa Bay, and Dallas. Mitch Marner will lead our team in scoring, 96 points in the season. Wyatt Johnston had 44 goals and 90 points. Roope Hintz 75. Stankoven had a pretty good year, as well as Dylan Holloway, both over 60-plus points, which is good. Matthew Nyes had 59. Thompson, wow. Tage Thompson has not really panned out here in Dallas. And for goalies, a .917 save percentage, only one shutout, but 37 wins. And in the first round of the postseason, we are going up against the LTIR Cheaters. Another Game 7 for the Dallas Stars. There we go. Wahlstrom will take the lead here in the third period. Please do not fail me now. No! Nicholas Waugh. And oh my God, Jake. We tied it up. Roope Hintz tied the game up. I was honestly a little disappointed, but please do not head to overtime. Please, no. We got to get it out of the first round of the postseason. I feel like the Toronto Maple Leafs of the West right now. There we go. Connor Zary with a late game winner. And the Dallas Stars, finally, for the first time in the video, will win a playoff series. And now in round number 2, we are going up against the Chicago Blackhawks. Is this going to be it? We got a 4-7 with the Blackhawks. We're all tied up at 2 apiece here in Game 6. There we go. Roope Hintz will give the Dallas Stars the lead. We're outplaying them, outshooting them as well. 7 minutes to go. Can we clutch it up? Jake Ottinger, I need you to shut the door, brother. Can we force 7? And there we go. We got Game 7 back in Dallas, Texas, baby. After leading 3-1 in the third period, the Chicago Blackhawks will tie the game up in Game 7 and take the lead. All right, I guess we're down 4-3. 3 straight goals here in the third period for the Chicago Blackhawks, as the Dallas Stars literally had a one-way ticket to, can I pull the goalie? I can't pull the fucking goalie. Kapanen, oh my God, what a play. Shoot! There it is. Logan Stankoven will tie the game up. I did not think he was going to shoot that. I had to tell him to do it. Mr. Stank Oven is second of the night. Well, what a move by Kapanen. Holy hell. Holloway, and then I told him to shoot. I saw Brossoit down, and I knew it was the perfect opportunity. Wyatt Johnston coming in. We tied it up. We might be heading to overtime here in Game 7 of round number 2. Korchinski. I was trying to pull my goalie, but luckily I didn't even need to. The worst fan base is the Leafs. I agree. Seth Jones walking in. He's looking. Oh, no. Back to Bertuzzi. Tyler Bertuzzi. Mitch Marner, one final rush. Pull the goalie. Pull the goalie. Johnston shooting. Great save. Shoot. We got to shoot. We got to shoot again. No. Overtime, Game 7. It does not get any better than this. Here we go. We got Bedsy and the Blackhawks versus Mitch Marner and the Dallas Stars. Also, Wyatt Johnston is the captain. Lindell walking in. Lindell ripping it. Okay, that was definitely not ripping it. He put a little floaty backhander on net, but that's all good. Close support, stay wide. Oh no, Bedsy walking in. Good steal by Johnston. Getting bodied though. Move it up, move it up, move it up. Mitch Marner up to Roope Hintz. Hintz. Come, man, Roope, can you not get a shot on net? We just need solid shots on net here in overtime, and then we should be able to do something here. Jones dumping it in. Okay, smart move by him. It is overtime. Heiskanen up to Mitch the bitch. Over to Roope Hintz. Looking, he's going to dump the puck deep. What can he do? Any forecheck by the Dallas Stars? No, unfortunately not. What is Bertuzzi going to do? In the middle, and there it is. Brock Nelson, overtime winner. as the Dallas Stars lose yet again another Game 7 under the GM Pasta era. And the Edmonton Oilers yet again will go on and win the Stanley Cup, yet again beating Carolina, this time in Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Mitch Marner had 17 points in 14 games, so finally a playoff performer. Who knew if you got him out of that toxic place of Toronto, he would actually show up in the playoffs? Wyatt Johnston had 15 points, Roope Hintz 11, 8 goals as well, Stankoven 10, and for Jake Ottinger, he honestly wasn't great. He should have been a little bit better, to be honest. McDavid will take home the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross, and Hart Trophy. Bedsy, the Maurice Richard, the Norris, the Cale Makar, Shaq Hyman, the Conn Smythe, as Igor will take home the Vezina. And again, Barkov, 3 straight to start off the video. We really have not made any moves here in the offseason. We did get back Matthew Nyes. We got Roope Hintz and Stankoven back. Mitch Marner alongside Wyatt Johnston and Tage Thompson. We got a good third line. Our fourth line isn't great, though, but luckily they're not going to be playing a lot of minutes. Defensively, same exact decor, and Jake Ottinger is still a 94 overall. So we should be able to contend for a Stanley Cup. We're losing a lot in Game 7, which I don't like. We're basically the Maple Leafs of the West. Yet again, the Stars are at the top of their division, 51, 21, and 10. Our best record of the video so far, as we were the President's Trophy winning team. This has got to be the season that we go all the way and win the Stanley Cup. Wyatt Johnston will have a great season, 47 goals, 113 points. Marner, 87. Roope Hintz, 78. Stankoven, 76. Miro Heiskanen was pretty good. Tage Thompson wasn't great. And for Jake Ottinger, a .918 save percentage, 3 shutouts, and 40 wins. David Pastrnak will have the most goals in the NHL at 51 and also the most points at 115. And now in round number 1, we face the Winnipeg Jets in the postseason. We absolutely toasted the Jets in the first round, and now we face the Chicago Blackhawks in round number 2. We finally get by Chicago in the second round of the postseason. Now we have Connor McDavid and the Oilers in the conference finals. A very tall task. And unfortunately, the Edmonton Oilers dominated us in 5 games. I mean, this was probably the season for us to go all the way, and unfortunately, it was just not meant to be. As the Oilers, yet again, win their 3rd Stanley Cup of the goddamn video over the Rangers. Wyatt Johnston at 22 points in only 15 games. Stankoven at 14. Marner 14. 13 for Miro Heiskanen. Tage Thompson was okay, I guess. Not really a lot of offense. And Jake Ottinger wasn't that good, if I'm being real. All right, we are now heading into the 5th and final season. Same exact roster. I don't feel like we need to make any changes. We're really cap restraint on making any changes. Also, consider the fact we don't have any cap space. We got all of our forward lines still very deep defensively. We're honestly still pretty good besides the -2 on the bottom line pair. And Jake Ottinger is still a 94. So let's see if the Dallas Stars can finally go on and get the job done. And in the 5th and final season, the Dallas Stars unfortunately will miss the playoffs, 38, 36, and 8, 84 points as the Arizona Coyotes made it over us. Wyatt Johnston had a good season, 85 points. Marner, 82. Roope Hintz, 70. Heiskanen, 66. Stankoven was okay. Was a -23, though. And for Jake Ottinger, definitely had his worst season so far of the video. And that's probably the reason why we did miss the playoffs. This time, the Oilers will lose in the Stanley Cup Finals to the New York Rangers in 6 games. Connor McDavid will win the Ted Lindsay, Maurice Richard, Art Ross, and Hart Trophy. The Norris to Cale Makar, the Conn Smythe to Adam Fox, Igor the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Alexander Barkov. First line, honestly, is not that bad. We got Raymond, Larkin, and DeBrincat, a +5 there. Then we have Vladimir Tarasenko alongside JT Compher and Patty Kane, +4 on that second line. So our top 6 is pretty good. Andrew Koch alongside Valeno and Rasmussen. Not a bad third line. Our fourth line is what it is. And defensively, I mean, Mo Seider, Oli Mata, the rest of our decor. This is where we need improvement. Our decor is straight up trash. Take a look at our goalies. I mean, we got an 84 overall Cam Talbot as our starter. Decent goalie. I don't know if he can lead us to the promised land, but definitely goaltending and defense-wise, we got to improve. Now, the first trade I'm going to be making, we are going to overhaul our decor. We got Sandin, Pelika, Gibson, a first, second, and Sherrod for Josh Morrissey. And honestly, I believe I could probably get something back, although we don't have enough contracts. We have 50 out of 50. So otherwise, I'm not going to be able to get anything back besides a pick. I'm going to see if I can snag a second-round pick, the Montreal Canadiens second-round pick from Winnipeg. Let's see. Totally unwilling. So let's remove that second-rounder and see, will this trade go through? And there's not too much deliberate about this deal. Welcome Josh Morrissey to the Detroit Red Wings. Next defenseman that I'm going after is Jacob Chychrun from the Capitals. He fits on the top 4 pairings. We got Olli Mata, a first and a second-round pick for Chychrun, and luckily this trade did go through. I mean, why would Washington not take this trade? We all know that Brayden McNabb simulates pretty well with this roster. He does have 1 year left on his deal, so we do have to re-sign him, but we're not in cap trouble whatsoever. We got Wallander and 3 second-round picks for Brayden McNabb, and the trade has gone through. GM Pasta is going after literally all the defensemen that he can find. Here is our new and improved defensive core. We got Sauter with Morrissey, a +2 there. Then we got McNabb, Chychrun, Petrie, and Gustafsson. I think it's much improved over what we had, honestly, because it was looking pretty rough. I'm not going to touch the goalie for at least year number 1, and 84 overall. Should be able to withstand at least 1 season, but that's definitely a concern going into the offseason. Mo Sauter, we locked him up for the rest of the entire video, and Lucas Raymond, we do not have any cap space to afford his services. So already in my first season as the general manager, we are not going to lose out of the last wildcard spot to Washington. 44-30-8, 96 points. We get a divisional spot as we face Tampa Bay. In the first round of the postseason for the entire NHL, the Rangers were the best team, winning 54 games, followed by the Devils, who actually had more wins but less points. The Oilers obviously are always very good. Florida was up there, Tampa Bay and Colorado. And at the bottom, we do have the sad and lonely 26-win San Jose Sharks. Dylan Larkin and Lucas Raymond will tie for the lead in scoring on our team with 76 points. Larkin did have 32 goals, which I believe is a career high for goals. Actually, no, he put up 32 last season, and 32 another year as well. Shout out Dylan Larkin, man. I remember when he made his NHL debut, he was the first teenager to make the Red Wings in over like 2 decades, and he had a pretty good rookie season. 23 goals, 45 points. He's kind of plateaued since then. I thought he was going to be a little better than he was, but still putting up numbers. Alex DeBrincat had a pretty good season with 63 points. Josh Morrissey at 57. For an offensive D-man, I expected more, honestly. Patty Kane only scored 9 goals on the year. Tarasenko at 22. And for Cam Talbot, 5 shutouts, a .915 save percentage, and 35 wins. That is literally better stats than I get in most of my simulations. Brayden Point is going to have the most points in the league with 107, followed by McDavid's 103, Breadman 101, and Cale Makar, who had 101 as well. On the goal side, McDavid will lead with only 49, so nobody's even going to score 50 on the season. Sid the Kid, shout out to him. It's his birthday right now. 43 goals. Breadman had 41, Point 41, Matthews. Matthews is an absolute tummy ache bum right now. If we take a look at goalies, Stuart Skin Daddy will tie Vasilevsky and Shesterkin for the most wins at 44. And for shutouts, it shall go to Darcy Kemper of the LA Kings. And of course, in the first round of the postseason, we do got to go up against Tampa Bay, who's a tough matchup. And funny enough, last time the Wings were in the playoffs, they lost in round number 1 in 2015 to Tampa Bay. The Red Wings are on the brink of elimination, down 3-0 in the series, but luckily we have a 3-2 lead in the game. Can we hold on and force a Game 5? We pretty much just got to take it one game at a time now. Do not look too far ahead, and definitely do not look back because we got dominated in the first 3 games. But luckily, we are not going to be swept. Backs are against the wall yet again. Can we force a Game 7? Hey, we're down in a hole here in the third period. It's not looking too great. No, Anthony Cirelli will get the 3rd goal of the game as the Red Wings are getting shut out by Andrei Vasilevsky. We had a power play. We couldn't even score. And it looks like the Red Wings will fall to the Tampa Bay Lightning in 6 games in round number 1. The good news is we ended up losing to the eventual Stanley Cup winning Tampa Bay Lightning as they beat Nashville in 6 games in the final. So that does make me feel even better about our first round matchup. We gained experience, and hopefully next season can be the year that we go on a deep playoff run. Josh Morrissey was their leading scorer, only 2 goals, 4 points. Tarasenko, DeBrincat, and Lucas Raymond all had 4 apiece. So offensively, we didn't have a lot of output. And Cam Talbot at 914, I can't get mad at that. He was decent. He was not bad at all. Brayden Point will take home the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross, and Hart Trophy. McDavid, the Maurice Richard, the Norris to Cale Makar. Brandon Hagel, the Conn Smythe. Igor will take home the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Elias Lindholm. It was an easy decision for Bergeron, locking him up for the rest of the video. Lucas Raymond, we got locked up for the rest of the video, and everybody else was a RFA or UFA. as we now simulate to the free agency. Hopefully there's some good names available. Usually there's not at the end of year number 1. All right, we're going to swap out Vladimir Tarasenko for Lucas Reichel. Tarasenko, 83 overall. He's 32 years old, making almost $5 million. No way. Get him out of here. Totally rejected. Okay, so we're going to have to sweeten the deal with some draft picks. I'll throw in a 3rd, 4th, and a 7th round pick to make this trade go through, and it has been accepted by the Blackhawks. All right, we're getting rid of JT Compher. Hopefully Stankoven can be that second line center. I got a second, a first, a second, and a third into the trade, and also Joe Pavelski just to make the money work. And the trade has been rejected. So maybe throwing in another second round pick might be the reason that this trade goes through. So let's add in another second rounder. Let's see. Trade has been accepted from Dallas. We'll see you out on the ice. I honestly have no idea if this trade is going to go through, but we know Moisevich because of the video that we recorded yesterday. Also throwing in Varlamov, who's an 85 overall, just until Sebastian Casa does grow to a starting goalie. We got 2 thirds and a 4th round pick, Ville Husso and Augustine. And there we go. On the behalf of the Minnesota Wild, they accept my trade offer. We went out in the free agency and signed JVR to a 2-year contract. We also got back Kyler Yamamoto, signed him, and we're also getting Daniel Sprong, who's very happy to accept my offer. So we loaded up our depth forwards, so we're going to be a much better team than we were last season. Now, heading into year number 2, we have a +5 on our top 6. We got Larkin, Raymond, Stankoven, DeBrincat, Casper, Kane, both +5s. Even our third line's good with Bergeron, Rasmussen, and JVR. Our fourth line, we got a very strong fourth line. Defensively, Josh Morrissey alongside Mo Seider, Chychrun, McNabb, Petrie, and Gustafsson. I would like to upgrade our top 6 maybe at the trade deadline. And then we got Talbot and Varlamov, who are both an 83 overall and also very old goaltenders. Here we are at the deadline, 35, 19, and 7. We got McNabb, a 1st, 3rd, Cleveland, and another 3rd for Vince Dunn, who they want to get rid of for only a 1st round pick, and also Adam Larson from the Seattle Kraken. And the trade has been accepted, so we bolstered our decor heading into the postseason. Seattle considers it a done deal. Yet again, the Red Wings will make the playoffs for the 2nd season in a row. How long has it been since they've been able to do that? Well, they haven't been in the playoffs since 2015. 45 wins, 29 losses, 8 in overtime, 98 points. Tampa Bay was the best team in our division, and for the entire NHL, it was the Edmonton Oilers winning 56 games. The Red Wings, though, a top 7 team in the league, we are definitely moving up on that NHL ladder. Lucas Raymond will lead our team in scoring with 70 points on the season. Patty Kane had 68, Stankoven 58 and 25 goals. Casper at an 81 overall, literally outscored Dylan Larkin, which is crazy. That's not my captain. Alex DeBrincat only had 53. He had a bad season. Morrissey wasn't good. Vince Dunn, I mean, how many games did he even play with us here? He only played 21 games. He had 13 points, only 1 goal. He's not really an offensive defenseman. He's a two-way defender, and we definitely got him for his defense. Varlamov, 44 starts. He had a 921 as well as 6 shutouts. Wow. Simeon Varlamov simulated like a god. Connor McDavid had the most points in the NHL at 108, followed by Bouchard's 104, Makar 102, and Willie Nee, who had 100. And on the goal side, Tommy Ake Matthews will lead with 52 tucks on the season. Shaq Hyman at 49. Sid the Kid, 47. Kyle Connor, 46. Brayden Point was there. And if we take a look at the goalies here, Stuart Skin Daddy will have the most wins at 46. And for the most shutouts, it will go to UC Saros, who had 7 on the season. And now in round number 1, we have the Toronto Maple Leafs, which we all know is a Game 7 victory for the Detroit Red Wings. All right, here we go. Game number 5. We are down 3-1 in the series and down 3-2 in the game. The Detroit Red Wings backs are against the wall. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what we are made of. Game sound is on, and we are hopped into this game. We got 3:50 left to go in the 3rd period. We got a Go Leafs Go chant going on at Air Canada Center, the ACC. Logan Stankoven, what can he do? Coming in, Stankoven, over, in the middle, ripping it, and what a save by Joseph Wall, keeping the Maple. Oh, there it is, Stankoven, backdoor! Backdoor, and there it is. Number 92, Mark O'Casper will tie the game up for the Red Wings as we're not out of it yet. His 2nd of the playoff run so far. A horrible turnover by Toronto's defense. And what a pass by Stankoven. And it's in the back of the net. Beautiful feed and a beautiful goal. All right, we got a tie game. 1:56 to go in the 3rd period. There's absolutely zero quit in the squad. And Mo Sizzy just broke the glass on John Tavares. That is what I'm talking about, man. Beautiful. Moritz Seider, bang! He banged him on the glass. Absolutely banged him like no cap. 1:36 to go in the period. Matthews versus Dylan Larkin. Captain versus Cheeks. Let's see. Morrissey wins that draw. There we go. DeBrincat up to Larkin. Coming in. Use that speed, Dylan Larkin. Okay, I did not tell him to take a shot from the Rockstar zone. Back to the point. There it is. Seider. DeBrincat. What a save by Joseph Wall. Oh my God. The Red Wings are all over the Leafs right now. Our full forecheck is paying dividends. Morgan Riley. Move the puck up. Riley, where are you going? Over to Timothy Liljegren. Gets poke check, though. Great D by Mo Seider. Mo Sizzy, being our best defenseman, is exactly what I was hoping for to Brinkett. Again, Rockstar zone shots for the Red Wings. Back to the point. Morrissey to Larkin. Back to Seider. We got an empty net tip in front. No, and it looks like we're headed to overtime, but at least with a power play. All right, we have an overtime power play. It is time for the Red Wings to cook. We got Morrissey out there. Raymond, Larkin. Who's 13? Stankoven or DeBrincat? I don't even remember. I think it's Stankoven. Stamkoven, DeBrincat, Morrissey. No Mo Seider on the power play. Oh, no, and we take a penalty right away. Alex DeBrincat, the cat. The cat is back at it again with his claws. Absolutely clawing Toronto Maple Leaf player. And he's headed to the box for slashing. 1:46 to go. We got 4-on-4 hockey. Josh Morrissey, move it up. There we go. Let's cook here. Stankoven and Larkin. Larkin got absolutely bodied, and his bucket is off his head. Oh, no. This is a 4-on-3 power play for, oh, no, Matthews. Nylander. What a save. What a save by, I believe it's Varlamov in the net. Power play for the Maple Leafs. Only 13 seconds, though. Raymond over. Stankoven. And Joseph Wall will make the save. We're back to 5-on-5. Morgan Riley. Oh, no, we're not. Yeah, we are. Over. Frederick coming in. Frederick and Trent Frederick will snipe it home as the Toronto Maple Leafs will eliminate the Detroit Red Wings in 5 games in the first round. They literally dominated us. After making the postseason last year, we didn't have much of an improvement. We got an easier matchup as well, and we still got absolutely blown out. And shout out to the Devils for beating the Vancouver Canucks in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Another Game 7 riot we shall have on our hands, and the city of Vancouver might be destroyed by tomorrow. Logan Stankoven, only 1 goal but 7 points in the playoff run, was our best forward. Casper at 4 points, Dunn only 4. Yeah, wow. Our forwards did not cook. We had no offensive output in the playoffs, and for our goalie... What do you mean no data to display? Did we not play a goalie? Or did both of our goalies retire at the end of the season? I've never seen this in my entire life. It's not even the fact that both of our goalies retired. For some reason, EA Sports did not want to show me my goaltender stats for the postseason. I guess they were that bad that literally EA Sports was like, nah, you don't need to see those stats. You would literally get too mad. EA was saving myself some pain. And in the re-sign phase, we got back Patty Kane. Adam Larson rejected the offer. Okay, so we're going to have to offer him a bit of a higher salary, but I do want to get him back for at least like 2 more years. Since the last 2 postseasons did not go our way and we lost in horrible fashion, it is time to make a trade. Captain Dylan Larkin, you are out of here. We got a Dylan Larkin, first, second, and a third for Sid the Kid Crosby, who's still at 91, better than Larkin, and also a young prospect in Brandon Yeager. Let's see if this will go through. And the Pittsburgh Penguins feel like they're going to make it like gangbusters compared to you, so have fun with that, Pens. Now, as we enter year number 3, our roster is slightly different. We got DeBrincat, Crosby, Stankoven on that first line, followed by Raymond, Casper, Reichel. Third line consists of Bergeron, Rasmussen, and Patty Kane, so our top 9, honestly, is pretty lethal, and defensively, this is where we shine. Morrissey, Seider, Chikrin, Dunn, and then Adam Larson, and Simon Edvinsson, who's an 86 overall already. And then we got Sebastian Casa, who has grown to an 84 with Charlie Lindgren as our backup. All right, it is time for a new leadership group here in Detroit. We got Morrissey as an A, and forward-wise, I think I'm going to give Sid the Kid Crosby the captaincy and another A to Mo Sizzy on the back end. So Crosby, it is time to lead this original 6 squad to a Stanley Cup. Locked up Simon Edvinsson on a very cheap contract for the rest of the video. We also got back Lucas Reichel. He decided to renew his contract. And Logan Stankoven. Or Stankoven, either or. We are going to be trying to reunite Crosby and Malkin on the Red Wings. Also throwing in Michael Bunting because I want to get something else back for Moisevich, who they do want a top goaltender prospect. He's not even signed, and he's only, what, like a 75 overall? We only have 3 years left. Casa is our starter, so let's see They accepted my trade offer, no problems about it. I hope you know what you're doing. Now, we are yet again going to make the playoffs. Thank God, 43, 26, and 13, 99 points. It wasn't looking too great early on in the season, but we made that trade at the trade deadline. It definitely helped us out. Toronto was the best team in our division, and for the entire NHL, the Edmonton Oilers won 60 games on the season. Sid the Kid Crosby, great season, 38 goals, 95 points by the 38-year-old. Stankoven at 78, also 27 goals. Raymond, 60. Patty Kane, 59. Even though he was on the third line most of the season, this is how good he simulates. Alex DeBrincat at 57, Casper 55, and if we take a look at Sebastian Casa, 5 shutouts, a .918 save percentage, and 38 wins for his first season as a starter in the NHL. His first season in the National Hockey League, period. The dog, Nathan MacKinnon, will tear up the league, not leading in goals. That will go to Shaq Hyman, who had 59, but MacKinnon did have 57. Matthews had 55, passed to 53, Kyle Connor 53, and McDavid had 50. And on the point side, the dog will lead with 121, Kyle Connor 110, Rantanen 108, Robert Thomas put up 106. I've never seen that before, and shout out to a lot of these players putting up over 100 points in the season. If we take a look at the goalies here, Stu Skin Daddy leading in wins with 43, and for shutouts, it will go to Justus and Noonan with 6. And in the first round of the postseason, we got an original 6 matchup between the Detroit Red Wings and the Beantown Bruins. Luckily, we destroyed the Bruins after getting destroyed in game 1. Not gonna lie, I was a little bit worried, but we rallied off 4 straight, and now it's time for our revenge. We got the Toronto Maple Leafs in round number 2. We got rid of the Maple Leafs in 6 games, and now in the conference finals, we face the Tampa Bay Lightning. What can the Red Wings do? Down 3-1. There we go. Mo Sizzy gives us the lead in the game. Sidney Crosby steps up himself. Can we force a game 6? And hopefully claw our way back in this series and make the Stanley Cup final. Shut the door, Sebastian Casa. You got this done, son. We are all tied up in the third of game number 6. Trying to force 7 back in Little Caesars Arena. No, Kucherov will score on Casa to take the lead. No, Gensel as well. A 2-goal lead for Tampa Bay in the third period. It's not looking too great, to be honest. It is not looking too good. I mean, 5 minutes to go, a power play. Get us back to within 1, please. No, there we go. We're back to within 1. All right, we got a late sim goal, and we are hopping into this game. 2:44 left to go in this third period. A 5-4 lead for the Tampa Bay Lightning. And let's see what the Red Wings can do. Last time we were down in this scenario, and I hopped in, we had Marco Kasper sniping home from Logan Stankoven. Crosby, I need you to play big here, dude. I need you to play big. Stankoven, back to Crosby. Over to Dunn. Over to Stankoven. A wonky shot on net. And Vasi makes the easy save. We got to come out with that puck. 2v1. 2v1, come on. DeBrincat back to the point. Vince Dunn walking in. Rebound! Rebound is there! No, rebound! No, please! Somebody pick up the puck! The rebound was there! The puck was there! That was our chance! No, Gensel over to Kucherov. Casa will make the save, and that is going to do it. One final rush for the Red Wings. Dunn coming in, loses it, and that was it. The Tampa Bay Lightning will head off to the Stanley Cup Finals to face the Oilers. But hey, yo, who has a pink visor? Who the hell is that on Tampa Bay? Bro thinks he's prime Ovi. Regardless, we lose yet again. This time in the conference finals on our deepest playoff run yet. I have no idea how this puck did not go in. Vince Dunn, a beautiful low shot rebound. Crosby with his NHL intellect, I believe he should have been able to get on that puck and put it home. That is literally, like, why can't the computer put that home? Crosby's right there, dude. Why is he not playing a little more urgent? Their own Gensel pokes it into Vasilevsky. It's still there. Crosby should be poking for that puck, but obviously the computers are not programmed to go after loose pucks, only when a player has it. And then finally Crosby says, oh, maybe I'll use my stick as soon as Jake Gensel finally picks up the puck, but that is too little, too late, as Tampa Bay will come out with the victory. And predictably, the Oilers will straight up dominate the Lightning in 5 games in the finals. Finally had a playoff run. Crosby, 12 goals and 21 points. That is our captain. Rasmussen, holy hell, he had 10 goals himself. Stankoven put up numbers. Malkin was okay, as well as Lucas Raymond. And for Casa, a 916. Great. Patrick Kane decided to come back for another season, as well as Evgeny Malkin and Sidney Crosby. Michael Bunting, we don't have the cap to afford him. And we got back Sebastian Casa. So the only guy we're going to lose is Michael Bunting. We do not have any salary to sign him. Heading into our 4th season, we still got Cat, Crosby, and Stankoven on the first line. They are less than they were off, though. I mean, Alex DeBrincat, he has dropped down, and he's only 28 years old. followed by Rasmussen, Kasper, Raymond. Then we got Kane, Jaeger, Bergeron, Reichel, Malkin, Valeno. Our forward core is very deep and very nice. Defensively, Morrissey, Seider, Dunn, Edvinsson, who now is up to a 90 overall. I'm going to throw him up on the first line with Mo Seider instead. And then we got Jacob Chychrun alongside Adam Larsson and Sebastian Casa, 90 overall, moved up to franchise medium potential. Another regular season, another year of the Red Wings winning 46 games, losing 28, 8 in overtime, or for 100 points in our division. We were third, and Colorado for the entire NHL, they won 56 games on the season. Crosby had a good year, 86 points on the season, Stankoven at 73, and a 40-goal season for the 24-year-old. That is lethal. Raymond had 69, Kasper 66, Kane 53. I mean, he's minus 14, but he's still simulating very, very well. And Casa, 37 wins, 4 shutouts, and only a 905 save percentage, so his overall might drop heading into the 5th and final season, considering he did not have that great of a year. Austin Matthews will lead the NHL in goals with 63 and points with 101. And now in round number 1 of the postseason, we have the Ottawa Senators, who by this time, 4 years in, are probably a pretty good team, to be honest. We luckily got the job done in 7 games over the Senators, and now we face off against the Boston Bruins in round number 2. We destroyed the Bruins in 4 games in round number 2, and now we got the conference finals with Les Montreal des Canadiens. The Red Wings are in a tough spot. We're not going to force Game 7. Down 3-2 in the series, 3-1 in the game. Somebody step up, please. No, Nick Suzuki will bury the hatchet as the Montreal Canadiens will beat us in the conference finals, as yet again we lose in the conference finals for the 2nd straight season. Yet again we lose to the eventual Stanley Cup winning Montreal Canadiens. 5 games they dominated the Stars. Well, offensively, our leading scorer was Lucas Raymond, 8 goals, 14 points. I would have liked more offensive output, honestly. Patty Kane, he's 38 years old, still simulates insanely well. We are now clearing up cap space to sign Quinn Hughes. We got Trennan and Tuck, who we got from, I believe, the Buffalo Sabres, as we were clearing more cap space. I threw in the 2 first-round picks. They're basically meaningless for Helenis, who makes a minimum league contract, and the trade has been accepted by Chicago. And luckily, Hughes was extremely happy to accept my offer. We gave him $17.3 million on a 1-year contract because there is only 1 year left in the video. So let's see if this can be it. We go all in and win the Stanley Cup. Captain Crosby, unfortunately, has retired from the NHL, so we have to name a new captain. But at first line, we still got a +5 with Stankoven, Kasper, DeBrincat, +5 with Helenis alongside Rasmussen and Raymond. And then we got Jaeger, Danielson, Bergeron, Reichel, Valeno, and Yamamoto. Defensively, man, we are absolutely loaded defensively. We got Morrissey, Seider, we got Perrick alongside Adam Larsson, and then Quinn Hughes, who's an 80 or a 95 overall, the best defenseman probably in the league, and Sebastian Casa at a 90 overall. Now, of course, we lost our captain in the offseason. Josh Morrissey got named captain, but I think instead we'll give Quinn Hughes an A. I don't think Seider's good enough to be a captain, so we're probably going to have to give maybe Helenis, Jaeger, no. Marco Kasper's been solid. You know what? Screw it. I'll give Mo Sizzy the captaincy for the 5th and final season. And unfortunately, in the 5th and final season, Detroit will fall off a cliff. We missed the playoffs by 2 points. We had 90. Florida had 92. Only 40 wins. Captain Mo Sizzy did not lead us to the promised land. Stankoven dropped down to only 25 goals and 77 points. Kasper wasn't good. Offensively, we were very challenged. Even Quinn Hughes, I mean, only 8 goals and 56 points was absolutely horrible. And Casa, he did his thing. 6 shutouts, a .913 save percentage, and 34 wins. Somehow, someway, the Anaheim Ducks will go all the way. 4-1 domination over the New Jersey Devils in the Stanley Cup Finals. That is crazy, isn't it? Jack Hughes will take home the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross and Hart Trophy. McDavid, the Maurice Richard, the Norris Shea Theodore. Frondell, the Conn Smythe. Asvasi will take home the Vezina. And Alexander Barkov, the Conn Smythe. And now, saving the best for last, we have the Edmonton Oilers, the final Canadian team that I'm going to rebuild. 3 years, you know the deal. We are currently in the Stanley Cup Finals right now, down 0-2 to the Florida Panthers, but I still believe in our squad. Again, you're not in trouble until you lose on home ice. This team's good, obviously, but I can fill in the gaps that it could be called a weakness point for our squad. Obviously, defense, we're pretty good there, honestly, but goalie, I think I might replace Stuart Skinner and grab a better goaltender. Now, 1-for-1, Darnell Nurse for Pavel Mintyukov. Let's see, will this go through? Trade rejected, so I might have to throw in some picks to make this deal work, but I feel like Mintyukov does get up to like a 90, 91 overall in about 2 years, or maybe even 1 year. And there we go. Threw in a first and a second, and we got Mintikov, who is a downgrade for year number 1. But I mean, by year number 2, he will already be like Darnell Nurse level. He's also significantly making less money. Now, next up on the agenda is grabbing a goalie in Jeremy Swayman for Skinner, a 3rd, 4th, 2nd, and another 2nd round pick. And the Boston Bruins love to give away Swayman, so we picked him up on a pretty good deal. He does need to be re-signed in the offseason, but we should be able to get that done. Next up, I'm going after Braden Shen, who can be our 2nd or even 3rd line center for a 1st, a prospect, and Adam Henrique. And luckily, St. Louis had no problem accepting my deal. We are going to make another deal with the St. Louis Blues for Torrey Krug and Kevin Hayes, for Dylan Holloway, a 1st, and Cody Ceci to make the money work. And GM Pasta is wheeling and dealing, improving the Oilers roster. So now we are rocking with Still, Draisaitl, McDavid, and Nuge on the first line, Hyman, Shen, and Kane. Then we got McLeod, Hayes, and Connor Brown. Our 4th line isn't honestly that bad. Now defensively, Bouchard and Ekholm, the best pair in the league, alongside Krug and Desharnais. And then we have Pavel Mintikov, who will grow probably up to like an 85 next season. And then in the net, an 87 overall, Jeremy Swayman, which is an upgrade over Stuart Skinner. Now the Edmonton Oilers are going to have an absolutely great season. 57 wins, 21 losses, 4 in overtime. Best in our division and best in the entire NHL. As Connor McDavid is going to do Connor McDavid things, 47 goals, 155 points. Draisaitl had 106, also a 50-goal season. Nuge had 84, Kane 63. Bouchard at 61 and Hyman 59. And for goalies, Swayman 45, 19, and 2, 6 shutouts, and a .917 save percentage, as McDavid will lead everybody in scoring with 155, and for goals, it will go to Austin Matthews, who had 69, just like he did in real life this season, as we are going to play the Anaheim Ducks in the very first round. As expected, we dominated them in 5 games, and now we have the Vegas Golden Knights in the second round. Got rid of Vegas in 5 also, and now the Chicago Blackhawks somehow made the conference finals. I have no idea how, especially in year number 1. I don't know how Chicago took us to 7, but luckily in Game 7, we dominated them 10-3. And in the Stanley Cup Finals, we are going to be facing the Boston Bruins, who we did steal their goalie in Jeremy Swayman. I believe Skinner went there also, so maybe Skinner might start a game or 2. Probably not. It's probably going to be Linus Ullmark regardless. Can we go on in the very first season and take home the Stanley Cup? And in season number 1, the Edmonton Oilers will get the job done as we defeat Boston in, I believe, 6 games in the Stanley Cup Finals. Bit of a back and forth final series, but luckily we did come out on top. And now every single Canadian Cup winner has won it on the road. Nobody got it done on home ice, which is kind of a little bit upsetting, honestly. But I mean, we know the Oilers have a good roster. They're in the finals for a reason in real life. McDavid, Draisaitl, 2 top 5 players, and the best player in the world. As of course, McDavid will take home the Conn Smythe, 11 goals and 50 points. Literally maybe the best playoff run of all time. And I mean, it's very fitting for the most talented hockey player we have literally ever seen. As there it is, the Stanley Cup being raised in Boston, but not for the Bruins, instead for the Edmonton Oilers. First time back in the final since 2006. And Connor McDavid gets to raise the Stanley Cup for the first time in his NHL career, as GM Pasta has got the job done with the Oilers in year number 1. It does have some key pieces missing from their roster after winning the Stanley Cup. No more Vladimir Tarasenko on their squad, as well as Brendan Montour, but they do have Gustav Forsling on that top pair alongside Aaron Ekblad. Their decor, goddamn, is looking a little rough, I'm not going to lie. Offensively, we are still a very good team. Barkov, Verhaeghe, Tkachuk on that first line, followed by Reinhart, Bennett, and Rodriguez. Also, Luostarinen, who has top 9 high potential. In other rosters, he usually does good. Anton Lundell, he can grow. Nick Cousins, he's probably going to be out of here after 1 year. He's an absolute rat. Fourth line is what it is. And in goal, we still have Sergei Bobrovsky at a 91 overall. He is 35, so most likely within 3 seasons, he might end up retiring. But Chris Dreger as our backup isn't the greatest goalie to have. First up, we are cooking up a trade. Okposo to first, a second, and Rodriguez for Brandon Carlo and JVR from the Boston Bruins. And that trade has been rejected. They are totally unwilling to give that up. So I actually might have to go here. Since we're only doing 3 seasons, I will add in another first-round pick to completely overpay for these 2 guys. But luckily, the trade did go through, which is exactly what I wanted. We'll see you out on the ice. Carlo is going to slot in very nice nicely on that second line deep here. I would like to move one of these guys up. Maybe I'll move Nico Mikola on that second line pair alongside Brendan Carlo, who is an 87th, and we have Bob Quist and Schmidt as our bottom line pair. Now, at the end of the season, Florida will be the best team in the Atlantic, 51-23-8, dominating the regular season at the top of our division. And for the entire NHL, it was the Edmonton Oilers winning 53 games, followed by the Dallas Stars, who had 52. Florida was up there with 51, so we were a top 3 team in the league. Winnipeg had a good season, as well as the Rangers and the Islanders at the bottom. We do have the lonely San Jose Sharks alongside Anaheim and the poverty Calgary Flames. Matthew Tkachuk will lead our team. He had 89 points on the season. Carter Verhaeghe put up 38 goals, which is very nice. Also 83 points. Barkov, very good two-way season by him. Sam Bennett had 67 points. Reinhart only 63. Damn, Reinhart went from 54 goals in the regular season in real life to now decreasing to 21 goals after... I swear there's no better player or professional athlete in sports than a hockey player in their contract year. They go absolutely off, and if we take a look at Sergei Bobrovsky, 7 shutouts, a .922 save percentage alongside 44 wins. Now, Cale Makar, for some reason, always wins the Art Ross in year number 1 with this roster. 114 points on the season. If we take a look at the goals, it was David Pasternak, who had 54, followed by Shaq Hyman's 50. Ovi at 48 at 38 years old. He's basically my glorious king. And if we take a look at the points side, Hyman had 105, as well as Kyle Connor. Pasta 104, McKinnon 101, and McDavid 100. And for goalies, Skinner will lead with 46 wins on the season. Bob did have 44, so he was up there. And for shutouts, it will go to Sergei Bobrovsky, who actually might end up winning the Vezina. And now in round number 1, we have the front-running Carolina Hurricanes that we have to dispose of, which we should be able to do. I think we have a superior roster to them. Down 3-2 in the series and down by 1 in the game. Can we force Game 7 with Carolina here in round number 1? They have a 2-1 lead with about 10 minutes to go in this third period. Come on, Florida. Where is Barkov? Where is Tkachuk? Somebody got to step up here. We need a sniper to put the puck in the back of the net. All right, here we go. We got about 2 minutes to go. We're still down by 1. Let's see if hopping into the game can bring me some good luck and maybe not lose in the first round after winning the Stanley Cup last season. There we go. Greer up to Nozick. Why do we have our 4th line on the ice right now? Florida coming in over. Forsling. Gustav Forsling. What a save by Freddie Anderson. Again, he still has it. Over to Verhaeghe. Verhaeghe. There it is. Verhaeghe back. What is going on? Why did Verhaeghe not move the puck back door? Sometimes it frustrates me that I can see hockey plays that these computer AIs cannot see. Carter Verhaeghe. Let's take a look at this. Let's zoom out a little bit here. Verhaeghe. A beautiful cross-crease pass there to Matthew Tkachuk, who could probably bury that in his backhander. The first thing he should have done before Slavin even turns is sauce that goddamn puck to the net. Instead, look at this. Tkachuk's wide open. He's wide open. And he waits, and he was like, oh yeah, let me give it over to him now. And watch his block. Jacob Slavin absolutely bodies it with his stick. Uses big blade to chop that puck into the air, and we get no scoring chance out of it. Carolina, how did Carolina get down here so quick? I swear to God, I just unpaused. Here we go, Tkachuk, 10 seconds left, Barkov, over, there it is, Verhaeghe, absolutely robbed by Freddie Anderson, and the Florida Panthers will lose to the Carolina Hurricanes in 6 games in the very first round, as we are not going to be able to go back-to-back. And we got to make some moves in the offseason. This team was, frankly, just not good enough after losing some key pieces in the offseason. It is time to make a change here in Florida. Now, the New York Rangers will eventually go all the way, beating Colorado in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Igor finally gets his Stanley Cup. Now, for us individually, Sam Reinhart was the only point-per-game player on our team. 3 goals, 4 assists for 7 points in the first round. Ekblad had 5. There it is. Matthew Tkachuk, 1 goal and 4 points. Alexander Barkov wasn't very good also. And if we take a look at Bob, he was decent. 9-14, 1 shutout. But for a 92 overall, I expect higher numbers than that. Holy hell, Vinny Trocheck is going to have himself a playoff run. 9 goals, 30 apples for 39 points in the postseason. One of the most or the highest point totals ever in a playoff run. Breadman had 13 goals. What is going on in this sim right now? Cale Makar is going to take home the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross Hart Trophy, and the Norris Opasta will take home the Maurice Richard, the Conn Smythe, of course, to Vinny Trocheck. the Vezina to Ilya Sorokin over Bobrovsky, and the Selke to Sasha Barkov. Now, honestly, I have no idea if Boston's going to be willing to do this. We got Reinhart, Bobrovsky, 2 firsts and a second for Patra, Lindholm, and Swayman from the Bruins. Honestly, the trade value is pretty similar. I don't think they're going to be able to accept this, or not willing to accept it. Totally unwilling. There we go. Now, I'm going to be going after Cole Caulfield and Caden Gooley for Montreal for Sam Reinhart, 2 firsts and a second round pick. And Montreal fans would be... Wait. If I didn't accept this offer, Montreal would be calling for my registration or resignation. There we go. The trade has gone through. We picked up a sniper and Caulfield, and also Caden Gooley, who can add to our defense core, where honestly we're a little bit weaker. So next up is giving up our third line winger in JVR, a third, second, and third round pick from Matthew Nyes, who will grow. So we'll have him for this season, and next season he'll be even better next year. And he's also a power forward who can slot in nicely on that second line. So let's see if Toronto will accept. And of course, it's a done deal. Surprisingly, Vasilevsky's trade value is on the lower end of the stick. So we're going to give up Bob Yegorov, Benning, and 2 seconds to try to get Vasi, and they are totally unwilling. That's pretty realistic. I don't think Tampa Bay would be too happy giving up Andre Vasilevsky. Now, heading into year number 2, objectively speaking, I do think we are a better team. We have Tkachuk, Barkov, Caulfield on that first line, followed by Verhaeghe, Bennett, Luostarinen, and then Matthew Nyes will slot in nicely alongside Lundell and Samoskevich. Our fourth line isn't great, but we do have Max Pacioretty down there. Defensively, we do shine. Forsling, Ekblad, Carlo, Gooley, and then we have Mikola and Schmidt, and in goal, we still are rocking with a 92 Bob, with Spencer Knight, who I will call up from the AHL. Carter Verhaeghe has been extended for the rest of the video, as well as Caden Gooley. There's a few more guys that do need extensions, but I might wait and see, considering we don't have enough extension dollars even remaining to sign these guys. But hopefully we do have a better year number 2. We did go in the regular season, but come playoff time, there's no excuse for us to be losing to the goddamn Carolina Hurricanes, who are literally front runners and feast on inferior competition, which means that we were the inferior competition last season. At the deadline here, Bruce Jenner is available. He could be a very nice third line center on our forward core. We don't have a first round pick, which is what they're looking for in return. So I will throw in 3 seconds, a fourth, and a third round pick, and they have rejected the offer. Well, maybe I should have pulled the trigger at the trade deadline, as the Florida Panthers in year number 2 will miss the playoffs by literally 1 point to the Ottawa Senators, who had 91. I mean, 41, 33, and 8. Not a great season at all. Toronto won 57 games at the top of our division, and the Oilers 59, winning the President's Trophy. Nashville had a good season. The Rangers were up there, as well as Colorado. Alexander Barkov did have a nice season, 92 points leading our team. Tkachuk only had 85 and 33 goals. Caulfield, I mean, he was not good for a sniper. I expected more than 26 goals. Verhaeghe only had 26, signed to $9 million next season. That contract's horrible. Bennett 51, Luostarinen 46, and for Bob, there it is. Sergei Bobrovsky has fallen off a cliff. Cale Makar is going to continue to dominate, leading in points with 122, followed by McDavid's 110, Shaq Hyman 106, as well as Nathan McKinnon, and Braden Point had 103. And for goals, Point will lead with 48 on the season, winning the Maurice Richard Trophy. Connor and Matthews both had 47, Shaq Hyman 46. I mean, Crosby had a good season at 37, 45 goals on the year. If we take a look at the goalies here, Skin Daddy, 49 wins on the season. And for shutouts, it will go to Jake Ottinger, who had 7. We had an all-Canadian finals with the Winnipeg Jets dominating Toronto in 5 games to take home Lord Stanley. Now in the playoffs, Kyle Connor will lead the Jets, 16 goals and 26 points. Definitely won the Conn Smythe Trophy. Johnny T actually had a hell of a playoff run himself. Mark Scheifele at 25, Barzell 23, Matthews, take a look at that. He had 14 goals, which is nice, but I mean, he was only point per game. That's Matthews to a T. McDavid will take home the Ted Lindsay and the Hart Trophy. Art Ross to Makar, as well as the Norris and the Maurice Richard will go to Braden Point. The Conn Smythe Trophy will be handed to Kyle Connor, Saros to Vezina, and the Selke to Ryan O'Reilly. I believe it is time to dump Sergei Bobrovsky's $10 million contract. We also got 3 third-round picks for Connor Garland and Thatcher Demko from the Vancouver Canucks. They don't want to do that deal, so we're probably going to have to throw in a second rounder just to make sure this trade will go through. and they are still totally unwilling. All right, screw it. I'm going all in. Throw that first rounder as well as the second rounder into the trade, and there we go. Vancouver has accepted. We went out and signed Frank Vatrano in free agency, and let's see if Aaron Ekblad will resign. He left to go to the Winnipeg Jets, so we lost Montour 2 years ago, and now we lose Aaron Ekblad. Oh my God. This might be the end of the Florida Panthers as we know it. And not only that, but we also got shaded by Mitch Marner. He rejected our offer to go with the San Jose Sharks. That is literally insane. We gave him $11 million for 7 years. He decides to not sign with Florida, but instead go to San Jose? I guess our big free agent acquisition is going to be Pius Suter, as well as please sign with the team. Please, Patty Kane. Where... Patrick Kane. There we go. We got Patrick Kane, a 36-year-old. Showtime. We also picked up Matt Duchene, so I guess we did kind of swing and a miss here in free agency, but overall, we did get some valuable pieces who maybe can help us make the postseason for the third and final year of this video. Let's see if GN Pasta can get the job done and finally cook with the god-awful Florida Panthers. Now, here we are in the third and final season. We're still rocking with Caulfield, Barkov, and Tkachuk on that first line, followed by Kane, Duchene, Verhaeghe. Honestly, our forecourt isn't bad. Even our third line with Luosterainen, Lundell, and Suter is pretty good defensively. We are very top-heavy. Forsling and Gouli on that top line pair. Then we have Carlo, Mikola, and then we got a 70 overall 7th defenseman who's going to get absolutely eaten alive. And then Thatcher Demko at a 90 as our starting goalie. Now, in the final season at the trade deadline, we are in a wildcard spot. 32, 23, and 5. I'm going after John Tavares from Toronto. He's only signed to a $7.7 million deal instead of his $11 million contract that he has in real life for Verhaeghe. 2 seconds and a 4th round pick, and the trade has been accepted. An absolute no-brainer for the Maple Leafs. Now, this might be a horrible trade. This might be a fantastic trade. Who knows how this might turn out, but Tkachuk, 2nd and a 3rd for Kirill Kaprizov in the final season, who is a sniper. Tkachuk is not even point per game in the regular season, has like 20 goals at the moment, so let's see what he can do. Trade has been accepted from Minnesota. We picked up that 93 overall franchise sniper to add to our squad in exchange for Matthew Tkachuk, who is a vital piece for this Florida Panthers squad in the past. What a turn of events here in Florida. 6th in the division, missing the playoffs by 4 points to the Boston Bruins. Even Toronto was better. How did Toronto go from 57 wins last year to only 40 this season? That's a little bit crazy, I'm not going to lie. 40 wins, 36 losses, 6 in overtime, 86 points, missing the postseason as the Carolina Hurricanes won the President's Trophy. Holy hell, John Tavares had one outstanding season. 26 goals, 109 points at age 35. He put up 4 goals and 25 points in 22 games with us, so he was really a nice pickup. Unfortunately, we didn't even make the playoffs, so it didn't matter. We got Barkov at 78, Kaprizov 75, Cole Caulfield didn't really pan out too nicely. Kane produced. I mean, Patty Kane at only an 85, putting up 70 points. I can always rely on him. And if we take a look at Demko, 36 wins, only a 907, and only 1 shutout on the year. The dog, Nathan MacKinnon, is going to lead the entire NHL, not in goals. That would be Tummy Egg Matthews with 58 on the season. MacKinnon did have 53 alongside Draisaitl, and Matvei Mishkov at age 21 will put up 53 goals. If we take a look at the points leaders, MacKinnon had 124, Draisaitl 113. Now, your mom's a hoe had 112. Shout out to him. Hale McCarr dominating again. John Tavares had a career year at age 35. Ranton and McDavid. Nugent Hopkins put up another 100-point season. And if we take a look at the goalie, Skin Daddy dominating as per usual, leading in wins. And for shutouts, it would be Jeremy Swayman with 8 on the season. And to cap off this horrible simulation, the Buffalo Sabres will win the Stanley Cup, defeating Vancouver in Game 7 in the Stanley Cup Finals. McKinnon will take on the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross, and Hart Trophy. Matthews, the Maurice Richard, Cale Makar, the Norris, the Conn Smythe will go to Tage Thompson. Swayman, the Vezina, and the Selke will head to Dylan Larkin of the Detroit Red Wings. We don't really see that too often. At first glance, this roster offensively isn't great. I mean, we do have Kopitar, Kempe, and Fiala. That's a pretty good first line. We could throw up Quinton Byfield there to make him grow. He's only 21 years old, but I need players that can perform right now. Considering we only got 3 years to win a Stanley Cup, this top six probably isn't going to cut it. The bottom six isn't great either. They did pick up Warren Fogle, I guess, who's decent. Defensively, wow. Defensively, we got minuses across the board. We do have Doughty, who somehow is a 90 overall. I do not agree with that. Mikey Anderson is an 87. The rest of their defense core isn't great. And their goalies aren't great either. David Riddick and Darcy Kemper. Now, I understand Doughty and Kopitar were cornerstones of this franchise. They've been around for a while, but unfortunately for them, we're trying to win a Stanley Cup, and they're out of their prime. I mean, and their contracts aren't even that great. They're pretty horrible, to be honest. $11 and $10 million. So we got them up here in the trade. Also, 2 firsts and a second for Mason McTavish, Pavel Mentikov, Alex Killorn, and Jakob Silverberg. And there we go. Anaheim accepted my trade offer, and now the LA Kings head into a brand new era. Next thing we need to do is go out and grab a goalie in Kochetkov. Medium elite potential, signed for the rest of the video at only $2 million for David Riddick and 3 third-round picks. And Carolina foolishly accept my offer, getting absolutely fleeced in the process. Predictably, we were not a very good team, finishing dead last in the Pacific, 29, 46, and 7. 65 points on the season. Edmonton, dear God, they won 60 games. That's literally insane, as they would end up winning the President's Trophy. Followed by Tampa Bay. New York was up there. Dallas had a good season. Boston, 47 wins. They are not slowing down yet, even despite the fact that they're one of the older teams in the league. Mason McTavish will lead our team, 61 points in the season. Kempe did have 58, also 22 goals. Deneau had 56, which is honestly a little bit surprising. Trevor Moore was decent. Fiala, Byfield will definitely grow. That's not a bad season, I guess, for a 21-year-old. And in goal, Kochetkov, a .908 save percentage, 3 shutouts, and 25 wins on a not very good LA Kings squad. That's not bad. McDavid will end up leading the league in points with 113, then a 13-point gap to Draisaitl and Makar, who both had a hundo apiece. Nathan McKinnon had 95. Bouchard was up there, as well as Pasta. And on the goal side, Le Pasternak will lead with 55, followed by Shaq Hyman's 53. McDavid had a pretty good year. Kyle Connor was up there. Shout out Brock Besser for putting up 39 goals and 80 points in the season. And Dylan Guenther, 36 as a 21-year-old on the Arizona Coyotes of all teams. A very good season by him, and of course a very good year by Skin Daddy, 48 wins. EA Sports has the most accurate Stanley Cup final prediction I've ever seen. That's crazy. Florida wins in Game 7 over the Oilers in the Stanley Cup Finals. Well job, EA. The fact that this is the first time I'm getting this says a little bit, but damn, at least we got the accurate year number 1 statistics. Unfortunately, the individual statistics are nowhere near correct. McDavid, 11 goals and 29 points in 20 games. Verhaeghe had 28. Shout out Barkov and Reinhart for being good, as well as Rodriguez and Evan Bouchard, and Leon Draisaitl for being basically turning into Austin Matthews come playoff time. The Ted Lindsay will go to Connor McDavid, as well as the Art Ross and Hart Trophy. Maurice Richard to Pasta, the Norris to Evan Bouchard, Conn Smythe to Carter Verhaeghe. Jordan Binnington will win the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Alexander Barkov. They locked up Byfield for the rest of the video. 2 years at $6.9 million, as we now head into free agency with like $13 million of cap space to spend. Now it is time to load up, as we only have 2 years left with the LA Kings. So Pietrangelo and Nicholas Waugh from the Vegas Golden Knights for Deneau, Moore, 2 seconds, and a 3rd round pick. And that proposal has been accepted on the behalf of Vegas, trying to acquire Chris Tanev and Oliver Ekman-Larsson from the Toronto Maple Leafs. They have rejected my offer, but I have a feeling if I add in a 2nd rounder, they will gladly accept this trade offer. No, okay. Add in another defenseman to make this trade go through, and there we go. They consider it a done deal. Pedersen fits on literally every single defense pairing. 85 overall, low contract hit for Ekman-Larsson, and 2 third-round picks, and there we go. The proposal is sweet on our end. Pittsburgh has no problem with that. We are basically scrapping our entire decor. Mikey Anderson, a 1st and a 2nd for Scott Laughton, and Travis Hanheim from the Anaheim Ducks, but the Philadelphia Flyers. And that trade has gone through, so we've completely overhauled the Kings, and hopefully now are a better team because of it. We are just loading up for the final 2 seasons. Zuccarello, Hartman, and Johansson from Minnesota for Turcotte, Englund, a 1st and a 4th round pick, and there we go. GM Pasta is cooking yet again. We are going to go after Bruce Jenner to slot in very nicely as a 2nd or 3rd line center. We got Jones, a 1st, 5th, and a Laferriere, and there we go. I believe that is the final trade that I will be making as we now head into the 2nd season. Now, this is a much different LA Kings squad heading into the 2nd season. We got Byfield, McTavish, and Kempe. I might move McTavish over to the wing and have Byfield down the middle. We got Jenner, Zuccarello, and Fiala, Johansson, Hartman, and Waugh. And then our 4th line, honestly, isn't even bad with Scott Laughton, Warren Foegele, and Trevor Lewis. Defensively, we got a lot better as well. We got Pettersson, Tanev, Pietrangelo, Sanheim, Mintyukov, and Brandt Clark. And then in goal, and 88 overall, Pyotr Kochetkov and Darcy Kemper as the backup. It is now time to name a captain for the LA Kings. We removed Anze Kopitar and Drew Doughty. I am going to give Pietrangelo an A, considering he does have a Stanley Cup and plenty of experience. Another A is going to go to Quinton Byfield, and the captain, the newly minted captain, will be none other than Bruce Jenner from the Kardashian family. Now at the trade deadline, this is a perfect opportunity to get rid of Alex Pietrangelo. We are simulating well, 34, 25, and 4, but he makes a lot of money. He's also much older than Vince Dunn, who's younger, same overall, cheaper contract, signed the same amount of years. So we got him locked up there, as well as a 2nd and 3 4th round picks for the trade to be rejected. So we're going to have to sweeten the trade just a tad here. Throwing in Marcus Johansson on a last-ditch effort to make this trade go through, and it's still rejected. So we're going to keep Pietrangelo, not bother with this trade, and keep moving along. Yet again, the Kings are going to end up missing the playoffs this time by like 8 points, 41, 35, and 6, 88 points on the season. As if we take a look, the Oilers will dominate, leading in wins for the entire league with 50, followed by Vancouver's 51, Nashville had 47, Minnesota 48, the Rangers at 48, and if we take a look at the bottom here, we have the Washington Capitals. Well, I mean, we all saw this coming. Once Ovi started falling off a cliff, them and the Pittsburgh Penguins both are going to have the same exact future over the next like 5 to 7 years of being terrible. Adrian Kempe will lead our team in scoring, 66 points. Only had 24 goals for a sniper, a little bit low. McTavish had 63, Fiala 57. I mean, Zuccarello was okay. Quinton Byfield didn't really take any step forward. Bruce Jenner, 28 goals on the season. Very, very impressive by him. And if we take a look at Kochetkov, a .911 save percentage, which is good, 3 shutouts and 32 wins. Draisaitl's going to win the scoring race, 104 points, beating out William Nylander by 1 point. Also, Braden Point, who had 103. Clayton Keller, 102. Dear God. Artemi Panarin had 101. Makar 100. And for the goal side, Shaq Hyman will lead with 63 on the season. Austin Matthews had 57. Pasta 50. And Kyle Connor 48. For goalies, Kochetkov's not going to be up here. Demko led in wins. And for shutouts, it will go to Connor Ingram. Shout out to the Tampa Bay Lightning going all the way, beating the Oilers in 6 games in the Stanley Cup Finals. McDavid yet again dominating, 14 goals, 26 points. Kucherov at 26, Braden Point 24. I just realized the Oilers lost back-to-back Stanley Cup Finals in the first 2 seasons of this simulation. Dear God, what does EA have against my Oilers? Draisaitl will win the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross, and Hart Trophy. Shaq Hyman, the Maurice Richard, the Norris, the Evan Bouchard. Nikita Kucherov will win the Conn Smythe. Freddie Anderson, the Vezina. And shout out to Crosby, finally getting his Selke Trophy. The only person we re-signed here in the offseason was Marcus Pettersson. He was happy to accept a $5.4 million deal. I don't believe we have any cap space to go out and sign anybody, so we got to hope and bank on the fact on our younger guys getting better and possibly carrying us to a playoff spot. Otherwise, it will be 3 straight years of missing the playoffs here in LA. Now we're a little cap restrained, so we can't really make any moves. I couldn't really sign anybody in the offseason, so we're running with McTavish, Kempe, and Byfield in that first line. Bruce Jenner alongside Fiala and Waugh, Zuccarello, Hartman, and Foegele. Defensively, we got Mintyukov and Tanev at +3 there, followed by Pietrangelo and Brandt Clark, Pettersson, and Sanheim. A very good decor and an 89 overall goalie between the pipes. We are trying to go all in here in the 3rd and final season. Pietrangelo, 2 first and 2 second for Hampus Lindholm from the Boston Bruins, and that still got rejected. So we're probably going to have to throw in that final first rounder to make this trade go through. And there it is. This might be a little bit of an overpay. I'm going to remove Warren Fogle and see if this trade will go through with just Nicholas Waugh, a second, third, and a fourth round pick for Crosby. And there we go. We pick up the winner of all winners, as well as Hampus Lindholm. Now, unfortunately, we have struck out in this simulation, going 0 for 3 on making the playoffs. 91 points, our best season so far, 44 wins, 35 losses, 3 in overtime, but we did not sneak in Vegas. They had 3 more points than us and are going to make the postseason. Also, shout out to Tampa Bay, the defending champs, for winning 55 games, followed by Chicago, New York, Anaheim, and Colorado. Sidney Crosby will lead our team. He had 80 points on the season. How many did he have here with the LA Kings? He was almost point per game. I mean, 6 goals, 9 apples for 15 points in 19 games. Adrian Kempe had 71. McTavish had a 30-goal season. Bruce Jenner was okay. Lindholm was all right. Byfield, we were just not good enough. We're too young. We're in a weird spot as well. 4 shutouts, a .915 save percentage, as well as 37 wins for Kochetkov. But I mean, LA is just in the wrong mode right now. They basically have to go into a rebuild if they want to become a better team. But unfortunately for us, we only had 3 years to work with here in this simulation. Shout out Braden Point for dominating, 58 goals, leading there and in points with 109. So you mean to tell me with all the moves that I made, and not only that, but also the LA Kings where they're at already in the NHL, the Philadelphia Flyers are closer to a cup, dominating the Winnipeg Jets in 5 games in the Stanley Cup Finals. What is going on? Massimo Rizzo will lead the playoffs in scoring. Who is this guy? Undrafted. He's not even a real guy. He will have 8 goals, 29 points, leading all players for the playoffs. Past at 26, Hyman 25, Konechny as well, and McDavid at 22 in only 13 games. Braden Point is going to win the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross, and the Hart Trophy, as well as the Maurice Richard, the Norris to Victor Hedman, Rizzo, the Conn Smythe, Vasi will take home the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Alexander Barkov. Now, the Minnesota Wild honestly don't have that bad of a roster. Their forward core, the depth is surely lacking. I mean, we got a good first line with Kaprizov, Eriksson Ek, and Zuccarello, a +5 there. But outside of that, we got Marco Rossi, who's young, Boldy, also very young himself. But our third and fourth lines definitely need some help back there. Now, defensively, Brodin and Spurgeon definitely will be very good. Faber, if we throw him up on that first line, he'll help out. So defensively, we have more help than we do offensively. I think a few pieces, maybe 1 or 2 defensemen here could definitely shore up that weakness. And in goal, we have the old and washed Marc-Andre Fleury alongside Philip Gustafsson. So in 83 and 81, we need an improvement there also. Now, the first trade I'm going to try to make is Yurov, Zuccarello, a second, fourth, and a fifth. Yurov, I mean, he's only 69 overall. He's not going to be ready within the 3 years. And Zuccarello, he literally declines immediately. For Jonathan Drouin and Casey Middlestat from the Colorado Avalanche. And there we go. They had no issues doing that deal, as we just grabbed a second line center and winger that we do have to sign, but we should have a lot of cap space to spend. So the next trade up on the list, we are going after Matheson, Jacky, and Kirby Dach from Montreal for Lambeau, Spurgeon, and a prospect, as well as a second round pick. And there we go. The trade has gone through. We got younger, and in my opinion, we got better as we try to load up. Maybe year number 1, we're not going to be a Stanley Cup contender. We can't make the playoffs, but year 2 and 3, we got to go all in on this squad. I'm going to be getting rid of Jared Spurgeon. He is like an 85 overall, but Caden Gooley, I know he can grow very quickly. He's also younger, signed for 2 years, and makes a lot less money than Jared Spurgeon's $6 million contract. I threw in 2 second-round picks just to make sure this trade will go through. It got rejected, so we're going to have to sweeten it just a tad here. Maybe add in a third-rounder that they are looking for, and there we go. No! Now, we got a blockbuster trade in the works here. Brodin, Bogosian, 2 first and a third for Andres Lee and Noah Dobson from the New York Islanders. And there it is. The trade has been accepted, and we picked up our defenseman for the next 3 seasons, who already is like an 86 overall, I believe, and a very good player in his own right. All right, unfortunately, Noah Dobson, he cannot get a plane to Minnesota, so instead we're going to have to trade him and get rid of him. Don't mind that super chat. That's definitely not the reason why I'm trading Noah Dobson. We are are going to get rid of him, a 5th, a 4th, and a 2nd for Hampus Lindholm from the Boston Bruins. 89 overall defenseman, and Boston accepted that trade offer. Now we are going to still be cooking here. We got Drouin, a 3rd, and Gaudreau for Moser, and Nick Paul from the Tampa Bay Lightning. We get a defenseman back and a forward who can slot in nicely as our 3rd-line center. Let's see if this trade shall go through. They are totally unwilling. I removed a 1st-rounder just to see if I could get it without having to give it up, but unfortunately for me, I'm going to have to give up a 2027 first-round pick to make this trade be accepted, and there we go. Now, heading into the season, after all the moves we made, we got Kaprizov, Eriksson Ek, and Boldy on that first line, followed by Doc, Middlestat, Rossi, then Anders Lee, Nick Paul, and Marcus Johansson. Defensively, we still need to add a few pieces here and there, but we got Lindholm, Matheson, Moser, and Faber as our top 4. Our top 6 does need a little bit of improvement. Then we have Jesper Wallstedt, who is franchise medium potential, 81 overall. He's going to grow, and Philip Gustafsson as the backup. Now, considering the fact we did get rid of our captain and Jared Spurgeon, welcome Kirill Kaprizov, the Russian machine. He is going to be captain of Minnesota. Also, I'm going to give an A to Eriksson Ek, and on D, I'm going to give it to Hampus Lindholm. Minnesota is going to go ahead and have a great regular season, 53-26-3, first in the Central, as we will put up 109 points for the entire NHL. We were also the best team, so there we go. Year number 1, GM Pasta has led Minnesota to a President's Trophy. The Tampa Bay Lightning were also good, as well as Colorado, who won 50 games. Florida was up there, Vancouver, and Boston at the bottom. We have the Seattle Kraken, who are the newest team in the entire NHL. Kirill Kaprizov will lead our team, 79 points on the season. Casey Middlestat, there it is, a beautiful pickup, 75 points by himself. Matthew Boldy hit 31 goals. Eriksson Ek put up numbers. Kirby Dach was good, a 60-point season from him. Hampus Lindholm was good as a D-man. And if we take a look, Gustafsson did play the majority of the starts. Only had a 901. Did have 6 shutouts, though. But Jesper Wallstedt, he's going to be ready for next season. Nikita Kucherov will dominate, leading the scoring race with 102, followed by Braden Points 101, as well as Draisaitl, Makar, and Adam Fox. The defensemen are showing up this season. Ethan McKinnon had 99. Verhaeghe put up 96 points. That is insane. And on the goal side, Braden Point will lead with only 45. Very low-scoring season by the NHL. Reinhardt had 44, Hyman 43, McDavid 42, as well as Verhaeghe. And for the goaltenders here, Thatcher Demko will lead in wins with 46. And the shutouts will also go to Demko, who had 8, so he probably clutched up a Vezina trophy for himself. And now in the first round of the postseason, we are going up against the Dallas Stars. If we had gone up against maybe Chicago, I'd be a little bit worried, or even the St. Louis Blues. But Dallas, I mean, they got a good team. I know they're going to be a tough out here in round number 1, but we got to remember we won 53 games this season. All right, here we go. Can we force game 7 here in round number 1? All tied up. No, Tyler Seguin, of all people, are going to score the potential game-winning goal. Come on, Minnesota. We need to tie this game up halfway through the 3rd period. Down 3-2 to the Stars. No, 5 minutes to go. Please, where is Kirill Kaprizov when you need him? All right, I could call a timeout possibly. I don't think I'm going to do that. I will mess with the strategies as Thomas Harley just walks around our defenseman. Here we go, Kaprizov, move it up. 56 seconds to go. Do I pull the goalie? I might have to pull the goalie. Over, Kaprizov misses the net entirely. Boldy. There it is, Boldy to Kaprizov. They're cooking. Cooking down low. We're pulling the goalie. Pull the goalie, please. Lindholm, shot on net, a great save. Where is the forward pressure? We're just going to let them... Oh, my God. This is what's wrong with the computer AI. We're just going to let him walk in. Are you kidding me? Don't let him, please. Do not let Joe Pavelski, who is retired, score the game winner. Kaprizov, go. 5 seconds to go. A game-tying goal. Rebound. There it is. Matthew Boldy will tie the game up with 2.2 remaining. A beautiful rush from Minnesota, and we're not done yet. A miracle on ice as Kaprizov, a beautiful shot to the pad, and Matthew Boldy cleans up the sloppy joes on Sophie Rain. And it is no longer a gang bang. All right, here we go in overtime. 2.2 seconds left, and Matthew Boldy literally sent this game to overtime. Can we force 7? Force game 7 back on home ice in Minnesota, and there we go. There we go. We're headed to power play. Go. Leave the net, Philip Gustafsson. What are you waiting for, brother? Oh, no. Boldy coming in. and just straight up loses it. All right, we got a power play here. Please, Minnesota, you guys got to cook. A beautiful face-off win. Boldy over. Absolutely horrible pass there. Keep it in. Okay, nobody's going to keep it in, but if that was me, the computers definitely would have gloved that down. Boldy, you're headed the wrong way. Thank you. Brock Faber. Here we go. Brock Faber's going to cook. I believe in him. Over. Middlestat. Shooting. Doesn't get a shot on net. I apologize for that. I definitely should not have let that go. Chat, it's tough. When you're trugging... Oh, no. Over. Eriksson Ek. Shooting. Over. Matheson. Middlestat. And a great save by Jakey Ottinger. We need this face-off draw. We're still in the power play. Stankoven going to dump it down. 120. 130. Wait, what? Chat, did you guys see that? The timer literally just tweaked out for the power play. I don't know what was going on there. Kirby Dack waiting. Oh, Kirby Dack, what are you doing? In the middle, what a save! Anders Lee, how did Jake Ottinger make that save? That's unbelievable. Jake Ottinger's not the best goalie in the world. There's no reason for him to be making those saves. Over. Doc shooting. Rebound, what a save again by Ottinger. In the middle, Lee. Shoot it, Lee. God damn it, Lee. No! No, Marco Rossi takes a 2-minute tripping penalty. What? I don't know how Kirby Doc went here. I mean, both of Kirby Doc and Marco Rossi tripped. I mean, both of their sticks are actually, I mean, you could, yeah, it was both of them. Both of them tripped Stankoven. But Kirby Doc is the only one headed to the box here. So maybe EA Sports has something against Doc, but at the end of the day, I think honestly that should be Marco Rossi. Yeah, he's first on the puck there. Marco Rossi should be the one in the box, not Doc. All right, we got 4-on-4 hockey here. Moser moving that puck up to Boldy. Come on, please. 4-on-4 Cook. Middlestat coming in. Boldy. Oh, Boldy, what are you doing? I need... In the middle. Shoot it. Oh, my God. We can't get a shot on net. Are you see? Rope Hintz just walks our defenseman. Literally walked him like a cone. It looked like straight up practice right there. Wah. Waiting. Over to Robertson. Ripping it around. It doesn't get a shot on net there as Jake Ottinger is going to... Oh, go to the puck. There it is. Middlestat. Over. Shooting. Great save by Ottinger yet again. And we take another tripping penalty. Are you kidding me? God damn. We are only 4 minutes into this overtime period. It's felt like 10 minutes. Come on. We need a winner here. Somebody score. Faber dumps that puck in. A 5-on-3 for Dallas. Things are not looking good for the Minnesota. Oh my God. Wyatt Johnston coming down the wing. Rips it on net. Great save though by, I believe that's Gustafsson in the net. Not Jesper Wallstedt. He's still, chilling as the backup. Lindholm, get it out, please. Lindholm, where is Hampus Lindholm going? Go the other way, dude. Run the penalty kill. Just dump it down. Why do they not dump the puck down? Faber, another great save. I don't know if we're going to be able to beat Jake Ottinger, man. He's just on one tonight. There's nothing. Oh, Jamie Benn's going to turn into Connor McDavid and turn on the Jets. Sagan, not Sagan again. Not Tyler Seguin. Duchesne and a great save yet again to Lindholm. Move it up, number 30. Get it out. There we go. Eriksson Ek. Over to Kirby. Doc looking. Just absolutely horrible offensive creativity. God damn, man. Skate into the defender, why don't you? Duchesne, toe drag release, and a great save. Back and forth hockey here in this overtime period as we... Oh, dear God. Offensively, we are just... Oh, Hartman. There it is. Oh, Hartman. Can we get a shot on net? Perhaps a shot on net would do us very well here. Shooting. There it is. Finally, somebody decides to actually rip the puck on Jake Ottinger. 14-3. I thought I didn't mess up. I messed up, actually. Jamie Benn over to Duchesne. I forgot to fix the penalty time scaling. Johnston in the middle. There's a rebound. Get it out. Yakov Trenin gets absolute... Oh, here it is. 2-on-1. Okay, never mind. Fuck the 2-on-1. Shooting. We're just back and forth hockey. Back and forth, back and forth. Johnston gets it poked off him. Over to Wyatt Johnston yet again. He's looking. Waiting. Ben! What a save. And he's down and out. Oh, here we go. Doc coming in. Oh, what kind of a pass was that? Over. Rossi! Somebody, please. Eriksson Ek, bury it back to the point. You got to shoot that. Somebody got to shoot that. Rossi. How many saves is Jake Ottinger going to make until this puck goes behind him, dude? He's literally like, oh no, Johnston. A prime Martin Brodeur, dare I say? Kirby, Doc, come. Whoa, what on earth just happened, dude? Like, Now, I do realize I told him to shoot the puck here. Kirby Doc coming in. He's got a perfect lane to shoot the puck on net. I mean, take a nice wrist shot on Jake Ottinger. A clear lane. I tell him to shoot the puck. He floats a backhander on net. And that's not the worst of it. Take a look at Kirby Doc. Not only did it float a backhander on net, a stupid little shot, but immediately, watch this, over to Jason Robertson. He takes a tripping penalty. in overtime of Game 6 of the first round. He literally messes up on a clear-cut breakaway, messes up, and then also takes a tripping penalty. Oh my God. What I don't understand. What did I do to deserve this? Come on, boys. What are we doing? 9:35 to go. Mason Marchment over. What a save again. The goalies are definitely earning their paycheck right now. Andres Lee, move the puck up, please. Somebody got, here it is. Lindholm, rebound. Oh my God, Matthew Boldy literally took the net off, bro. I desperately need somebody to score here. Hints coming in, please. I don't even care if it's me, honestly. The amount of pain I've sit through to watch the computer AI go back and forth like this. We got 6:50 left in the, is this not the longest overtime period in the history of the NHL? I swear to God, Mason Marchment. Coming in. He's looking. He's waiting. Trying to feed over. He takes the shot, and a great save by Gustafsson, who will play that puck over to Hampus Lindholm. 5 minutes remaining. I repeat, 5 minutes left in overtime. You can tell the AI to shoot. Yes, you can tell the AI to shoot, and it doesn't go too well, so I would not recommend it. Oh, no. Back in the net. Back to the point. What a save. Man, Philip Gustafsson stood on his goddamn head, but it will not matter as the Dallas Stars eliminate the Minnesota Wild in round number 1. The 53-win Minnesota Wild, I would like to mention. The New York Rangers would eventually go on and win the Stanley Cup, beating the Edmonton Oilers in Game 7. So, oh my God, we had the same exact Final Four as we did in real life. Instead of the Rangers going to the Cup Finals, instead of Florida, and we have a Game 7 victory in the Cup Finals. Matthew Boldy will lead our team. He had a big playoff series, 5 goals, 7 points. Kaprizov had 7, Lee 5, so we really didn't have any secondary scoring, and Gustafsson wasn't that great. Besides that overtime period, he was damn good in that period. I think I'm going to go after the defenseman, Dominic Badinka, medium elite potential offensive D-man. We're probably just going to use him for trade bait, considering we only have 2 years left. Top 4 medium, not the greatest pick, but not terrible either. Typically, not too many options here in year number 1 free agency. We could go after JVR, who was up to an 85. He must have had a very good season last year. We could grab him. That's pretty much the only guy. Matt Roy, actually, I could go after a decent defenseman. We got absolutely snaked by Matt Roy, headed off to the New York Islanders instead of the 53-win Minnesota Wild. All right, James Van Riemsdyk, I guess I'll go after you instead. Let's give you 5.2 just to make sure he signs for 1 season. Actually, 5.1 for JVR for 1 year, 85 overall, 35-year-old. I'm going to be trying to dump Andres Lee's contract. He makes $7 million, which is a tad much, so we got him a second and 2/3 for Trevor Zegras from the Anaheim Ducks, who's already is better than him, and there we go. An absolute no-brainer for the Ducks as we have picked up the Michigan man. I'm going to try to trade these guys 1-for-1. Badinka for Ratko Gudas, 1-for-1, and there we go. Anaheim accepted it and considered it a done deal. I am also going to be getting rid of Middleton's contract. I mean, he's only an 81 overall, making 4.3. We threw in a first-rounder to go after Marino from the the Arizona Coyotes. He's a good defenseman who can help us out, and there we go. I am wheeling and dealing. We only have 2 years left in the video, so we have to go all in. Now in year number 2, we got Kaprizov, Middlestedt, and Zegras as our first line, followed by Doc, Eriksson, Ek, and Boldy. I could throw Marco Rossi up there instead of Doc, and then we have a +4 and a +1. Nick Paul and JVR. Our fourth line isn't bad also. Defensively, we got a lot better. Lindholm's at 91 alongside Michael Matheson, and then a +5 with Faber and Marino. Arbor Jackeyes an 83 playing alongside Ratko Gudas. Man, that is the roughest defensive pair in the entire NHL. Jackeye and Gudas, they're going to turn some heads, and then Jesper Wallstedt now is an 86 overall. I have no idea what happened to Minnesota. We went from a 53-win team to a 38-win team in literally 1 season, not even making too many changes. We didn't lose anybody. If anything, we added players to our roster. Kirill Kaprizov was our leading scorer with 70 points in the season. Middlestedt had 67, Boldy 56. So yeah, offensively, we really didn't put up a lot of offense. And if we take a look at Jesper Wallstedt, he wasn't very good. Only a 904, 2 shutouts. I mean, he was a rookie. He's up to an 86. Hopefully he can grow to like a 91, 92, and we can just load up for the final season. Kyle Connor is going to lead the NHL in scoring with 107 points, and Austin Matthews will tie in goals alongside Shaq Hyman. They both had 48 apiece. Now the Tampa Bay Lightning will go on and win the Stanley Cup. God damn, my Edmonton Oilers yet again losing in the finals, this time in 5 games to the Lightning. So here we are in the third and final season. Martone is the draft pick that the computer picked up, a medium elite 81 overall. He's going to slot in nicely on that second line. We could throw Kirby Doc, or not Doc, Nick Paul there, and have Martone, Hartman, and Doc on the third line. Our forward core, we don't have any flexibility to move anybody. Defensively, maybe throw Marino up there with Matheson, and then we got Jack Guy and Gudis, and in goal, we got Jesper Wallstedt up to an 87 overall now, so he should be an elite goaltender, and hopefully we can actually make the playoffs this season. All right, so yet again, the Minnesota Wild. I don't know what happened after year number 1, but we fell off a goddamn cliff. I think it was Mount Everest as well. 32, 42, and 8, 72 points, and dead last in the Central. Kirill Kaprizov, he had an okay season, 38 goals, 72 points. Zegers, there he is, 20 goals, 63 points, put up numbers. Middlestat was okay. I mean, Eriksson Ek wasn't that good, and everybody else didn't really do that well offensively. Jesper Wallstedt, he did have 3 shutouts, a 908 save percentage, but it was just not good enough. Shout out to Winnipeg, beating the Toronto Maple Leafs in 5 games to capture their very first Stanley Cup in franchise history. Braden Point will take home the Ted Lindsay and Art Ross, as well as the Hart Trophy. Bedard, the Maurice Richard, the Norris to Cale Makar. Mark Scheifele will win the Conn Smythe. Vasi the Vezina, and the Selke shall go to Alexander Barkov. Now, here we are in the 2024 NHL draft. Now, I'm going to try to trade up to get Ivan Demidov, or to make sure that we can get him, because he is a part of the rebuild. I mean, he's going to be a very vital piece of this Montreal Canadiens roster, and he's ranked number 2. So we're going to have to get the 2nd overall pick just to make sure that we actually get him. In real life, where did he fall to? 5, 6, 7, something like that? I'm going to try to cook here. We're giving them our 3rd overall pick. So really, we obviously could have got him if we got 2nd overall. Unfortunately, that was not the case. I got a 2nd, a 3rd, and Brendan Gallagher in there. And there we go. We believe the transaction will contribute to our success here in St. Louis. Macklin Celebrini did go number 1, and now we are going to take Ivan Demidov with the 2nd overall pick, 76 overall, elite high potential. All right, so I don't think we need to re-sign anybody. At least we do got to get back Harvey Pinard. Arbor Jacki is qualified as an RFA, so I'll qualify him, maybe even sign him. Barron, I want to get back also. I'll let Pearson walk. I'll let all of our UFAs probably walk, considering none of them are really that good. And for goalies, Montembeault, we're running with him. He's a 27-year-old. Caden Primo, still pretty young. Maybe he can grow to a high overall, but I think we might have to go out and get a goalie of the future. We are in free agency. Matt Roy is available. He is 29 years old, so he doesn't really fit our timeline. I don't think I'm going to go after anybody. There's no young guys available in free agent, all older guys, so we're just going to simulate to basically year number 1 and see what we are working with. So, heading into our first season as the general manager, we got Slavkovsky, Suzuki, and Caulfield on the first line. All young guys that will grow to very high overalls. Demidov, I'm immediately putting him on line number 2 alongside Kirby Doc and Patrick Fortnite. Line A, our bottom 6 isn't great, but I will improve that. Defensively, a lot of young guys also. Gooley, Hudson, and Reinbach are all like less than 22. We also have Michael Matheson, who's there, and Arbor Jacki, who also is very, very young. Montembeault as our starter at an 84, and Caden Primo as our backup, also an 84. Now, we did end up missing the playoffs, but I'm not too worried. I mean, we're still very young, very early on in this rebuild. I still got to add a few pieces to this team. 81 points, 37, 38, and 7. 7th in the Atlantic at the bottom, just like the Titanic. The Edmonton Oilers will go ahead and win the President's Trophy. 57 wins, followed by Tampa Bay. Vegas was very good. Shout out to Predators with Stammer actually having a very good year. I mean, Ottawa finally makes a postseason for the first time since 2017. Cole Caulfield will lead our team, 28 goals, 72 points. Suzuki at 62. Demidov had a very good rookie year, despite the fact that Yeah, he was a minus 30. We're just going to ignore that entirely. Slavkovsky, he only had 55 points. Doc, 46. Line only 17 goals. That is rough. And if we take a look at our goalies here, they basically split the games, and neither of them were really that good. Primu did have 4 shutouts on the year, though. Nathan MacKinnon will lead the league in scoring with 123 points. And for goals, it will go to Connor McDavid, who put up his second 50-goal season of his career. So Florida would eventually go on, beat actually Nashville in Game 7 instead of my Edmonton Oilers. So I guess shout out to Stammer and company for losing. Connor McDavid will win the Ted Lindsay and Maurice Richard, also the Hart Trophy. Art Ross, the Nathan MacKinnon, Bouchard, the Norris. Barkov will take home the Conn Smythe, Vasi the Vezina, and Barkov also the Selke Trophy. And there we go, Montreal. We came from 12th all the way to 2nd place via Calgary, and there we go. We will select 2nd in the draft. That is massive for our team. Now, the bad news is I actually simmed over the NHL draft, so I didn't even get to select the prospect. The good news is, wow, we picked up a Logan Mooney, I think his name is. What's his first name? I forget. LJ Mooney, a franchise low, 77 overall, 18-year-old. I don't even know where he's from, but that is a very good selection. At number 2, I thought we got absolutely lowball, but I'm pretty happy with picking him up. Oh, I'm all out of sorts today. So we took Matthias Benstrom 2nd overall. It was not that money guy. Elite medium potential. He's an 80 overall. So there we go. We got 2 damn good prospects here in the year number 1 draft. And here we go. Year number 2 free agency. And we have Mitch Marner on the board. He wants a bag, but at a 93 overall, that's a very, very good player. Brock Nelson is there for Toronto. Jacob Chikrin we could add to our decor. He's only 27 years old, but I think we do have to go out and try to trade for a goalie. I think we go after one of our arch rivals, a former player in Mitch Marner from the Toronto Maple Leafs. 93 overall, 28 years old, $14.5 million for only 1 season. We could trade. We could use him in the Askarov trade, but let's see if he'll accept 14.7 just to make sure he signs. There we go. And now we wait. And there we go. Mitch the Bitch Marner was extremely happy to accept my offer. He is now a member of Le Montreal. We are loading up. Patrick Kane now is a member of the Montreal Canadiens. So he's going to be a perfect 3rd line or even a 2nd line winger possibly on this team. So we got an absolutely loaded trade here. Marner, a 1st, 2nd, another 2nd, and a 3rd for Shen, Fabro, Stammer, and Askarov. Most of these players are honestly just because of the salary, because Mitch Marner is making damn near $15 million. I don't know if they're going to accept this trade. Let's see if this will go through. And there we go. I doubt anybody will think Nashville came out on the short end of the stick with this trade. So it is a done deal. The Montreal Canadiens are now a much different team. I mean, offensively, we're not too different. Still Slavkovsky, Suzuki, Caulfield. We got Laine up there with Stammer and Demidov. Harvey Pinard will play alongside Kirby Dak and Patty Kane defensively. Gooley, Reinbacher, our top line pair has a +5. That's insane. Then we got Dante Fabro alongside Matheson. And then finally, Lane Hudson will slot in alongside Arbor Jacki. And we have a 23-year-old, 90 overall goalie, Yaroslav Askarov. He requested a trade out of Nashville and now is a member of the Montreal Canadiens. He is the goalie that's going to lead us to a promised land, basically Carey Price 2.0. Now we are yet again, we actually improved a lot. 90 points, 41 wins, 33 losses, 8 in overtime. Just missing out 7 or 8 points out of the playoff spot by Florida. They were the final team to make it in the Atlantic. Shout out to Toronto winning the division with 50 wins. And for the entire league, the Flyers won 51 games in year number 3. That is crazy. Stammer will lead our team with 65 points. Slavkovsky had 63 and 23 goals. Caulfield really didn't simulate that well. Nick Suzuki had 61. Patty Kane literally playing on the 3rd line, put up 21 goals and 55 points. Demidov took a step back. Laine was up there, and if we take a look at Yaroslav Askarov, holy hell, he had 7 shutouts, a .909 save percentage, and 31 wins as a rookie. This guy's going to be an absolute monster. Braden Point will lead the NHL in scoring with 111 points, and Matthews in goals with 60. Nobody else even had 50 goals, which is a little bit surprising, especially for the sim engine. Askarov was not up there for wins. Obviously, we didn't win that many games, but for shutouts, he's going to tie for the lead alongside Jake Ottinger. So a rookie Askarov already making a mark in the NHL. I don't even know what I'm saying. Shout out to Winnipeg, finally getting it done. First ever Stanley Cup in franchise history as they beat the Leafs in 6 games in the finals. Lindsay will go to Braden Point, the Art Ross and Hart Trophy as well. Matthews, the Maurice Richard, Cale Makar, the Norris. Cole Perfetti, a very young guy, is going to win the Conn Smythe. Connor Ingram is going to take home the Vezina. What on earth? And Bedard the Selke. This sim is literally all over the place. Unfortunately, this year we did not move up. We stayed at 15th, so that is where we will be selecting in the NHL draft. Shout out Seattle. They won the draft lottery. There are a few choices to go with, but this guy here, Jakob Malkin, medium elite potential, two-way defenseman. He's NHL ready immediately, and his similar style is to Victor Hedman. Hello, and welcome to Le Montreal. Bonjour. Oh my God, he's an 80 overall already. Back-to-back off seasons of picking up big-name free agents. Kyle Connor on a large, like $14.1 million one-year deal. He was happy to accept that, and now we can re-sign him, obviously, if we want to next season for a lowball offer, or trade him through the season for anybody that we want. Now, I believe this is the season that we should be able to take that next step and hopefully make the playoffs. We got Kyle Connor, Suzuki, and Steven Stamkos in the first line, followed by Caulfield, Slavkovsky, and Demidov. I could honestly even move Caulfield up to that first line if I want, get a +1 there, and then a +5 on line 2. Then we got Kane, Doc, and Line A. Newhook alongside Brenstrom and Roger Lightning McQueen. Defensively, we got to fix our decor. A lot of these guys don't really fit, like Jack Eye. Malkin doesn't really even fit with Lane Hudson. A lot of them got minuses, so maybe we'll rearrange our defense core in the offseason. And Yaroslav Askarov now at 24 is up to a 92 overall. All right, I figured out the problem with our decor. It is Lane Hudson. He doesn't want an extension, and he does not fit literally anywhere. So we're giving him up, as well as Stammer, 2 seconds and a third for Lane Hudson. Luke Hughes from the New Jersey Devils signed for 2 more years. Franchise low potential. Let's see if we can do it. And the Devils are totally unwilling to get rid of Get rid of Luke Hughes. What if I add in a first-round pick? I give them maybe like a 2032 first-rounder from Montreal to sweeten the trade a little bit, and they still do not want to do it. Now, Jake Sanderson. I'm going to give up the same exact package for instead a 6-year Jake Sanderson at $8 million. Elite high potential. Already a 91 overall. Let's see if Ottawa shall accept, and they do not want to. We're probably going to have to give up 2 first if we want to get rid of Hudson and add in an absolute stud of a D-man. So here we go. We're going to give up a 2027 first to try to make sure this trade will go through. They still don't want to do it. Now, this technically might be a slight overpay. We're giving up a young guy in Hudson Stammer, who probably we would get rid of anyways. We got a second first and another first for Anders Lee and Jake Sanderson from the Ottawa Senators. They are totally unwilling. Okay, so we got to do it. We have to slot in the 3rd first-round pick. So 3 first-round picks into this trade. I mean, this could be a little bit much, but Jake Sanderson is a hell of a player. They don't want to give him up. They literally do not want to get rid of him. Now we're going to give up the same exact package, but instead for Kevin Korchinski and Cam Fowler from the Chicago Blackhawks. I don't know if this trade is going to go through. The trade value is a little bit even, which means that tends to not go through, but let's see. They are totally unwilling, and unless we give them something spectacular. 1 for 1, I'm going to be giving up Lane Hudson for Jay Oliver, a medium elite defenseman who's already an 81 overall, so we might take a little step back. He signed for 3 years on a rookie deal. Lane Hudson really does not fit anywhere in our defense core, so I think we got to get rid of him. I'm going to go 1 for 1. I'm not going to ask for anything more. I think that's a pretty fair trade. And the Golden Knights are totally unwilling. Like, are you kidding me? I'm giving you the better player who has the higher overall, also the higher trade value, and yet you disrespect me with declining the offer. A 2nd and 3rd round pick. I'm not giving you anything more. And there we go. I doubt anybody will think Vegas came out on the short end of the stick with this trade. Finally, it is about time the Montreal Canadiens make the playoffs. 95 points, 46 wins, 33 losses, 3 in overtime. Just barely sneaking into more than Boston, who ended up missing. Tampa Bay, they were the best team in the division, and the New York Rangers for the entire NHL, which coincidentally enough is a team that we have to play in round number 1. Kyle Connor will lead our team only with 79 points, so honestly I'm a little disappointed in that. Slavkovsky had a good year, 30 goal season. Cole Caulfield really, I mean, this whole game cycle I've noticed he does not simulate well at all. Demidov at 67, Stammer was okay, Patty Kane simulated well, and Yaroslav Askarov a 919 save percentage, 4 shutouts, and 35 wins. Yet again, Braden Point is going to steal the Art Ross Trophy. He had 117 points, 4 more points than second place Nikita Kucherov. And for goals, Shaq Hyman will score the most at 53, Followed by Mishkov's 51, past that 50. Dvorsky, who's this Dalibor Dvorsky guy? A 21-year-old already scoring 48 goals and 76 points. Askarov was not up here for the wins for goalies and for shutouts. Holy hell, Igor Shesterkin put up a 917 and had 10 shutouts. And of course, like I mentioned before, we got the President's Trophy winning Rangers in round number 1. We're just here for the experience. We're most likely probably going to get our asses swept. A massive third period trying to force a game 6 down 3-1 in the series to the Rangers. Luckily, we did not get swept. There we go. Patrick Laine gives us a 3-goal lead as we are going to force a game 6 after beating the Rangers 4-1. All right, we have 20 hard miles to go, and we force a game 7 back in Madison Square Garden. We're leading 1-0 here in game 6. Can Askarov shut the door and the Montreal Canadiens live on to fight another day? Oh no, Vinny Trocheck, of course, has to be the guy that comes back and scores it. 2 seconds. It looks like we're headed to overtime. Okay. All right, the Bell Center is absolutely rocking. Esti de Tabernacle Caxacer. All right, here we go. Enough le français. Oh my lord. Askarov makes a great glove save. A massive face-off draw here in overtime. Luckily, we do win it. Kirby Dach wins that draw. Let's get our first line out there, boys. Come on, Demidov. Maybe dump it in, dude, or turn it over at the blue line. That is also a very viable option. I don't have the game sound on. Now I do. There we go. Lindgren skates that puck up. Coming in for the Rangers. All it's going to take is one shot, man. One shot, one goal, one opportunity. Are you going to capture it or let it slip? Kyle Connor. Connor shooting, and there it is. Kyle Connor, his 3rd of the night for a hat trick. As the Montreal Canadiens in round number 1 down 3-1 will claw all the way back and force a game 7 with the President Trophy winning team. God damn, absolutely zero quit in the squad. No quit at all. It is literally anybody's hockey game in this third period. No, Lafreniere will take the lead for the Rangers over Askarov. There we go. Brenstrom will tie the game up literally like immediately. As a very close series so far. 8 minutes to go. Come on, where's Slavkovsky? Where's Stamkos? Where's all these guys that are goal scorers that can... There we go! Steven Stamkos, speak of the... Oh, I don't even know how we're here. We should be gone off to round number 2 with that Steven Stamkos late goal. But unfortunately, we have overtime here in Madison Square Garden. Kirby Dach coming in. Dach looking in the middle. Connor trying to get his 2nd game winner of the series. As, I mean, the Montreal Canadiens were not meant to win this series, and we're 1 shot away from doing it. Game 7 overtime. It does not get any tighter than this. Get on him, please. Over. Rebound. Oh, my God. Askarov. What is he doing? Lafreniere. Over. Rebound. What a save by Yaroslav Askarov. Literally saved the season of the Montreal Canadiens. Where's my first line? Why is my first line not out there on the ice? Please. Oh, no. Vinny Trocheck coming down. He's got back at Jan. That's weird. Goalie. Up to Kirby Dach. Moving the puck. Over to, is that Demidov? In the middle. Shoot it, please. Somebody shoot it. Dach, get that puck. No! We're headed to the penalty kill. Kirby Dach again. What is with Kirby Dach and his inability to not be prone with taking tripping penalties? I swear to God. All right, this is a massive draw to kill. Massive penalty to kill, I should say. As we got, I got to update the timer, I believe. Hey, Let's Go Rangers chat is on right now. Oh, here we go. Brenstrom coming in, wristing it on net, and Igor Shesterkin is going to have to make the save. Rebound. He's down. He's literally down. In the middle. Another great save by Igor. God damn. 12:50 remaining this over. Oh, my God. Adam Fox got laid out in the background there. Over. Henrique coming in. Adam. Henrique. Ooh, Askarov makes a nice save. Dante Fabro, I need you to get that puck out. There we go. Skate it up. Use your Bobby Orr instincts. Over Slavkovsky. Over. Beck. Why? Why is he doing a backhander? Kirby Dach in the middle. Over. Dach again. And another great save by Mr. Shesterkin, keeping the Rangers in this game and in the series. I shouldn't change my D. Oh, no. Perreault gets a breakaway. And no. Gabriel Perreault will bury it and send the New York Rangers to the second round as the Habs fought back very valiantly, but it was just not enough. Down 3-1 in the series. We can't find or get behind in the 8 ball that early and expect to win a series. So I guess it is what it is. We learn, we grow. and we are definitely going to be coming back next season hungrier and better than ever. The rebuild has been completed in Ottawa, a 4-0 sweep over the Coyotes to take home their very first Stanley Cup in this franchise's history of the Ottawa Senators. And Gouli led our team in scoring for the playoffs. If that is the case, we are definitely cooked. 7 points in 7 games. Kyle Connor had 6. Slafkovsky also 6. Demidov was pretty good. I mean, our big guns really didn't step up in the first round. Askarov was good, though, a 927. We picked up a 41-year-old the real greatest goal scorer of all time in Alexander Ovechkin. Still an 83, will slot in nicely on our third line. Now, I don't think this team has ever looked as good as it does now. We got Brentstrom, Slafkovsky, and Demidov on the first line, followed by Caulfield, Suzuki, McQueen. We got Ovi down there, a 41-year-old alongside Kirby Dach and Mooney, and then Laine, Newhook, and Waugh as our fourth line. Mintyukov, Reinbacher, Oliver alongside Gouli, and then Jacky and Dante Fabro, and a 94 overall goalie with even an 85 as a backup. We're going to get rid of Caden Primo. He's making 3.3 to literally not even playing the team. We're going to get back a young defenseman, signing 2 more years, elite low potential, Dion Cio. Whatever, I threw some picks to make the trade go through, and there's not too much deliberate about that deal. Now we're going to go ahead and luckily make the playoffs yet again. 89 points, 41, 34, and 7. 4th in the division. Toronto yet again was the best team in our division and for the entire NHL also, but sadly we got to face the Rangers again in round number 1. We went to 7 last year, down 3-1, couldn't get the job done. Hopefully this can be the year. Slafkovsky will lead our team, 27 goals, 69 points. Demidov had 67, Kirby Dach 66, Cole Caulfield. We might have to get rid of Caulfield. He has been absolutely horrible, and he's an 89 overall. Just a waste of space on this Montreal team. Mintyukov had a good year, Suzuki was all right, and Yaroslav Askarov, a 9-14, 2 shutouts, and 31 wins at a 94 overall. The most goals scored in the league would go to Shaq Hyman with 53, and the most points scored would be Connor McDavid with 115 on the season. And of course, we got a rematch from last season. We got the New York Rangers in round number 1, and we did have a slow start to the series, losing the first 2 games, but then we rallied off 4 straight to absolutely clap the booty cheeks of the New York Rangers, and now we face Washington in the second round. Well, this is what tends to happen when you've literally dropped the first 2 games in a playoff series. We lose in 6 to the Washington Capitals. Actually, it was 5 games, so we pretty much got dominated. Wow, I did not expect the Red Wings to go all the way and dominate Colorado in the finals, but shout out to them for doing that. Slafkovsky led our team, only with 9 points, so we didn't have anybody that was point per game. He was tied with Dach and Demidov as well as Laine. Ovi did his thing come playoff time. 4 goals and 8 points at 42 years old. David will take him to Ted Lindsay, Art Ross and Hart Trophy, Hyman the Maurice Richard, Makar the Norris, Lucas Raymond the Conn Smythe, Allmark the Vezina, and Matty Beniers the Selke. I got a master plan here. Dustin Wolf, we're going to sign him to a 1-year deal worth like $10.5 million, something crazy like that, just to make sure that no other team will match. 10.9 for 1 year. We'll sign him, and then we will trade him in the offseason for a better player. And there we go. Make no mistake about it, Dustin Wolf, you're not going to stay in Montreal long, brother. You are literally signed for the purpose of being traded. Now, we tried to go after Korchinski earlier, and it didn't really work out, but what if we go 1 for 1? Him for Dustin Wolf. The trade value maxes out, and they're pretty similar, so let's see if Chicago will do this. And there we go. They had no problem accepting it. They got a number 1 goalie, and we get a number 1 defenseman. Third, all right. Now, I took a look at our roster, and we're really only missing that number 1 center. Logan Cooley, I believe, can be that. So we're going to give up Caulfield for Cooley, also a first, second, and a 3rd round pick, and that is going to go through with spades. As we now pick up a playmaker who can put up like 60, 70 assists pretty consistently, honestly. This is going to be our shot. We got Cooley down the middle with Demidov and Slafkovsky. The rest of our forward core is pretty much the same. Roger McQueen has developed very nicely up to an 84. Actually, I might throw Brentstrom up there and leave McQueen on the 3rd line alongside Suzuki and Waugh defensively. We are absolutely loaded. Korchinski, Mintyukov, Reinbacher, Gouli, Oliver, and Fabro, and then a 94 overall with an 89 as our backup. If we do not make it to at least the 3rd round, there is something wrong with this team. I have no idea how we had this bad of a season. Montreal ended up finishing 7th in the Atlantic, 40, 36, and 6. A winning record, only 86 points. I mean, our division is really, really good, so I guess that definitely goes against us, at least trying to make the playoffs. For the entire league, Vancouver won the President's Trophy, 55 wins. Logan Cooley will have a monster season, 31 goals, 117 points. Really our best player by far. Demidov at 67. I mean, Slavkovsky was okay. Korchinski put up a lot of numbers as a D-man. Mooney was pretty good. Brenstrom, Mintikov. And if we take a look at Askarov, only a 901, so that's why we had a bad season. Askarov did not play well. He's probably going to drop down to like a 93, 92 now. Logan Cooley will win the Art Ross Trophy, first of his career, and Matthews at only 45 goals will take home the Maurice Richard. The Rangers finally go on and get theirs, beating Seattle in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Logan Cooley is going to win the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross, and Hart Trophy. Maurice Richard to Matthews, the Norris to Adam Fox, also the Conn Smythe. Sheelovs will take home the Vezina, and Barkov yet again another Selke. All right, I probably only have 1 to 2 more seasons left in me before I get fired as a GM of Montreal if we don't make any improvements. Still Slavkovsky, Cooley, and Mooney. We got Demidov alongside McQueen and Brenstrom. Honestly, might move Demidov up there. Actually, never mind. I'm going to leave him on the second line. We get Suzuki centering that third line alongside Laine and Doc defensively. No changes have been made. And in goal, still a 92 Askarov after the bad season that he did have. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if I just built a horrible team or what. 78 points, not even close to a playoff spot. 35, 39, and 8. Individually, I mean, yeah, we don't have that great of offense. Logan Cooley took a massive step backwards and was a minus 16. That's absolutely horrible. Nobody played good offensively, and Askarov, he was better. 911 save percentage, 4 shutouts, and 30 wins. The Vegas LTIR cheaters will dominate the Rangers, smack their booty cheeks in 5 games, and take home their 2nd cup in franchise history. I got 1 final season left in me as the GM of the Montreal Canadiens. If we miss the playoffs again, there's no way my ass is not out of here and fired. We got Cooley, Slavkovsky, Demidov. I didn't really make any moves. I mean, we did sign Bork in the offseason to be a third-line winger. We still have Laine, Suzuki. Defensively, still a very good decor, and in goal, Yaroslav Askarov is back up to a 94. I really cannot put my finger on it. I don't know why we can't simulate too well. I'm actually on a very bad dry streak of rebuilds. I cannot rebuild jack shit anymore. I don't know what it is. Ever since I went to 3-year rebuilds, I have not won a Stanley Cup in a long time, and it doesn't look like I'm gonna get it done with Montreal, who already had a system built in with a bunch of prospects. What is going on? And I believe that is gonna do it for GM Pasta's time as the general manager of Montreal. 79 points, 38 wins, and another playoff miss. Logan Cooley had a good season, 84 points, our only point per game scorer. I mean, Demidov capped off at an 85 overall, even though he had franchise medium potential. Slavkovsky was okay, I guess, with 31 goals. Korchinski, we just didn't have enough offense. With all that talent offensively, we just could not put the puck in the back of the net. Askarov was amazing, 913, 3 shutouts, 29 wins. I mean, he's a 94 overall, and consistently, this dude has been very, very good over the course of his Montreal tenure. Besides that 1 year where he rocked a 901, he was good after that. And of course, to end off the video, the Toronto Maple Leafs have to go on and win a Stanley Cup. So here in the re-sign phase, I do have Stammer, Marchessault, and Brady Shea's contract accurate to real life, so they are going to be locked up pretty much long term. We do got to get back Tyson Barrie, so I'm probably going to re-sign him. Fabro's an RFA, qualify him. And I mean, outside of that, I mean, we have some cap space to work with. Lankinen does need to be re-signed, but we have Askarov coming up, so he'll probably be the backup as UC Saros does get older, and we can maybe use him as trade bait at the deadline or next season. Now in free agency, we do have some cap space to go after somebody. Honestly, I'm thinking about another defenseman in Noah Hannafin, 27 years old, 86 overall. We have the cap space to sign him. We could get some older guys like Joe Pavelski. Kevin Labanc could be a forward we get with. But I mean, at the end of the day, I'm going to try to cook here and improve Nashville's roster. I mean, their GM's already doing a great job at it in real life, at least for the foreseeable future. In a few years, I'm sure some of those contracts will not turn out to be so great. But next season, heading into next year's, Nashville is a sneaky team. Now, we went out and picked up Daniel Sprong in free agency, and let's see if Noah Hannafin re-signs, and he was extremely happy to do so. So not only did I pick up all the moves that they made in real life, but I also even bolstered their team more to make sure that they are a Stanley Cup contender immediately. Now, as we take a look at Nashville's forward core, I mean, we have a very lethal first line with Stammer, Marchessault, and Philip Forsberg. We also have Ryan O'Reilly as our second line center along Nyquist and Sprong. Our third and fourth lines aren't that strong, but I can move up a guy like Cody Glass to maybe help out that third line. Now, defensively, This is where we shine. Roman Josi, Luke Shen, Jeremy Lazon, Ryan McDonough. Actually, McDonough went back to Tampa Bay, so I probably should have done that. Actually, I think I will do that. We also have Noah Hannafin and Brady Shea to help out our D-core. So Ryan McDonough, you'll get out of here. And in goal, we have UC Saros, a 90 overall, and then a medium elite goaltender, 85 overall, Yaroslav Askarov. So, I mean, I believe that we can compete in year number 1. Obviously, I'm still going to be upgrading the roster as we are nowhere near complete. Now, just for realism's sake, I am going to be shipping Ryan McDonough to Tampa Bay, but to get some value back, I got Chernak and Eller. Also to make the contracts work, because Ryan McDonough is making 6.5 and Tampa Bay does not have a lot of cap space. Now, we are going to be giving up McDonough a 3rd, 4th, and a 5th round pick to make this work, and the trade has been rejected. You guys are not too thrilled. I mean, you made the trade in real life. I'll throw in a 2nd there. And the trade has been accepted by Tampa Bay. I will also be keeping Roman Josi as the captain, obviously, giving Stammer an A, and Philip Forsberg, the leadership of Steven Stamkos, a 2-time Stanley Cup winner, definitely brings something to this Nashville Predators squad. And now it is just time for us to go ahead and simulate and see how the Predators do. Now, if you guys do enjoy videos like this, make sure you leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Turn on notifications so you get notified when I go live or post a video. And now, we shall see if GM Pasta can win the Nashville Predators their very first Stanley Cup in franchise history, or am I going to be an absolute utter failure? Now, at the end of season number 1, Nashville started off pretty slow, but I mean, our division was not that great. We did end up finishing first, 43, 28, and 11, 97 points at the top of the Central. Now, if we take a look at the entire NHL, Edmonton was the best team, winning 52 games, followed by the Rangers. Carolina was up there, Vancouver, Ottawa. Obviously, we were on the lower end of the team. San Jose won 44 games. Hold up a goddamn minute. How on earth did this team not only make the playoffs, but they were top 7 in the entire league? Offensively, honestly, we were not that great. Forsberg had 26 goals, 78 points. Stammer had 72. Did have 33 goals, which is nice. Marchessault put up 67. Ryan O'Reilly, I mean, yeah, he was okay. 27 goals, 55 points. Josi had a very, very bad season. And if we take a look at UC Saros, he had a .918 save percentage, which is very good in this game. Also had 1 shutout and 34 wins, while Askarov, we are currently grooming him. Hey, yo, not in that way. In the way to be the starter goaltender. Not, yeah, I'm just going to ignore that I even said that. But Askarov, you're a 22-year-old, and you're about to be our starting goaltender. Kirill Kaprizov will go ahead and lead the entire NHL in scoring with 105 points, followed by McDavid, who had 99. Matthews was up there, big season. Panarin had 98. Your mom's a hoe, 96. And Jakey Gensel, who now is on the Tampa Bay Lightning, 95 points, 35 goals. Speaking of goals, Austin Matthews would lead the way with 60. Robo had 52. Kaprizov, 50. Reinhart was up there at 45. Mishkov, as a rookie, literally as a 20-year-old rookie, had 44 goals and 78 points. That is crazy. This dude is only an 83 overall. And it seems that we are going to be playing the LA Kings in the very first round of the playoffs. We would dust the LA Kings in 6 games. I shouldn't say dust. I mean, it was a pretty close series, but we did beat them. And now we face the Minnesota Wild, who overall, I mean, don't have the greatest team, but probably are simulating very well if they're in the second round. And well, unfortunately, we would end up getting dominated in 5 games by the Minnesota Wild. It really wasn't that close of a series, to be honest. And the Ottawa Senators will end up going on, beating Minnesota in 5 games to take home the Stanley Cup here in season number 1. Now for the playoffs, Gustav Nyquist was our leading scorer with 12 points in 11 games, so we have to get better offensively. Forsberg had 9, Ryan O'Reilly was up there. Stammer did not have a good playoff run. I mean, only 2 goals and 7 points. And what did UC Saros do here? How was he? He had a 9-10. So honestly, it's not his fault that we were absolutely destroyed in round number 2. Kirill Kaprizov is going to take home the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross and Hart Trophy. Matthews, the Maurice Richard, Adam Fox, the Norris, Tim Stützle, the Conn Smythe, as Linus Allmark will take home the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Sid the Kid Crosby. Now in the re-sign phase, we do have $18 million to work with. We got to get back Nyquist, Glass, and Fabro. And I mean, take a look at our goalie. We got to re-sign UC Saros and Yaroslav Askarov. So we got a little bit of work to do here. in order to bring everybody back. I did want to trade UC Saros. I probably should have done it at the deadline. But now if I want to do that, I'm going to have to sign him and then trade him, which is going to make it even more difficult. Luckily, we did get UC Saros back, but I am going to probably trade him. Fabro decided to renew his contract. We also locked up Yaroslav Askarov for the rest of this video at only $5 million. A complete and utter steal. That is a positive note here for the Predators. He didn't really want a lot of money. He only wanted a one-year deal, but I gave him 5 years, $5 million, and he accepted that at an 88 overall. All right, so we are moving off of UC Saros for Brock Faber and Philip Gustafsson. I threw in some draft picks to make this deal go through, and it has. So we are just absolutely loading up on the best defensive core in the entire NHL. That's the way I'm going to build this team. We are clearly not built for offense, although I do want to pick up a scorer. Now, as we head into our second season offensively, we're still kind of challenged. I mean, this is not the greatest offensive core by any stretch of the imagination. Our first line Stammer, oh my god, Stamkos is down to an 86 now. What an absolutely horrible signing. But I mean, outside of our first line, we're not great. Defensively, we do shine. Yossi and Faber. Faber now up to a 90 overall. We still have Chernak and Hanifin, Shea, and Fabro, and then Yaroslav Askarov up to a 90 overall, with our backup being an 85 Philip Gustafsson, which is a very good backup goaltender. Well, it seems like Nashville does have a lot of work to do here. We missed the playoffs by 3 points, 39, 34, and 9. A horrible end to the season, as the Edmonton Oilers were the best team, winning 53 games, followed by the Rangers. Toronto was up there, Vegas, Colorado, and Minnesota. Funny enough, Steven Stamkos actually had a great season, 32 goals, 90 points. Forsberg only had 69. Marchessault was okay, almost a 40-goal season. Brock Faber, I mean, he had 9 goals, 54 points, was a -7. Sprong was a -25. Okay, it looks like we might have to overhaul our roster in the offseason. Askarov wasn't great. He did have 3 shutouts and 31 wins, but I mean, those are not great statistics whatsoever. Austin Matthews will dominate the simulation, 68 goals, leading there and leading in points with 129, followed by Nylander, who had 110, Mitch Marner 110 as well, Draisaitl, McDavid, both 100-point seasons. Mark Scheifele was good. If we take a look at the goal side, other than Matthews, Mishkov had 51 as a second-year player. Tage Thompson had 50, Draisaitl 48, Kaprizov 47, Eichel 46, and Rantanen 43. As somehow the San Jose Sharks did make the Stanley Cup Finals. Unfortunately for them, they got swept by the better, bigger New York Rangers. So the mecca of the world in Madison Square Garden now has a Stanley Cup. Matthews will take home the Ted Lindsay, Maurice Richard, Art Ross, and Hart Trophy. Cale Makar, the Norris, the Conn Smythe will go to Alex Lafreniere, Igor the Vezina, and the Selke to Sidney Crosby for the 3rd straight season. In the re-sign phase, we did get back Daniel Sprong and Cody Glass. Those are pretty much the only players that we have to bring back. I qualified all my RFAs, so they should be returning also. And now, hopefully, we do have some cap space to go out and spend in free agency. Now, it is time to make a blockbuster trade. Yossi, a 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and another 2nd for Lysell and Trevor Zegras from the Anaheim Ducks. And they said they will see me on the ice, as we got our #1 center and a guy who's very young. Also, Lysell, who can also grow. Yossi, honestly, is just going to keep declining, so I needed to get a little bit younger and better overall. We also got rid of that contract, which will not age well. The next trade is for Pius Suter, just going to give up a few draft picks to make this deal go through, and it is a done deal. The next player that I'm going after is Ivan Barbashev from Vegas. Threw in a prospect, a couple of picks, and Ryan O'Reilly to make this deal work, and luckily Vegas did accept it. Now, as we move into season number 3, our forward core definitely is well improved. We got a great first line, with Kemmel being an 88 overall now, Stammer, Novak, and Barbashev, Sprong, Glass, and Marsh. So defensively, we did get a little bit worse, but luckily we do have Hanifin and Brock Faber to help us out. And in goal, an 89 Askarov. I mean, he did have a bad season, and our backup is absolutely horrible at a 68 overall. I might have to go out and sign a cheap backup goaltender. Now, yet again, Nashville did not have a great season. 39, 36, and 7, 85 points, missing the postseason for the 2nd straight year in a row, so it looks like all those signings were bad. And they're not actually going to equate to winning. Vancouver was the best team, though, winning 57 games, followed by Toronto. Winnipeg was up there, San Jose, and Ottawa. Stammer was our leading scorer, 38 goals, 79 points. Zegras had 70, but was a -35. Are you kidding me? Barbashev had 65, Sprong 63, Marchessault 63, Forsberg only 59. I mean, this team is not very good right now, so It looks like we're cooked. I'm going to try to recover this, but I don't know if I even can. Honestly, all our great players are older, so we might honestly have to just ride this out for the final 2 seasons, maybe make the playoffs, who knows? As Austin Matthews will dominate the NHL, leading it in goals with 70 and points with 113. And the San Jose Sharks will get the job done, beating Tampa Bay in 6 games in the Stanley Cup Finals. Funny enough, Kyle Connor is actually going to take home the Ted Lindsay and the Hart Trophy, while the Art Ross and Maurice Richard will go to Matthews, Adam Fox the Norris, Sam Reinhart on San Jose is the Conn Smythe winner, Sam Casa will be the Vezina Trophy winner, and the Selke again, or not again, will actually go to Tim Stützle for the first time in this video. Now in the offseason, we went ahead, re-signed Thomas Novak and Joakim Kemmel. Both of them, we got them locked up for the rest of the video, which is good. But I mean, things are not going too great here in Nashville, if I'm being honest. Well, here in year number 4, our roster, obviously, we're still pretty good, but we're not simulating too great. We got guys like Stammer, who is declining 84 overall, but our first line is great. Our second line's okay. Third line, not even bad with Lysell, Glass, and Sprong. And our fourth line, we got decent depth. Defensively, we've kind of fallen off a cliff a little bit. Brady Shea, I mean, he's a 79 overall at 33 years of age. We still have Hanifin and Faber as our top pair, and in goal, we have an 87 overall Askarov, who is literally decreasing as he's entering his prime. Another season, another playoff miss by the Nashville Predators. We did win 40 games. We lost 39 in regulation, only had 3 overtime losses and 83 points. That's probably why we ended up missing, but I mean, this has been a trend now. We're just not a great simulating team. Maybe not a great team overall, as Washington won 56 games on the season. I mean, offensively, Trevor Zegras is our leading scorer at 71 points. Lysell had a breakout year, 62. Stammer was not very good. Everybody, oh my God, the minuses are crazy. Minus 27, minus 27, minus 13. Like, holy hell, we're just not a great team. If we take a look at Askarov, also a 908 save percentage, which I mean is decent. 2 shutouts, 36 wins, but he's only an 87 overall, and I don't think he's going to get back up to a 90 now. As yet again, Austin Matthews will lead in goals with 69 and points with 110. And shout out to the Dallas Stars for going all the way, beating Ottawa, sweeping them in the finals, and winning their 2nd Stanley Cup, I believe, in franchise history. Matthews yet again is going to take home all the major individual awards. The Norris will go to Adam Fox, Conn Smythe to Tyler Seguin, Stuart Skinner is going to win the Vezina, and the Selke Trophy will end up going to Marco Rossi. Now, I mean, we do have one more season left in this sim, but it's not looking too great for Nashville. If we just end up missing the playoffs, I mean, my God, all those free agent signings that they signed today in real life literally mean nothing, as we did not even have one long playoff run at all. Made the 2nd round, I believe, in the first season, and after that, we fell off a cliff. So I am going to simulate ahead, see what the Nashville Predators can do, and see if they can make the postseason. Now, in the offseason, I went out and got Bowen Byram, who is a 90 overall D-man, for $10 million for the final season, so hopefully he can help us get over the hump and make the playoffs again. If not, I mean, I tried my best. There wasn't that many or too many great free agents out there, but Bowen Byram definitely was at the top of the list. So he's going to fit in very nicely on that top pair alongside Brock Faber, who also is a 90 overall. And then we have Hanifin, Chernak, Fabro, and Brady Shea offensively. Now, offensively, I mean, our top line's very good with Lysell, Zegras, and Kemmel. We also have Forsberg still with Novak and Sprong, and then Barbashev, Glass, and Evan Lensta. Obviously, Stammer has retired at this point in the sim. So we're just going to go ahead and see if the Nashville Predators can make the postseason. Thankfully, the Preds did have a comeback season, finally making the playoffs again. 44 wins, 32 losses, 6 in overtime, 94 points on the season. As the San Jose Sharks with Sam Reinhart are going to be the President's Trophy winning team, winning 51 games. Offensively, again, not a great season. Our leading point scorer was Fabian Lysell with 73 points. Zegras at 73. Kemmel didn't really do much. I mean, 30 goals is okay. Defensively, though, Askarov only had a 908, so I'm a little bit confused by that. 4 shutouts, 37 wins, 3 goals against per game. I got to be honest, I have no idea how he even made the playoffs. Now, Elias Pettersson will lead the league in scoring with 110 points, and for goals, it will go to Matvei Mishkov, who had 60 at age 24, as the Preds will end up playing the Minnesota Wild in the very first round. Somehow, we did beat the Minnesota Wild in 6 games, but now we have to face the absolute powerhouse that is the Edmonton Oilers. And as expected, we got totally dominated, getting swept in the process in round number 2, as the Ottawa Senators will go on and win the Stanley Cup, beating San Jose in in Game 7 of the finals. Pedersen will win the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross and Hart Trophy. Mishkov to Maurice Richard. The Norris to Quinn Hughes. The Conn Smythe to Tej Aginla as UC Saros somehow wins the Vezina 5 years later. Now, the Devils do have a good roster, especially our first line. I mean, Heischer, Hughes, and Brad, +5 there. We could even throw Nico Heischer on the second line, bring up a guy like Timo Meier to be the winger alongside Hughes and Brad. We got Halla, Heischer, Mercer, Thomas Tatar. So our depth really isn't that great. We definitely got to improve our bottom six. How about defensively? Defensively, I mean, Luke Hughes, he'll grow. We know Dougie Hamilton's a very good defenseman. Throw him up on that first line with Luke Hughes, so an 80 and 88 overall. Then we have Simone Nemec alongside Siegenthaler, and then we got Brendan Dillon and Brett Pesce, and in goal, an 85 overall Jacob Markstrom with a backup and Jake Allen, who is an 83. So maybe we are an improved team compared to last season, but I think our bottom six needs improvement, as well as some of our defensemen, although we might just need some time considering Nemec and Hughes will develop into like high 80s, maybe even a 90 overall D-man by year 3. Now the first trade I'm going to make, we got a first, second, a prospect, another second, and Timo Meier for a sniper to go on that first line with Jack Hughes and Jesper Bratt and Brock Besser, and also a second or third line center in Pius Suter. Let's see, shall this trade go through? And Vancouver, they are not too happy about this trade. We're probably gonna have to sweeten the deal just a touch here. This is my final time trying to make this trade go through, and there we go. We added in 2 seconds and 2 first-round picks, and we picked up Pius Suter and Brock Besser from the Vancouver Canucks. I believe Alex Tuch can be a good second or even first-line winger. He is a power forward, so we should get some line combination there for Eric Halla. 2 seconds and a third-round pick, and there we go. Buffalo had no problem accepting that trade. Matt Duchene would be perfect on that third line, only making $3 million. So we would have to re-sign him, but I'm totally comfortable going all in here in year number 1. We get a first and 2/3 to go into the trade, and the Dallas Stars have accepted my trade proposal. Now here is the new and improved New Jersey Devils. First line stays the same, but we got Besser, Duchene, and Tuch on that second line. Then Pius Suter will center Dawson Mercer and Paul Cotter. Defensively, didn't make any changes. We do got some nice chemistry lines besides our bottom pairing, and I didn't make any changes to our goaltending. Trying to improve our roster at the trade deadline, as we are only 33, 27, and 3. We got Pesce, Tatar, and second and a third for Gustafsson and Patty Kane from the Detroit Red Wings. And there we go. The Wings had no problem going through with that deal, as we have absolutely fleeced them. Now, luckily, New Jersey did sneak into the playoffs, 42, 35, and 5. 89 points in the season, as we were, I believe, the last wildcard spot in the Eastern Conference. Colorado was the best team in the league, winning 57 games, followed by Winnipeg. Edmonton was up there. Vancouver had a good season, as well as the Islanders and Toronto. Brock Besser, surprisingly, is going to be our leading scorer. He had 41 goals and 77 points on that second line. Patty Kane had 76, but mostly with Detroit. He was, point per game with us. He produces no matter what overall or how old he is. He will put up numbers in this game. That is guaranteed. Duchene was good too, so our second line was a lot better than our first line. Jack Hughes only scoring 16 goals. That is literally unacceptable. Jesper Bratt wasn't good, as well as Heischer. And if we take a look at Jacob Markstrom, he had a .911 save percentage alongside 3 shutouts and 36 wins. Not a bad season by Jacob Markstrom. McKinnon and Cale Makar will tie for the most points in the league at 107, followed by Kyle Connors, 105. Rantanen had a good year. Kucherov was up there. Bedard, as a rookie, put up 43 and 98. Speaking of goals, Pasta will lead with 56, followed by Connors, 51. Nathan McKinnon had a good year as well. Shaq Hyman putting up 47 on the season. And shout out to the newest member of the Nashville Predators, and Jonathan Marchessault putting up 41. For the goalies here, Thatcher Demko will have the most wins at 47, and the most shutouts will go to Ilya Sorokin with 7. And now in round number 1, we go up against the Toronto Maple Leafs. We know from experience already a Game 7 victory is almost guaranteed when we play them in the first round. We knew all the roads would always lead this way. Game 7, 1-0 lead in the third period. There we go. Gustafsson gives us a 2-0 lead, but Johnny T will get the Toronto Maple Leafs back to within 1. Halfway through the third period. No, Max Domi is going to tie the game. How? In Game 7, really? 5 minutes to go in this third period, a very tight affair. All right, here we go. Game 7 overtime. The Leafs have been here before. Hashtag David Pastrnak. Hashtag Jack Hughes maybe coming in. Luke Hughes wristing it on net, and Joseph Wall, we make the nice save. All right, when big faceoff went back to Hamilton. Over to Brad, another great save by Joseph Wall. All right, we got to get the full forecheck on for the New Jersey Devils. We'll try to make the computers actually try to score some goals here. Tanev will dump that puck in. Get on that first there, Luke Hughes. Use your great skating ability to get away from that tummy ache, Matthews. Jack Hughes, here we go. We need you to cook, brother. We need you. Oh, no. Brat, that's your puck. Oh, my God. Tanev is going to get it. He's going to skate that puck out. Moves it up to tummy ache, the new captain of the Toronto Maple Leafs. No, over Tavares. Trying to shoot it, but doesn't get a shot on net, which is good. Hamilton moves it up. Nico Hischier, the captain of our squad, blows by the defenseman, shooting. And a great save by Joseph Wall, keeping Toronto in the game and in the series. This is Game 7 overtime. It does not get any tighter than this. Nylander looking. Nylander again. Rebound is there. No. Out to Tavares. Rebound. Get up, Jacob Markstrom. What are you doing? Why is Matthews and Hughes tying up like they're in love with each other? Over. Duchesne. Matt Duchesne gets bodied. Absolutely bodied by Chris Tanev. What is going on? Matthews. Over to William Nee. There we go. William Nee will not go any further. Patty Kane, the pickup, the trade deadline pickup. Over, shooting, rebound. There it is. Brock Besser, the 40-goal scorer, will score in overtime as we have eliminated the Toronto Maple Leafs in Game 7 of round number 1. I mean, literally, like, it's a foregone conclusion already when you face Toronto in the first round. Like, it's easy. Just go to Game 7, grab a victory, and get the hell out of there. And now in round number 2, we go up against the Boston Bruins. So it looks like we are in the Atlantic Division playoffs. Put on an absolute clinic against Boston, dominated them in 5 games, and now we face the New York Rangers in the conference finals. We are down 3-2 in the series, a 4-2 lead now for the New York Rangers as we try to force a Game 7, but we have dug ourselves a hole in this third. Halfway through the period, please, somebody step up. Jack Hughes, he had a horrible season. Where's our captain, Nico Hischier? Luke Hughes, anybody, please. Brock Besser, Patty Kane, no. And we are going to be eliminated in 6 games in the conference finals by the New York Rangers. I guess the good news is that the Rangers did go on and dominate Colorado in 5 games to win the Stanley Cup. So we did put up somewhat of a fight over the Rangers. Buffalo took them to 7, which is absolutely wild. So after a horrible regular season, Jack Hughes did show up in the postseason. 8 goals, 23 points in only 18 games. Patty Kane, point per game, there it was. Jesper Bratt was okay. He sure was all right. I mean, Brock Besser only had 5 goals and 13 points. He could definitely have been a lot better. And if we take a look at Jacob Markstrom, yeah, Markstrom was not good. A 904 with a 304 GAA and 1 shutout. Not the greatest stats, to be honest. We really won our playoff games with offense, not defense. McKinnon will take home the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross and Hart Trophy. Pasternak, the Maurice Richard, the Norris, the Cale Makar. Vinny Trocheck is going to win the Conn Smythe. Aiden Hill, the Vezina. And Barkov will take home the Selke. I did a lot of thinking out of my ass, and I believe that this is a good trade for the future of this franchise. We got Jack Hughes and Luke Hughes, the Hughes brothers. They're just not happy in New Jersey, honestly. They really are not. So we're going to send them to the windy city of Chicago for Connor Bedard, straight up 2 for 1. And there we go. The Blackhawks literally accepted the trade offer, and now the New Jersey Devils have Bedsy. Now, after trading away our top defenseman prospect, actually, no, he wasn't. Simone Nemec had higher trade value and was a higher overall. We got JVR in the offseason in free agency, as well as Daniel Sprong. Max Pacioretty also joined the squad. And there we go. We loaded up on our depth forward-wise, but I think I might try to make a trade for a defenseman, considering we did lose Luke Hughes. Now, since we did get rid of Luke Hughes, I got to go out there and get a defenseman. TVR, Trevor Van Riemsdyk. He's an 85 overall at 33 years old, so he's actually pretty solid. We got Casey, a second, third, and a fourth. And Vancouver had 0, and I mean 0 problem taking that deer. Vancouver Canuck fans are going to be cheering on the streets when they announce this deal. I don't know about that. I mean, it was a good trade for them. I don't know about cheering on the streets. They might, in fact, be rioting on the streets instead. And Montour is on the trading block. He does make $7 million, but he's clearly going to be like our 3rd best defenseman, so I'll get rid of Brendan Dillon's contract. We got a 1st, 4th, and a 3rd into the trade. And Seattle Kraken fans are going to be cheering on the streets when they announce that trade. Marcus Pettersson is another guy on the trading block that I do want to go after, so we're going to give up Gustafsson a 4th, 5th, another 4th, and another 4th, and there we go. This is a really good deal for Pittsburgh, and it's also a really good deal for the New Jersey Devils. Now, heading into season number 2, honestly, for having to trade Jack Hughes and Luke Hughes, we are pretty much better off. We got Kane, Bedard, Besser on the first line, a +5, followed by Tuck, Hischier, and Brad, Mercer, Duchesne, and Pius Suter. That is our top 9. and our fourth line isn't that horrible defensively. Siegenthaler and Nemec, we get a +5 there, followed by Hamilton, Pettersson, TVR, and then finally Brendan Montour. So our defense core is much improved, and Jacob Markstrom is still an 85 overall as our starting goalie. I think it is a time for a leadership change here in New Jersey. We didn't trade away our captain, but Connor Bedard, welcome to New Jersey. You are getting the C, Nico Hischier an A, and Dougie Hamilton can grab the other assistant captaincy. Now, I think I want to go into the playoffs with a goaltending tandem of not only Jacob Markstrom, but Linus Ullmark, and see who is the better goalie. Ullmark is a 90, and Ottawa wants a first-round pick for him, so that's all I'm going to give them. We got the 2026 first-rounder for Linus Ullmark, and the trade has been rejected, so we do got to sweeten it just a tad here, adding a 4th, 5th, and another 5th-round pick to make the trade value go up, and still rejected. Throw in a prospect that we did not have to sign, or did not sign yet, and there we go. The trade has gone through. We got better with our goalies, and there are more trades that I want to make here at the trade deadline. Now, I looked at the contract extension that Brock Besser wanted, and he wants $8 million. So we're not going to be able to re-sign him. If we don't trade him, we literally lose him for nothing in the offseason. So we got Matthew Poitras, Charlie Coyle, and Lizell as well in the trade. I don't know if we're going to be able to get Lizell if this trade gets rejected. I'll probably remove him, and the trade should go through. Never mind, we picked up all 3 from the Bruins as their organization has accepted it. Now, luckily, the Devils finished as a very high seeding team here in year number 2, 45, 28, and 9, 99 points in the season at the top of the Metro, which I did not expect as the Oilers won 57 games, followed by the Avs 54. Winnipeg was very good. Vancouver was up there as well as Boston for the top 5. And at the bottom, we have the sad, lonely, and les Français, Quebec, Montreal Canadiens. Connor Bedard is going to have a monster season, 49 goals, 110 points, leading our team. Probably anything better than Jack Hughes could have done, to be honest. So maybe that trade was a plus for our organization. Patty Kane had 82 points in the second line. Nico Hischier, 74, so a much better season by him. Jesper Bratt was okay. Dougie Hamilton put up some numbers. Charlie Coyle, we picked him up at the deadline. And if we take a look, Ullmark had a 906 and Markstrom a 907. 4 shutouts apiece. So the question now is, who do we go into the playoffs as our starting goalie? Bedard will end up leading the league in scoring with 110, followed by McDavid's 106. Bouchard had a hell of a season. Dear God, Draisaitl, the Oilers are just way too OP. Pasternak at 48. And if we take a look at the goal side, McDavid put up 50 on the season, which is nice. Bedard 49, Matthews 49, and Kyle Connor 48. And now in the first round of the playoffs, we are up against the New York Islanders. We dominated the Islanders in 4 games in the first round, swept their asses. Actually, that's 5 games. My math is not mathing, as we now face the New York Rangers in the second round of the postseason. Let's see if the Devils can force, or not force a Game 7, but head off to the conference finals for back-to-back season. No, Lafreniere will get the Rangers back to within 1. We're halfway through the period. Come on now, please. Somebody hold off. We got Linus Ullmark in the net now. Shut the goddamn door. And we are headed back to the conference finals for the second straight season. And now we have a rematch from last season. We got the Toronto Maple Leafs in the conference finals. So Game 7 victory yet again in Game 7 over the Toronto Maple Leafs. Don't lose to Toronto. I'll try not to. I will try not to. We are now 7 minutes away. There we go. Simone Nemec pretty much seals the deal. Oh no, Matthew Nyes on Linus Ullmark. We got 5 minutes left. Please, Ullmark, shut the door. Shut the door as we are headed to the Stanley Cup. We were 32 seconds away from headed to the Stanley Cup Finals. And of course, somebody, Matthews. Oh dear God. We are now in overtime. I think it was Matthew Nyes that scored the game tying goal. Yeah. So here we are, Game 7 overtime in the conference finals. We were here before. Siegenthaler coming in, gets body. Jesper Bratt doesn't get a shot on net. Come on, Bratt. What are you doing? No. John Tavares coming in. Johnny T wristing it. And a great save by Linus Ullmark. This is a massive draw for the New Jersey Devils. And we win it. Beautiful. Simone Nemec gets bodied at the blue line. Not the blue line. What am I saying? Here we go. Hischier over to Jesper Bratt. Over. Bedard wristing it. Rebound. No, Jesper Bratt. How did you not put it home? Another rebound. Oh, Connor Bedard had the toe drag release, but it couldn't go in. Matthews, tummy ache. Get out of here, tummy ache. We know your stomach is hurting. Over. Can we get it in, please? What are we... Jesper Bratt, what are we doing, dude? What? I can't take this computer AI seriously. I can't. My computers are brain dead. I swear to God. Bedard moves it up. What is our lines looking like? Let's get our second line out there on the ice. We need a change. You guys are dead tired right now. Tanev up to a Willie knee. Blowing by our defender over to John Tavares. Tavares! Oh my God, get Linus Ullmark. What is Ullmark doing? Why is he laying on his ass like he's Smelly Pelly? Oh no, Marner. Good D by Simone Nemec. There we go. Great D. Where's Julian? I have no idea. Patty Kane. Showtime. Oh my God. Patrick Kane had a breakaway. Kane again. Over. What a great save by Joseph Wall. Nice steal. Heischer in the corner. Kane. Over. What a great save again. What is going on? No. Why? Why are you taking those shots, dude? Matthew Nyes. Over to Mitch Marner. We had it. That was it. We blew it. Oh, go. Move the puck. Dougie Hamilton's past the puck, dude. Oh, Patty Kane. Moves it up. What are we doing? Patty Kane, don't take a penalty, please. 6:35 to go. Showtime absolutely selling right now for the Devils camp. Over to Riley. Below the net. What is Dougie Hamilton doing? Dougie Hamilton, no. Rebound, Cam. They're in their own zone. Back to Marner. Mitch, the bitch. Oh, and Linus Ullmark will make the save, thank God. All right, 4:45 to go. We win the draw. Thank God. Matt Duchene up to Matthew Poitras. What can we do? Poitras dumps it in deep. A smart play by him. I can't get mad at that, to be honest. Liljegren up to Bobby McMahon. Is it McMahon? Bobby McMahon or McCann? I can't remember. Domi. What is Max Domi? In the middle, Yarncroc. A great block in front of the net. Duchene skates it out. Not a lot of time to work with. Throw the first line back out there on the ice. We need Bedard, the overtime hero. Him or Showtime Patty Kane. One of the two have to get a goal here. We got Brad Heischer and Connor Bedard out there. I need one of you guys to step up. We got a minute to go before I hop out of this overtime period. Please, Dougie Hamilton, go, skate. Why is... Oh, Bedard, please. Oh, fuck me, man. What is going on? A power play for Toronto as well. I'm done. And there it is. The Toronto Maple Leafs will move on to the Stanley Cup Final for the first time since 1967, as we absolutely fell apart in that overtime period. Right off the draw here, Austin Matthews wins it clean, I believe. Who did he win it to? Over to Mitch Marner, over to William Nylander. And Nylander gets the overtime winner as the Toronto Maple Leafs have beaten our New Jersey Devils in Game 7 of the conference finals. Shout out to Willie Nee, baby. And the Vancouver Canucks are going to beat the Toronto Maple Leafs in the Stanley Cup Finals. Take that, Toronto. You're not getting your first cup since 67. All right, we're gearing up to load up for the final season of the video. I got Montour, 2 firsts and a second for Pavel Mintyukov, who makes significantly less. We also are trying to sign Leon Draisaitl in free agency. Luckily, the trade has gone through, and now we have shored up enough cap space to go after the big German and Leon Draisaitl. And there we go. We sought out and we conquered Leon Draisaitl for the final season of the video. He's going to slot in beautifully on that first line. As I mean, this is it. We got to go all in. We got to do what we got to do to try to win a Stanley Cup here with the Devils. This is the final roster that we are constructing for the final season. Draisaitl, Bedard, and Bratt on the first line. Tuck, Heischer, Mercer, Pius Suter alongside Matthew Poitras and Charlie Coyle. And then our defense core, we got Siegenthaler, Nemec, Hamilton alongside Mintyukov, then Pettersson and TVR, and a 88 overall Linus Ullmark as our starting goaltender. All right, it is time. We need the leadership and mentorship of Sidney Crosby to lead us to a Stanley Cup, a first, third, and a 5th round pick. Trade has been rejected. Okay, I guess we got to sweeten the trade just a little bit, add a 5th and a 6th in there just to load up on draft picks. And there we go. On the behalf of the Pittsburgh Penguins organization, see you later, Sid the Kid. Thank God we did make the playoffs, 47, 31, and 4. Third in our division for the entire NHL. Toronto was the best team. They did go to the finals last season, but they choked harder than Mia Khalifa. Draisaitl will lead our team, 48 goals, 100 points. Heischer actually was point per game, which is surprising. Bedsy had 35 goals, pretty nice. Jesper Bratt was all right. I mean, Crosby had a decent season, and for Linus Ullmark, 6 shutouts and a 912 save percentage. That's what I'm talking about, dude. And now in the first round, we are gonna, oh no, we gotta play the New York Rangers. That's a tough first round matchup, dude. We absolutely destroyed the Rangers, sweeping them in the process, and now we face the other half of New York in the Islanders in round number 2. Yet again, we have a date with destiny, the Toronto Maple Leafs in the conference finals. We had them in Game 7. We absolutely choked it away. Let's see if we can rewrite the wrong and go on to the Stanley Cup Finals. Unfortunately, we lose in 6 games. A 1-0 defeat in Game 6 as yet again Toronto heads to the Stanley Cup Finals. Are they going to get it done this time? And they do ultimately get it done for the first time since 1967. The Toronto Maple Leafs are Stanley Cup champions. Jesper Bratt was our best player in the playoffs, 19 points. Connor Bedard only had 17. Hischier 16. Draisaitl was virtually a no-show as well. Simon Nemec was decent. I'm not really going to complain about him giving me 1 goal and 12 points in 17 games. Tommy Egg Matthews will take home all the major individual awards. Adam Fox the Norris, the Conn Smythe, also to the new captain of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Linus Ullmark will take home the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Alexander Barkov. His Islanders, I mean, they have a decent team. Their first line's not bad with Barzal, Nelson, and Horvat. We still have Andres Lee, who's a little bit on the older side. A lot of our players are going to be older. Oh my God, this forward core is rough. If we take a look at our defense core, I think we're a little bit better. Yeah, we got Pelech and Dobson. They can grow to a pretty high overall, and they're +4 already. Pulak is there. He's an 85. I would like to shore up the rest of the fence core, but luckily we have a backbone in the net. A 95 overall Igor Shesterkin. I did not even know, or Igor Shesterkin, Ilya Sorokin. I had no idea this dude was a 95, but there it is. There is the guy who can carry us to a Stanley Cup. We got to get better offensively. Definitely, we need to get a lot better offensively, and we definitely need to slightly improve our D-core if we want to compete in the 3 seasons that we have to win a Stanley Cup. First order of business, getting rid of the bad contracts. Andres Lee, who is the captain of the Islanders, $7 million, not worth it. We got Patra and Frederick coming back for a second, another second, and a 3rd round pick, and Boston is totally unwilling, so I'm probably going to have to slot in a first rounder from 2029 to make sure this trade will go through. And no, they do not want to trade, so we're not going to be able to get Patra from the Bruins. Instead, we're going to go basically 1-for-1. Andres Lee for JJ Peterka from Buffalo, also throwing in some draft picks just to make sure the trade will go through. And they do not. We're trying to re-sign pending free agents, and we're not comfortable taking on extra salary. Instead, I'll go after Connor Zary from the Calgary Flames. Let's see. There we go. Thank the good Lord. The Flames did accept Andres Lee. We are going to dump the contracts of Palmieri and Engvall, as well as getting Tarasenko and Patty Kane from the wing, so will definitely help out our playoff chances come year 1, 2, and maybe even 3 if we can re-sign them. I had to throw in a 2nd, 3rd, and a 4th to make this trade go through, and they still do not feel comfortable giving up what I am asking for, so I'm going to throw in another 2nd round pick to try to force this trade to go through. I am going to have to throw in a 1st rounder. I mean, we only have 3 years to work with, so I guess I am comfortable giving that up for Patty Kane and Vladimir Tarasenko. And there we go. We believe this transaction will contribute to our success here in Detroit. I'm going to try to acquire Oli Mata from the Red Wings for Nelson, who is a prospect, a 2nd, 3rd, and a 4th round pick. And there we go. Might be a slight overpay, but luckily for me, we did pick up a defenseman that we desperately needed to fill out our top 4 and top 6. We're going to be loading up for the first, or well, basically every single season we're going to be loading up, considering this is an older roster. We got Bolduc, who is a prospect, and then we got a 1st round pick that they do want for JT Compher, who is signed for 5 years at $5.1 million. And on the behalf of the Red Wings, they accept my trade offer. I believe this will be the final trade that I'm going to make. We got Scott Mayfield, who's making $3.5 million, who is only an 80 overall. For Timothy Liljegren, I threw in a 2nd, 3rd, and a 4th round pick, and Toronto's not too thrilled to part ways with that. So maybe we will have to slot in a 1st rounder from 2029. Throw that into the deal. And maybe this trade shall go through. Take away the 2nd round pick, and it's going to be rejected, so I'm going to throw in some more picks. 3 3rd rounders to throw into the trade, and there we go. Not too much delivered about this deal, if you do say so, brother. Now, after making all those trades, I do believe we are a better team because of it. We got Kane, Barzal, and Compher on the 1st line, followed by Nelson, Horvat, and Tarasenko. Our 3rd line's pretty decent, but then, I mean, depth-wise, we're not too great offensively. Defensively, very, very good. Pelech and Dobson on the 1st D pair. We got Pulak and Liljegren, who gets a +2, and then finally Romanov and Oli Mata. And in goal, we're backed by maybe the highest overall goalie in the game at a 95 overall. Dear God, Ilya Sorokin, I'm expecting monster numbers out of you. Now, at one point, the Islanders were literally dead last in the division. We made a run after the trade deadline, and we were almost there. I mean, the Devils, 91 points. They made the postseason. The Islanders, we only had 81 or 89, 41 wins, 34 losses, 7 in overtime, as we did miss the postseason. Dallas won 58 games. They were the best team in the whole entire NHL. Here was our issue. Offensively, not too great. Patty Kane had 6 66, leading our team. Tarasenko, 2 pickups that we actually got through trades were our leading scorers. Barzal only had 62. That's around similar to what he has usually. Noah Dobson, only 6 goals and 61 points. Bo Horvat, I mean, everybody was horrible offensively. And Ilya Sorokin, he wasn't great. I mean, for a 95 overall goalie, I expected better than a 916 save percentage. Braden Point's going to lead the league in scoring with 121 points. For goals, it will go to Connor McDavid, who had 54. Matthews had 47 goals. Hyman was up there, 44 for Kucherov, as well as McKinnon. A shout out to Travis Konechny, putting up 41 goals himself. And if we take a look at the other side, the point side, we got McDavid up there, as well as Kucherov. William Nylander put up 102. Jake Gensel had his very first 100-point season. Shout out to Vegas, going back-to-back technically in this universe, as they beat Toronto in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. I mean, shout out to Vegas, but goddamn, we didn't even make the playoffs. Now for the playoffs, William Nylander actually led the playoffs in scoring, 29 points. Shout out to Willie Nee. Austin Matthews, who was recently named the captain. Shout out to Cheeks or Tummy Ache, one of the two. 15 goals in the playoff run. Jack Eichel at 26. William Karlsson was up there. Sam Reinhart was good. Mark Stone had a good playoff run. Braden Point is going to win the Ted Lindsay, the Art Ross and Hart Trophy. McDavid, the Maurice Richard. The Norris will go to Evan Bouchard. The Conn Smythe to Jack Eichel. Jake Ottinger, the Vezina. And the Selke will go to Barkov. So in free agency, there wasn't anybody that was like a big name free agent, but we did go after Juuso Valimaki. We signed him to the rest of the video, as well as Nicholas Robertson. So some depth defensemen and a depth forward that will definitely improve our team, I'm hoping at least, as we now try to make the playoffs heading into our second season as the general manager. All right, so we need to go out there and get a first line sniper, which is Alexander Ovechkin. I know he's old. He's got 2 years left on his deal. Similar value contract-wise to Matthew Barzal. I know he can simulate well. We also picking up Ryan Leonard, who's making a league minimum, already an 80 overall. I'm going to see if this trade will go through with just 1 first-round pick. I did have 2 on there. Rejected. Okay, so we are going to have to slot in the other first-round pick to try to make this trade go through. Let's see, a 2026 first-rounder as well as a 27. Let's see. There we go. We believe this transaction will contribute to our success here in Washington, as we picked up the greatest goal scorer in NHL history. So we do have a bit of a different team here. We got Kane, Horvat, and Ovi on that first line. We do get a +5. Hopefully Ovechkin can score a lot of goals for this franchise. Also, Ryan Leonard will be alongside Comfer and Brock Nelson. Our third line's okay. I mean, we got a -1 there, which is not great, but defensively, still Pelican, Dobson, Liljegren, Pulak, and then we got Valimaki alongside Romanov. And Ilya Sorokin, still a 95 overall. Also, I traded Anders Lee last season, so it is time to name a new captain to the squad. And I think it has to be the one, the only Alexander Ovechkin, new captain of the New York Islanders. Noah Dobson, you can get an A, and I'll give another A to Bo Horvat. It is now time for the trade deadline tradition of going after Brayden McNabb, who literally is on like a minimum league contract, 87 overall for a boatload of draft picks. I'm actually going to take out a second rounder to see if this trade will go through. They rejected it. Okay. I guess I'm going to have to add in another second to make sure this trade will go through for Brayden McNabb. And there we go. We are loading up for the playoff run. Now, thankfully, the Islanders did make the postseason here in year number 2. 39, 31, and 12. 90 points on the season. Third in our division. And if we take a look at the entire NHL, the Oilers won 53 games. And they won the President's Trophy, followed by Florida, who was up there. Vancouver did very well, as well as Dallas and the Toronto Maple Leafs. This is the reason I picked up Ovi. 40 goals and 85 points. I led our team at age 39. Patrick Kane had 76. Bo Horvat was up there. Brock Nelson was pretty good. Comfort put up some numbers, I guess. Ryan Leonard, 25 goals for an 80 overall. Depth forward's not bad. And Ilya Sorokin, there it is. 3 shutouts, a 924 save percentage. And he also had 34 wins on the season. Connor McDavid will lead the league in scoring with 112 points. Nikita Kucherov had 102. Kyle Connor, 100. I mean, Braden Point was up there with 97. Your mom's a hoe had a good season. Bedard, as a 19-year-old, putting up 45 goals and 96 points. Speaking of goals, Shaq Hyman, shout out to him. He led with 49, followed by Kaprizov's 48. Bedard was up there. Jarrett McCann had 45. Verhaeghe had 42. Jake Ottinger will lead in wins. Actually, he's going to tie alongside Bobrovsky, both having 45 apiece. And for the shutout side, it will go to UC Saros, having 7 on the season. And now, here in year number 2, we are going to face the Washington Capitals in round number 1, the team that we got Alexander Ovechkin and Ryan Leonard from. So I guess there's a little bit of history here. We cut the lead in half, but Matthew Barzal has the game-winning goal right now as Washington in Game 7, a do-or-die as we try to force, or not force, but we try to head to round number 2. There we go. Patty Kane on Logan Thompson will tie up the game at 2 apiece. 5 minutes to go in this third period. What can we do? Can we clutch it up? A 5-4 power play. 5-on-4. No, we don't score in the PP. Are you kidding me? Thank the good Lord we have forced overtime. Down by 1 in the third period, and who else but Showtime Patty Kane to tie the game up. Full forecheck as we try here in Game 7, a do-or-die, winner-take-all. Can the Islanders head to round number 2? What is, who's 37, by the way? Who is that JT Compher? It might be Compher. We got Ovi out there alongside Bo Horvat and JT Compher. I am getting used to the numbers on the New York Islanders. Dobson, what are you doing? Why is everybody trying to one-touch deke right through the entire team? That's not good. Oh, no, Strome. Great save by Ilya Sorokin. This is a massive draw in our own end, and thank God Bo Horvat won it. Here we go. Pelech, move that puck up. Adam Pelech over to Noah Dobson. Looking. Gets it turned over immediately, but Compher in the middle. Ovi, there it is. Great save by Logan Thompson on the greatest goal scorer of all time, who is Alexei Ovechkin or Alexander Ovechkin. Alexei Ovechkin is somebody else. Oh, no. Chikrin coming in. He's going to feed the middle. No, Matthew Pot. That's not Matthew Patra. That's his brother. That is the other Patra. I don't even know his name. Dobson, move the puck out. Noah Dobson, skate it. There we go. Bobby Orr on the back end, baby. What are we doing here? Chikrin over to Strome. Oh, no. We got to look out. Dylan Strome down low. Getting board played by Adam Pelech. Can we please get the puck out? Compher basically has a 2-on-1. JT Compher. Oh, my God. JT Compher, what are you doing, brother? Dubois coming in. Pierre-Luc Dubois over to Chikrin. Tom Wilson, the power forward. No. Brayden McNabb is there. There's the trade deadline pickup. Where's the fire first line from the beginning of this season? I have no idea. Nelson, and a great save by Logan Thompson. All right, let's see what we can do. Fairway skates it out. Oh, turnover. Showtime. Hat trick show. Patty Kane is going to take a 2-minute tripping penalty in overtime. Are you kidding me right now? All right, we got a penalty to kill here. Brayden McNabb. Luckily, we get it out and we dump it in. Thank God. I mean, we got 1 minute left remaining on this PK. Hopefully, we can clutch it up. Sandin. Oh, no. Rasmus Sandin coming in, looking. Over to Lapierre. The French Lapierre shooting. Doesn't even hit remotely close to the net, which is crazy. Pulak moves it up to, who's that? McNabb? Brayden McNabb. Over to Bo Horvat. Can we get a shorthanded goal? Never mind. Back to 5-on-5. Horvat coming in. We can't even get a shot on net, dude. Bo Horvat. Where are you going? In the middle. Kane wristing it. Patrick Kane, that has got to be the weakest shot I've ever seen him shoot in his entire NHL career. Oh, no. Over. Lapierre shooting. And a great save by Sorokin. Back to the point. Over again. The one-timers from the point are blasting us in literally our butthole, I think. Over to Valimaki, please. Valimaki, toe drag release, but an easy save by Logan Thompson. We have back and forth hockey here. We're getting... Oh, here he is. 2-on-1. Duclair. Duclair, give it to Showtime. Patty Kane, over. No, we don't even get the pass. We don't even get a shot on net. What? Oh, no, Carlson. Oh, no. Looking. Over to Lapierre. Great save by Sorokin, keeping us in this game. He has no energy, though. We got to get out. We got 24 to go. First line out there. I probably should have made a trade. Duclair trying to sneak it in. Duclair, sneak it in. Behind the net. Anthony Duclair getting bodied. Can we get some help for Duclair in the corner at full forecheck? And nobody's even going after the puck here. The boys over to Patra. Great save, rebound. What a save by Ilya Sorokin, as we will not have a winner here in the first overtime frame of Game 7. I guess it is what it is. I mean, it is what it is. This is going to be real time of me hopping out of the game, and hopefully we get a victory. I'm sorry, I literally cannot sit through another period of watching the computers go back and forth. Please, the New York Islanders need a victory. No, we lost in overtime in Game 7. I don't even know if anything would have been any different if we stayed in that game. Sorokin was tired. We were getting pelted by Washington and their big, ginormous. Now, we did not really have much of a playoff run, but Patty Kane and JT Compher, as well as Alexander Ovechkin, had 5 points. All three of them did. Compared to the 7 games we played. So they had some offense. Outside of that, we didn't get really any secondary scoring, and I think that's probably where it hurt us. And Ilya Sorokin was literally godly, a .945 save percentage in the first round, and we don't even win that series. The Florida Panthers would eventually go on and win the Stanley Cup, beating the Oilers in 6 games in the finals. McDavid will take home the Ted Lindsay, the Art Ross, and the Hart Trophy. Shaq Hyman, the Maurice Richard, the Norris will go to Evan Bouchard. Gustav Forsling is going to win the Conn Smythe. Bob the Vezina and the Selke to Matty Beniers of the Seattle Kraken. Now in the re-sign phase, Patty Kane and Brandon McNabb both need to be re-signed. We have $11 million to work with. We also got to get back Brock Nelson. That might be tricky. And I believe everybody else is fine. Romanov's on RFA, so I'll just qualify him as well as Wallstrom. So now as we enter the third and final season, we're not an offensive team. We know that our identity is in fact defense and our stellar goalie that we have in the net, but we still have the same first line. I mean, we get Comfer, Horvat, and Ovi, a +4 there, followed by Zari, Nelson, Leonard, who's up to an 85 overall. Dear God, our bottom six, not great whatsoever. Defensively, loaded. A very, very good defense core there. And in goal, of course, Ilya Sorokin, who has climbed now to a 96 overall. The highest rated goalie in the entire league. And unfortunately, the Islanders in the final season were just not good enough to make the playoffs. I mean, 79 points, 36, 39, and 7. Not a great record, as the Rangers were the best in our division. For the entire NHL, it was the Oilers. Bo Horvat's going to lead our team in scoring, only 63 points. So yeah, we just don't have enough offense to produce at the NHL level. Ovi really took a step back as well. 28 goals in the season is not great, but Sorokin, I'm willing to bet. Wow, there it is. If Ilya Sorokin doesn't play like the best goalie in the world, that's why we don't make the playoffs. We needed Sorokin to play like a 96 overall, and instead he rocks a 903 save percentage. Cale Makar is going to end up leading the league in scoring with 100 points on the dot, and Shaq Hyman for goals with 45 on the season. Shout out to the Rangers getting the job done, beating Vancouver in 6 games in the Stanley Cup Finals to win the Stanley Cup in the third and final season. Connor McDavid will take home the Ted Lindsay and Hart Trophy, the Art Ross to Makar, Shaq Hyman, the Maurice Richard, the Norris also to Makar. Alex Lafreniere will win the Conn Smythe, Igor Shesterkin the Vezina, and the Selke yet again for back-to-back seasons will go to Matty Beniers. Now, the Rangers roster is very promising. They even got a young guy like Alex Lafreniere, who's only an 85 overall, but probably will be a 90 by year number 3. Vinny Trocheck, Artemi Panarin is there. Mika Zibanejad can slot up on that first line. A young guy like Philip Hedl or even Capo Caco can slot up there. I mean, the forward core is not bad, at least the top 6. Defensively, I mean, Adam Fox, 93 overall, one of the best defensemen in the NHL. We got Ryan Lindgren there. Keandre Miller can maybe slot up. Bruce Schneider is an 83. Of course, the greatest captain in the league, and Jacob Trouba. And in goal, the best goaltender in the world today, a 94 Igor Shesterkin. So honestly, maybe just like the bottom 6 needs a little bit of work, and defensively, a 6th defenseman over a 77 overall would probably help this squad. But honestly, this team's set. We just need tweaks here and there to make them a little bit better. Now, the first trade I'm going to be making is for Sean Durzi from the Arizona Coyotes. He can be that 6th defenseman on our squad. I'm going to give out Perreault and Brendan Othman, 2 prospects that probably won't even make the roster within 3 seasons. Also threw in one of their skaters to make sure this trade will go through, and I absolutely not fleeced them, but maybe they fleeced me, who knows. Now, the unfortunate thing is that we really can't make too many trades, honestly, with the contract extensions that will be kicking in next season. The fact is, whenever I try to make a trade, we are going to be over the salary cap for next season, so I think we're just going to leave it at grabbing up Don Durzi from the Arizona Coyotes. See how we do. We still have 2 more years to work with, so I'm not too worried. Now, with really not making any changes, we are going to go ahead and have a very good regular season. 52, 26, and 4, 108 points at the top of the Metro Division. If we take a look at the entire NHL, only Tampa Bay, Florida, Toronto were better than us. Everybody else were absolute bums compared to us, but still, I mean, Tampa Bay, 53 wins, 1 more than us. Florida had 55. If we do take a look at the bottom, we have the Flyers, who only won 28 games. San Jose was bad. Detroit was very bad, too. I mean, take a look at the Red Wings in real life. Artemi Panarin had another great season, 44 goals, 96 points. Vinny Trocheck had 90, also a 30-goal season. Lafreniere finally breaking out, being a point-per-game player at 22. Adam Fox was almost point-per-game as a D-man. Zibanejad really wasn't that good. Maybe this is a guy that we can move off of and get somebody even better. Chris Kreider had 53. And if we take a look at Igor Shesterkin, 911 save percentage, 4 shutouts, 44 victories, the best goalie in the world for a goddamn reason. Holy hell, Nathan McKinnon is going to go off. 65 goals, 143 points in the Avs, absolutely dominating. Mikko Rantanen had 120. Cale Makar was really, really good. Brayden Point, Connor Bedard as a rookie is putting up monster numbers. Bredman was up there. Gensel 96. If we take a look at the goal side here, obviously McKinnon led. Bedard 53 as a rookie, 18 years old, putting up 53 goals. That's literally like Ovi level. Matthews 52, Hyman 50, Jason Robertson at 46. Jake Gensel had a hell of a year on the Tampa Bay Lightning for goalies. Bobrovsky will have the most wins at 46 and the most shutouts also, as well as a 923 save percentage. So it's pretty safe to say he's probably going to win the Vezina Trophy. Laurent Brossoit put up 7 shutouts on Chicago. All right, EA, I know your sim engine is bad, but what the hell is this? Laurent Brossoit putting up a 9-17, 7 shutouts and 38 wins on Chicago at an 84. And in the first round of the playoffs, we are going to face the Boston Bruins, who are no longer the scary Bruins of old, who we have to watch out for come playoff time. They are really a Mickey Mouse team in the Atlantic, so hopefully we can absolutely dominate them and blow by to round number 2. Well, here we are in a game 7 with the Boston Bruins. We know how their last game 7 went, but this one right now is going good for them. 3-2 lead over the Rangers. I mean, we got 12 minutes to work with halfway through the third. Can we tie up the game? Where is our big players? Artemi Panarin, you scored 44 goals in the regular season and not a single one come playoff time. Listen, I understand that we are down 4-2 in this game. The chances of us actually coming back and seeing the computer score 2 straight goals in 2 minutes and 30 seconds probably isn't high, but I just wanted to come in and watch the computers. Oh my God, Sam Carrick walks in and snipes it right away. It is back to a 1-goal game, his second of the playoff series. I didn't even see what happened, dude. How did he do it? He just walked in and over, and wow, a clean shot beat Jeremy Swayman. Okay, you never know. The computers might cook here. Who knows? Shout out Captain Jacob Trouba as well. My original reasoning for coming into this game was to see not the computers, but the crowd just boo the hell out of their hometown Rangers for putting up an absolute stink fest here in Game 7. But oh my God, Laffy Taffy, Lafreniere looking in the middle. Oh my God, Lindgren will tie the game up. Only took us 30 seconds to have a tie game in Game 7 of round number 1. Ryan Lindgren gets his second of the playoff run. What a pass from Lafreniere, and Jeremy Swayman is folding right now. Harder than I fold in poker, and I fold pretty goddamn hard. I don't think I've seen something better than the Rangers literally coming back in this third period. 2 goals in like 30 seconds. We got a minute to go in this third before we head to overtime. Lindgren, oh my God, the trifecta, the Rangers. Panarin shooting. What a save by Jeremy Swayman. We are all over the Boston Bruins. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling oh no, I'm not feeling good. I'm not feeling good. Marchand, oh my God, thank God we got Igor Shesterkin in the back end. Hopefully my back end doesn't hurt too much after he's done with me. 10 seconds to go. 1 final rush. Fox. Move that puck up, Fox. Over. There it is. Lindgren. Shoot it. Rip it. Oh my God, he missed the net. Shoot on net. Trocheck. And we are headed to overtime. Now, I did not think we would be here, but overtime it shall be. The Rangers Bruins Game 7 winner take all. First to score wins the entire series. Here we go. Marshy moves it up to McAvoy. We got a full overtime period as Brad Marchand looking to cook. Oh no, great defense by Lafreniere. Here we go. Vinny Trocheck. Skate around him. Move him like a cone. Come on now, Trocheck. Move it, Fox. Fox, over. There it is. Oh, Swayman made a great save on, was that Keandre Miller? No, it was Ryan Lindgren, I believe, who walked in, who also just got coned by Pasternak over McAvoy. Oh, cross crease. No, Marshy, get up, Shesterkin. Why is Igor on the ground, dude? His stamina has to be like a 99. Here we go, Laffy. Full pressure by the Rangers. Here we go. We need some offense. Lafreniere behind the net to Trocheck. Looking in front, trying to rip it, but he gets blocked in front. Over. Fox moving, weaving. Panarin shoots. Another great save. Swayman's he's up for the task here. We got 14 to go. No, Marshy blows. What was that? I have no idea what that was. I'm not even gonna ask. Charlie Coyle over. Geeky shooting, and a great save by Igor Shesterkin. All right, Laffrey Taffy. Are you kidding me, EA? What is going on? No, what was that sequence? Oh my God, I swear, playing this game never disappoints. Alex Lafreniere, who was like a point-per-game guy in the regular season, he's going to come down the wing here. A nice little dump and chase. A beautiful dump. It didn't hit his stick. I think it hit Morgan Geeky's stick. Maybe even didn't. I don't know. A horrible dump in. He gets the bug. He's, oh no, I didn't dump it in, coach. Turn. All right, let me just rip a goddamn clapper on the... Playing this game will give me some laughs, that is for sure. Charlie Coyle, there it is, a great dump in by the Boston Bruins. They know all about that dump and chase hockey. Up to Chris Kreider. Halfway through this overtime frame, Kreider just walks into 2 guys. I mean, I would only think of one reason why you would do that. Oh no, Saka looking. Pavel Zacha over. Great block by Keandre Miller, who could be our best. He's probably not going to be our best defenseman. I'm just talking out of my ass right now. Schneider, here we go, Kreider. We got 7:45. Our second line's on the ice. Zibanejad, Wheeler, over. Chris Kreider, rebound. Oh my God, he tried to Jose Bautista home run out of the park, and it did not work. Ooh, okay, I gotta lower the energy level down just a tad. I mean, I'm getting a little out of hand for a try. Oh no, back to the point. Okay, we're not gonna win it back to the point. Morgan Geeky, what is he going to do? He's thinking. He's thought he was Connor Bedard, but definitely he is not him. He's not him. He does not have Brecky Hill at his hip. Zibanejad. What is Zibanejad doing? Why? No. Miller. Back to Schneider. Zibanejad. There it is. What a save by Swayman. The blocker high was wide open. It was wide open. That was it. That was our literal chance. Oh no. Zibanejad. Turnover. Zibanejad. What is Zibanejad doing? Over. Keandre, and a great save by Swayman. This is a massive face-off. 3:13 left in OT. Hopefully the one of the computers can score here so we do not have double overtime. I'm not a fan of wasting about 30-40 minutes watching these guys go back and forth. Turnover after turnover after turnover. After busting a 2-minute power play is headed to the Rangers. Okay, I can do with that. Jimmy VC. Oh, never mind. We're going to the PK. 35 seconds to go in OT. Pasternak at the half wall. Over to McAvoy. Wristing. Oh my God, it hit the goddamn post. Igor Shesterkin. Stop that puck, dude. That's all you got to do. Sam Carrick. Cooking. Capo Caco gets robbed by Shesterkin. Dear God. 15 to go. Pasternak. Okay, Pasta, you are not him right now. I'm sorry, brother. Oh no, McAvoy. Over. Great block shot. 7 seconds to go. No, not a buzzer beater. We do not need a buzzer beater. Lindholm. Oh no, Lindholm. Marshy. Great block shot. And I guess I'm going to have to simulate the rest of the way. Dear God, I thought we were him. Thankfully, the computers did clutch up and we won in overtime. 5-4. I mean, I would have sat longer, but the thing is, guys, I felt like I was losing brain cells watching the computers go back and forth. I'm not going to lie. Now in round 2, we are going to face off against the very old and very brittle Pittsburgh Penguins in a 7-game series. Hopefully, the Rangers, I mean, we're the younger team, the faster team, probably the better team overall on paper. Hopefully, we can get the job done. Absolutely wiped out those Penguins to extinction, and now we have the Florida Panthers, the Cats, baby, in not Game 7, but in the conference finals. We are 4 wins away from the Stanley Cup Finals and 8 wins from a Stanley Cup. Me and my goddamn mouth. I mean, 5 games, it's all it took to absolutely destroy us. The Florida Panthers going to dominate the Rangers, and we got the Oilers and Panthers in the finals, just like in real life. I mean, honestly, I'm not too mad at it. Florida did beat the Rangers in real life. Unfortunately for us, wow, Florida actually went on and won the Stanley Cup as well. Now it is time to see who showed up and who did not in the playoffs. Adam Foxler is the leading scorer, 17 points in 18 games. We did not even have a single point per game scorer on our squad. That is not going to cut it. We had a lot of depth, honestly, a lot of players in double digits, and if we take a look at Igor, he was lights out, a 923. That is not on him that we lost in the conference finals. Nathan McKinnon is in fact him. The Norris will go to Cale Makar, Kachuk, the Conn Smythe. Sergei Bobrovsky will win the Vezina, and Sidney Crosby finally going to get a Selke first time in his career. All right, I have a trade cooking up. Zibanejad a first, second, and another second. Also Capo Caco for Alex Tuch and Tage Thompson from the Buffalo Sabres. I believe this will benefit us and our success, and there we go. I doubt anybody will think Buffalo came out on the short end of the trade. Now heading into the second season, our top 6 definitely is a little bit different. I mean, we have Vinny Trocheck down the middle. He's up to a 91 overall. Dear God, he's going to be the first line center. Tage Thompson will slot in nicely alongside Alex Tuch and Chris Kreider, the former 50-goal scorer. Our bottom 6 is a little bit improved. I mean, we still have VC and Hurdle there. Defensively, we're the exact same. I don't believe I need to make too many trades, honestly. This team's pretty good. I believe we can be a Stanley Cup contender, honestly, with just a few tweaks here and there. And of course, in goal, we are rocking with a 94 Shesterkin. Our backup's absolutely horrible, but he's not probably going to play a lot of games, so we're going to roll with this squad, hopefully. I mean, we had a good regular season last year, and this year, hopefully the playoff time, we will be able to actually step up. I mean, Tage Thompson should be enough. He is a sniper in this game. Usually simulates pretty well. I'm hoping for like a 30-40 goal season out of him. Now, yet again, the Rangers are going to have a very great season, 48, 29, and 5. 101 points at the top of the Metro, and we were a top 5 team yet again. Only Tampa, Dallas, Toronto, and Florida had better records. So yet again, we are going to be a Stanley Cup contender, and I expect nothing less from this squad. They usually do simulate pretty well in this game, so Adam Fox is going to lead our team with 93 points. Lafreniere had 28 goals, also 75 points. Bredman was good. Vinny Trocheck. Tage Thompson, slightly disappointing. I mean, only 29 goals and 61 points for a guy who is only an 87 overall in this roster, but still, I expected him to simulate a ton better. Shesterkin was good. 909 isn't really up to standard, but I guess decent for this game. 2 shutouts and 36 wins. Kucherov is going to end up leading in points with 102, and for goals, it will go to Kyle Connor, who had 50 on the season. So very low scoring in the NHL at the moment. Also, he was a -10, dear God. And we are going to play yet again Boston in round number 1. Well, unfortunately, things did not go our way. Losing to Boston in 6 games after beating them last season, honestly, is slightly embarrassing, but I mean, just did not show up when it mattered the most. Game 6, 5-3 That game was not even competitive. Shout out to Dallas for getting the job done, sweeping those bums in Toronto to win their very first Stanley Cup since, I mean, a very long time, but they're second in franchise history. Toronto, you guys are a bunch of bums, and you got swept in the finals. Suck a fatty. Now, in the offseason, I mean, there wasn't really any too great free agents that we could afford. We just had to bring back the same exact team. Laffy needed an extension, so I qualified him. We also have the same top 6 with Tuck, Thompson, Kreider, Berard, Hurdle, and Silverberg. Defensively, Adam Fox up to a 95, so he's going to be a lot better for us. We still have Ryan Lindgren. Keandre Miller's up to an 86. Might even slot him up nicely there. Our bottom 6 with Trouba and Durzee's not too bad. And Igor now down to a 93, so he's not as good as he was in year number 1. And somehow, some way, we did not even make the postseason. I mean, goddamn, the Rangers, 43 wins, that is it. 91 points in the season compared to Washington's 94. Columbus was the best team in the division, and the Oilers for the entire NHL, 58 wins they had. I think it is because I am sick of these New York Ranger best players not showing up come playoff time. I'm talking you, Bredman, Fox, Lafreniere. You've been a bust so far in your career. I mean, 79 points is not bad, but we need these guys to show up come playoff time. I mean, we're going to get it done in the regular season. We know that Igor, 8 shutouts, a 911 save percentage is insane, and 30 wins is pretty low, I'm not going to lie. The Carolina Hurricanes would end up beating Vancouver in 6 games in the Stanley Cup Finals. Now, the next Canadian team we are moving to is the nation's capital of Ottawa, who really have been suffering since 2017. I don't believe they made the playoffs since then. This is what their forward core looks like. Obviously, their captain, Brady Tkachuk. Also, Tim Stützle is very good alongside Batherson. We got Giroux there with Norris and Kubalik. Our third and fourth lines aren't great. Now, defensively, we do have Thomas Chabot and Jacob Chychrun, who can help us out defensively. Nick Sanderson should be very good also. And in goal, we don't really have a goalie. I mean, Anton Forsberg only an 83 overall. I think that's the one weakness of Ottawa that we have to shore up. And the first trade that I'll probably make is for a goalie. So I'm going to be going after Logan Thompson from the Vegas Golden Knights. Luckily for them, they still will have Aiden Hill for Sogard, a second, fourth, and another 4th round pick. And Vegas is totally unwilling, so I might have to slot in a first. Maybe a 2029 first-round pick will make this deal go through, and it did. And now we got our starting goalie in Logan Thompson, who we know is a pretty good goaltender, 86 overall in this game. Next up, I'm going after Matt Nieto and Lars Eller, some depth scoring for us, as, I mean, our 3rd and 4th lines are not great for 2 prospects, a 4th and a 5th round pick. And Pittsburgh luckily did accept my deal. So now after making those deals, we should be able to at least make the postseason here in the simulation. I'm going to simulate a long sim the first season. And hopefully we do have some playoff hockey here in Ottawa. Now, at the end of year number 1, we will make the playoffs, going 43, 35, and 4, 90 points on the season. Boston was the best team in our division, and for the entire NHL, it was the Colorado Avalanche, winning 57 games. But I mean, everybody already expected that. Colorado has a great team in this game. Brady Tkachuk going to lead our team in goals with 39 and points with 80. Drake Batherson at 79. Kubalik 77. Tim Stützle actually had a very bad year, only 25 goals and 74 points. Claude Giroux had 67, Norris 62, Chabot 48, and for our goalie, Thompson 35, 26, and 4, 2 shutouts, and I mean, he's allowing 3 goals against per game and a 903 save percentage. Nikita Kucherov will lead everybody in scoring with 106 points, and for goals, it will go to Austin Matthews, who did have 65, and in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs, we are going to be playing the Tampa Bay Lightning. Tampa Bay would dominate us in 5 games as the Boston Bruins go all the way, beating Dallas in 6 games in the Stanley Cup Finals. Mikko Rantanen will win the Ted Lindsay and Hart Trophy. The Art Ross to Kucherov, Maurice Richard to Matthews, Norris to Cale Makar, as Pasta will win the Conn Smythe, Linus Ullmark the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Sidney Crosby. All right, so here we are in the offseason. I got to make a move. Claude Giroux, a first, second, another first, and Lars Eller to make the money work for Patrick Laine. He can slot in very nicely on that first line. All right, so the new trade now is a first, second, and a first. Thomas Chabot, who really doesn't simulate that well, makes the same amount of money as Patrick Laine, a little less. Also slot in Lars Eller for Bruce Jenner and Laine. Let's see if Columbus will be going through with it, and they have, as we have now replaced Thomas Chabot. Not replaced him, but we got a guy in Laine who we know can score like 50 goals, and we also got a centerman that we desperately needed for the second or third line. So headed into our second season, we are now rocking with Tkachuk, Stützle, and Laine on the first line. We get a +5 there. Also Batherson, Norris, and Giroux. We also have Shane Pinto, who's an RFA, who probably will end up qualifying or will sign some way through the season here. We do have Joseph, Bruce Jenner, and Kubalik on that third line. Our fourth line isn't great. Now, defensively, we did have to move. I believe it was Thomas Chabot. But luckily, we got Sanderson and Hamonic, Brandstrom, Chychrun, Zub, and Bernard Docker. And then in goal, we got Logan Thompson, who's an 87 overall. A pretty good roster built in Ottawa. Now, let's see if we can have any playoff success whatsoever. All right, so here we are at the deadline, not performing too great. 29, 30, and 5. We're going to give up Thompson, Giroux, a second, third, and a first for Lysell and Jeremy Swayman because Swayman is on the block. And the Boston Bruins had no problem making that offer, as we got rid of Thompson, who we did need to re-sign. We needed to re-sign Giroux as well. Thompson, hasn't really worked out here in Ottawa. Now, predictably, at the end of the season, we did not make the playoffs. So we were actually the worst team in the Atlantic Division, going 33, 43, and 6, only 72 points. So we were not even remotely close to a playoff spot. Brady Tkachuk is going to lead our team, 28 goals and 67 points. So our offense was not all that in a bag of chips. Tim Stützle had only 64, Laine 63, only 26 goals. I thought he would be better on that first line. Drake Batherson 52, but was a -15. Jenner is bad. Kubalik, everybody else pretty much was bad. And Swayman, he went 8-20. 903 save percentage, 32 games on the season. How many did he play for Ottawa? He only played 15 games, going 2-12. Holy shit, that is a horrible record. 3.5 goals against per game and only a 902 save percentage. Nikita Kucherov is going to lead the entire NHL in goals with 54. Him and Kaprizov would tie, but he would lead in points with 113. And the New Jersey Devils would go on and sweep the Dallas Stars, taking home their first Stanley Cup since Martin Brodeur. Nikita Kucherov will win all major individual awards. The Norris will go to Quinn Hughes, the Conn Smythe to Jack Hughes, the Vezina to Igor Shesterkin, and the Selke will go to Sid the Kid Crosby. As we now are heading into the final season with the Ottawa Senators. So far, not so good. I don't know what else I could really do to improve this team too much. If we don't simulate well, then we don't. Our forward core isn't bad. Our D core is a little shaky. It's not bad, though. We get Sanderson and Chychrun, who are very high overalls. And now we picked up Swayman, so hopefully maybe a trade or two in the offseason. In the re-sign phase, we almost have up to $18 million. We do got to get back Jacob Chychrun, who's an 87 overall. Shane Pinto as well. He's an RFA. Brandstrom's an RFA, so I do want to sign these guys and get these guys back. For goalie, Swayman is signed. Forsberg, I'll probably let go. Swayman's actually down to an 89 now, so after that rough season, he lowered it overall. So in free agency, we went out and got Jake McCabe on a pretty good contract. And for our defenseman and Jacob Chychrun, he also was very happy to accept our offer. We had to get him back in free agency, but he was really the only great defenseman out there to get. Free agency this season wasn't that great, in my opinion. All right, now in our final season with the Ottawa Senators, we still have the same exact first line, 88, 90, and 90. We also threw up Lysell on the second line alongside Pinto and Batherson. On the third line, we got Norris, Jenner, and Kubalik. And then defensively, Sanderson and Chychrun is our top D pair. We also have Zub and Hamonic, and then our bottom pair isn't great, but Jake McCabe can definitely help us out at least a little bit. And then we have a 90 overall Jeremy Swayman, back up to a 90. So hopefully he has a very big season with us. Now, unfortunately, yet again, we were the worst team in the Atlantic Division. 36, 42, and 4, 76 points. I guess now I know firsthand what is wrong with the Ottawa Senators. They are just not a good team whatsoever. You need a complete overhaul to make this a Stanley Cup contending roster. And obviously, I do not have time for that in 3 seasons. Timmy Stu, I guess, had an okay year. 24 goals, 81 points, was a -28. Tkachuk had 65, Lysell 56, 31 goals, which is kind of impressive. Patrick Laine did not simulate well on this Ottawa Senators team. And for Jeremy Swayman, an 899 save percentage. He was not good at all either. as Artemi Panarin is going to lead the entire league in scoring with 107 points, and for goals, it will go to Austin Matthews, who had 62 on the season, as the Edmonton Oilers will go on and beat the New Jersey Devils in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Breadman is going to take home the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross, and Hart Trophy. The Maurice Richard will go to Matthews. Quinn Hughes is going to win the Norris. The Conn Smythe will go to Leon Draisaitl. Igor the Vezina yet again, and the Selke will go to Crosby. I cannot even explain how bad this Philadelphia Flyers roster is. Dear God, I mean, we are down in the mud at the moment. Year 1 probably is going to be a wash, and we'll just have to try to load up for years 2 and 3 to try to win this squad a Stanley Cup. I mean, we got Mishkov, who by year 3, well, actually year 2 in his NHL career should be pretty good. Cam York will be good. Sanheim, Drysdale also. So yeah, defensively we'll be okay. In goal, we don't have any goalies. We definitely need to pick one up, and offensively we need to fill out our forward core. Now, to help the development of Mishkov, he will be playing on the first line in his rookie season in year number 1, 75 overall. He has all the X factors. He is a sniper, and hopefully he will have a very good regular season alongside Morgan Frost and Travis Konechny. The first trade I'm going to make is Sean Couturier, a first, second, and another second for Matthias Maselli. We got to get rid of that awful contract and get a young guy who is signed for 3 years. And there we go, an absolute no-brainer. All right, we need a power forward for that first line. We got the sniper, Mishkov. We need a playmaker down the middle, and we got Dylan Cousins on the wing. So I got Farabee, 2 first, and a 3rd-round pick, and there we go. We believe this transaction will contribute to our success here in Buffalo. I believe this should be enough to go ahead and grab Logan Cooley, a prospect, a first, second, and a 3rd-round pick, and they are totally unwilling, so we're probably going to have to add in another second just to make sure this trade will go through. Let's see. It's absolutely loaded, and there we go. The trade has gone through. We'll see you out on the ice. Here is the new and improved forward core of the Philadelphia Flyers. Cousins, Cooley, and Mishkov. That first line is going to be lethal by year 3. Hopefully, we will be ready to have a Stanley Cup contender around them by that time. Now, after all the moves I made, the Philadelphia Flyers actually made the postseason. 40-33-9, 89 points. 4th in the Metro as the Rangers, the best team in our division and for the entire NHL. Oh my God. How did the Arizona Coyotes win the President's Trophy? This is unexpected. Explainable. Literally 53 wins, 112 points is absolutely crazy. Travis Konechny had 81 points on the season, also 33 goals. Matthias Maselli had 81, Cousins 63. Matvei Mishkov had a 38 goal season as a rookie. And if we take a look at our goalies here, Fedotov 27 wins, a .910 save percentage, which honestly is not that bad. He also had 4 shutouts on the season at an 82 overall. Mitch Marner will go ahead and lead the league in scoring with 103 points, followed by Connor McDavid's 101. Jack Hughes, first ever 100-point season. Also, Kale McCarr having a great year as a D-man. Matthew Barzal finally living up to potential, 22 goals, 98 points. If we take a look at the goals, Bedard leading with 54, absolute monster. Matthews had 52. Jack Hyman, Brock Nelson, Kaprizov were all up there, as well as Jarrett McCann with 42. And now in round number 1, the Flyers will face off against the Boston Bruins. We have our backs against the wall, down 0-3 in the series, avoiding getting swept here, as Morgan Geekie will break the tiebreaker, a 1-0 lead for Boston here in the 3rd period. Can the Flyers step up and not get swept? Come on, Philly. All right, here we go. 2:28 in the 3rd period, trying not to get swept here in round number 1. Can the Flyers do it? We're only down by 1, so we can't score. Here it is. Over. Cates shooting, and Swayman will make the easy save. We got full forecheck, full pressure, and we got 1 minute to go in this 3rd period. Oh no, over Pasternak. It's absolutely robbed by Fedotov, I believe, in net, and we just took a penalty. There's no way. There is literally no way, Garrett Hathaway. All right, I mean, we got a penalty kill here. We have 26 seconds to go. This game in this series might, in fact, be over unless we have a little magic in the bottle. Ristolainen moves it up over to Konechny, who is our best player. Travis Konechny looking, and he's doing absolutely nothing with it. Matthew Poitras is going to skate it in over to Trent Frederick. Oh my God, Charlie Coyle, 10 seconds to go, and the Boston Bruins. What just happened there? Did somebody shatter the glass? Unfortunately, there is not enough time remaining, as the Boston Bruins will end up sweeping us in round number 1 of the playoffs. I'm surprised we even made the playoffs. We had some experience. Hopefully, we can build upon that for years 2 and 3. as the Flyers are probably the first team to get eliminated in the playoffs. I guess the good news is Boston did go on and beat the Oilers in 5 games, so we lost to the eventual Stanley Cup winning team, which isn't bad, I guess. We did get swept, so it was not even remotely close. Wow, Owen Tippett will lead our team in scoring 2 points. We had 3 players with 2 points. I mean, he's the only one who had multiple goals. Offensively, we were just absolutely cooked in that series, and Fedotov, a .933, but still allowed 3 goals against. We just got outplayed start to finish. McDavid will take home the Ted Lindsay and the Hart Trophy. Marner, the Art Ross, the Maurice Richard to Bedsy. Makar will win the Norris. Brad Marchand, the Rat, will take home the Conn Smythe. Saros, the Vezina, and the Selke to Barkov. This is the only shitty thing about rebuilding teams is in year number 1, the free agency list is not too great. I mean, JVR is usually always the greatest free agent available, 83 overall. So now we need to go on. We need to make a trade for a defenseman, Vlasic, who's already an 85 overall. Signed for the rest of the video for prospects, basically, and a 3rd round pick. And there we go. The Chicago Blackhawks fans are going to be cheering on the streets. I don't know about that. Now, I believe this should be enough to grab Thomas Harley. We threw in a 1st round pick. That's probably the biggest asset of this trade. Also a 4th, a prospect, and another prospect for our 6th defenseman to complete our decor. And there we go. An absolute no-brainer for Dallas. So our overalls definitely are going to be a lot higher heading into year number 2. We got Mishkov, Cooley, Maselli, all 85s and 86, followed by Konechny, Cousins, and Forchester. Our forward core, honestly, is not too bad. Defensively, we got a lot better. Also, York, Sanheim, Harley, Steeler, and then we got Drysdale and Vlasic. And our goalie, we're still rocking with Samuel Urson and Fedotov as the backup. We locked up Morgan Frost for the rest of the video, as well as Tyson Forchester, and we also got back Cam York. So everybody should be good now. As, I mean, it is going to be a very short simulation. We got 2 more years to go. We did make the playoffs last year, which was good, but we got to build upon that and hopefully have a deep playoff run because we're running out of time here. Now, Linus Ullmark is on the chopping block for Ottawa. We are 30, 25, and 7, hovering around a wild card spot. We need a starting goalie. He's an 89 overall. Definitely is going to be a much bigger upgrade over Urson. So we got Fedotov, who is our backup, a 1st and a 2nd round pick. And there we go. An absolute no-brainer for Ottawa, as we have found our starting goalie for the playoff run, if we even make the playoffs. All right, we need to name a captain now. Logan Cooley, you get an A. We need a defenseman to have an A, so maybe I'll give it to Travis Sanheim. And then, of course, the captaincy has to go to Matvei Mishkov, the future of this franchise. He's probably our best player already. Now, the Flyers, unfortunately, will miss the playoffs, 40, 33, and 9. Only 89 points. We were literally 1 back of Washington, who ended up making it, as the Rangers were the best team in our division for the entire league. The Oilers dominating as per usual. Matvei Mishkov will have an outstanding season. 51 goals, 82 points, leading our team in both categories. Maselli had 70, Logan Cooley 67. We got Travis Konechny playing okay. I believe he's still our highest overall player at an 89 overall. Dylan Cousins a 57. And Linus Ullmark had 6 shutouts, but probably most of them were with the Boston Bruins. He went 7-8-2, had a .911 save percentage and 1 shutout, so not bad stats, I'd say. Connor McDavid will have the most points in the league with 103. Nobody else is even going to hit 100. I don't know what's going on with the scoring. I might have to increase it for my simulations. I've noticed lately that they're not scoring to their usual capabilities. And Connor Bedard will have the most goals at 54. Shout out Shaq Hyman, 1 behind him at 53. Mishkov was up there. Passed ahead 46. McCann 44. The New York Rangers would eventually... Oh no, there is the $50 super chat. I have to literally trade my best player thanks to Aiden. The New York Rangers would go on and win the Stanley Cup as they defeated Winnipeg in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. We only have 1 more season to go. Hopefully we can make the playoffs. I mean, it might be tough trading our best player. McDavid will win the Ted Lindsay, the Art Ross and Hart Trophy. Bedsy, the Maurice Richard. Cale Makar, the Norris. Artemi Panarin will steal the Conn Smythe Trophy. Swayman, the Vezina, and the Selke yet again back-to-back seasons to Alexander Barkov. Now I gotta get rid of Travis Konechny. Unfortunately, I caught him stealing my dildos in the general manager office, so I gotta get rid of him. We got Konechny, a 6-second. 3rd. We got a bunch of picks in there. Tavares, Domi, and Nicholas Robertson. And the trade has been rejected. So we got to get rid of Domi and see will this trade go through. And there we go. We believe this transaction will contribute to our success. Now I realize I'm most likely getting fleeced here. But we got Ullmark for Binnington. I throw in Braden Shen, a 1st, 2nd, and another 2nd as we have to go all in here in year number 3 and try to win the Stanley Cup. And St. Louis will be cheering on the streets because of the fact that they got a first overall pick. Still had money to spend in the offseason. We got the one, the only Showtime Patty Kane, a one-year deal, loading up for the final season here in Philly. Here we are in the third and final season, and this is our roster. We got Mishkov, Cooley, and Forchester, Cousins, Tavares, alongside Patty Kane. We got our third line with Tippett, Cates, and Maselli. Even our fourth line is very, very good. This is the best team Philly has had this entire video so far. Offensively, Harley and Sanheim, Drysdale, York, Vlasic, and Ristolainen. A very well-built decor, and then we have an 84 Biddington with an 84 Urson in the net. Hopefully this team can be the team to go on and at least make the playoffs. Give me some playoff hockey here and maybe even win a Stanley Cup. This trade is not really that even. I don't know if Vince Dunn will be allowed to get traded for this small of a package, but let's see if this trade shall go through. Trade rejected. We're probably going to have to sweeten it just a touch. We don't have any first round draft picks to grab Vince Dunn, but I can give them a elite low prospect. Even Garrett Hathaway I could give them. Maybe that will make this trade go through. I'll take Savard back and let's see. Please go through. No. Okay, so we're not getting Vince Dunn. And there we go. The Flyers will have their best season of the video so far. 50, 25, and 7. 108 points at the top of our division, and we were a top 5 team in the league, only behind Vancouver, Vegas, Edmonton, and Tampa Bay. Dear God, the Lightning won 58 games. Mishkov yet again was our best player. 45 goals, 100 points. John Tavares had 37 alongside 84 points. Cooley was up there. Dylan Cousins was good. Patty Kane, look at that, 70 points for an 83 overall 37-year-old. Offensively, we were very, very good. Forchester scored 31 goals and in a net. Jordan Binnington, only a 902, did have 4 shutouts, but he was decent, I guess. David Pastrnak will lead the league in scoring, 103 points. Mishkov had 100, as well as Cale Makar. And if we take a look at the goals side, Braden Point and David Pastrnak are both going to tie at 48 apiece. Bedsy at 47. Mishkov was up there as well. Shaq Hyman at 44. And in round number 1, we are going to face the Buffalo Sabres. Finally, we win a series, beating the Sabres in 6 games, and then we face a much tougher challenge in the second round in the New York Rangers. All right, backs against the wall yet again, on the brink of elimination, down by 1, and we are headed to the power play. You cannot slash Captain Mishkov. All right, this is a massive power play for the Philadelphia Flyers. 3:18 to go in this third period. Down by 1, trying to force game 6. Cousins shooting. Great save. Oh my God, how did that stay out of the net? How did Igor Shesterkin make that save? Kane, move it up. Move it to John Tavares. Cousins looking. Back to the point. Mishkov over. He tried to find that 1T. Didn't get it to go, though. Mishkov again. Captain Matvei Mishkov. John Tavares. What Tavares is going to do. Kane over. And there it is. Dylan Cousins will tie the game up with a beautiful power play goal, as the Philadelphia Flyers are not out of it yet. 4th of the playoff run so far for Cousins. A beautiful passing play by Kane, Tavares, and the workhorse from Whitehorse will tie this game up. All right, 1:44 to go. We get a tie game now. We possibly could have a full period of overtime or headed back to the power play. Artemi Panarin, as Mishkov draws another power play. That's crazy. 1:13 to go. Another power play for the Flyers. Can we cook? Please, Philly. I need you guys to do something. Tavares over. Forchester off the bar. Are you kidding me? Kane back to the point. Mishkov over. Cousins shooting, and Shesterkin is going to play that puck. A risky ass play. How did that puck hit the post but not go in? Zibanejad walking our defenseman like absolute traffic cones right now. Here we go, Mishkov. We need you. Oh no, Mishkov getting bodied. No, Matvei over Matt Rempe is not about to score on me. Why is he even out there on the penalty kill? Only 7 seconds to go. One final rush, as it looks like we are headed to overtime here in game number 5. All right, here we go. We have overtime. 1 shot, 1 opportunity. Do we capture it or do we let it slip? Shout out Slim Shady. Here we go. Philly, the Rangers, game 5, and we just took a penalty. Dear God, did we take a penalty? No, that wasn't a penalty. I swear I saw Zibanejad get tripped there. Oh, it is empty net. No, we're headed to the PK. Oh no, Matt Rempe ripping it on net, and there it is. It's been a long time since you won the Stanley Cup. Yeah, you don't need to tell me. The 3-year rebuilds are tough, but I mean, if I did 5-year rebuilds, the entire video would probably be like 10 hours long, and we don't want that. Chris Kreider, what are we going to do? Chris Kreider over. No. Trocheck, Vinny Trocheck, and Jordan Binnington will make the save. We got 40 seconds left on the PK. Let's kill it off here. Let's advance to, not advance, but let's force. There it is. Tavares, and Igor will make the save. Vlasic getting bodied at the blue line. I am going to only stay for 1 overtime period. That is That is all I can take, honestly, is seeing the computers go back and forth. But Ristolainen, and there we go. Another power play headed to the Philadelphia Flyers. Moves it up to Dylan Cousins. What can Cousins do? Looking over. Tavares! And Igor is up to the challenge. 14:30 left to go in this third period. We do got a power play. Logan Cooley coming in. Cooley looking. Doesn't get a shot on net. Goddamn, Logan Cooley. What are you doing, brother? 14 minutes left. 1 minute left on the PP for Chester. Where are you going? Oh, up to Logan Cooley. Over to Maselli. Maselli looking. Up to Scott Lawton. Why is he on the power play? Why is he on the power play? Where is Matvei Mishkov? Can somebody please explain to me? All right, let's get the first line out there. If Matt Rempe scores the overtime winner, I swear to God, I will never recover. Oh, Sanheim, 2-on-1. Sanheim shooting. That was a good shot. I'm not going to lie. Cooley in the middle. Harley for Chester. Tip in front, and there it is. Logan Cooley will be the one to force a Game 6 back in MSG, baby, as we're not out of it yet. And unfortunately, we were unable to force a Game 7, losing 4-1 in Game 6 to the New York Rangers as we yet again fell short of our ultimate goal, which was a Stanley Cup. We had a good regular season, though. This rebuild went a lot better than I thought it would. I thought we were going to miss the playoffs all 3 years, as Minnesota will be the team to go on and win the Stanley Cup. And I'm going to be rebuilding every single team in the NHL. And the next one that we have up is the Pittsburgh Penguins, the old retirement home community of the washed up ex-NHLers. Pittsburgh, honestly, are in a very bad spot. They don't look too good for the future. Right now, they don't even look that good. Missed the playoffs 2 straight seasons in a row for the first time in the Crosby era. And I have somehow, some way, I have to win them a Stanley Cup within 3 seasons. Dear God, what am I going to do? There's no really sugarcoating this forward core. It is brutal, honestly. It's not great whatsoever. We have Crosby, who is a 91 overall. Brian Rust is decent. Malkin, I mean, completely washed. Oh my God, what am I going to do? I don't even know where to begin to fix this forward core, but we got to do something. Defensively, we're not great either. Erik Karlsson taking up way too much of the cap. Chris Letang, well, he's washed. Ryan Graves isn't bad, 28-year-old. Maybe we throw him in the first line. I'm going to keep Pettersson, and in goal, Tristan Jarry should be a serviceable goaltender for the entire video unless I want an upgrade. First order of business, get rid of these bad contracts and Chris Letang, and especially Erik Karlsson making $10 million for Brock Faber and Brodin from the Minnesota Wild, and the trade has been rejected. Totally unwilling. I'm not too shocked about that. Let me throw in a 2025 first rounder, and there we go. I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. I still don't know what that means, but regardless, the trade has gone through. And we also got younger, and I think better on the back end. Almost added in Evgeny Malkin to this trade to try to get Vinny Trocheck, but instead we got Jaeger, Kulevin, a 2nd, 4th, and a 6th round pick, and they're totally unwilling. So we're definitely going to have to add in Evgeny Malkin. Gino, I'm sorry, brother, but you gotta go. Your time in Pittsburgh is no longer, as I'll remove the prospect, and here we go. Totally unwilling still. All right, let me cook here. We might have to add in 2 2nd round picks. Actually, I can only add in 1 2nd round pick to try to make this trade go through. Still rejected. Let's sweeten the deal just a tad. Throw in another 2nd rounder just to make sure they accept. And oh my God, they do not want to move off of Vinny Trocheck. Jaeger, Malkin, and 3 seconds for Vinny Trocheck, and they still don't want to do it. We got Max Domi for Brandon Jaeger, a 2nd, Kevin Hayes, a 4th, and a 6th round pick. And there we go. I almost feel guilty saying yes to this deal. We picked up a good 2nd or even 3rd line center. It is time to unite Alexander Ovechkin and Sidney Crosby on the same exact team. Sadly, that comes at the expense of Evgeny Malkin. We got Tom Wilson coming our way as well. Raquel is heading out, as well as 2 seconds and a 3rd round pick, and the Capitals don't want to do it. I guess I'll have to add in 3 seconds just to make sure this trade shall go through. And on the behalf of the Capitals organization, I accept your trade offer. And now we have Crosby and Ovi on the same exact team. We might be getting a little bit fleeced with the 1st round pick, adding it into here, but I mean, we're not even going to be able to select anybody in 2029, considering it's only a 3-year sim. So we got Lizotte Bunting, a 1st and a 3rd for Terry and Trevor Zegras from the Anaheim Ducks. And there we go. Trade accepted. We're loading up our forward core as we try to not only make the playoffs, but we have to win a Stanley Cup. We got Pickering, 2nd, 3rd, also Ryan Graves for Brendan Carlo. I honestly don't think this is going to go through. Yeah, it's totally unwilling. We're going to have to throw in a 1st round pick, most likely, if we want this trade to go through. So let me just go ahead and add in the first rounder, a 2028 first round pick for Brendan Carlo. And we are saving salary to re-sign. Okay, so we're not going to be able to get any defenseman from Boston. Pretty much the same exact trade offer instead for Vlasic from the Chicago Blackhawks. Already an 82 overall. We got Pickering a third, Graves, and a first round pick. And I almost feel guilty saying yes to this deal. Beautiful. Now, after all the trades, this is what our roster looks like. We got Ovi, Crosby, and Wilson on that first line, followed by Terry, Max Domi, and Trevor Zegras. Drew O'Connor, Jesse Puljujarvi, and Brian Rust. Our bottom six, honestly, is pretty rough defensively. We definitely did get better with Vlasic, Faber, Brodin, Pedersen. And then our bottom D pair is pretty brutal. And in goal, still an 85 overall, Tristan Jarry. Going after Matt Dumba to just fill in the sixth defenseman role. We got, I'm going to remove the second 2/3 and Matt Grzelcyk for Matt Dumba. And there we go. We believe this transaction will contribute to our success here in Dallas. Well, the Penguins did not have a good season. Dead last in the Metro, 36-38 and 80 points, so we were not even close. 13 points back, actually 10 points back of a playoff spot, which went to Philly. The Devils were the best team in our division for the entire NHL. It was the Oilers, 58 wins. Shout out New Jersey, having Luke Hughes and Jack Hughes on the cover of NHL 25. Sid the Kid's going to have a great year, even though he's 36 years old. 45 goals, 119 points. Ovi alongside him, put up 32 goals, had a good season. Tom Wilson had a good year. Troy Terry wasn't bad. I mean, Domi was okay. Zegras, I mean, 24 goals. And 58 points, minus 15 is pretty rough. But still, we weren't a good team overall. And for Tristan Jarry, I mean, he was at 500. 3 shutouts, but not even a 900 save percentage. Shout out Sid the Kid. He's going to bag another Art Ross trophy with 119 points. McDavid was 10 points back. Well, actually, 9 points back. Robert Thomas had 103. Cale Makar, 102. Quinn Hughes was up there. I mean, JT Miller did good, past the 94. And on the goal side, shout out to David Pastrnak, 51 tucks, the only 50-goal scorer in the entire league. Jack Hyman at 49. Jake Neighbors, okay, maybe we should have went and got Jake Neighbors. 83 overall, dude put up 47 goals. Crosby had 45. Matthews only 44. Looks like he had a tummy ache all season. And for goalies here, who led in wins? It was Thatcher Demko with 48, and the shutouts would go to Connor Hellebuck, who had 7. I literally have no idea how, but the New York Islanders will go all the way, winning the Stanley Cup as they beat Vancouver in 6 games in the Stanley Cup Finals. McDavid will take home the Ted Lindsay and Hart Trophy. Crosby the Art Ross. Pass to the Maurice Richard. Makar will win the Norris. The Conn Smythe is going to go to Brock Nelson. Markstrom the Vezina, and the Selke to Sid the Kid Crosby. What a year for Sid, man. At 36, still absolutely dominating. We all know year number 1, JVR is the best free agent available. We went out and got him on a $4 million deal for only 1 season. So, I mean, we're already old, so might as well add more people that are old. JVR is 35. Now, I understand we literally just signed JVR, but he was an 84 when I signed him, and now he's down to an 81 literally like a few months later. So we got him a 4th, 3rd, remove the 2nd, add that into the trade for Eric Holla, and there we go. I'm happy to accept this proposal on the behalf of the New Jersey Devils. Brendan Saad at an 84 with only a $4.5 million cap hit will not be bad for the 2nd or 3rd line. We got Lars Eller, 2nd, 2/3, and a 4th round pick, and this seems like a sweet proposal on our end, so the trade has gone through. If I'm being real, our team honestly is a lot better this year. We still have Ovi, Crosby, Terry, but then we got Tom Wilson alongside Domi and Trevor Zegras, Brendan Saad, Eric Holla, and Brian Rust as our 3rd line. Then we got Puljujarvi, Drew O'Connor, and Noel Acciari as our 4th line. Still same exact decor, nothing really has changed. And the same starting goalie in Tristan Jarry, who's an 85 overall. Oh, we re-signed Sid for 1 more season, locked him up for the rest of the video, as well as Brock Faber. No, we don't have any cap space to afford his services. Sid took up all of the cap. Goddamn, Crosby, what were you doing? All right, well, I guess we'll have to wait until the re-sign phase to make sure that we do get Brock Faber back and signed for the final season. As I mean, this is it. We got 2 more years to go. Hopefully, at least one of these years, we can make the playoffs and have a playoff run, at least a shot at a Stanley Cup. And we may miss the playoffs for all 3 years. I'm going to be butthurt. We are going to get rid of Tom Wilson as well as a bunch of draft picks to go ahead and grab Vince Dunn from the Seattle Kraken. An 89 overall D-man that will definitely help out our decor. And there we go. We might have overpaid, but that is okay. This is the new look decor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Vince Dunn at an 88 overall will slot in nicely alongside Jonas Brodin. We got Vlasic and Faber, and then, of course, Dumba, Pedersen. Offensively, obviously, we did lose Tom Wilson right there, but Brian Rust slots in his place at an 85 overall. We still have pluses across the board, so we should be able to sim pretty decently as we are hovering around a wild card spot at the moment. Now, luckily, the Penguins made the postseason here in year number 2, 42, 35, and 5, 89 points on the year, as Carolina was the best team in our division, and the Oilers for the entire NHL yet again winning the President's Trophy, 58 wins, followed by the Canucks, the Hurricanes, the Golden Knights, and the Devils. Now to Sidney Crosby, age is just a number, 43 goals, 115 points in his prime, baby. Ovi at 72, also a 31 goal season. I mean, Troy Terry was good. Domi had a good year. Zegras was all right. Brian Rust, minus 22 isn't good. And if we take a look at Tristan Jarry, he was much better. 31 wins, 4 shutouts, and a 905 save percentage. McDavid will lead the league in scoring, 131 points, winning the Art Ross. Crosby had 115, Draisaitl 110, Brock Besser 108, a career high for him. Bouchard, monster season. Wyatt Johnson's a superstar already. Cale Makar and Shaq Hyman were there. And on the goal side, Hyman will lead with 52 on the season. Draisaitl 49, Besser 47, Brock Nelson simulating very well. Bedard finally growing at 19 years old. And I'm not talking about the thing down there. Thatcher Demko yet again will have the most wins, this time at 47. And for the most shutouts, it will go to none other than King Igor Shesterkin with 9 on the year. And now in round number 1 of the postseason, oh dear Lord, we have the Tampa Bay Lightning, the new look Tampa Bay Lightning, as they have Jake Gensel instead of Steven Stamkos. Down 3-1 in the series, up 2-1 in the game, but we're not out of it. Backs against the wall, the Pittsburgh Penguins need to win every single game from here on out if they want to come back, not only force a game 7, but also win it in Tampa Bay. As there's 5 minutes to go in this third period, it looks like the Pens will live to fight another day. There we go. Another massive third period here in the playoffs, trying to force a game 7, a 1-1 tie in Pittsburgh. We know that crowd is going crazy. 9 minutes to go. A very tight affair between the Lightning and the Penguins. Not a lot of time left to work with. All right, here we go in overtime of game number 6. Trying to force 7. The Pens down 3-2 in the series. It was 3-1. Winner take all. I mean, next shot, honestly, could be the game winner and possibly the series winner. Oh, Troy Terry on the breakaway. Over. Doesn't get the pass to go. No, Hedman had got his stick in the way. Ovi. Oh, yeah. Ovi's wearing number 9. That's sacrilege. That is absolutely sacrilege. I never thought. No, Crosby takes a 2-minute tripping penalty on Nikita Kucherov as the Penguins are headed to the PK. This is not good. Oh no, point shooting. Great save by Jarry. Crosby might have just ended his team's season. I know that that sentence has never been said in the history of the NHL, but here we go. Lockdown defense. We got a massive penalty to kill here. Crosby sitting in the box. Our best player can't even be out there for the PK. Here we go. 16:37 to go. A tie game in the third period. Braden Point. Or that was, no, that was not Braden Point. Sheary. That was actually, who was that? What's his name? I forget his name. He scored the winner in game 7 against Toronto in 22. Nick Paul. There it is. Back to the point. Ripping on net. Tristan Jarry's down. But the Penguins clear the puck out of the zone. They get it to go over Hagel. Shooting, rebound, and there it is. Connor Sheary, the former Penguin, will seal the deal and eliminate Pittsburgh in game 6 of round number 1. The Oilers will go on and, in fact, get their revenge over the Panthers, dominating them in 5 games in the Stanley Cup Finals. Troy Terry was our best player in round number 1, and he was not even a point per game. 5 points. Crosby had 5, took that penalty to literally eliminate us in overtime. Brendan Saad had 3 points, Ovi 3. Yeah, we didn't really have much offensive output, and wow, Tristan Jarry had a 934 in 6 games in the first round. He was not the issue. McDavid will take home the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross and Hart Trophy. Hyman the Maurice Richard, Bouchard the Norris, McDavid also the Conn Smythe. Shout out Aiden Hill winning that Vezina, and Connor Bedard winning the Selke this early on in his career. We signed Brock Faber for the final season. Easy decision to renew the... Oh my god, wait a minute. Marcus Pettersson, we don't have enough cap space, so we got to clear some cap space to get back Marcus Pettersson. Oh no. We have to clear up some cap space to re-sign Marcus Pettersson, so Brian Rust at $5 million. You have to go. Morgan Geeky, we will trade you 1-for-1. Actually, I might try to get back somebody else here from Boston. Maybe Fabian Lysell as well, who's on a very cheap contract. Let me add in some draft picks just to make sure this trade will go through. I'll add in a third, fourth, and a fifth as well. And there we go. Trade has been accepted. A sweet proposal on our end. We got absolutely snaked by Pettersson. He went to go with the Minnesota Wild instead, because I guess I didn't offer him the amount of dollars that he wanted, even though I offered him more money than it said he wanted. Now, I don't know if our team is better than it was last season. We got worse than overall, and honestly, yeah, I don't think we were as good as we were last year, but still, maybe should be a playoff team. Our forward core is pretty similar. Defense core is literally the exact same, besides losing one of our D-men in Marcus Pettersson, and in goal, we're still going with an 85 overall Tristan Jarry. We can't really make any moves. We don't have the salary cap to trade players, and if we trade anybody, we got to give up roster spots. So it's a very tough situation to be in as the general manager of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Well, the sad news is the Penguins fell off a cliff once again. 36, 43, and 3, 75 points, missing the playoffs. Crosby only put up 20 goals and 79 points. Also was a minus 19, so he wasn't good. Domi wasn't great. Neither was Zegras. Really, nobody on our roster played that well. Even Tristan Jarry, I'm willing to bet. He had a 9-10, so Jarry basically carried us to 30 wins. William Nylander will lead the league in scoring with 96 points, and for goals, it will go to Kyle Connor, who will put up 48. And the Toronto Maple Leafs, for the first time since 67. Well, we have officially moved on to the worst team, I think, in this entire series, which is the San Jose Sharks. Take a look at this forward core. I've already accepted the fact that nothing I can do within 3 seasons will make me win the Stanley Cup, so we're basically going to go ahead, maybe make some trades here and there and try to improve the roster a little bit, but we're not winning a Stanley Cup anytime soon. Oh my God. Now, obviously, we were not even close to a playoff spot, 24, 52, and 6. We're just going to fly by this portion of the video with the San Jose Sharks. Dead last in the Pacific, and let's take a look. Were we dead last in the entire league? We were literally the worst team in the NHL. Tyler Toffoli led our team with only 64 points, and he was a minus 52. Klim Kostin was a minus 30. He had, oh my God, Klim Kostin had a goddamn 30-goal season at what, like a 80 overall? That's crazy. Eklund had 51, Granlund 47. I mean, some of these guys overperformed, and there we go. There's our goalies. McDavid will have the most points with 102, and the most goals will go to Jake Neighbors with 48 on the season. And the Oilers will go all the way in year number 1 and beat the other Florida team in Tampa Bay in 5 games in the finals. How the hell did Shea Theodore win the Ted Lindsay and the Hart Trophy as well as the Norris? That is absolutely crazy. We got Neighbors winning the Maurice Richard, Art Ross to McDavid, Conn Smythe also to McDavid, UC Saros to Vezina, and Barkov to Selke. We got a banger alert in the year number 1 draft. Yonkman, franchise medium, 18 years old, 84 overall. Let's sign him to his rookie deal. I mean, we're not going to be competitive regardless, but I guess theoretically in the future that would pay dividends for the San Jose Sharks here. We got Alex Nylander in free agency as well as Joe Pavelski, and we also signed Matt Roy. So there we go. We had a ton of money to spend. I went out, tried to improve the team. We're not going to be very good regardless, but you cannot knock me for trying. So I guess our team is a little bit better. Where is oh my God, our literal first overall draft pick, who has franchise medium potential, is playing in the AHL? No, he's not. Where is he at here? Where is Yonkman? I do not see Yonkman whatsoever. Was he a goalie or a forward? I don't even know. All right, Luke Yonkman, it's time, brother. You're playing the entire game. Better get those reps up in the bedroom. Sophie Rain, Brecky Hill, I mean Sky Bree, it can be anybody. I don't even care. 84 overall, franchise medium potential. He's a sniper. Let's see how good he does playing on the first, second, third, and fourth line. As I mean, we're going to have some fun here with San Jose. We're not going to win the Stanley Cup regardless, so might as well have some fun. I literally cannot believe my eyes. 25, 13, and 3 with Yonkman playing the entire game. He must be absolutely killing it out there. San Jose might actually make the playoffs. I don't know what's going on. I'm not going to jinx it yet. We could theoretically fall off and eventually miss the playoffs. Like, look, there we go. 28-19. We're losing some games now. don't get too far ahead of myself here. Yonkman went absolutely nutty and carried the San Jose Sharks to a playoff spot. 42, 35, and 5, 89 points. I don't know how he did it, but we got it done. And he might have the greatest rookie season of all time. 58 goals, 129 points, only a -11. He was literally one of the best players in the world. Loka Couture played good. Granlund was good. Wenberg, Toffoli. I mean, all these guys were decent, but Yonkman, an absolute carry job as a rookie, and Blackwood was pretty decent. I mean, a .904 save percentage, 3 shutouts, and 24 wins. Yonkman, as a rookie, will lead the league in not only goals with 58, but points with 129, as he has set his sights out for a Stanley Cup here in his rookie season. We got absolutely bodied in the first round in 5 games, but it doesn't matter. This season was a win for us. I did not think I would even sniff a playoff berth in this entire portion of the video, but Luke Yonkman, man, what can I say about the kid? He's everything you want in a hockey player. The Montreal Canadiens somehow will go on and win the Stanley Cup, beating Colorado in 5 games. This is only year number 2, so I don't really understand how they went all the way and won it. Yonkman in the first round, I mean, 2 goals, 6 points. He was a point per game, but he was a -8. We had $37 million in cap space, so we went out and offered like 10 players a contract. Brad Marchand, no cap space to afford his services. We got Esa Lindell, Jeff Skinner, Ryan Lindgren, Linus Ullmark, and Jacob Chikrin. All are members of San Jose. Who knows? With Yonkman playing the entire game, we could win a Stanley Cup. Now for the final season, I'm going with the same strategy. Yonkman playing the entire game. He's up to a 92. That's insane. So there you go. There's a cheat code for anybody who wants to grow your young players. Play them on multiple lines and have them have better seasons. There we go. All down the middle. Our team's a lot better. Defensively, we became a lot better. And in goal, we have a 90 overall Linus Ullmark in the net. All right, it's time to name a captain. Everybody knows who it already is. Luke Yonkman, the absolute stud that he is the captain of San Jose. On D, I think I'm going to give it to Esa Lindell. He'll get an A. And in the forward core, Jeff Skinner, you can get an A. Despite a very valiant effort, we actually missed the playoffs, 10 points back of the Vegas Golden Knights, 30, 40, and 3. San Jose, I mean, we had our run last year. We literally improved our roster, and we didn't even make the playoffs this year. That's crazy. Yonkman, again, another great season. 59 goals, 168 points. Obviously leading our team, basically carrying our team. I mean, we were better this year. We had a few 70-point scorers, and in goal, Linus Ullmark. Oh my God, Ullmark was horrible. Again, Luke Yonkman will lead the NHL in goal scoring. Actually, no, he won't. Austin Matthews had one more with 60 goals, but he will have the most points at 168. Taking a look at his career totals, he already is close to 300 points, and he's only played 2 years in the NHL. The Montreal Canadiens, oh my God, with the Arizona Coyotes in the finals, Montreal is going to go back-to-back as somehow the Coyotes will make the finals, but lose to the now Dynasty Canadiens. Here we go, taking a look at San Jose. Yonkman is not there for, we got to go, that's career. Let's go single season. Luke Yonkman is now the leader for pretty much everything here in San Jose all time. The most goals at 59, the most points at 168, the most assists at 109. Linus Ullmark had almost the most wins of getting a Bakhoff at 46, but shout out to him, brother. Seattle Kraken, I mean, a pretty mid-forward group overall, honestly. Have some good players like Manny Beniers, who by year 3 will probably be like almost a 90 and be like a Selke trophy candidate. Yanni Gord is here. Chandler Stevenson is severely overpaid, as well as Jordan Eberle, so maybe we move off of these bad contracts, try to replace them with better, younger players who can definitely grow by year 3. I think year number 1, we're not going to be a cup contender, but after that we can definitely load up for years 2 and 3, and we need a goalie. Joey Decord, I'm sorry, brother, but you are just not going to cut it. We got to get rid of these contracts right away. Burakovsky and Swartz both making way too much money for the amount of overall they are, so get them the hell out of here. Ducks are fine, so they literally rejected. We literally have to add in a pick just to make sure this trade will go through, so a 4th and a 5th, and there we go. An absolute no-brainer. We get rid of those awful contracts. The first trade, official trade for an actual player is going to be Korchinski and Reichel from the Blackhawks for Furcus, another prospect, and a first-round pick. And there we go. It seems like a sweet proposal on our end, so the trade has gone through. I'm trying to bag my first-line center of the rest of the video, Wyatt Johnston, already an 87 overall for a first, second, third, and sale from the Seattle Kraken, and they are totally unwilling. So let me see if I add in one more first-round pick. Will this trade go through? I will give you a 2029 first-rounder. And there we go. This is a really good deal for us in Dallas, so definitely we are saying yes to this one. I'm going to try to snag Patty Kane and JT Compher from the Red Wings for Stevenson, Borkstrand, 2/3 and a second-round pick, and they don't want to do that. So maybe if I take away the third and add in another second-rounder, this trade might go through. Let's see. No, they do not. We're a bit off with value. My last time trying to make this work, I added in 3 seconds instead of a third-rounder, and we are saving salary to sign our pending free agent. Now, year number 1, I understand we're not going to be a Stanley Cup contender. We got Johnston, Beniers, and McCain on the first line. Lucas Reichel will slot in nicely beside Borkstrand and Eberle. Our bottom 6 isn't even that bad, to be honest. Defensively, luckily, Korchinski will grow. 77 overall, +5 with him and Dunn. And the rest of our decor is mid. We can definitely improve it. And one of the things I want to do is grab a starting goalie. Joey Decord, you're fine for year number 1, but for 2 and 3, probably you're out of here, brother. Now, obviously, we did not make the playoffs. We were hovering around 500 basically the entire season. 35, 39, and 8. 78 points, 7th in the Pacific. But, I mean, I didn't expect to be very good this year. I'm ready for years 2 and 3 as the Devils. They will go on and win the President's Trophy. 51 wins, 24 losses, 7 in overtime, and the worst team in the league was, in fact, the Washington Capitals. Only 35 wins, so we were not far from the bottom of the NHL, but hopefully years 2 and 3 will be a lot nicer to us. Wyatt Johnston, dear God, 41 goals, 90 points. He was a -13, still led our team. Montour had 71, Jarrett McCann had 38, Borkstrand 62, Vince Dunn was decent, Eberle, Stevenson. Where is Shane Wright? I don't think Shane Wright actually played in the NHL, so I probably should have played him, considering now he's going to grow much slower. And Joey Decord, I mean, a 903 is not great. 4 shutouts is decent. 26 wins is what it is. Connor McDavid will lead the NHL in scoring with 114 points. Crosby had a good season at 36, as well as Aho. Draisaitl was up there, as well as Mitch Marner, 100 points for the first time in his career. Shaq Hyman will lead the NHL in goals with 54. Crosby at 49. Bedard is a rookie at 47. McDavid and Kaprizov were up there, as well as JT Miller. The Vancouver Canucks somehow, some way will go on and win the Stanley Cup. That's how you know we're in NHL 24 and not in real life. Because Vancouver, I don't know if you guys know this or not, they do not have a single Stanley Cup in their entire franchise's history. Quinn Hughes will lead the playoffs in scoring. He had 31 points. Miller 27, also 14 goals. Dear God. Marshy at 27. Past it was pretty good. Aho, Bouchard, and Jarvis are all pretty good point producers in the playoffs. McDavid will win the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross, and Hart Trophy. Hyman, the Maurice Richard, Cale McCarthy, Norris, Hughes, the Conn Smythe, and the Selke will go to Barkov. It is tough going after free agents here in the year number 1 offseason. I mean, Valimaki we could sign, but the best free agent is JVR every single year. Now, what I could have done and what I should have done is started technically in year 2 in this offseason, but I mean, I did most of the NHL so far, so a little too late to change things now. Now, Trevor Zegras is a nice player to go after, add to our second line. He's a playmaker, definitely can add some offensive production. He usually gets like 60 points during the season. We got Chandler Stevenson, get rid of his contract for Zegras. We got a second, and a third. And there we go. If I didn't accept this offer of yours, Anaheim Duck fans will call for my resignation. All right. Now we are trying to complete that first line with Laffy, also picking up Hedel to balance out these salaries. We got Borkstrand, a first, second, and a third-round pick, and they are totally unwilling. Okay, so let me see. I'm probably going to have to add in another first-rounder. This seems like a sweet proposal on our end, so on the behalf of the New York Rangers organization, I accept. We have Yanni Gourde, a second, third, and 2 other thirds for Ridley Gregg and Drake Batherson from Ottawa, and there we go. An easy trade to make as we upgrade our forward core heading into season number 2. Now, we do need a goalie, so I think I'm going to take Jordan Binnington from the St. Louis Blues. 87 overall, $6 million is pretty hefty of a contract, but we're paying Grubauer not even to start, so it is what it is. We got him in the trade block, as well as a third, and a 4th round pick. and they do not want to give that up. So let's go to skaters matching the block here and see if there's anybody. Maybe give them a prospect into the trade to make it go through. I will add in another low prospect to see if this trade will go through. They're still rejecting it, so I'm going to have to bring in that second round pick, our final second round pick that we own. And there we go. Not too much deliberate about this deal. We got our goalie for the rest of the video. Take a look at the new look Seattle Kraken. Zegers, Johnston, and Laffy on the first line, followed by Batherson, Wright, and McCann. We have literally a +5 in our top 6, followed with an 85 overall third line center, Ridley, Gregg, and Eberle as the wingers. Even our fourth line is not that bad defensively. Dunn and Korchinski, Montour, Valimaki. And then we got Larson and Oleksiak. And in goal, an 87 overall starter in Binner and an 82 backup in Joey Decord. In my opinion, I think we are a much better team compared to year number 1. We should be able to sim better. The only thing we don't have is that next level superstar. Why Johnston could possibly be that. So it is now time to name a captain here in Seattle. Kevin Korchinski. Actually, Vince Dunn, you're going to get an A. Korchinski's a little too young. For another A, I guess I'm going to give it to Alex Lafreniere. Where is he at here? There is Laffy. Laffy can get an A. And the C will go on the sweater of Wyatt Johnston. Actually, I have had a change of heart. Shane Wright is the brand new captain of the Seattle Kraken. Now, we were a lot better before the trade deadline, but usually in my simulations, we simulate horribly after the trade deadline. 42, 31, and 9, 93 points as we do make the playoffs. 4th in the Pacific as the Edmonton Oilers. They would end up winning 60 games and winning that President's Trophy. Toronto was good. St. Louis, Carolina, and Winnipeg were all up there. Top 5 in the league. Wyatt Johnston will put up 52 goals and 107 points. So he's simming like an absolute superstar right now. Brendan Montour has 72. Lafreniere had 62. Jarrett McCann was okay. Shane Wright, who is the captain of the team, led us to a playoff berth. And in goal, Jordan Binnington only had a 906 and 1 shutout, 31 wins. Very mid-season overall. I mean, I was probably expecting like a 915 save percentage. I'm not going to lie. Cale Makar will win the Art Ross with 111 points, one more than Mac Daddy McKinnon, as well as McDavid, Aho, Johnston, 107, and nobody else even hit 100 points. That's crazy. And for the goal side, we had 3 50-goal scorers, Shaq Hyman at 57, Johnston 52, and Nathan McKinnon 51. Austin Matthews, I guess, is washed in this universe. Connor Bedard put up 45. He's been pretty consistent. Brock Nelson at 43. And in year number 2, in the first round of the playoffs, we have to face literally the best team in the league, the 60-win Edmonton Oilers. Rip to the Kraken. Despite the fact that their backs are against the wall, down 0-3 in the series, Seattle on home ice is having a very valiant effort. Okay, McDavid cuts the lead to 2. Not great. 5-2. It was like 5-1 at one point, I believe. But so far, so good. Maybe we can even hop in and see us finally win a playoff game. It might be the only game that we win the entire video. All right, here we are. 136 to go. 2-goal lead for the Kraken. This might be the only playoff game that we win the entire video. So why not hop in, take a look, and celebrate with the team. Holloway coming in. Oh no, Holloway no longer a member of the Edmonton Oilers, as Jordan Binnington will cover that puck up. This rink is massive and very beautiful. I would love to go there and actually experience a Kraken game. Those big glass doors as well. It's a new arena also. Oh my God, or was that Wyatt Johnston that just missed the wide open net? I don't know why he tried rifling it. Bar down. Zegers. Why is Trevor Zegers? Oh my God, empty net. And Zegers elects to pass the puck instead of shooting it into the empty net. Regardless, the Seattle Kraken have won a playoff game. There we go. We get it done. We will not get swept, and we will force a game number 5 back in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I really hope in NHL 25 the computer AI is much, much better, because Trevor Zegers, empty net, right in front of the net. I mean, just shoot it. Literally just shoot the puck right away. I know Evan Bouchard is in the way. I realize that. But you're not going to pass the puck to a guy that's covered. Leon Draisaitl just easily picks that puck off. Look, intercepts it. And then Jeff Skinner picks it up, and they're gone the other way. They had time for another rush, so they technically could have went down and scored another goal. Albeit, it's a 2-goal hockey game. But at the end of the day, Trevor Zegers definitely, as soon as he touched the puck right here, he should have ripped it right in the back of the net. We need to put up a fight. No, Leon Draisaitl will give them the insurance marker here in game number 5. We're down 3-1 in the series and 3-1 in the game halfway through the third. It is not looking too good. Show some heart here, Seattle. Come on, put up a fight. And I think that might do it for the Kraken season here in year number 2 as the Oilers will defeat us in 5 games in round number 1. The Boston Bruins will go all the way and defeat the Preds in game 7 of the finals. No, Steven Stamkos loses in the finals yet again for the 3rd time in his career. Where did the Oilers go? The Oilers only made it to the conference finals and that was it. But again, we have one more year to try to go ahead and win the Kraken a Stanley Cup. Wyatt Johnston led our team in scoring. He only had 2 goals and 4 points, so nobody was even at point per game. Shane Wright performed. That's why he's the captain. McCann was okay. Batherson, And if we take a look at Binner had a 917, 3 goals against, but a 917 is serviceable. McDavid again will take home the Conn Smythe and Hart Trophy. Art Ross to Cale Makar. Maurice Richard will go to Shaq Hyman. The Norris also to Makar. The Conn Smythe to Charlie McAvoy. UC Saros will win the Vezina, and Sean Couturier the Selke. We get back Wyatt Johnston as well as Ridley Gregg. Adam Larson re-signed, and Kyler Yamamoto is coming back for another season. We got Brandon Tanev with those crazy-ass eyes. We have one final season to win this team a Stanley Cup. Same forward core. I didn't make any moves. There's not really too many moves we can make. We don't have any salary cap. We don't have any assets to trade either. I will look at the trade deadline to try to upgrade my team. But I mean, our bottom 6, exactly the same. Very good team offensively. Defensively, we're pretty good with Dunn and Korchinski as our top line pair. Even Valimaki and Montour are good. Larson and Alexiak. And then in goal, Jordan Binnington has dropped down to an 84 overall, which isn't great, and Coco also is an 84. So these guys, they're probably going to end up splitting the games over the course of an 82 regular season. Here we go at the trade deadline. Slap me, silly Sydney. I'm picking you up. I got to dump some salary considering your contract's pretty big. Maybe Jarrett McCann, get you the hell out of here. There we go. A first and McCann for Sid the Kid, and it is an absolute no-brainer for Pittsburgh. Welcome Crosby, a top 5 player all time, the 5th best player in NHL history. Luckily, we made the playoffs yet again, this time being the 2nd best team in the Pacific, 49, 26, and 7, 105 points, only behind the Vancouver Canucks in our division, as they were the best team in the league. We were a top 4 team, so this is our best shot at going on a deep playoff run and winning the Stanley Cup. Wyatt Johnston, again, another great season, 39 goals, 99 points. Crosby at 77, Laffy at 65, but Neers was decent. Korchinski was good as a D-man, and for Jordan Binnington and Kako, they split the games, and both were pretty decent. Not bad save percentage by either men. Jaeger Furcus will lead or tie for the most points in the NHL alongside Bedsy. Both had 109 apiece. If we take a look at the goals side, tell me Egg Matthews will have the most with 51, past the 50. I mean, this Furcus guy, top 6 high potential at 21, and he's putting up these type of numbers. Dear God, I'm going to have to start going after him. And now in round number 1, oh my God, we got to face the Edmonton Oilers again. We're going to get absolutely our booty cheeks mangled. Somehow, some way, we actually beat the Oilers. We were up 3-0. I thought we were going to blow it, but we finished them in 6, and now we take on Vancouver, who won the President's Trophy in round number 2. And now in the conference finals, we're facing the San Jose Sharks. What? How the hell in year 3 are San Jose this goddamn good? I don't understand. I know they have a good future, but 3 years is a little too quick. And in year number 3, the Seattle Kraken will play for Lord Stanley up against the New York Rangers in the finals. Swept the Sharks. I don't know how we got here, but we are here. Can we go on in the final season and take home the Stanley Cup? The Kraken are less than 16 minutes away from raising the Stanley Cup. Lafreniere will give us an insurance marker, up 3-0 over the New York Rangers. Can we get it done? There we go. Vince Dunn, a 6-3 lead for the Kraken. Here we go. 2:20 left to go in the 3rd period. A 7-3 lead for the Kraken. The Stanley Cup is in the building, as we are going to sweep the New York Rangers in the Stanley Cup Finals. I was literally beginning to think I would never win another Stanley Cup in this series, because I went through a dry spell there not winning. There we go. Trevor Zegras. The Kraken are on top, baby. I thought I was never going to win another Stanley Cup. It's been so long in this series since I've won a cup, especially since we started doing the 3-year rebuilds. It has taken way too long, but finally, We are now 20 seconds away. The Rangers fans are booing. I mean, how could you not? An 8-3 game on home ice. You guys got absolutely embarrassed. You got your cheeks spread and clapped viciously. It is not over till it's over. 5 seconds to go as the Seattle Kraken in year number 3 will get the job done and take home the Stanley Cup as they sweep the New York Rangers in 4 straight games in the finals. I did not think this team was going to be a Stanley Cup contending team, especially in year 3. I didn't make too many moves, and I didn't have to, clearly. We just needed our young guys to grow in overall and become absolute studs. Guys like Shane Wright, Wyatt Johnston, Kevin Korchinski on the back end. We picked up Crosby, who definitely helped us in the playoffs. His leadership and experience. And the Conn Smythe Trophy will go to none other than Sid, baby. 32 points in the playoff run. Crosby just had his greatest playoff run with the Seattle Kraken. At 38 years old, Crosby puts up 11 goals and 32 points. Literally, that trade at the trade deadline won us the Stanley Cup. If we don't make that, we don't win the cup. And here comes our captain, Sugar Shane Wright, coming to lift the Stanley Cup as the Kraken are going to go all the way here in year number 3. Crosby was literally the only reason why we went on and won the Stanley Cup. 32 points, a career high at 38 years old in the playoffs is insane. We picked him up at the deadline, and he won us that Stanley Cup, baby. All right, so the St. Louis Blues do have some good pieces like Jake Neighbors, Robert Thomas, and even Pavel Buchnevich. I'm going to not even touch that first line, and we get a +5 there. Braden Shen, Brendan Saw, Jordan Kyrou is not bad. So honestly, a few tweaks here and there, and I think we can become a much better team. Ooh, defensively, we are definitely hurting. I'm not going to lie. We need a big upgrade on D. And in goal, Jordan Binnington is an 86 overall. Now, the first trade I'm going to make is we're going after Mr. Ryan Reeves and Morgan Riley just to make sure the contracts work. We got Riley into the trade. Jordan Kyrou, Dvorsky, and a second-round pick. And that was an easy decision for Brad Treliving to make that with the St. Louis Blues. Next up, we got Shen Joseph, a first and a second for Nick Paul and Eric Chernak from the Tampa Bay Lightning. We're trying to go all in, trying to win a Stanley Cup within 3 years, and I doubt anybody will think Tampa Bay came out on the short end of the stick here. Now, the new and improved St. Louis Blues are not that much improved. Our bottom 9 is not great. We have an amazing first line, but after that, our forward core kind of sucks. Defensively, we did get better. We got Chernak, who could go up on that first line and maybe throw Torrey Krug or Falk alongside Morgan Riley. But then if we do that, we get a -2. So we got to mess around with the lines. And then Binnington's an 86, and Joel Hofer is an 84. Now, we did not have a very good season. We didn't even make the playoffs. 33, 43, and 6. 72 points. Second last in our division. Only Chicago was worse. Dallas, goddamn, what happened to them? Colorado was the best team in our division, and for the entire NHL, it was the Oilers who won 51 games and the President's Trophy. Robert Thomas has 71 points, leading our team, so offensively, we were not very good. Only Buchnevich had 54. Riley, 52. Jake Neighbors. Nobody really had a good offensive season, and Jordan Binnington, he was decent, a .909 save percentage, 5 shutouts. I can't really have the blame on him. David Pastrnak will end up leading the entire NHL, not in goals. That would go to Austin Matthews with 54. Pasta would have 50 though, but he would have the most points at 103, tied alongside McDavid and Kyle Connor. William Nylander at 96. Barzal actually had a very good year. Carter Verhaeghe put up 94 points. Bobrovsky had the most wins at 47, and the most shutouts will go to Alexander Georgiev and Jake Ottinger, tied at 6 apiece. The New York Rangers would go on and defeat Colorado in Game 7 of the finals to finally take home that Stanley Cup. They finally stopped relying on Igor Shesterkin to win them playoff games. Pasta will win the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross, and Hart Trophy. The Maurice Richard to Matthews, the Norris to Erik Karlsson, Artemi Panarin, the Conn Smythe, Igor the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Sid the Kid. This is a very rough free agency here in year number 1. The best overall is an 81. I guess I could go after some depth players here like Cody Ceci, maybe Max Pacioretty. Cody Ceci snaked us. He went to the Minnesota Wild. We signed Max Pacioretty. We got him, and that is the only free agent that we really went after. We are getting rid of Binnington, two prospects actually, in a first rounder for Lucas Dostal and Pavel Mintyukov from the Anaheim Ducks, and the trade has been accepted. We'll see you out on the ice. We got a defenseman And now we got a goalie who can rotate alongside Joel Hofer, and we cleared a ton of salary cap as well. Here is the tradition of trading for guys from Detroit who they love giving up in Comfort and Kane for a first, second, and another second round pick. And there we go. Basic trade, easy trade to go through. We had a ton of salary cap. Heading into the second season, our team is slightly different. We got Thomas, Kane, and Buchnevich on the first line. Paul alongside Comfort and Neighbors. Our bottom six isn't the greatest, but it is what it is at this point. It is honestly more improved than it was last season. Defensively, we got a lot better. Parayko, Mintikov, Riley, Chernak, Falk, and Suter. And then in goal, we're rocking with 284 overalls in Dostel and Hofer. Yet again, for the second season in a row, St. Louis will not make the playoffs. 38, 36, and 8. Only 84 points. This team is cooked. I'm not gonna lie. We don't have a lot of salary cap, don't have a lot of assets, and don't have a lot of good players. Colorado, again, best team in our division, and for the entire NHL, it was Florida with 52 wins on the year. Patty Kane at 36 is gonna have a hell of a season. 31 goals, 94 points. Robert Thomas had 69, also 25 goals. Buchnevich wasn't very good. Nick Paul wasn't good. Saad, no. All these guys really are not contributing to much here in St. Louis. And for both of our goalies, they were both not very good. That's great. Mikko Rantanen will have the most points in the league at 112, followed by McKinnon's 111. Matthews somehow had 106, McDavid 105, and literally nobody else had a single 100-point season in the entire league. If we take a look at the goal side, that's, oh my god, these menu systems are insanely slow. I even went back to the oldest NHL game, or not the oldest, but the worst NHL game, which was 15, and their menu system was faster. I don't understand. We're in the year 2024. Regardless, Matthews will lead the NHL in goals with 57. McKinnon had 55. Shaq Hyman had 50. Pasternak up there. Jack Eichel was on the trade block. I don't know why he was there. And for goalies, I mean, who's going to lead in wins? Aiden Hill with 48 wins. And for shutouts, it will go to Thatcher Demko, who had 7 on the season. Yet again, back-to-back seasons, no playoffs for the Blues. We have to hope that we can load up for year number 3 and finally make the playoffs. And the Toronto Maple Leafs somehow will go on and beat the Nashville Predators, the Stamkos-led Predators, in 6 games in the Stanley Cup Final. Shout out to the Leafs. Finally getting it done for the first time since 67. William Nylander will lead the playoffs in scoring with 31 points. Matthews had 19 goals and 29. Yeah, fucking right. Steven Stamkos, 29. Tavares was decent. Kyle Connor was all right. Forsberg at 24 and 11. Jesus, Kyle Connor had 17 goals. Rantanen will win the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross, and Hart Trophy. The Maurice Richard to Matthews. Fox the Norris. The Conn Smythe to Willie Stiles. Aiden Hill the Vezina. And the Selke to Connor Bedard. Oh my god. I'm going to try to clear up some cap space, getting rid of Torrey Krug and bringing in Zari and Ball. We also threw in some picks just to make sure this trade will go through, and it's an absolute no-brainer for Calgary. We went out in free agency and picked up Vladislav Gavrikov, who is a pretty decent defender at like an 86 overall. Definitely will help out our decor heading into the third and final season of the video. Now, this is our final season in the video. We got Paul, Thomas, and Buchnevich. Honestly, might throw up Patty Kane instead of Nick Paul. Actually, no, we'll throw Buchnevich on the second line, Kane on the first line. We got Comfort, Snuggaroo, +5 in our top 6. Our bottom 6, although the chemistry isn't great, we still have pretty good overalls. Defensively, not much has changed besides adding Vladislav Gavrikov to our decor, and in goal, Dostel's up to an 87. And we got Joel Hofer as our backup. Now, in the trade deadline, I thought about making a move, but taking a look right now, we started off pretty bad, but we have recovered very nicely. Second in the Central, 33, 21, and 7, 73 points. So I'm not going to mess with anything. I'm just going to let the St. Louis Blues go ahead and simulate and see how they do. Hopefully, we can make the postseason. We got about a month and a half left. Let's see what the St. Louis Blues are made of, baby. I am honestly shocked that the Blues are going to be the best team in the Central. 46, 27, and 9, 101 points, as we were the best team in our division and a top 6 team in the entire league. Edmonton won the President's Trophy, 52 wins, always damn good. A 37-year-old Patty Kane will put up 30 goals and 111 points. His last dance as one of the best players in the world. Robert Thomas only had 70. We didn't really have much secondary or even third line support here. I mean, taking a look, Snuggeroo had 55. That's not bad for a 21-year-old. The rest of them didn't really put up a lot of points, and Lucas Dostel, a 908 save percentage, 2 shutouts, 35 wins, a very good season by our starting goalie. Somehow, Patrick Kane will win the Art Ross, leading by 1 point compared to David Pastrnak, who had 110, Bedard 109, McKinnon 107, as well as Marchand. Cutter Gauthier put 100. Oh my God, Cutter Gauthier damn near scored 70 goals as a 22-year-old. Dear God, elite high potential power forward. This guy's a monster. Barkov was good. Troy Terry as well. A lot of scoring going on in the league. And there we go. Cutter Gauthier will win the Maurice Richard Trophy with 68 goals. David Pastrnak had 59. Bedard 52. Matthews only had 48. He's a bum in this sim. McDavid was good. Jack Eichel was all right. Kyle Connor. Furcus. There's Furcus simulating very well yet again on the Seattle Kraken. Igor Shesterkin will tie for the most wins alongside Jordan Binnington. They both had 40. And for the most shutouts, it will go to Andrei Vasilevsky, who had 9 on the season. And now in round number 1, we get a preferable matchup. I'm not going to lie. The Anaheim Ducks are the best matchup that we could have gotten in the entire Western Conference. We also traded Binnington to that team. So let's see a 7-game series with Anaheim. Let's see if we can beat them. Our season is on the line here in game number 6. Can we force 7 and head back to St. Louis in front of our own fans and play an amazing game 7? We were up by 1. Actually, no, we were down by 1, I believe, when we tied the game up. No! Michael Bunting will score. Come on, St. Louis, on the power play. Is nobody going to put the puck in the back of the net? 4:26 remaining here in game number 6. The Anaheim Ducks have a 1-goal lead, but the St. Louis Blues are 1 shot away from tying it and forcing overtime. We got to get back to 7. We got to get back to our fans, St. Louis. We cannot lose to the Ducks in round number 1. What a save by Lucas Dostel. 4:12 remaining in the third. Please, somebody score. JT Compher up to Chernak, over to Zari. Connor Zari, that might be icing. Oh, no, we're on the penalty. Since when have we been on the penalty kill? That's rotten. That is absolutely brutal. Troy Terry coming in, looking. Gets bumped off the puck. There we go. Falk will get the puck out. Terry coming in over. Oh my God, get out of there. Colton Parayko, we're back to even strength. 3 minutes remaining in the third period. Chernak coming in. Oh, Chernak over to Kane. Patty Kane to Zari. Why? Why? What kind of a Pat Kane? Somebody shoot the puck. Oh my God, we don't even get a shot on net. Now we got 1:30 left to go. Troy Terry, the shootout wizard, ripping it on net, and Dostel luckily will cover that puck up. 1:01 remaining in the third. Lacombe gets it turned over. Parayko, where are you going, Parayko? Please get the puck out. Up to Patty Kane. Showtime. Can we get a little Showtime magic? No, we can't even get it over our own goddamn end. Oh my God, no. Terry coming in. We literally cannot get it of our own end. We're not getting any Showtime. The only Showtime we're going to be watching is at the movies when we go see Deadpool and Wolverine. All right, here we go. One final chance. I mean, if we get the puck out, I'll pull my goalie, but I don't see us even getting it out. Mintyukov, let's go. Pull the goalie. Empty net for the Blues. One final rush up to Showtime. Patty Kane. Pass in front. Thomas gets robbed. Thomas again to Kane. Rebound. Put it home. Somebody please. No. As the Anaheim Ducks will eliminate us in 6 games in round number 1. We were just not good enough. I was surprised we even made the postseason. But the Anaheim Ducks were a better built team than us here in year number 3. The Colorado Avalanche would go on and sweep the Lightning in the Stanley Cup Finals to take home their 2nd cup in the McKinnon era. 2nd in a few seasons as well, as we did not make it far whatsoever, losing to Anaheim, who lost to Colorado. And a very disappointing rebuild here in St. Louis. We are looking at the new look Tampa Bay Lightning with Jake Gensel, Braden Point, and Nikita Kucherov as their first line. We do get a +5 there, so that's very good. We are missing that second line center, Steven Stamkos. We do have Anthony Cirelli. Cam Atkinson is there. Brandon Hagel. I mean, this forward core, the depth isn't there. We are very top heavy with our first line. Defensively, no Sergachev. He shipped off to Utah. Pray for that man. Victor Hedman's getting older. He's 32, only an 89 overall. McDonough's still here. He's back, actually. He was a very good and important piece of those Stanley Cup runs. And in goal, we have the best, or the second best goalie in the world, and Andrei Vasilevsky at a 93. The first order of business is to correct the wrong of the Tampa Bay Lightning, bringing back the captain, Steven Stamkos, also Thomaso to make the money work. We got a 3rd, 5th, Cirelli and Sheary, as well as a 2nd, and they have totally rejected it. They are unwilling to bring back Stammer. Are we going to have to give up a 1st-round pick to bring back the captain, a 2029 first-rounder? Let's see. And they still do not want to budge. Okay, so it looks like the Predators really want Steven Stamkos. This is my last offer I will be handing to the Nashville Predators. We got a 5th Cirelli, Sheary, a 1st, and a 2nd. And they're still totally unwilling. They do not want to give up Stammer. They want him. They got him in free agency, and they're not going to give him back. So it looks like Stamkos is goodbye forever. Now, the first official trade is going after Brock Faber. 87 overall, signed for 2 seasons on a league minimum for Radish, Geeky, a 3rd, 5th, and a 6th round pick. And they are totally unwilling. Dear God, I'm going to have to add in a 2nd rounder. All right, for Brock Faber, I will add in a 2nd rounder that the Minnesota Wild do want. And they still do not want to part ways. Okay, we got to give away one of our 1st rounders to grab Brock Faber. This is an absolutely lopsided trade, and the only way it'll go through. Let me see if I can grab something back here. They do not have any skaters matching the block, so let me see if I can grab a forward that doesn't have any trade value, but is a decent overall. Like Johansson, Marcus Johansson. There we go. Will that work? There we go. Throw him into the deal. And they're still not willing to part ways. Remove Johansson. Oh my God. I'm going to give up the same exact draft package, but instead for Thomas Harley and Sammy Steele, I believe his name is, from the Dallas Stars. The trade value should work out. This should go through. And there we go. If I didn't accept this offer of yours, the Dallas Stars fans would call for my resignation. No way Calvin DeHaan is rotting away in the Syracuse crunch. I mean, this guy was a 1st round pick back in 09, and he never panned out. I mean, take a look here. His point total, 16 points in 51 games. He had 25 in 16-17. Wow, he was not a great player whatsoever. Minuses across the board, too. Minus 21, 16. He was a plus 10 one year. Shout out to him for being that. I know a minus 2 could technically hurt us, but we have a plus 5 on our top 4 lines, and we also have a 93 overall goalie backing us up, I should say. Our forward lines are going to stay the exact same, really. I'm loading up in the top 6. We're very top heavy, so we might as well go all in. No way I just got fleeced by the goddamn Nashville Predators. They literally are spoiling everything from the Tampa Bay Lightning. I'm taking everything you work for. Shout out Nate Diaz. Shout out the Nashville Predators. They are absolute monsters. See, all right, the Nashville Predators pulled our bluff. We're going after TVR yet again. I want to get him. He's only $3 million for the entire length of the video. We also are going to pick up Cody Glass for depth. We got a 1st, 2nd, a 3rd, and Ryan McDonough, and there we go. Overpay what you want, whatever. It is what it is. It is officially panic time in Tampa Bay. We missed the playoffs, only 96 points, 3 back of the Bruins, 44 wins, 30 losses, 8 in overtime. Toronto damn near won 60 games as they won the President's Trophy, and they were the best team in the league, followed by Edmonton, Vancouver, Nashville, and Ottawa. Nikita Kucherov would lead our team, 34 goals, 96 points. Gensel had 95, Braden Point 86. So our top line was very, very good. The problem is we don't have any depth. Victor Hedman, you're probably on your way out, brother. Cirelli, he needs to be re-signed soon, I think. Hagel, no. Nick Paul wasn't very good. And Andrei Vasilevsky, to his standards, was okay, very mid. A 9-10 save percentage, 3 shutouts, and 40 wins. Cale Makar will lead the league in scoring, followed by JT Miller, who had 100 points. Nikita Kucherov was up there. Gensel, McDavid, Fox. Not a lot of high scoring in the NHL, as David Pastrnak had the most goals at 51, followed by Matthews, 45. Crosby, he had 43. McDavid, 43. Hyman, 42. And if we take a look at the goalies here, Demko will have the most wins at 46, and the most shutouts will go to Sergei Bobrovsky. Probably going to win that Vezina as well. And just like in real life, the Florida Panthers will go on and win the Stanley Cup as they beat my arch rivals in the Nashville Predators in 5 games. Screw you, Nashville, for stealing everything I worked so goddamn hard for. We didn't even make the playoffs, but Jonathan Marchessault put up 29 points, maybe 2 Conn Smythes, possibly to him now. Elias Pettersson, he had 25. Reinhart was good. Miller, Barkov, Kachuk. The usual players were up there for scoring in the playoffs. JT Miller will win the Ted Lindsay and Hart Trophy. Art Ross to Makar. Pasternak to Maurice Richard. The Norris will go to Adam Fox. Barkov the Conn Smythe. Bob the Vezina. And Crosby the Selke. The Poverty Flames will win the NHL draft lottery. I don't think we have... Actually, no, we do have a first overall pick, or not first overall pick, but a first round pick, but it doesn't really matter. We're only going 3 seasons. They're not going to be ready regardless. It was an easy decision for Thomas Harley to re-sign, as well as Giannis Jerome Moser. Victor Hedman is officially on the chopping block. We got him, a first, second, and a third for Zaka, Patra, and Carlo from the Boston Bruins, trying to improve our depth while giving away one of our older players that still has some trade value. And this is a really good deal for us in Boston, so they are definitely saying yes. So the fans want Jake Gensel out of here. The real hardcore Tampa fans do not like him, so we got him a second, third, and a third for Philip Forsberg from the Nashville Predators. Similar in age, same overall, both snipers, both simulate very well. Actually had like the same amount of points last season. And one makes $500,000 less, which is Forsberg. So let's see if we trade. Will this go through? And on the behalf of the Nashville Predators organization, I accept your offer. We'll see you out on the ice, Nashville, hopefully in the Stanley Cup Finals. We used that extra money with the Forsberg trade to pick up a good third or fourth line sniper in Max Pacioretty, 35 years old. He's an 81 overall on a 1-year deal. We got a brand new, well, not a brand new team, but I mean some new pieces. Forsberg, Point, and Kucherov on that first line, followed by Paul, Cirelli, Hagel. Our fourth line now has Zaka, Atkinson, and Sheary, and our fourth line isn't great. That was our third line, my bad. Defensively, Chernak and Carlo, we get a +5. Harley and TVR, we get a +3. And then we got Perbix and Moser on that bottom line pair. And in goal, a 92, Andrei Vasilevsky. Stammer is gone, so I believe it is time to name a brand new captain to the Tampa Bay Lightning. And Nikita Kucherov, you're probably the best player in franchise history, maybe second, so there you go. You can rock the C. Defensively, we need a D-man. Maybe I'll give it to Thomas Harley. He can get an A, and then Braden Point will grab the other assistant captaincy. So we started off very slow, but now we're creeping up into maybe a divisional spot or a wild card spot. 24-17-1, not a bad record at all. Hopefully, we can make the playoffs and go on a deep playoff run because we only got 2 more years this season and next season. And then that is it for the Tampa Bay Lightning. It is literally routine that after the trade deadline, my team just absolutely plummets and starts losing and losing and losing. Thankfully, here in year number 2, we are going to make the postseason. 46-31-5, 97 points. Second in our division, only behind the Buffalo Sabres for the entire league. Vancouver, they won the President's Trophy. Buffalo was very good with 48 wins. Chicago was up there with Bedard, Edmonton, and the Rangers at the bottom. We do have the Utah Hockey Club, not the Arizona Coyotes. Nikita Kucherov had 47 goals and 98 points. The new captain of the Lightning leading our team. Braden Point had 96, Forsberg 77. Hagel had a pretty good season. I mean, Nick Paul with 33 goals. That has got to be a career high for sure. He scored 33 the past 2 seasons. Dear Lord, what a W pickup by the Lightning. Anthony Cirelli wasn't good. I mean, 9 goals is horrible in a full season. And for Andrei Vasilevsky, 4 shutouts and a .909 save percentage. Well, it looks like Connor Bedard has reached his prime, leading in goals with 56 and points with 121. Makar had 107. Nathan McKinnon was up there. Rantanen was good as well. I mean, Brock Besser had a good season. JT Miller. Where, oh, where is Jakey Gensel? There it is. 28 goals and 81 points for Jake Gensel on the Nashville Predators. Pretty similar. He was point per game. He was better last season, but it is what it is. So it was pretty similar. I mean, Forsberg had 77 points, so it was not that much different. A 5-point gap is not too different, honestly, for that trade. Thatcher Demko will have the most wins in the league at 45, and the most shutouts will go to Alex Lyon, tied alongside Ann Noonan from the Colorado Avalanche. What? And now in round number 1, we have the Battle of Florida between the Lightning and the Panthers. This is going to be a very tough series. Things are not looking too good for the Tampa Bay Lightning. Down 0-3 in the series and 3-2 in the game. Forsberg does cut the lead down to 1. We might have to hop in and actually see this Lightning squad in action, as we only have 5 minutes to go here in the third period. No, we cannot get swept by the Florida Panthers. All right, 2:22 to go in the third period. Update the forecheck. There we go. Full attack. Connor Sheary coming in over. Oh my God, what a great save by Sergei Bobrovsky. Let's get line number 1 out there. 1:35 to go. Nikita Kucherov, win that to him. Win that to Kuch there, Braden Point. Okay, never mind. All right, Ekblad, what is he doing? Spinorama in the neutral zone, and Matthew Tkachuk is way offside. 30 seconds remaining. Let's see what we can do. Tkachuk Come on, Kucherov. Get harder on that forecheck, dude. Are they going to go offside again? Oh, my God. Kachuk walking in. Wristing on net. Oh, there it is. Carter Verhaeghe will put home the rebound. Horrible defending from the Tampa Bay Lightning as that pretty much puts a stop to their Stanley Cup hopes here in year number 2. What a horrible goal, man. What an absolute shitty goal. I don't know what to say. I'm literally speechless right now. Matthew Tkachuk has 3 assists, and Carter Verhaeghe literally just ended the Tampa Bay Lightning season as the Florida Panthers will go on and sweep the Tampa Bay Lightning in round number 1. Nikita Kucherov was the only point-per-game player. I mean, actually, no, Brayden Point had 4 apples, but no goals. Nobody really showed up in the first round. We just got absolutely dominated and our cheeks spread wide open. Johansson was good. Vasi was a train wreck. And the Edmonton Oilers will take home the Stanley Cup as they defeat the New York Rangers in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Connor Bedard has finally arrived. Cale Makar will take home the Norris, the Conn Smythe to McDavid, Igor the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Sean Couturier. Here we go. We got a massive trade in the works. We got Vasi, a first, second, and a third for Stuart Skinner and Evan Bouchard, who does need to be re-signed. I don't think this trade is going to go through. Yeah, we're barking up the wrong tree, or we're not completely. What if we add in 1 first-round pick, another first-round pick? Considering this is last season, let's see. Still rejected. All right, I'll add in 3 first-rounders. Throw all of our first-round picks out the window to try to get this to go through, and they will not do it. Now, this trade is a little more fair. We got Vasi in a first for Hyman and Skinner from the Edmonton Oilers. Let's see if this will go through, and there we go. I doubt anybody will think Edmonton came out on the short end of the stick. We picked up an older Hyman, and we got Stuart Skinner, who is an 88 overall, and a very good goaltender. We picked up Jake McCabe in free agency to upgrade our D-core, and now this team's looking massively different heading into next season, and hopefully will be better because of it. Now, here we are in the 3rd and final season of the Tampa Bay rebuild. We got the same exact first line. They're going to cook. We know that. Then we got Hagel, Nick Paul, and Shaq Hyman. Anthony Cirelli on the 3rd line with Zaka and Shiri. And defensively, we're a lot better. I mean, McCabe, Carlo, Chernak, Harley, and then we got Moser and TVR. And in goal, Stu Skin Daddy Skinner at an 89 overall will lead us to a Stanley Cup. All right, so the Lightning had a very good final season, 50-24-8. We were first in the Atlantic Division, a best season so far of the simulation. And if we take a look at the entire league, we were a top 5 team, only behind the Rangers, Carolina, Edmonton, and the Winnipeg Jets. Nikita Kucherov will have a hell of a season, 37 goals, 113 points. Brayden Point had 85, Forsberg 84 and 35 goals, so a very productive season by him. That's why I traded for him. Hyman put up 30 himself. Hagel was good. Nick Paul, Harley, all these guys were simulating much better. And there we go. Skinner had a 911 save percentage, 2 shutouts, and 41 wins. Kucherov will lead the league in scoring with 113 points, and for goals, it will go to David Pastrnak, who had 48 on the year. And in round number 1, we have the Ottawa Senators, a team just making the playoffs for the first time, so let's absolutely fry their ass. We swept the Ottawa Sens in the first round, and now we have our arch rivals in the Toronto Maple Leafs. Let's sweep them as well. We got by the Leafs, I believe, in 6 games, and now we got the Rangers in the conference finals. Here we are in Game 7 of the conference finals. Lightning holding on to a 1-0 lead, trying to advance to the Stanley Cup finals in year number 3, the 3rd and final season. I need Stuart Skinner to shut the door. No, Chris Kreider will score. Tie the game up at 1. Where's our scoring at? No, Vinny Trocheck will score to take the lead. 2 minutes remaining, and that's going to do it. That is it. No, the New York Rangers will have a 3rd period comeback as they are off to the Stanley Cup Finals. And of course, the Rangers would eventually go on and win the Stanley Cup as they swept the Blackhawks. Bedard and the Blackhawks made the finals. Are you kidding me? So starting off here in Toronto, already we know they have a pretty good, well-built team. Their first line consists of Nylander, Matthews, and Marner, +5. They also have Bertuzzi, John Tavares, and Max Domi. Matthew Nyes is there alongside Kampf and Yarncroc. And if we take a look at their defense, a lot is left to be desired. Honestly, Morgan Riley's their best defender at an 88. Everybody else isn't very great. And in goal, we are rocking with Samsonov and an 83 Joseph Wall. So first off, because the clock is ticking, I only have 3 years to win a Stanley Cup with Toronto, which honestly should be one of the easier teams to win a cup. Some of these Canadian teams are literally going through a rebuild. I'm going to have to go ahead, make some trades, and see how I can improve this roster. Oh, the first trade that I will be making, we are going to get rid of John Tavares' $10 million contract. Also, Samsonov, a first and 2 seconds for UC Saros and Ryan McDonough. Technically, McDonough has been traded to Tampa, but here in the game, that trade did not go through, so he's still on Nashville. Let's see if the Preds will accept. And they've actually rejected our offer, so we might have to slot in another first-round pick. Instead, I threw in Fraser Minton to see if they wanted him more than a first-round pick, and luckily they did. We got the trade to go through, and now UC Saros and Ryan McDonough are members of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Next up, another trade with Nashville, getting back Ryan O'Reilly, who was on the team last year for a first, a second, and Calle Jarnkrok. And Nashville has no problem dealing with the Toronto Maple Leafs. Next up, I'm going after Travis Hamonic, who does have 2 years left on his deal at only $1.1 million. He is better than Labushkin for a third, fourth, and a fifth. And we got that trade to go through as well. I think I'm done with the trades for at least year number 1. We'll head into our lineup and see what we're working with now. Our forward core now consists of still a great first line. We got a +5 there. Ryan O'Reilly as our second line center alongside Bertuzzi and Domi. We also have Camp, Sherwood, and Nyes on that third line. I actually kind of want to move Nyes up to the second line. Have Domi, Campton, Sherwood, and then our fourth line isn't great. Now defensively, we did get better with Ryan McDonough, 86 overall. We still have Liljegren there with Hamonic, McCabe, Edmonston, and Brody. And of course, we also have a massive upgrade in goal with UC Saros, who is a 91 overall, 28 years of age, only making $5 million. Also, we do have to name a new captain for the Toronto Maple Leafs, so it will be Morgan Rielly. He's been here the longest. He's been through a lot of struggles here in Toronto, so hopefully he can be the captain that leads them back to a Stanley Cup for the first time since 1967. Now, I did forget to mention, if we do win a Stanley Cup, say in year number 1 with Toronto, we will move then to the next Canadian team. We will not complete the entire 3 years. But of course, we do have 3 years to work with. If we do fail and then fail again, and we have one final shot. But I mean, 22, 10, and 4 to start the season. Not a bad record. We were like, what, 13 and 4, I believe, at one point. Now, at the end of the season, we would end up finishing second in the Atlantic, going 51, 27, and 4, 106 points, only behind the Buffalo Sabres of all teams. Again, they simulate absolutely nutty in this game. The Rangers were the best team in the entire NHL with 112 points. Matthews is going to lead our team in scoring 62 goals and 112 points. A monster season. Nylander had 98, Marner 84, Bertuzzi had 67. Also 31 goals. Ryan O'Reilly was good. Morgan Rielly was okay. Domi was a -11, so that's not great. And UC Saros 44, 21, and 4. 3 shutouts and only a .906 save percentage. David Pastrnak is going to lead the NHL in not only goals with 65, but points with 118. Absolutely monster year for Pasta, as we are going to play in the very first round the Boston Bruins, the team that absolutely owns us in the playoffs. I'm going to predict a Game 7 defeat yet again. Luckily, we did get rid of Boston in Game 6. There was no shot of us winning a Game 7, and now we have the Columbus Blue Jackets in round number 2. We absolutely dominated Columbus in 5 games, and now we have the New York Rangers in the conference final. Toronto making it there for the first time in probably over 20 years at this point. Believe it or not, Toronto actually has made the Stanley Cup Finals and all Canadian Cup Finals as well, as we are going to be playing the Vancouver Canucks. Who's going to bring the cup back to Canada, and can we get the job done here with Toronto? My very first season as the general manager. Well, we would end up getting swept in the Stanley Cup Finals in typical Toronto Maple fraud fashion. I mean, Vancouver was just clearly the better team than us. If we check postseason stats, Matthew Nyes is going to lead our team. 10 goals, 21 points. Matthews had 20, did have 9 goals. Bertuzzi 20. Mitch Marner was all right, I guess. Nylander wasn't great. Ryan O'Reilly was okay. Connor McDavid is going to win the Ted Lindsay and Hart Trophy. Art Ross and Maurice Richard to pass to the Norris to Cale Makar. Conn Smythe will go to Elias Pettersson. Georgiev the Vezina and the Selke to Crosby. Now in the re-sign phase, we do got to re-sign Bertuzzi and I believe Max Domi as well as Liljegren, but I can qualify him. He's up to an 85 at 25 years old. We do have 13.8 mil to get back whoever we want to, and we should have no problem signing the guys that we want to sign. Now that we got everybody re re-sign. We head into free agency with only 1.2 mil to spend, so I'm not going to be going after anybody, but I might make a trade. I don't know. I'll look at the market, see who's available. So here in the offseason, we are going after Pavel Mintyukov and Vladimir Tarasenko for Morgan Rielly, a first, second, and a third round pick. And that was an easy trade to make. We bolstered our decor, who, I mean, Mintyukov already is the same overall as Rielly. He's going to grow. He's on a low contract. That gives us more cap room to work with. Now, I came across Winnipeg. They actually want to give up Rutger McGroarty, who's a 78 overall, signed for 4 years on a cheap-ass deal. So I'm going to give up 2 seconds, a third, and another third. And the Winnipeg Jets accepted my offer. I absolutely fleeced them on that. Now, heading into our second season, we still have the same exact first line. Second line is pretty much the same outside of adding an 87 overall Vladimir Tarasenko there. Nyes, Domi, and McGroarty on the third line. And we take a look at our D-core, McDonough and Hamonic. We also have McCabe and Nemela, then TJ Brody and Joel Edmonston, and of course in goal, UC Saros, who was actually dropped down to a 90 overall now, and Joseph Wall is an 84. We also have Hildeby in the AHL, who is an 81 overall goalie. Now, process of elimination, Austin Matthews is the new captain of the Toronto Maple Leafs, now that Morgan Rielly's gone. Now, I don't even know how we made the postseason. We started out 5-11, but we barely snuck in, going 42, 34, and 6, 90 points on the year. Boston was the best team in our division and for the entire NHL. William Nylander is going to lead our team in scoring. Actually, him and Marner were tied at 93 points apiece. Matthews had a down season, 49 goals, 87 points. Tarasenko had 56. Oh, he was a minus 15. Bertuzzi minus. Domi minus. Matthew Nyes was a minus 20. And for Saros, I mean, he cracked a 9-11 save percentage. Better stats than last season. 4 shutouts and 35 wins. Jason Robertson will have the most points in the NHL at 110. And for goals, it's actually going to go to Cole Caulfield with 57 on the season, as Toronto is going to face the New Jersey Devils in the first round. Of course, New Jersey would dominate us in 5 games in the first round, as the Dallas Stars sweep the Devils in the Stanley Cup Finals. Quinn Hughes will actually take home the Ted Lindsay, the Hart Trophy, and the Norris, as the Art Ross will go to Robo, and Cole Caulfield to Maurice Richard. Now for the Conn Smythe, Robo will take that home. Schmidt will win the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Alexander Barkov. Now, interesting enough, we got to re-sign Mitch Marner to a massive contract, I bet. Well, we do have almost $30 million in cap space. We got to get back Tarasenko, Robertson, and Amelia, as well as Timothy Liljegren. And also, UC Saros is a UFA. Joseph Wall and Hildeby are both RFAs, so we can qualify one of these or either both of these guys. So I'm going to try to make an absolute splash here in the offseason. Marner, 3 first and a second for Lindell and Miro Heiskanen. And the Dallas Stars have accepted my offer. We just traded a massive piece, as we are going all in the final season for Toronto. Now, in the final season with the Toronto Maple Leafs, we have Tarasenko, Matthews, and Nylander, Bertuzzi, Ryan O'Reilly, who's now down to an 82 overall with Rutger McGroarty. Our third line, honestly, isn't great. Maybe I can throw Max Domi up there in the second line. Instead of having Ryan O'Reilly, he can be the third line center. Now, defensively, we are much better. Heiskanen and Lindell, maybe as our first line pair, 91 and 86. Then we have Amelia, Edmonston, Mintyukov, who's a 90, alongside Ryan McDonough. And then in goal, UC Saros back up to a 91 overall, and Joseph Wall is an 84. Now, at the end of year number 3, we will finish with a record of 45, 29, and 8, 98 points. Tampa Bay was the best in our division, winning 55 games, and Vancouver for the entire NHL winning 53. Tampa Bay, I mean, only had 1 overtime loss. It's low-key kind of wild. Austin Matthews will have a monster year, 59 goals, 114 points. Nylander had 30 goals, 98 points. Tarasenko 64, Heiskanen 61, Bertuzzi 56, and Domi 54. And if we take a look at UC Saros, 40, 25, and 7, 6 shutouts, and a 915 save percentage. He is definitely on one headed into the postseason. Hopefully we can't have one last run where he plays great. Matthews will lead the entire league in goals. He's actually going to tie in goals with Kirill Kaprizov at 59, but lead in points with 114. As we got probably the toughest first round matchup in the New York Rangers. I mean, they simulate great in this game, and they're loaded top to bottom. Luckily, we would beat the Rangers in 6 games, and now we have the Carolina Hurricanes in round number 2. We would beat Carolina in 5 games, and now in the conference finals, we are facing the Tampa Bay Lightning. Now, for the second time in 3 years, Toronto is back in the Stanley Cup Finals, yet again playing the Vancouver Canucks. Obviously, we got swept the first time around. Hopefully, things can be different here in year number 3 of the Toronto rebuild. And the Toronto Maple Leafs will get the revenge over the Vancouver Canucks after defeating them in, I believe, 5 games in the Stanley Cup Finals to finally go on for the first time since 1967 and win the goddamn Stanley Cup in the third year of the video as well. That was our one final shot at a Stanley Cup, and luckily we got it done. I mean, we did make the finals in year number 1. Year 2 was a little rocky, but year number 3, we rebounded very well, and now we get to take home the Stanley Cup, as Austin Matthews will put up 21 goals and 41 points in the postseason as the captain of Toronto to take home the Conn Smythe Trophy, as the Stanley Cup will be raised by the Toronto Maple Leafs for basically everybody's first time here watching this video. I doubt there's anybody alive in 1967 that witnessed Toronto win their last Stanley Cup. We'll be able to watch this video on YouTube, but regardless, there is Matthews lifting it for the first time in his career, as the Toronto Maple Leafs are back at it at being Stanley Cup champions. Now, the next Canadian team that we are moving to is the Vancouver Canucks. Obviously lost in the second round to the Edmonton Oilers in Game 7, and this roster really is pretty good. I mean, Lindholm is a UFA, I believe, at the end of the season, but they are very well built defensively. Obviously, Quinn Hughes, our best defenseman in top 5 defensemen in the entire league. We also have Hronek there with Zadorov, and if we take a look at goalies, Demko's a 90, so we should be able to win at least one Stanley Cup in 3 years. I don't even know what moves I'd want to make. Maybe some depth forwards for a third and fourth line, or maybe another defenseman to pair alongside Quinn Hughes, considering he's far and away our best D-man, and Hronek could walk, although I think he's a UF or an RFA at the end of the season. 4.4 mil signed for 1 year. Now, because of my other trades falling through, I'm going after Charlie McAvoy. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. We traded for him, I believe, on Montreal, and we did win a Stanley Cup, 7 years on his deal. He's got very low trade value for some reason for a prospect. Garland, first, third, and Mikheyev. Now, let's see, will this go through? Trade has been rejected. Totally unwilling. We will throw in a 2029 first-round pick, and let's see. Boston accepted our offer. Finally, we upgraded our D. We got a very lethal top pair with Hughes and McAvoy now. Next up, I'm going to pick up Stankoven and Wyatt Johnston from the Dallas Stars. 2 guys on low deals who also grow to like mid-80 overall players. For a prospect, Joshua, a second and a first-round pick. I think that should be good enough to go through, and luckily Dallas did accept my deal. So we now have a +5 and +4 on our top 6. Our third line's okay. Our fourth line isn't great. Depth really isn't our strong suit. McAvoy and Hughes, we got a +1 there. 93 and 90. Also Hronek, Zadorov, Soucy, and Myers. And then in goal, a 90 overall, Thatcher Demko. This is a Stanley Cup contending roster. Now, surprisingly, Vancouver is going to miss the playoffs by, 1 point to the Anaheim Ducks, as we went 39, 12, and 11, 89 points. Not a great season whatsoever, especially after making the moves that I made. Edmonton was the best team in our division, and for the entire NHL, it was the Boston Bruins. Elias Pettersson didn't have a great season, 28 goals, 87 points. JT Miller had 65, Hughes only 63, Besser 57. So offensively, we were not very good. And in goal, Demko, a .908 save percentage and 3 shutouts. Honestly, isn't terrible. He did have 30 wins also, so I'm not going to blame it on Demko. I'll blame it on our offense for not scoring enough goals. Austin Matthews will continue to dominate, leading in goals with 74 and points with 118. The New York Rangers would go on and sweep the Anaheim Ducks of all teams in the Stanley Cup Finals. How on earth did Anaheim make the finals in year number 1? Matthews will take home all the awards. The Norris will go to Adam Fox, the Conn Smythe also to Adam Fox, Jake Ottinger the Vezina, and the Selke to Sidney Crosby. All right, so we got everybody back in the re-sign phase, and now we head into free agency with $14 million in cap space to spend, so we definitely can go after one of the big guns here. Noah Hanifin would be a great guy to go after. He's only 27 years old at an 86 overall. Also, Sam Reinhart asking for $9.8 million, but is a 90. Can go on that first line, of course. We also would pick up Kevin Labanc in free agency to help out our offensive core. Now, as we head into our second season, on the first line, we got Johnston, Pettersson, and Besser. Johnston is up to an 83. We also have JT Miller alongside Lindholm and Kevin Labanc. Our third line is improved, and our fourth line isn't great, but I mean, they're not going to be playing much anyways. Now, defensively, Hughes up to a 94, McAvoy 91. We also have Myers and Hanifin, and then Ian Cole and Soucy. And in goal, we still have an 89 overall Demko now. He did drop down 1 overall. But I mean, Arthur Sheloff's up to an 84 already at 23 years of age. Now, yet again, for the second season in a row, we are going to miss the playoffs. 38, 37, and 7, 83 points. I have no idea what's going on with the water in Vancouver, but it's not too great. Edmonton, the best team in our division, and for the entire NHL, it was the Toronto Maple Leafs. Pettersson had an okay season, not really though. 26 goals, 79 points, and was a -18. Hughes had 64, Lindholm 62, Miller 55, Brock Besser only 54 and 22 goals. I mean, offensively, it seems like we are really struggling to put up numbers. Although we have like a 94 Quinn Hughes, who is an offensive D-man, and Elias Pettersson, who also is a 94 overall. Now, take a look at Demko. I mean, a 908 save percentage is pretty good. 3 shutouts and 34 wins. I literally can't complain. Those are mediocre stats for a goalie in this game, but I've definitely seen goalies simulate way worse than this. So I'm not going to blame it on him. It's definitely on our offense. The Florida Panthers would go on and beat Dallas in 5 games in the Stanley Cup Finals. Matthews will continue to take home all the awards. The Norris will go to Evan Bouchard, the Conn Smythe to Lundell, Linus Ullmark, the Vezina, and the Selke again to Crosby. Now in the re-sign phase, we did get back Wyatt Johnston, Pius Suter, Philip Hronek is back, Brock Besser as well. So we got everybody that I wanted to get back, and now we head into free agency after a very disappointing season back-to-back. We do have $6.2 million in cap space. We got a couple RFAs that have been qualified, so hopefully they will come back for one more season. And at the end of next year, I mean, this is our final season, so we don't have to worry about next year, but Demko's contract is up. Maybe I move off of him, try to find a better goalie. But I mean, I can't really complain about his play the past 2 seasons. All right, now you probably are wondering why I'm giving up Kevin LeBanc and Brock Besser, also 2 second-round picks for Logan Cooley, because there's an absolute stud of a superstar in free agency that I'm going after. So we got to get rid of that cap space. Let's see. Will this go through? Trade rejected. I guess I'm going to have to add in a first-round pick to make this deal work. 2026 first-round pick sounds good. And luckily, Arizona accepted my offer. We offered Leon Draisaitl $14 million, and instead he goes with the goddamn Pittsburgh Penguins. Oh my God, I just literally ridiculed my roster for this guy. You simply not offer me the dollars I feel I'm deserved. I'd love to see. I'm going to see. Pittsburgh would, oh my God, Pittsburgh offered him 14.1 for 6 years. Wow, we probably should have gave him more, huh? That is a monster contract and a monster player we literally just missed out on. All right, so obviously this is our final season with Vancouver. We missed on Draisaitl in the offseason. Wasn't great in free agency, but we still have a pretty good first line, +4 with Lindholm, Pettersson, and Höglander. We picked up Logan Cooley, 85 overall, alongside Johnston, Gord, Stankoven. Now defensively, we are much better. Hanifin, Hronek are great, Burns and McCabe, and then of course Hughes and McAvoy. So defensively, we should not be a problem. And we also have an 89 overall Thatcher Demko with an 85 Arthur Sheilofs. He has grown to a pretty high overall, higher than I expected. And of course, our scoring troubles, I guess you could say, will probably continue as we have trouble putting the puck in the back of the net. Although Pettersson's a 95, I truly do not understand. The rest of our forward core isn't great, but now 3 years in a row, Vancouver will miss the playoffs. I have no idea what happened here. 39, 37, and 6, 84 points. We were just not a good simulating team whatsoever. Quinn Hughes will lead our team in scoring. Only 7 goals, but 72 points. Lindholm at 68. Pettersson only 66. Höglander was bad. McAvoy wasn't great either. And for Demko, I mean, 906 isn't great, but he was okay throughout the video. He's not the reason we were bad. It is more so that we literally could not score. And there you have it. Leon Draisaitl going to lead the NHL in scoring, 107 points. If only we could have picked him up. And for goals, it will go to Matthews, who had 53 on the year. And the Minnesota Wild would go on, dominate Toronto in 5 games to take home the Stanley Cup. Now, looking at the Vegas team, they don't have a bad team whatsoever. It's very, very good beside Holtz being on that second line. No, thank you. We can improve it, though, offensively. They need a better bottom 6 defensively. I think they're still pretty good. They got, great top 4 with Hanifin, Theodore, Pietrangelo, and McNabb. And in goal, they have a pretty decent goalie in Aiden Hill, who's an 86 overall, and Samsonov as a backup. Now, the first trade of the video might be a little bit of an overpay. Actually, I might try to sneak something else back. Somebody who's on at least a league minimum contract. We're picking up JJ Pekhturka, and maybe throw in a guy like Jack Quinn would be another guy. We'd be over the salary cap. Oh my God. To make sure this trade will go through, so I will give up a 2028 first rounder for Jack Quinn and JJ Pekhturka, and we believe this transaction will contribute to the success here in Buffalo. Since JJ is young, I'll throw him up on the first line alongside Eichel and Stone, and then we'll have Jack Quinn on the second line. Defensively, everything stays the same, obviously. Now, we're going to have to re-sign McNabb. Probably going to ask for too much money. We're going to trade him straight up 1-for-1 for Pavel Mintyukov. Trade rejected. Okay, I guess I got to add in some draft picks. I know I always trade for Mintyukov, but I guess it's been somewhat of a tradition throughout this entire series to go after the guy in Anaheim who fits on any defensive pair in the entire league. They still don't want to give him up, dear God. Add in a 2025 first rounder. We got Brayden McNabb in there. We cannot take anything back, so we're going to have to give away first, third, and a second, as well as Brayden McNabb for Pavel Mintyukov. And there we go. We'll see you out on the ice. Now the Vegas Golden Knights will go on and make the playoffs. 47, 29, and 6. 100 points in the season. Third in the Pacific, as we're going to match up with the Vancouver Canucks in round number 1 for the entire league. Colorado won 60 games and won that President's Trophy, followed by Edmonton, Boston, Tampa, and Nashville. Cale Makar will lead the NHL in scoring 123 points for goals. It will go to Austin Matthews, who had 51 on the year. And of course, like I said before, the Vegas LTIR cheaters got the Vancouver Canucks in round number 1. Here we are in game 7, down by 2 in the third. An absolute gong show in round number 1. A 6-4 lead. 6-5, there we go. White Cloud cuts the lead down to 1 as the Vancouver Canucks. There we go. We tie it up. A tie game in game 7. This has been an absolute barn burner in Vancouver as the clock is dwindling down. We might have overtime on our hands. All right, here we go. Game 7 overtime. It does not get any better than this. A 6-6 tie. How do both teams give up 6 goals in a game 7 scenario? I will never understand. Full forecheck by Vegas. Unfortunately, I got to cheer for the Golden Knights here. Stone coming in over. There it is. Eichel. Great save by Demko. Highway robbery. Jack Eichel just had the chance of his life to go ahead and send the Vegas LTIR cheaters back to round number 2. Hughes over to Miller. No. Eichel get it out. Jack Eichel moves that puck up to Tomas Hertl. Tomas Hertl, what's he doing? Can we have a 4-goal game from Hertl, just like back on the Sharks back in 2014? Miller dekes in, loses the puck, and horrible deke there. Eichel, where are you going? Where are you going? Jack Eichel, move the puck, you puck hog. Oh my God. Brock Besser. This is back and forth horizontal hockey. Shea Theodore gets bodied at the blue line. Please, let's offense over. And Demko will make that easy save. Oh no, DeBrusk gets almost a clean breakaway. He's still going to get out there. DeBrusk looking, waiting, over to Hughes. Doesn't get a shot on net, thank God. Up to Shea Theodore. Over, move it over. Oh, there it is. Carlson over to Theodore, shooting on net, and there it is. Shea Theodore will send the Vegas Golden Knights off to round number 2. As yet again, when the pressure was at its highest and with the team needed it the most, the Vancouver Canucks absolutely choked. And now after that lucky victory, we go on and we have to face the Edmonton Oilers in round number 2. I can't escape them. I literally cannot escape them. The Edmonton Oilers absolutely dog walk us just like they should. They are a better team than us, better built than us, have better players than us, and we lost in 5 games here in season number 1. Just like in real life, the Florida Panthers will go on and win the Stanley Cup, this time sweeping my Edmonton Oilers in the finals. Mark Stone will have 8 goals and 17 points. Jack Quinn was good in the playoffs. Eichel was all right. Carlson okay, as well as Theodore. And for Aiden Hill, he was absolutely horrible. The Ted Lindsay, Art Ross, Hart Trophy, and the Norris will go to Cale Makar, Tommy Egg Matthews, the Maurice Richard, the Conn Smythe will go to Carter Verhaeghe, Linus Ullmark, the Vezina, and the Selke will go to Anze Kopitar. There we go. Max Pacioretty signed with us, the only free agent that we went out and got. There was nobody available. I mean, there's RFAs like Marty Natchez, but then we would have to give a boatload of first-round picks. Probably 3 to get him, and that would be too much, in my opinion, for Marty Natchez. Honestly, I don't think this trade is going to go through, but I'm going to go for it. We got Eichel Pietrangelo, 2 first and a second for Connor McDavid and Darnell Nurse from the Edmonton Oilers. The salary matches. We have more trade value than they do. Let's see. Will this go through? This seems like a sweet proposal on our end. So on behalf of the Edmonton Oilers organization, I accept. All right, I'm shipping Patches out of town right away. We got 2/3 and 2/4 in there as well to make this trade go through for Warren Fogle from the LA Kings. And there we go. Easy trade to make. Absolutely loaded. Heading into our second season, we got McDavid, Stone, and Quinn on that first line, followed by William Karlsson, centering Waugh and Hertl. Then we got Barbashev, Fogle, and JJ. JJ, probably, I would like to move him up on the second line instead of Nicholas Waugh. Waugh can be the third line center. Defensively, Mintyukov, Theodore, a great first line D pair, followed by Darnell Nurse and Noah Hannafin. And then we got Whitecloud and Hutton. Aiden Hill and Ilya Samsonov still are the 2 goalies that we are rocking with. And of course, Mark Stone is going to get stripped of the cap captaincy and give it to Connor McDaddy. There we go. We locked up Shea Theodore for one more year for the rest of the video, but the problem is we don't have a lot of money to give out to the other players that need contract extensions. Vegas yet again will make the playoffs. A bit of a better season, 47, 28, and 7, 101 points. Dear God, the Oilers won 60 games as they were the best team in our division, and for the entire NHL, the worst team was the Calgary Flames. So Edmonton is rocking the NHL at the top and at the bottom. Connor McDavid, dear God, 45 goals, 125 points, a monster season. Stone had 90 and 33 goals. Shea Theodore was very good. Carlson, Jack Quinn. This might be the season that we have to go all in and win the Stanley Cup. Aiden Hill only had a 902. I've noticed something about Hill. He does not simulate well in NHL 24. I had him on Toronto, I remember, and he was absolutely horrible. If we take a look at the entire league, McDavid will lead in points with 125, and Hyman will have the most goals at 60. And now in the first round of the playoffs, we are going to face the San Jose Sharks. I guess they have Luke Yonkman on their squad because I have no idea how they made the playoffs. We swept the Sharks in round number 1, and now we face the Edmonton Oilers in the second round of the postseason. And we are now off to the conference finals. After beating the Oilers in game 7, we have the Colorado Avalanche. We literally got this far just to lose in 6 games to the Colorado Avalanche. Are you kidding me? We get the Rangers and the Avs in the Cup finals. Who's going to take it? It looks like the Rangers will beat Colorado in the Stanley Cup finals. We were so close. We were like 2 wins away from the Cup finals, 6 away from the Cup. McDavid was very good, 12 goals, or actually 13 goals and 25 points, literally carrying our team. Mark Stone had 19, JJ 13. Yeah, I mean, not a lot of secondary scoring support, and Aiden Hill was decent. I mean, a 909 is not terrible. He also did have 1 shutout, so he wasn't horrible. Bouchard will win the Ted Lindsay, Hart, and the Norris, while the Art Ross will go to McDavid, Maurice Richard to Hyman. The Conn Smythe will go to Alex Lafreniere, Skinner the Vezina, and the Selke to Alexander Barkov. And of course, in year number 3, we always have these big name free agents. Leon Draisaitl, Mikko Rantanen, but the problem is we have no salary cap. We literally can't afford a penny right now. 2.5 million is all we can spend. We can't even get Ryan Reeves for that amount of money, honestly. We are pretty much rocking with the exact same roster that we had next season. We're just banking on our young players like Jack Quinn and as well JJ Peterka, who should be back to get better and be a better hockey player because of it. I'm going to throw Mintyukov up on that first line with Shea Theodore, and then we'll get Darnell Nurse and Noah Hannafin, a +2 there. And on our bottom line pair, we got Korziak and Zach Whitecloud. We did re-sign Aiden Hill. He's back for one more season. Hasn't been great this simulation, but hopefully we can win the Stanley Cup here in the third and final year. Vegas is going to finish the season 43, 35, and 4, 90 points. Third in the Pacific, only behind Vancouver and Edmonton, as we did have a semi-good season. Carolina won the President's Trophy with 52 wins. Followed by the Oilers, Toronto, Winnipeg, and Florida at the bottom. Who do we have here? But the Calgary Flames yet again. Again, McDaddy will lead our team. 47 goals, 105 points. Carlson at 74. Thomas Hertl was good. Jack Quinn was decent. Stone took a big drop off from 90 to 56 points. And for Aiden Hill, he had 7 shutouts, but he was not very good. Only a 902 save percentage. Nathan MacKinnon is going to have the most goals. No, psych. It was Austin Matthews who had 66 on the season, but MacKinnon will have the most points at 119. And now in round number 1, we are going to face the Vancouver Canucks. We got rid of Vancouver in 6 games, and now we move on to the Colorado Avalanche in round number 2. There we go. We get by the Avs, and we are back in the conference finals. So close, I can literally sniff the shit of a Stanley Cup final right now. We better not choke. Finally, here in year number 3, we make the Stanley Cup finals up against the Tampa Bay Lightning. This is our last chance to win the Stanley Cup here with the Vegas Golden Knights. Can we do it? And there it is, EA Sports ruining another Stanley Cup victory for me. We literally got swept by the Lightning in the Stanley Cup finals. Still have Ovi, Strome, and Dubois. There we picked up Pierre-Luc Dubois over the offseason. Maybe a controversial pickup in real life, but he's an 84 overall, and we get a +5 on that first line. Ovi's a little low in overall, especially for a guy who put up over 30 goals. I think he had 32 in the regular season, 42 the year before. Everybody is just waiting for this man to fall off, but regardless of that, our bottom 9 is not great. We could use Lapierre Pierre is our second-line center. He tends to grow, but we only have 3 years to do so, so we got to go ahead and improve this team literally immediately. Defensively, we got a lot better. John Carlson, TVR is there. Matt Roy. We got Faravé or Faravari, whatever the hell his name is. Rasmus Sandin can be a very good pickup, honestly. So defensively, we got better. And in goal, we got Logan Thompson and Charlie Lindgren. Both 84 overalls, which is decent for a goalie. Maybe serviceable to win a Stanley Cup. But we do got to improve our forward core and add some scoring. Some secondary scoring to the team because Ovi's not going to be able to put up 40, 50 goals at an 85. First up, I'm going to be going after Pius Suter, Jake DeBrusk, and Niels Hoglander from Vancouver. We got a prospect, a second, Patches, and Mangiapane, as well as another second round pick, and they are totally unwilling. So let me see if I slot in a first rounder. Will this trade go through? A 2029 first round pick added into the deal, and there we go. The Vancouver Canucks have no problem accepting my trade offer. Go. Next up, we got a loaded package for Shane Wright and Brendan Montour from Seattle. We got the boys, McMichael, a first, third, and a second, and they're saving salary to re-sign their pending free agents. Another big trade package, but instead for Owen Tippett and Morgan Frost from the Philadelphia Flyers, we got a first, third, and a second, as well as Faravé and TJ Sochi. And there we go. Absolute no-brainer for them in Philly. And we picked up some more roster spot players. Offensively, I think we got a lot better. Same first line. Actually, we threw up Owen Tippett on that first line. 85 overall. We get a +5 in our top 6. We also got Pius Suter alongside Morgan Frost and Tom Wilson. Defensively, we didn't make any changes. Actually, we got Ethan Bear now in there, so maybe we have to upgrade our top 6 defensemen. Now, at the end of the first season, luckily, we did make the playoffs, 47, 27, and 8, so it seems like the changes that I did make were positive towards the Washington Capitals. 102 points, second in our division for the entire NHL. The Jets won the President's Trophy with 54 wins. Edmonton was up there, as well as Tampa Bay, New York, and there it is, the Capitals, a top 5 team in the regular season. Ovi's gonna have a monster season at age 38, 47 goals, 108 points. Strome had 91, so a big year from him. DeBrusk, a great pickup, 31 goals. Owen Tippett at 31. So it looks like we did a very good offensively. Defensively, let's take a look at our goalies here. Logan Thompson, I mean, they basically split the games, and neither of them were that great. 3 shutouts apiece, basically. Lindgren had 2, 906 to a 909, so pretty similar in stats as well. And if we go ahead and take a look at the entire NHL, we got McDavid tearing up 131 points, leading the league in points, and in goals, it will be none other than Sid the Kid, baby. 55 goals. Crosby and Ovi dominating. McDavid at 53, Hyman 48. Obviously, Ovi was up there. Sam Reinhart had a big season. For goalies, Hellebuck had the most wins at 48, and the most shutouts will also go to Hellebuck, tied alongside Sergei Bobrovsky. And now in round number 1, we face the front-running Carolina Hurricanes. We are a good team, so theoretically, the Canes should collapse like they usually do once they face a decent team come postseason time. Down 3-1 in the series, but up 4-1 in the game. 5-1 now as we absolutely clap the booty cheeks, I should say, of Carolina, as we are headed back to Carolina for a game number 6. Beautiful. A big game number 6. Carolina takes the lead after 1, and now they have a 2-0 lead heading into the third period. Can we force 7? Back at home in the capital of America. Come on, Washington. I need you guys to cook. We got halfway through the third period. There we go. John Carlson gets us on the board. We're not done yet. 5 minutes to go. Only a 1-goal game. All right, here we go. 2:52 remaining in the third period. Our entire season is on the line here for Washington. We get a full pressure attack, and now we have a power play. Absolutely beautiful. Seth Jarvis, get in the box, you goon. All right, here we go. A massive power play. Maybe I should pull my goalie. Why is Ovi not on his off wing? He should be literally in the one-timer position. And oh my God, Jake DeBrusk takes a goddamn penalty right off the bat. We didn't even get a power play. We literally did not even get a power play. Meanwhile, Jake DeBrusk is in the goddamn box. 4-on-4, I guess it is, considering we literally probably just blew the season. There goes an absolute rocket shot into the stands. We don't have a lot of time to work with. Only 2:08 remaining in the third. We got to get a goal to at least tie the game up and force OT, but things are not going well here. Nice block there by, is that John Carlson? I think it is. Svechnikov. Oh my God. There it is. Andrei Svechnikov will snipe it home on a broken play, and that'll pretty much do it on the Washington Capitals season here in year number 1. Second goal in the playoffs for Svech, as Ovi was not able to knock him out yet again. And it looks like the last time we played Carolina in round number 1, we lost. And it's going to happen yet again. How does this go in? Like it's such a broken-ass play. And Charlie Lindgren or whoever the fuck the other goalie is, Logan Thompson, none of you guys can make that save. I guess the good news is that the Carolina Hurricanes did make the Stanley Cup Finals. The bad news is they lost to Colorado in Game 7, so a choke artist job yet again by the Canes. John Carlson led our team in scoring. Dear God, only 1 goal and 6 points. Frost wasn't good. Ovi was horrible. Wilson was bad. I mean, we don't have that superstar on our team that can take over games, and there it is. Charlie Lindgren, an .899 save percentage. He was horrible. McDavid will win the Lindsay, the Art Ross and Hart Trophy. Sid, the Conn Smythe. The Maurice Richard will go to Crosby. The Norris to Cale Makar. The Conn Smythe to Nathan McKinnon. Connor Hellebuck to Vezina. And the Selke again. Well, not again, but Crosby's going to pick up another award. The Poverty Flames will go on and win the draft lottery. They actually grew 4 from 1. Not grew. What is the word I'm looking for? I know when you fall down slots. I guess you climb. There we go. Calgary climbed 4th place all the way to 1st. Getting rid of the prospect in Ryan Leonard, who's not going to be ready for the next 2 seasons, as well as Tom Wilson's contract, a 2nd and a 1st round pick for Ball, Coronado, and Sharangovich from the Calgary Flames. And there we go, a done deal and an absolute no-brainer for the Poverty Calgary Flames. Heading into season number 2, this is not a bad forward core whatsoever. Ovi's up to an 89 now. We got Strome and Tippett after a big season. Our top 6 is good. We got Sharangovich, who should score some goals considering he is a sniper. Dubois there centering that 3rd line. Our 4th line's pretty decent. Defensively, I got to rearrange these guys, but we should be able to have a very good D-core. And we're rolling with the same exact goalies in Charlie Lindgren and Logan Thompson. Niels Hoglander will re-sign for the final season of the video. We got Jacob Chikrin back as well, but there's more players that do need to be re-signed. But the problem is an 83 overall Morgan Frost is asking for $7 goddamn million. What is up with the players asking for way too much money? Now, at the end of the 2nd season, Washington is going to fall off the face of the earth. Dear God, 8th in the Metro, only 27 wins, 30 losses, 5 in overtime for 59 points. An absolutely horrible season. The Devils were the best in our division for the entire NHL. It was the Oilers. Wait a minute. Now, at the end of season number 2, Washington somewhat fell off the face of the earth. 37, 38, and 7, 81 points, missing the postseason. The Devils were the best in our division, winning 47 games. And if we take a look at the entire NHL, the Oilers won 54, 113 points, winning that President's Trophy. Colorado was very good, as well as Buffalo, Chicago, and Vancouver. I believe we were at the bottom of the NHL. No, we were not at the bottom, so I guess we're a mid-team, but we definitely took a step back compared to last season. Ovi will score 37 goals, put up over 100 points for back-to-back seasons. I mean, he's doing his thing at age 39. Strome had 73. DeBrusk wasn't as good as he was last season. Neither was Tippett. Sharangovich only scored 15 goals. I literally brought him in to score goals, and he only puts up 15. That's horrible. And if we take a look at our goalies, I mean, none of them were really good. Maybe this is a weak point that we can't address over the offseason, but we don't have a lot of assets to trade, and we don't have that much salary cap to go out and sign a top goaltender in the offseason. Nathan McKinnon will lead the league in scoring with 112 points. Hughes had 105. Ranton and Makar were up there. Ovi had a good season. Bedard put up over 100, or actually put up 100 even at age 19. And on the goal side, Bedard will have the most, winning his first ever Maurice Richard Trophy. 51 talks. Jack Hughes, he had 49. Dvorsky had 48. God damn, why does this guy simulate so well? 85 overall. Connor McDavid had 44, passed to 44. Matthews was a bum. And if we take a look at the goalies here, Skinner, he had the most wins at 44, and the most shutouts will go to Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, who had 8 on the year. And the Carolina Hurricanes will go all the way, beating my Edmonton Oilers, just like in 2006 in the Stanley Cup Finals. This time in 6 games, so congratulations. I no longer can call them front runners, at least for the rest of this video. Mikko Rantanen will have the most points in the playoffs at 28. Your mom's a hoe had 27. Shaq Hyman was up there, 16 goals. My God. Seth Jarvis had a very good playoff run, 12 goals, 26 points. McKinnon was good, as well as Jordan Staal and Alexander Barkov. McKinnon will win the Ted Lindsay, Art Ross, and Hart Trophy. Bedsy, the Maurice Richard, Makar, the Norris. The Conn Smythe will go to Jordan Staal, Aiden Hill, the Vezina, and the Selke again, or not again. Why do I keep saying that? But Connor Bedard will win the Selke Trophy at only 19 years old. Pius Suter decided to extend for the final season, as well as Logan Thompson. We got him back, and that's everybody else. I qualify the rest of my RFAs, and if they get offer sheeted, I should be able to match them. I should have enough cap space to do so. And there we go. Matt Duchene was extremely happy to accept my offer. He's the only free agent that we could actually afford to go after. 85 overall, not a bad pickup for a one-year rental. Now it is time to get the boys the hell out of here. We got him a first, third, and a fourth for Kent Johnson from the Columbus Blue Jackets, and they almost feel guilty saying yes to the deal. So we're heading into the third and final season. We get a +5 still on our top six, so we should be able to make the playoffs, theoretically, that is. Bottom six is pretty good as well as our third line. Our third line's really, really good defensively. We got pluses all across the board. A decent defense score, nothing too out of the ordinary there. And now we got Chris Drager as our starter. So definitely that is a weak point. Only an 80 overall goaltender. Could be the reason that this Capitals squad does not make the playoffs. And in the final season, thank the good Lord that Washington did make the playoffs. 44, 28, and 10. 98 points. Third in the Metro behind the Devils and the Rangers for the entire NHL. The Rangers won the President's Trophy with 55 wins, followed by the Oilers. Colorado was good, as well as Florida and Ottawa. Ovi again, third straight 100-point season, 45 goals as well. He's not slowing down one bit at age 40. Kent Johnson put up 83, so he was very good. Dylan Strome was decent. Duchene was all right, a pretty good pickup at an 85. Sharangovich, there it is, 33 goals. Exactly what I wanted from him. And our goalie and Chris Drager put up a 9-14 and 4 shutouts. Somehow, some way, make it make sense, EA. I had two 84 overall goalies that seem like absolute trash, but we have an 80 overall, and he puts up 4 shutouts and the best stats of the video. McDavid will have the most points in the league at 128, and the most goals will go to Zach Hyman, who had 61. And now in round number 1 of year number 3, we face New Jersey in the first round of the playoffs. Season is in fact on the line. Down by 1, down by 2, as Timo Meier will score to take. There we go. Niels Hoglander gets us back to within 1. A closer game here, but we lose. That is going to do it for the Washington Capitals. No, 5 minutes remaining. Can we please tie up the game and force overtime so I can hop in? Washington, no! As O'Reilly will score. Who is that? Morgan Riley? That's not Morgan Riley. Nonetheless, there it is. The Capitals will lose to the Devils in 6 games in round number 1. And the Florida Panthers will go on and win the Stanley Cup, beating the Oilers in 6 games. The second Stanley Cup final that the Oilers literally lost in this video. Now we are moving on to the Winnipeg Jets, who of course had a very embarrassing defeat in the first round of the postseason to Colorado this year. Got dominated in 5 games after winning game number 1, just like last season in Vegas. Honestly, in the game here, they sim pretty well. Their first line's electric. Toffoli, Monahan, and Velarde's not a bad second line. Third line, we got some depth, and their fourth line isn't terrible. Cole Perfetti does grow to a pretty high overall. And now if we take a look defensively, we got Morrissey, who is our big gun, 89 overall. Pionk's an 85. DeMelio's there. Schmidt's okay. Dillon and Miller are not great, but they're not terrible either. They're like an 83 overall. We do have a -1 on that 6-pair, top 6. And then we have a 93 overall Connor Hellebuck in the net. So, I mean, I can't really complain. We have a good built roster here. I may make some few tweaks here and there to fix it and make it a little bit better in order for us to simulate better. And then we can honestly be a Stanley Cup contender for all 3 years. It's not like Ottawa, where, I mean, they're going through a rebuild. Winnipeg is competing right now. So the first trade I'm going to be making, I'm going after Bowen Byram, a guy who I can pair up alongside Josh Morrissey. He's got 2 years left on his deal as well. For a prospect, Dylan, a first and a second. This might not go through, so I might have to add in another draft prospect. Now the first trade I'm going after, Bowen Byram from the Buffalo Sabres. Signed for 2 years for a prospect, Dylan, a first and a second. Let's see. And the trade has been rejected. I probably assume that I was going to have to sweeten the deal a little bit. I'll add in another first-round pick from 2029. Let's see. Buffalo, are you going to accept? Still rejected. I don't really think that's possible. Actually, screw it. I'll try throwing in another first-round pick. Let's see if they'll do this. First-round pick from 2029. And the trade has been accepted by the Buffalo Sabres. Welcome, Bowen Byram. A good addition to our decor. And now Bowen Byram will fit in perfectly alongside Josh Morrissey, an 89 and 85 overall D-man. Both pretty young. I mean, Morrissey's in his prime at 28, but Bowen Byram's only 22 years old. Also, I'm going to be stripping Adam Lowry of the captaincy, giving it to Mark Scheifele because of that hit he had on Jake Evans in the postseason. That is what we need our captain to be, a hard player to play against. And he's the next captain of the Winnipeg Jets. Also, Adam Lowry will probably be gone by next season anyway. So now at the end of the first season as the GM of Winnipeg, we would go on be the third best team in the Central, 45, 32, and 5, 95 points. Somehow Chicago won 47 games. That's absolutely crazy. Florida Panthers were the best team in the entire NHL, winning 55. Mark Scheifele will lead our team, 85 points. Nikolai Ehlers had 76. Kyle Connor only 63, but did have 36 goals. Toffoli at 59, was a -4 though. Morrissey was okay. Cole Perfetti had a good rookie season, 19 goals, 45 points. And if we take a look at Connor Hellebuck, 38, 26, and 3. Only 3 shutouts, but he did have a .913 save percentage, which I'm perfectly okay with. Especially for a 93 overall goalie, he should be simulating pretty well in this game. Austin Matthews will lead the entire NHL in goals with 64 and points with 119. As we are going to be playing the Colorado Avalanche yet again in round number 1. We know what they did to us in real life, so we got to get our payback, get our revenge. And now it's time for us to dominate them. Luckily, we did beat them in 7 games, and now we move on to play the Chicago Blackhawks. How on earth did Chicago win 47 games led by a rookie Connor Bedard, and now they're in the second round of the postseason? I am literally shocked. We dealt with the Blackhawks in 6 games, and now in the conference finals, we face the Calgary Flames, a Canadian team who also does not have a greatly built roster, but somehow they got here. And the Winnipeg Jets have made the Stanley Cup Finals for the first time, maybe in franchise history. I'm not too certain on if Winnipeg has or has not made the Stanley Cup Finals. Regardless, we have to play the Florida Panthers, who we know obviously have a very good roster. So let's see if we can go on and get the job done here in year number 1. And the Winnipeg Jets have done it in year number 1. GM Pasta literally only had to make 1 trade, and that was for Bowen Byram, and we have gone all the way, beating Florida in 5 games in the finals, pretty much dominating them, as the Winnipeg Jets will take home their very first Stanley Cup in franchise history, as they have got the job done here. And we move on from Winnipeg really quickly. We didn't even need 3 years. All we needed was 1, as Nikolai Ehlers will take home the Conn Smythe, 9 goals and 25 points for him. So a very good postseason run, as the Winnipeg Jets, man, all the way in season number 1. And there it is, boys, the Stanley Cup waiting to be presented to our newly named captain in Mark Scheifele, as he has led the Winnipeg Jets all the way here in season number 1. And now we move on to the next Canadian team, as we try to win them also a Stanley Cup.